After enduring tremendous hardships, Harry ultimately triumphed over Voldemort. He dispelled the ominous cloud that had shrouded the magical realm. The war claimed countless vibrant lives on this day, destined to be etched in the annals of history. The venerable Hogwarts school of witchcraft and wizardry was nearly obliterated. Yet, the most heart-wrenching aspect was the boy, once deemed invulnerable, buried beneath the rubble. The wind stirred up dust and earth, drying the tears of the survivors, while guiding souls to the other side. Chapter 1. The Arrival of Unforeseen Fortunae. Harry Potter had contemplated the possibility of his own demise, whether at the hands of any random Death Eater or Voldemort himself, or succumbing to the Avada Kedavra curse that had spared him years ago. However, he never envisioned that on the fateful day of May 2nd, 1998, destined to be recorded in wizarding history, a wall of Hogwarts, weakened by magical assault, would fall directly upon the head of the boy who lived. The boy who lived ultimately perished beneath a falling boulder. Harry would wager 1,000 galleons that the Daily Prophet would never publish the truth. They would undoubtedly portray him as a self-sacrificing hero, slain in a valiant confrontation with Voldemort. Yet, Harry could scarcely fathom the reactions of others upon learning this news. Although he lacked family, he had dear friends, a girl he admired, and numerous professors and classmates who cared for him. Harry managed a faint smile, imagining Hermione and Ron would be utterly stunned. The expression would surely be comical. However, that forced grin soon vanished from his lips. Nevertheless, Harry mused, at least before blood clouded his vision. He clearly witnessed Voldemort's death, truly, utterly extinguished. Everything was over, regardless of whether he would be present in the future. No matter how many unresolved issues this battle left behind, whether the Elder Wand would return to Dumbledore's tomb, or if today's Hogwarts was nearly destroyed, as long as time marched on, everything would eventually revert to its original state. Yet, while magic can restore objects and time can dull pain, nothing can wholly mend a human soul. The departed, though their names shall be forever inscribed in a glorious yet blood-stained history, ultimately no longer exist in this world. The ever-optimistic Harry had already envisioned all he could, the ancient, powerful Hogwarts castle, once sheltered by the four great founders and home to many formidable wizards, would surely return to its former glory. He merely wondered if the Room of Requirement could ever revert as well. This thought left Harry somewhat melancholic. After all, it was his favorite place in Hogwarts aside from his bedroom, the common room, and Hagrid's hut. Perhaps it was truly gone, along with its time-honored trinkets. Trinkets? This led Harry to ponder his legacy. He presumed his inheritance would be left to Teddy, right? Although the 17-year-old savior possessed no precious treasures, leaving his firebolt to the lad would at least signify his godfather's existence. Alas, he had never met the child, had never embraced him, yet had taken away his parents. Harry rubbed his nose. He hoped Teddy could understand why his parents and godfather had perished, and that he would grasp their intentions in striving for a better world, allowing him to live a happier life. The existence of an active map is perhaps the most precious gift he, as an inadequate godfather, could leave behind. Yet, one wonders if there will be any alterations within the castle post-renovation, which might render the map less useful. And whether it can be redrawn remains uncertain. Oh Merlin, why do such peculiar thoughts persist in my mind? Harry irritably scratched his head. I ponder whether every wizard becomes somewhat sentimental before their demise. In any case, Harry is presently lost in a multitude of reflections, as if a plethora of memories has detonated within his mind, causing many images, once buried deep, to resurface vividly. He beheld the visage of his aunt, uncle, and cousin, recalling the day they departed from number 4, Privet Drive. On that day, he sensed a flicker of their concern, no matter how minuscule it may have been. To Harry's delight, a few cherished memories of James and Lily materialized before him, with their youthful appearances, one strikingly handsome and the other exquisitely beautiful, seemingly within reach. And there was also Sirius, the dashing and rebellious Sirius Black. Although he had only graced Harry's life for 2 years, the duration did not diminish Sirius's esteemed position in Harry's heart. He remains the finest and most extraordinary godfather in existence. Harry gazed at the youthful faces in his memories, wishing to etch them firmly into his heart while he still possessed consciousness. Remus and Snape. The happiest moments of his life at Hogwarts resurfaced, and with tears glistening in his eyes, Harry smiled as he reminisced about the past, observing the passage of time etched upon the professors' faces. He pondered how devastated they would be upon learning of his death, particularly Professor McGonagall. A shadow of melancholy crossed Harry's mind as he wished he were still alive. If only Voldemort had perished alone in this war, perhaps everyone could have embarked on lives filled with happiness. Harry mused that if Voldemort had never existed, many events would never have transpired. Countless lives would not have been lost, and numerous families would not have been shattered. Would everyone not be able to find happiness then? However, he soon relinquished the pursuit of contemplating this unchangeable past. It is undeniable that this night has witnessed an overwhelming number of events, all occurring in a swift manner. Life and death are but a fleeting thought away, and far too many have perished, both among them and the Death Eaters. Harry recalled Draco Malfoy's indecision in joining Voldemort's ranks, and how Narcissa Malfoy resolutely took him away, followed closely by Lucius Malfoy. "Damn it, Harry," he groaned, massaging his temples. "They're already dead. Why dwell on it? It is futile, whether regarding Malfoy or Hermione, Ron, Remus, or Snape. Rather than ponder those thoughts, why not consider the present circumstances? Am I destined to become a ghost?" Harry moved his limbs within the expanse of white, somewhat astonished. Perhaps he could reside in Hogwarts like Nick and the others, and later observe Hermione and Ron's children, not to mention Neville and Luna's offspring, haha. And then there was a man with light golden hair and his son, who shared the same golden locks. Oh, perhaps it is not golden at all, for he may have inherited his mother's traits, or perhaps it is a genetic anomaly. Harry's thoughts wandered chaotically. As a requisite quality of an exemplary savior, he faced everything with optimism, even while ensnared in a bizarre situation beyond the description of any wizard. You must understand, not every wizard can become a ghost after death, Potter. A voice echoed hollowly in this strange space. Becoming a ghost is a painful existence. I suspect you would not desire it. Who are you? Harry inquired, perplexed yet unafraid. Moreover, ghosts retain their appearance at the time of death. To be frank, your appearance upon dying is quite unappealing. The voice responded with this remark. Harry fell silent. The voice seemed to resonate directly within his mind. Potter, you should know that merely the beginning and end of a story do not define a person. It is the narrative in between that truly shapes one. Perhaps your tale lacks a joyful beginning and a comedic conclusion, yet all that transpires along the way becomes the treasure of your life. You shall attain a more favorable conclusion. Indeed, you may also refer to it as a beginning. You will carry your treasures, and everything shall commence anew from the very start. What? Harry was bewildered. The initial place will also be where you can most closely approach happiness. The reverberating voice spoke of matters Harry could not comprehend. It shall be the place capable of altering fate. Yet he felt only partially enlightened. A portion of the path has already been laid out for you. The remainder lies in your hands. Are you prepared, Harry Potter? The voice vanished after uttering those words, and a surrounding dense white mist began to thin, revealing the King's Cross station it had enveloped. Harry was somewhat astonished to find himself here. He recalled that just a short while ago, he had engaged in profound discussions about causality with Dumbledore, matters that ought to have been laid bare long ago. Ultimately, he inquired of Dumbledore whether he was obliged to return, yet Dumbledore's response was invariably democratic. That is for you to decide, Harry. In the end, Harry resolved to go back. Of course he would return. He had to return. However, he still remembered Dumbledore gazing at him with a smile, saying, "You mentioned we were at King's Cross Station, did you not? I believe if you choose not to return, you may. For instance, board a train." Now, Harry found himself once again at King's Cross Station as a vintage red train, one he knew all too well, gradually emerged from the mist. The Hogwarts Express. Where will it take me? Forward. As he placed his hand upon the weathered red door, Harry settled into the compartment where he had first traveled to Hogwarts. He vividly recalled the emotions of that time. So anxious, so exhilarated, as if all the wonders of life awaited him in the future. This train held an abundance of memories for him. Countless unforgettable events had transpired here. It could even serve as a marker for the commencement of the latter part of his life. Toot! The train whistled, carrying its sole passenger onward. Toot toot! Harry sat silently in the compartment, his hands clenched tightly. if it could truly propel me forward, if everything could indeed be revisited from the very beginning. Then, let it end where it all began, before anything had transpired, when I could still embrace happiness. Let me return to that time. Now, that poses a question, does it not? Overall, my dear child, I believe not. So then, am I also dead? Until the very end. Will you accompany me? To death? Not painful at all, swifter and easier than drifting into slumber. Does it hurt? You are almost there, so very close. We are genuinely proud of you. You are incredibly brave, my dear. Once the time is ripe, you must convey something to Harry Potter. Thank you, Severus. And what of my soul, Dumbledore? What of mine? The boy's soul has not yet been entirely tarnished. I refuse to let it be shattered due to my own failings. Voldemort intends for that poor boy from the Malfoy family to take my life. You have ensured that I never reveal your benevolent side. Her son lives, his eyes identical to his mother's, a perfect match. If you truly loved Lily Evans, if your affection for her is genuine, the path before you is clear. Harry, we love you dearly, immensely. Harry, your mother loves you. And your father loves you too. Harry must survive, he must be strong. Then let us conceal them all, ensuring their safety. I beg of you. How can you still stand in his place and recount what transpired that fateful night? Speak of how you gazed into his eyes. Dobby lies here, a free elf. Dobby has no master. Dobby is a free elf. Dobby has come to rescue Harry Potter and his friends. Regulus Arcturus Black. Rab. Those are fragments of his soul. He must have felt something must be done to destroy the other Horcruxes, which must be found first. Or am I simply more aesthetically pleasing than you? In a world filled with humor, you can only remark on my misfortune of having a hole. How tragic. Hedwig, when I brought you here 16 years ago, you were scarcely the size of a wheel. It seems destined that I should also take you away. Very well, Granger. Let us proceed as planned. Indeed, should anything go awry, we would be doomed to remain foolish forever. I have always admired your courage, Harry. But at times you can be quite foolish. You need us. Trust me, Professor, I have pondered this question for 6 years. Why is it always the three of you present when something occurs? Among so many, he chose me. My mother used to say that what is lost will always find a way back. You are the coward, devoid of understanding love or friendship. I pity you. Yes, I wish it were you and not I. This is the killing curse. To date, only one person has escaped its grasp, and he currently resides in this very room. Remember, all who truly love us will be by our side. They will forever accompany you within your heart. Once he is free, I shall never return to the Dursleys again. We can rely upon each other. We can dwell in the countryside, a place where the sky is visible. He has been confined for so many years. He must long for that place. I shall never forget the sensation of first entering school. To walk in freely once more will surely feel magnificent. What you fear most is, in fact, fear itself. It is not our abilities that determine who we become, but rather our choices. Yet I still maintain my original view. You would achieve great things in Slytherin. Voldemort murdered my parents. He is merely a murderer, nothing more. It may not be grand, but it is still a home. It indeed requires great courage to stand against an enemy. Yet it demands even greater courage to stand against a friend. I rely solely on books and cleverness, but there are more vital attributes, friendship and bravery. Not going to Slytherin, are you? Have you made up your mind? You are capable of greatness, you know, in a moment of thought. Slytherin can aid you in achieving brilliance, there is no doubt about it. Not willing? Well then, since you have decided, it would be best to join Gryffindor. Very well. We shall meet again at Hogwarts. Hey, are you also heading to Hogwarts? Well, some say he is dead, but in my opinion, that is utter nonsense. I believe he still lurks somewhere, too weak to act. Oddly enough, you are destined to wield this wand, and the previous owner of another wand left you that scar. You are a wizard, Harry. The swirling forbidden forest, Hogwarts, the spire of the astronomy tower. Vast, murky, as if melted coffee chocolate ice cream swirled together with a long ribbon of crimson, akin to cranberry jam, from the Hogwarts Express. More painful than being struck by the Whomping Willow. More agonizing than having one S-bone scraped. Colder than being pierced by the undead. Colder than the waters of the Black Lake. No light. No sound. Harry Potter found himself unaware of where his thoughts had ultimately stagnated. He could only faintly feel warmth. And a voice filled with love. Harry, my dear, come to this world. Your mother loves you. A stroke of luck. July 1979. In this year, two formidable figures led countless wizards, compelling it to become anything but a tranquil year. The entire wizarding world lay shrouded under the increasingly brutal reign of the Dark Lord, with inexplicable disappearances and deaths rapidly spreading from the Muggle society to every wizard. At this juncture, every wizard, even those who had just begun to think, understood that only two choices lay before them: to either kneel at the Dark Lord's feet and humbly kiss his robe, or to wallow in the escalating fear. awaiting the annihilation of their entire family. Each day, pureblood wizards would come to believe that the Dark Lord was the great descendant of Slytherin, destined to lead pureblood wizards to noble heights, intending to eradicate the existence of Muggle-borns altogether. Others pondered more deeply. One day, the Dark Lord would grasp the entirety of the wizarding world and even the Muggle realm firmly in his hands. Now, whether it be the Order of the Phoenix or Albus Dumbledore, they merely resist in vain. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. The Black family home, protected by the Fidelius charm. Sirius Black, with an expressionless face, opened the door and stepped inside. The chill and the scent of blood from London still clung to his cloak. Yet, upon closing the door, he sealed himself off from the pervasive cold engulfing all of London. The Black family home glowed with warm, inviting light. And Creature polished the silver lamp on the table until it shone like new. Sirius removed his heavy cloak and hung it on the coat rack at the door, then smoothed his tousled hair slightly before calling into the kitchen. Creature, where's Regulus? Master Sirius, Master Regulus is in the room, came Creature's voice from the kitchen. The clatter of dishes followed Sirius's inquiry, but it fell silent almost immediately. You've returned a bit early today. Dinner will take a while. That's not urgent. Sirius waved his hand, suddenly aware that the house elf in the kitchen could not see him, and raised his voice. Regulus and I went out. We will be back shortly. To Master Potter's place? The house elf inquired with concern. No. Sirius knocked on Regulus's door. I'm going to see Scorpius. A small, ostentatious sign hung on the door, neatly inscribed, Do not disturb without the express permission of Regulus. R. Arcturus. A. Black. B. Regulus's voice came through the door, somewhat muffled. Sirius? Come in. The door creaked open with a slight rasp, and Sirius stepped into Regulus's room, softly calling, Regulus. The room was unlit, with only a sliver of light filtering through the curtain seams. Are you feeling any better? Sirius asked gently. The young man greeted by Sirius lay back on the sofa, his left arm raised, the wide sleeves sliding down to his elbow. He was observing the pattern on his forearm, by the faint light from outside. Sirius could clearly see the black design on the young man's forearm, a snake emerging from the mouth of a skull, boldly flicking its tongue. Years ago, he had persuaded the young Regulus not to join the Death Eaters, yet unexpectedly, he ultimately pushed him into their fold, enduring the agonizing trials of loyalty. Perhaps, even amidst this murky darkness, Regulus discerned the concern etched upon Sirius's face, prompting him to softly utter his nickname, Sirius. Regulus's voice was alluring, devoid of the layers of anxiety that enveloped Sirius. One of us must align with the Dark Lord, to be under his dominion, otherwise, he would not trust the other. Sirius remained silent, recalling Regulus's choice from long ago, vowing he would never allow him to join the Death Eaters again, never to tread that perilous path, ultimately facing an uncertain fate. However, Sirius cast down his gaze. During my school days, I dreamed of being his loyal confidant. I was a fervent admirer of the Dark Lord, Regulus remarked with a smile, a fact known throughout Hogwarts. Thus my joining the Death Eaters was only natural. No one would suspect. Even if you ally with Voldemort, he may not trust us, Sirius stated, his tone measured. Yet, Sirius, Regulus rose from the sofa, his youthful stature merely a shadow in the darkness. At least now you are trusted within the Order of the Phoenix. Voldemort believes you are credible at the Ministry of Magic, and here, Lucius and I are also trusted. Whether it be the Black family or the Malfoy family, we are deemed credible, and that suffices. Although this trust may be fleeting, it is sufficient for you to accomplish many things. That is enough. Regulus moved towards the door, his shoulders even slightly broader than Sirius's. Sirius, every war demands sacrifice. Is this not a truth you have long understood? Without sacrifice, peace cannot be attained. Sirius turned to gaze at the plaque on Regulus's door, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of weariness and impotence. Yet, even amidst the countless sleepless nights in Azkaban, the torment and inner reproach could not extinguish even the slightest flicker of his conviction, let alone this trivial fatigue. Sirius, let us depart. Regulus grasped Sirius's wrist, pulling him from his room. I assure you, Creature has stoked the fire in the hearth sufficiently. The fireplace in the Black ancestral home emitted a faint green glow, which transformed back to a normal red after 2 clear passages through Malfoy Manor's side hall. This was a safe and legal route, yet one unknown to all. Good evening. Narcissa, the first to emerge from the fireplace, Sirius politely greeted the somber-faced Narcissa before turning his gaze to the even graver countenance of the Malfoy patriarch. Good evening, Lucius. I hope our uninvited visit does not disrupt you. You have clearly disrupted, Lucius replied with displeasure, his brow furrowed as if Merlin had been wearing unwashed trousers for far too long. Regulus naturally settled onto the sofa, pouring himself a cup of tea. Well, what can be done, Lucius? Did you not wish to see us? With deliberate intent, Regulus's sleeve slid back, revealing a glimpse of his forearm, the dark mark peeking out. Narcissa's pupils dilated. So, everything you said earlier was true? Lucius's golden hair appeared dull, his complexion far from favorable. To be frank, serious, he remarked with a furrowed brow. I truly cannot believe you would dare to be so brazen at such a time. You do me an injustice, Lucius. Sirius shrugged, I assure you. This route is undoubtedly the safest in the world. I would never gamble with the lives of others. Moreover, what do you mean by such a time? He emphasized the last 4 words heavily. The Dark Lord is currently. Lucius hesitated, his voice hoarse and alarming. I cannot articulate it now. My dear Narcissa gently clasped his hand. Dear, it is quite late. Let Sirius speak. Sirius sighed, appearing fatigued, and as he did so, Regulus poured another cup of tea and handed it to him. Thank you. Sirius rubbed his brow, accepting the tea. The warmth of the liquid seeping through the porcelain cup, soothing his hand. A few weeks ago, I visited a place, a dilapidated yet historically rich location. It is said to be the last residence of the Slytherins. I lingered there for quite some time, encountering several elderly wizards, from whom I gleaned some information. It is said that during their time, or perhaps even earlier, the head of a certain family would always flaunt an unsightly black gemstone ring before other wizards. The stone bore the crest of the Peverils. Sirius concluded with a peculiar, twangy accent, yet amusingly, he often boasted of another item, said to be an exquisitely crafted locket. Those old wizards stated he referred to it as Slytherin's locket. Peveril? The brothers who escaped death? The black stone, the resurrection stone? Narcissa inquired hesitantly. Narcissa? That is of little consequence. Lucius narrowed his gray eyes. The crux lies with the last Slytherin. Sirius, where exactly is that place? Lucius asked, his tone urgent. The Gaunt residence. Sirius noted a slight tremor in Regulus when he mentioned Slytherin's locket. The Gaunt residence is located near Great Hangleton. On the way there, one would pass through Little Hangleton. In Little Hangleton resides a Muggle family by the name of Riddle. Do you need me to jog your memory regarding the Dark Lord's name during his school days, or perhaps assist you in finding that Riddle's portrait, Lucius? Sirius concluded, where you could inquire at Hogwarts with Dumbledore. After all, every wizard in Britain has attended Hogwarts without exception. Oh, of course. Provided you are willing to ask him, and he is willing to divulge. You imply. Lucius nervously twisted the ring on his finger, the Malfoy family crest. Clearly realizing something. Or perhaps he had realized it long ago, but had been unwilling to ponder it deeply. Narcissa observed him, then glanced at Sirius. Regulus replaced the half-empty teacup on the table, his wide sleeves concealing the dark mark on his forearm, and he rose. Just as I mentioned to you long ago. Sirius also stood. I have always believed that the mark is an affront, an insult that demands submission. So you intend to resist, do you, Sirius? And remember, you never bow to anyone, Lucius. The depths of Sirius's eyes mirrored an all-encompassing sky. Voldemort, no matter how formidable, is merely a madman, destined to fall one day. I only hope that when that day arrives, you are not among the foolish dogs that tumble into the abyss with him, regardless of your power, your so-called pure bloodline, or your adeptness at self-preservation. You too will falter at times. Furthermore, I wish for you to comprehend, though I know you are not a self-absorbed individual, clarity is necessary. Everything I have said is not for you or Malfoy, but solely for Narcissa Black. I hope that whatever you do, you first consider her. And think of your future children. Lucius's face turned pale as he regarded Sirius, his expression shifting repeatedly. Sirius, do you know something? What do I know? Sirius forced a bitter smile. I know nothing. You have your convictions, and I have mine. However, the changes I wish to enact, the things I intend to protect, far exceed yours, Lucius. Sirius gazed into the fervently blazing fire, his eyes seemingly reflecting the flames. For them, I must bear all that I can endure. Sirius tilted his head to regard Regulus, contemplating that the Sirius of 1996 bore no distinction from the Sirius of 1979. He had merely grown stronger by virtue of the treasures he sought to protect. Grasping a handful of flue powder, he finally remarked, I advise you, Lucius. If you find the time, it would be prudent to visit that place. It is indeed steeped in irony. Furthermore, I find myself unable to resist anything. Nor do I wish to. As I mentioned earlier, it was for Sissy that I brought you and Black together. The burst of green light reflected in his gray eyes. After all, aligning oneself with the wrong faction, while terrifying, remains beyond anyone's control. Should the need arise, you may seek our assistance at any moment, Sirius concluded, stepping into the flames. Good night. Creature is still awaiting our supper. Regulus cast a lingering glance at Lucius and offered a smile to Narcissa before following in Sirius's wake, vanishing into the sudden blaze of crimson flames. November 1979. Although London grew colder by the day, the fire ignited by Creature kept the entire house enveloped in warmth, even as it consumed the solace of the days. Sirius knelt upon the plush carpet, cradling Regulus, whose pallid visage trembled with fear. The Dark Lord required a house elf. Regulus's voice quavered. Thus I took the initiative to recommend Creature to him, humbly expressing that this was an unparalleled honor, belonging to me, to Creature, to the entire Black family, and he acquiesced. What does he intend for Creature? Sirius inquired. I do not know, Sirius, Regulus replied, anguish etched upon his face. I merely instructed Creature to obey the Dark Lord's every command and then return home. Sirius found himself at a loss for words. More importantly, he struggled to find a way to express them. For the day he had envisioned, still elusive, he had sacrificed so much, altered so much, and with it, the remnants of their brotherhood within the Black family had paid a heavy toll. He was uncertain whether such sacrifices would yield the desired recompense, or perhaps none at all. Do not worry, Reg, Sirius said, resolute and self-assured. Creature will return. I believe it. Indeed, Creature did return, albeit in a state of near demise. Sirius refrained from inquiring where the Dark Lord had taken him or what he had been commanded to do. He simply asked the one thing he yearned to know. Creature, how did you come back? Master Regulus commanded Creature to return, the feeble house elf replied. The highest law for a house elf is the command of his master. Master commanded Creature to come home. Thus Creature has returned. Yes, you did as you ought, Sirius remarked, seemingly unfazed by this revelation. You have not defied the command in the slightest. In that moment, Sirius felt a profound gratitude for the formidable magic that a house elf embodied. More so, he was thankful for the change within himself. November 1979. On a pitch-black night, where not a single star's light could penetrate the dense clouds, the streets lay deserted. Sirius wandered alone along the frigid thoroughfare, devoid of any illuminated windows to accompany him. He gently opened the door, foregoing the removal of his cloak, and stepped through the dust-laden threshold of the illustrious Black family carpet. Instinctively lightening his steps, he approached the cupboard, crouching down, softly calling, Creature. Yes, Master, Creature replied immediately. But Sirius interrupted him. Do not speak. Listen to me, he urged in a hushed tone. Lately, I sense something amiss with Reg. Regardless of what may transpire in the future or what he may do, as long as you are by his side, I implore you to bring him home. Just as you returned because of him. I command you, no matter what he orders, that is the supreme command. Sirius's voice rasped, reminiscent of Creature's sharp nails scraping against marble. Can you assure me you will carry it out, Creature? I can, Master Sirius, no matter what occurs. I shall ensure Master Regulus returns, the elf vowed solemnly. With Creature's assurance, Sirius felt as if he had been drained of strength, swaying unsteadily toward the sofa. Collapsing onto it, he did not remove his clothing, nor even his cloak, simply surrendering to exhaustion for the night. A twist of fate. 1980. A night as cold and damp as any other. In a small chamber of the Hogshead Inn, Dumbledore shook his robes. Yet, this motion was evidently ineffective against the moisture that had already seeped into his garments. Thus, he drew forth his wand and tapped it lightly against his robe. Throughout his tenure as headmaster, Dumbledore had never conducted interviews for prospective professors outside of Hogwarts, but this occasion was a rare exception. The candidate for the divination position was a renowned and exceptionally gifted seer, the great-granddaughter of a celebrated oracle, and Dumbledore deemed it more courteous to meet her in person. Dumbledore smiled as he met the gaze of a man behind the counter who bore a resemblance to him, receiving a curt and indifferent look in return. The first room upstairs, the man stated. Dumbledore smiled once more and ascended the creaking blackened wooden staircase. However, had he known the meeting was to be here, he might have preferred to remain at Hogwarts. At least there, decorum was far more prevalent. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore, Trelawney's voice wafted from across the small table, causing Dumbledore to question whether the figure before him was truly seated there. With her enormous, eccentric glasses, adorned neck and fingers laden with an assortment of rings, Dumbledore mentally rated her appearance unfavorably. She resembled more a peculiar fortune-teller than a distinguished seer. Good evening, Professor Trelawney, Dumbledore stated matter-of-factly. As you wish to apply for the position of Professor of Divination, then, yes, Professor Dumbledore, Trelawney interjected, I do wish to become the divination professor at Hogwarts. Dumbledore nodded politely, after a brief and trivial exchange. Just as he was preparing to gently convey that it was quite late and that he believed she was unsuitable for the position, he was suddenly struck by a statement that would influence the course of his later life. Trelawney spoke in a voice markedly different from before, raspy and profound. A prophecy. The one with the power to conquer the Dark Lord approaches, born to a family that has thrice triumphed over him, born at the end of the 7th month. Dumbledore's mind raced. He immediately waved his wand, but it was too late. He heard the hurried footsteps descending the staircase. It is time to begin preparing for certain matters, Dumbledore thought as his eyes gleamed behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. Perhaps I should contact Sirius first. Oh, Professor Dumbledore, Trelawney began again, her voice floating eerily. Yes, Professor Trelawney. Dumbledore replied, rising to his feet, smoothing his robe, and smiling. It is quite late. In a few days, the Hogwarts owl should deliver a letter to your home. Merlin. Trelawney exclaimed, her bracelets clattering in excitement. Thank you so very much. I am truly grateful. Good evening, Professor Trelawney. See you at the start of term. Dumbledore opened the door, the dim light of the hog's head illuminating the starry patterns on the hem of his robe. His steps were brisk and steady, imbued with an unwavering determination. June 23, 1980. Godric's Hollow. He had come to know of the prophecy just as Sirius had uttered his last words, only to be interrupted by the sound of a coffee cup shattering against the floor. He understood that the pulse of that individual's hand might race even faster than his own heart, yet he continued to speak. The one endowed with the power to conquer dark wizards approached, born into a lineage that had triumphed over the Dark Lord thrice. Arriving at the end of the 7th month. I'm sorry, James, this is all I know. Isn't this prophecy supposed to be classified? How could he possibly know? Or is it that the Death Eaters are already lurking everywhere? James bent down to collect the porcelain shards from the floor, carefully lowering his voice. Let us step outside. Lily is sleeping. And Harry? Sirius jestingly inquired. Yes, Harry too. They are both fast asleep. James placed the fragments of the coffee cup on the table and drew his wand, restoring it to its original state. I simply cannot abide your wholesome domesticity. It sends shivers down my spine, Sirius remarked, observing James's agreeable demeanor as he decided to step outside. He opened the door. Standing at the threshold and gazing at the vibrant garden, teeming with lush ivy and various flowers, not to mention a myriad of magical plants flourishing within. Dumbledore, and I believe he is aware of the prophecy, yet he has shown no indication of understanding its implications. What? James quietly closed the door, ensuring it made minimal noise. Lily was easily startled at present, he explained, then asked, What do you mean by what you just said? We believe, Sirius shrugged in comprehension, that Voldemort, upon learning of this prophecy, would certainly exhibit some form of reaction, yet as of now, there has been none. So we can only wait. For now, yes. Sirius tilted his head to peer through the window. Is Harry about to make his entrance into the world? Well, we plan to visit St. Mungo S in a couple of days. The expectant father, James, grinned broadly. Hey, Sirius, can you hear me? Suddenly, a voice emerged from Sirius's pocket, that of Regulus, calling him through the dark mark, summoning Death Eaters to the Lestrange Manor. I left the two-way mirror at home. Hurry over. When Sirius arrived at the Lestrange Manor, Voldemort was already seated at the head of the table, commencing a meeting with his devoted followers. The seats were filled, with more individuals standing beneath the long table. Regulus spotted Sirius and opened his mouth to speak, but Sirius gestured for him to remain silent. He bowed in a distinctly black manner towards Voldemort, then made his way to a shadowy corner of the hall. 3 times he defied the master. He heard his so-called cousin, Bellatrix Black Lestrange, exclaim, her voice brimming with loyalty. For her, Voldemort's choice of her manor must surely be an honor. Longbottom. It must be Longbottom, she continued. The one who was sent to St. Mungo S by Bella. This must be the husband of Bellatrix, sharing her wretched temperament, even possessing a voice as foolish as hers. How fortunate it is that they weren't driven mad. That damned Order of the Phoenix is like an irritating leech. Master, if I recall correctly. They have a child now, Rodolphus Lestrange added. A chorus of agreement arose. No one noticed Sirius, who lingered in that inky corner, his magical robes casting shadows that obscured his expression. What do you say, Malfoy? Voldemort twirled his wand between his fingers. I have no interest in which witch is pregnant. Lucius replied coldly. True, your child. Oh, is it Draco? Voldemort's eyes glimmered with a faint red light. He has been born, has he not? Yes, master. Lucius was compelled to bow his head. He was born on the 5th. Narcissa is caring for him. Voldemort smiled. Indeed. You have added a powerful member to the pureblood lineage. You ought to rest well. Merlin knows. Lucius must have felt nauseous at the mention of pure blood. Yet he could only force a smile in agreement. Furthermore, this is a child who has escaped suspicion, making him all the more deserving of careful attention. Voldemort's smile widened. Whose child will be born in July? Potter. James Potter and Lily Evans. Their child is also due in July or August. The utterance of this remark provoked an uproar throughout the chamber. Sirius's heart clenched painfully. The Potters? Have they not been hiding like rats? He thought. Along with those cowardly members of the Order of the Phoenix. Since Sirius Black had defected, the Potters and those from the Order had seemed gravely wounded. It was almost comical. Ha! Isn't that little dwarf, Peter, still with them? Oh, and let us not forget the poor little werewolf. I wonder if he would soil himself at the sight of our Fenrir Greyback. Sirius clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves. Enough. Voldemort leaned back in his chair. his long right leg resting atop his left, pale hands crossed upon his knee. He assumed a grandiose demeanor as he declared, "You bicker incessantly. This is hardly the demeanor befitting pure-blood wizards." Sirius remained in the corner, observing Voldemort's ghastly pallor as he sat at the head of the table, the thin lips curling into an aristocratic smile. He was no longer the handsome young man who had espoused ideals at Hogwarts. Years steeped in dark magic had wrought irreversible changes upon his physique. At that moment, Sirius gazed into those blood-red eyes, feeling as though he were staring into the gaze of a venomous snake. Perhaps, Sirius suddenly mused, the initial allure of Voldemort's handsome and earnest visage had been instrumental in garnering the trust and allegiance of so many. If only he retained that countenance. Or if one were to glimpse the face he would bear 15 years hence, it was uncertain how things would unfold, he thought, in his quiet corner. While Lucius sat in the seat, he was nearly straining to endure. Did someone mention Sirius Black? Voldemort's gaze fixed directly upon Sirius. Perhaps you would care to share your thoughts? Weren't you once a close friend of James Potter? I have no opinions, Sirius replied in a monotone. I have not been in contact with Potter since. Haven't you stated that you were once close friends? Their closest ally now must be Peter Pettigrew, I suppose. He spoke leisurely. Peter? Voldemort's lips curled into a smirk. Very well. Everyone, return to your affairs. As of now, the time is not yet ripe. Sirius observed the faint smile on Voldemort's lips, wishing to cast an Avada Kedavra at him. Merlin's beard. Does he truly believe I am unaware that Wormtail has been relaying messages to Voldemort since 1979? Moreover, not yet time? Is he implying what I suspect? At this moment, was Voldemort's soul still too whole? Hadn't he just concluded a fit of madness? Was he contemplating yet another soul division to craft a Horcrux? Sirius cast a worried glance at Regulus, then turned and departed. That midnight, Sirius sat alone before the fireplace. He curled his legs, while a gray-winged owl perched on his arm, occasionally sipping from the pumpkin juice he held. The orange flames flickered within the hearth, consuming a letter. The light was dim yet warm, casting half of Sirius's face into shadow, rendering him increasingly grim and austere. Amongst the charred remnants of the letter lay the final vestige of its existence, inscribed with a moniker, Wormtail. Sirius had maintained this position for an extended period, long enough for his muscles to grow sore, yet his mind raced with thoughts. No one knew what this man, nearly swallowed by darkness, was contemplating, except for himself. No one would ever know, not to mention the intensity of his hatred towards this individual. It was around 2 o'clock in the morning, and the Black family mansion lay in a profound silence, with even the portrait of Mrs. Black long lost in slumber. The only sound that pierced the stillness of the night was the incessant ticking of the magical clock, its delicate hands turning with a clarity that echoed the passage of time. July 30th, 1980. Master, the child has been born, Neville Longbottom. It is not yet time. We must wait a while longer. July 31st, 1980. In the maternity ward of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, a cozy haven for mothers and infants. James sat at the bedside, his gaze tenderly fixed on the sleeping infant nestled in Lily's arms. His dark hair was even more tousled than usual, and while traces of fatigue lingered around his eyes, they were overshadowed by an unmistakable joy, the delight of first-time fatherhood. The birth of every tiny life brought euphoric elation to countless wizards. Clearly, James's demeanor resonated with the elegant and refined upbringing instilled by his beautiful, powerful, and gentle mother. Representative of the illustrious Potter lineage, James smiled, his charm still radiant as before he embraced fatherhood. He then extended a finger, gently yet affectionately prodding the cherubic face of his son. Smack! Lily swiftly swatted away the man's hand and lovingly chided, James, do be gentle. James chuckled foolishly, casting a glance at his wife and child, unable to suppress his laughter. Lily, look how adorable he is. Round and small, he resembles me so much as a child. It was evident that James had not yet regained his composure from the bliss of fatherhood. Harry, my little son, smile for daddy. In truth, the most apparent resemblance Harry bore to James was the disheveled hair he had inherited at birth. Lily rolled her eyes, feeling an overwhelming urge to cast a silencing charm on her husband. Patience, my dear Lily, she reminded herself, a newly minted father needs to vent and to be understood. A mother's impatience can be detrimental to the child. In truth, for an intelligent, rational, and gentle witch wed to a man with the temperament of a child, maintaining composure during such a monumental occasion of new life was enough to bring tears to the eyes of an exemplary mother. Lily vowed never to believe in the absurd notion that a Potter could mature after becoming a father. Those of Potter blood never truly grow up. If old Phineas Nigellus had heard this statement, he would surely have claimed that Lily was drawing unfounded generalizations. 12. Grimmauld Place. Sirius once more adjusted the collar of his splendid wizarding robes in front of the mirror, his eyes alight with anticipation excitement, and a touch of apprehension. "Sirius, you look dashing, and your collar is quite handsome as well," Remus remarked with a hint of exasperation. "But now, I believe it is time for us to depart. James and Lily are likely about to exit St. Mungo's. Regulus, hurry and get dressed. We are a bit pressed for time." Sirius finally lowered his hands from his collar, calling out to his brother seated in a chair. Regulus twitched his mouth in acknowledgement, pondering, if it weren't for your anxious excitement about becoming a father, would we truly be in such a rush? Nonetheless, a good brother must consider his elder brother's dignity. August 10th, 1980. The office of the headmaster at Hogwarts, filled with wondrous trinkets, welcomed an unexpected visitor, weary from travel. No one knew when he arrived or when he departed, nor what he discussed with Dumbledore. A stroke of fortune had arrived. The warm, swirling Black Lake. Harry was oblivious to his current state. More precisely, he lacked the clarity of consciousness. He could vaguely hear voices, a smooth, familiar male voice, albeit younger, accompanied by a gentle female voice that felt achingly familiar. Just like Mommy, Harry thought. "James, look. Our little Harry is about to open his eyes," Lily cooed, cradling Harry in her arms. James kissed his wife's forehead. "I wager Harry's eyes will be as beautiful as yours." 1980. This was an exceedingly unstable period, with the dark forces growing ever stronger, and the resistance on the brink of collapse. Yet amidst this near desperation, hope was poised to be born. Harry suddenly opened his eyes, anxious and desperate to see. His vision was initially blurred, awash in hues of blue and white. The sky? Could it be that he was lying on the grass outside Hogwarts? Beneath him was a soft, warm sensation. Harry attempted to rise, or at least sit up, but he found himself utterly incapable of controlling his body, as if the commands sent from his brain to his limbs were either unreceived or ignored. Were all his muscles petrified? It certainly felt unlike that. He could feel his hands and feet flailing about, but he could not exert any control, and even the words escaping his mouth were fragmented, muddled syllables, as if something obstructed his ability to articulate. Harry felt a surge of frustration at his lack of control, but his anxiety was futile. He could not command even a single muscle. Moving a tiny finger proved impossible. What Hogwarts sky? I must have truly died, Harry despaired. Yet, how could one die in such a manner? He could see, albeit not clearly, breathe, think. Aside from the lack of control over his body, nothing seemed amiss. Creak. A sound. Harry jolted to attention. Footsteps, seemingly soft and light, perhaps from comfortable house slippers. Before he could ponder further, a gentle, melodious female voice began uttering words his mind could not comprehend, yet stirred an instinctual desire to weep. "Harry, my little treasure. The blanket is all sun-kissed and ready. We want to tell Daddy that little Harry had an accident. Daddy want to know." Lily stood by the cradle, cradling a freshly laundered blanket, speaking softly. "Come here, Harry, let us snuggle. Mommy has prepared your blanket." Harry felt a pair of hands, soft and slightly calloused. The hands of a mother who refrained from keeping long nails. His mind was overwhelmed, not blank, but flooded with an influx of thoughts. Suddenly, a phrase surged into his consciousness. "You shall carry your treasure. Everything will begin anew from the very beginning. The starting point will also be the place where you are closest to happiness. The place where destiny can be altered." Harry felt as though his mind had exploded. Lily lifted Harry, cradling him so that his tiny head rested on her shoulder. The soft warmth of his face against her neck caused her to lean down and plant a kiss on his cheek. With her left hand supporting Harry, she retrieved her wand with her right, giving a gentle flick to the blanket draped over the cradle, which promptly arranged itself neatly within. "Harry, darling, your blanket is toasty warm. Would you like to take another nap?" Just as Lily intended to place little Harry back in the cradle, his tiny feet brushed against the blanket, prompting him to scrunch his face and erupt into tears. Lily's heart ached at once, and she hurriedly lifted him into her arms, pressing her cheek against his. "What's the matter, my little Harry? The blanket has been washed and is nice and clean now, and it's not wet anymore. Come here, let me feel your chubby little hands." Just as Lily reached out to take his small, pudgy hand to touch the freshly laundered blanket, little Harry wrapped his tiny arms around Lily's neck, clinging to his mother with unwavering determination. Harry was oblivious to the reasons behind this moment, nor did he care to ponder the cause. A veil seemed to cloud his vision. However, it did not hinder his recognition of the blurry figure embracing him. "Mother." His hands instinctively encircled her neck, brushing against a few strands of soft, fragrant, wine-red hair. Overcome with emotion, Harry's cries intensified. He had never wept so fervently before. In his memory, aside from the day Sirius had perished, he had never felt such overwhelming agitation. It felt as though something within his heart was surging forth, coursing through his veins, ultimately manifesting as tears streaming from his eyes and transforming into cries escaping his lips. "Mummy," he managed to utter, his voice a mere incoherent babble. Mummy S here, Mummy S here. Lily showered little Harry's forehead with kisses, gently rocking him while soothing him with tender words. Gradually, Harry ceased his weeping. His mother was present. The small child's face flushed red as he began to hiccup, his tiny fists clenching into unsteady little balls. Mummy was here. She wouldn't let Daddy know that little Harry had wet the bed. This was a secret between Mummy and little Harry. Mummy was here. Harry was safe. Lily cradled little Harry, gently swaying him while bestowing soft kisses on his forehead, humming a sweet melody. Harry's last conscious thought was enveloped in the comforting scent of his mother's gentle lullaby. He hiccuped once more before drifting into a blissful slumber. When James returned home from work, he found Lily pacing the room with little Harry in her arms, softly humming a tune. "My dear," James greeted, pressing a kiss on Lily's cheek and then on Harry's forehead. Lily whispered, "Be gentle." Harry cried for quite a while this afternoon before finally falling asleep. James tenderly stroked Harry's soft hair. "Indeed, my son is quite the rascal," Lily replied. "As soon as the little one finally dozes off, the big one comes home. This day truly offers no respite." With a smile, she mentally penned a letter of complaint to Hogwarts. Following the ancient staircase of the castle and traversing the corridors, one could utter the incantation to the statue of the enchanted stone, granting access to the headmaster's office. Yet, it was currently deserted, save for the rhythmic snores of the portraits. The Sorting Hat lay in slumber atop a three-legged stool. At that moment, most wizards, magical creatures, and enchanted objects were in repose, apart from the enchanted books and quills locked away in the small, rarely visited tower that had never seen a student's footstep. Though somewhat faded, one could discern the once beautiful elongated quill fluttering from an empty silver ink pot, settling upon a silently opened book bound in black dragon hide. The pages of the opened book bore writing, seemingly names. The last entry read, Draco Malfoy. The quill danced upon the blank parchment, and slowly, silver letters began to materialize. Gradually, those elegant cursive letters entwined and coalesced into a new name, Harry Potter. October 24th, 1981. Godric's Hollow. Lily stowed her wand and cradled Harry from James's embrace. "All done," she softly murmured. "Serious," with a smile, observed James, who wore a reluctant expression, and addressed Harry. "Harry, would you like your godfather to hold you?" Lily smiled at Harry, who blinked up at Sirius, stretching out his hands in a clear request to be held. He leaned towards Sirius, half of his body reaching out. Sirius laughed as he gathered Harry into his arms, saying, "With the protection of the Fidelius charm, we can at least safely navigate this most uncertain period. No one knows where we are or how to find us, so we are quite safe." James, entirely focused on Harry, playfully poked at him in Sirius's arms, eliciting delightful giggles from the child. However, he failed to notice the flash of pallor that crossed Sirius's face as he spoke those words. Though Harry sensed the brief stiffness in his godfather's body. "Something's amiss," Harry pondered. "Speaking of us, big feet," Lily seemed to recall something and turned to Sirius, inquiring, "Do you know how the Longbottoms are faring? Are they safe?" Sirius's brow furrowed instantly. "I've heard that the Cruciatus curse has inflicted irreversible damage on both their bodies and minds. They have been at St. Mungo's for recuperation. But do not worry, Street Mungo's has always maintained neutrality, and its security system is quite reassuring. Furthermore, there are protective measures in place, according to Dumbledore. It remains relatively safe." Hearing this, Lily felt somewhat relieved. "Then I can rest easy." Harry's bright green eyes darted around, and he began to squirm, attempting to escape towards his room. A startled Sirius almost lost his grip. "Harry, are you heading to your room?" he asked, tightening his hold on the restless child as he made his way to Harry's quarters. "Big feet, you keep Harry entertained. James and I will prepare dinner." Lily firmly pulled James, who had intended to follow their son, into the kitchen. Although this giant was also prone to causing chaos in the kitchen, it seemed wiser to let Big Feet and the little giant play together for safety. Lily had no desire to recall the mischief that ensued when giant Father James played with little giant Harry. After all, Harry had always been a good boy, merely led astray by his father. Once inside his room, Harry immediately expressed his desire to be set down with a vigorous motion, successfully indicating his intent. This behavior only reinforced Sirius's belief that Harry was indeed a miniaturized version of his father. Harry, in his eagerness to explore, began rummaging through his room, thankful to his parents for the soft carpet that covered the entire space. Comet broomstick model, over there, Hogwarts crest, over there, toy wands, over there, and the cushion knitted by Mum. Sirius watched with amusement as the chubby Harry tucked a small cushion beneath him and wriggled around, almost bursting with delight. However, he refrained from laughter out of respect for the child. It seems he has found what he was looking for. After some time of searching, Harry triumphantly retrieved his desired items, paper and a quill. Though the paper was merely a small scrap torn from his earlier play, he was delighted to have it. Harry clumsily grasped the quill with his pudgy little hands. Merlin, I must have ink at this crucial moment. Without it, writing would be no fun, he mused. Then earnestly set to work. To Sirius, the sight of the plump little one diligently scribbling on the paper was utterly charming. He crouched down, his deep gray eyes observing little Harry, finding the child irresistibly endearing. Harry, with a serious expression on his face, contemplated for a moment before resolutely handing over the small, wrinkled piece of paper to Sirius. This time, Sirius could not suppress his laughter, for he found it impossible to contain himself. The paper was crumpled and bore jagged edges, with the writing nearly illegible, resembling childish doodles of monsters. Nevertheless, the unfortunate piece of paper displayed the awkward English scrawled in dark blue ink, all of which Sirius recognized. It was a name, an utterly ordinary name, yet it bore a significance known only to a select few. The glimmer of incredulous speculation danced in Sirius's eyes. Those acquainted with the meaning of this name should have just been born, akin to the age of his godson. A world transformed. The name inscribed on that piece of parchment was Buckbeak. Beautiful, fierce, and proud. The mere utterance of this name conjured images of bright, amber-hued eyes and the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies. Perhaps it also evoked memories of a year spent in shared exile. For the first time in many years, Sirius felt an astonishing closeness to the past, as if it was within arm's reach, ready to be touched. However, as he instinctively reached out, his hand brushed against Harry's soft hair. Sirius paused, then smiled. It had been ages since such a radiant smile graced his handsome face. A smile imbued with deep nostalgia and reverence. I should have anticipated this. If I can, then surely you can too. Sirius, filled with excitement, tousled his hair and solemnly addressed the child before him. It's been a long time, Harry. Harry's green eyes glistened with unshed tears as he beamed, launching himself into Sirius's embrace, exclaiming, Bigfoot, Bigfoot, Bigfoot. His eyes brimmed with longing. Yes, a profound longing. Once he was free, he would never again have to return to the Dursleys. They could rely on each other, residing in the countryside, in a place where the sky was visible. After being confined for so many years, he must yearn for such a place. Harry suddenly recalled this thought, ever since encountering Sirius. It had become one of his most cherished dreams, until Sirius vanished behind that curtain. The 17-year-old Potter clenched his small fists in determination. Bellatrix Lestrange, he vowed silently, this time, you shall not have the opportunity to cast the curse that felled Sirius. Perhaps the true beginning of everything transpired on an ordinary afternoon amidst that dreadful era. Today, Harry, reborn as Potter, successfully reunited with Sirius, who had been reborn years earlier as Black. Everything Sirius had done previously laid the groundwork for Harry's future. Yet, it would be inaccurate to say that many of Sirius's actions had significantly altered his own fate. No, the most crucial point was that day had yet to arrive. Sirius sat on the ground, while Harry nestled in the cradle, their gazes aligning perfectly. Harry expressed great fondness for this mode of conversation. Although still adjusting to the infant's body, sitting was far preferable to being held. They had just engaged in a simple exchange, as Harry was unaware of the historical context during this time. Throughout their discourse, it was Sirius who spoke, and Harry who listened. When Harry finally attempted to voice something, Sirius helplessly conveyed his clear intent. Harry, please, let us not discuss certain events that transpired after my death. Harry could only twitch his lips in reply. It's quite challenging to do anything in a child's body. He then continued to listen to Sirius. Bigfoot, you just said. Harry could hardly believe his ears. Are you now a spy for Voldemort? Why? Sirius smiled gently. Harry, you must understand, I returned long before you did. Some things can change quite easily. For instance, my relationship with my family, particularly with Regulus, and my caution regarding Peter Pettigrew. Harry listened in silence. Thank Merlin, I've attended Hogwarts for 7 years. Sirius's expression turned nostalgic, recalling those examinations, which had been nothing short of nightmares. However, I was fortunate to have James and Remus by my side. Oh, Harry felt reassured. I was worried you might have gone to Slytherin. That nearly terrified me. Sirius blinked. To be honest, I pondered that question for a brief period, ultimately deciding to let it be. Yet, in the end, the sorting hat showed no indication whatsoever that I should belong to Slytherin. Harry vividly recalled that hat. However, it must be said, Gryffindor truly posed the greatest challenge I encountered. Sirius continued. Although I am delighted, it also brought upon me that letter, which essentially expressed my disgrace in tarnishing the proud tradition of the Black family. As he spoke, it seemed a memory struck him, and his smile widened significantly. However, before Christmas, Regulus wrote to me, saying he had prepared gifts for my return home. Perhaps he has always been that way. If not for the second chance, I would never have realized it. He sighed, laughing again. Later, we had an even more heated argument. I wrote back telling him to send the gifts to school. I was spending Christmas at James's. He needn't concern himself with me. Of course, I wasn't burnt from the tapestry. Sirius laughed heartily at Harry's worried expression. Harry fell silent. According to his memory, Sirius had already run away from home by that time, and his mother had likely disowned him from the Black family tapestry. Yet, evidently, none of that had occurred now. Perhaps Regulus was still alive? Harry couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. We are somewhat alike. Though I'm not entirely sure in what ways, Sirius mused, contemplating the similarities between himself and Regulus, but ultimately failing to articulate a conclusion. Bigfoot, how is Regulus doing lately? Harry opted for a more ambiguous inquiry, realizing later that he had apparently followed Voldemort from a young age and had earned his trust, with a significant task assigned to him. Although that task was rather cruel and primarily involved Creature, Harry silently added, I know. Regulus seemed to return to that place again, although I'm unsure of its location. It's likely a damp cave with much water, Sirius replied, after he returned. He appeared dazed for quite some time. Once he recovered, I asked him what had transpired, but he consistently refused to tell me. The tenderness and concern in Sirius's tone for his brother were palpable. Upon hearing Sirius's description of the cave, Harry felt compelled to give him a thumbs up and say, Godfather, you're absolutely right. It's precisely that kind of place. However, upon hearing Sirius mention Regulus, Harry suppressed his desire to speak. Since Regulus did not wish for Sirius to know, there must be a reason for it, Harry thought. After all, that place was indeed a nightmare. Just thinking of it sent a chill down Harry's spine, prompting him to shift the topic. Bigfoot, what is the current situation? I've noticed you and Dad often appear troubled. Now at this, Sirius's expression immediately grew somber. It's hard to say, Harry. Currently, aside from the Black and Malfoy families covertly switching allegiances, Voldemort still possesses his loyal followers. Malfoy family? Harry exclaimed. Lucius Malfoy? Isn't he still a staunch supporter of pureblood and Voldemort? At least, he should be on the surface. Harry, to be frank, my understanding of him over the years has shown that Lucius is often a wizard who adeptly navigates advantages and disadvantages, Sirius explained, and, as you mentioned, he is first and foremost a staunch supporter of pureblood, only then a servant to Voldemort. It's been a while since I've heard that name. It sounds truly splendid. Are you implying? Harry quickly grasped the crux of the matter. The Gaunt Mansion? Have you unearthed Voldemort's past? Clever, Harry. Sirius regarded him with admiration. After all, I was previously unaware of certain matters. Now that I desire change, I must find a breakthrough. However, it's quite challenging. I disguised myself as a muggle and quietly ventured to Little Hangleton, where I spent nearly half a month searching for clues. Upon uncovering those subtle clues, I immediately set forth on my journey back to London in search of Dumbledore. It was during the polishing of the trophies at school that I happened to catch a glimpse of a trophy belonging to someone with the surname Riddle. Just a stone's throw away from the Gaunt residence, there exists a muggle family bearing the name Riddle, and within Hogwarts, there is also a special contribution award attributed to an individual of the same name. Even if it is a rather common name, such a coincidence should raise suspicions, especially considering that Riddle is not as ubiquitous as one might think. Thus, after my inquiries with Dumbledore, despite his rather ambiguous responses, I discerned his subtle hints, confirming my suspicions. At this point, Sirius could not help but scoff, asserting that Voldemort was far from being a pureblood. Thus, even if he were a descendant of Slytherin, it would make little difference to certain pureblood adherents, wouldn't it? Moreover, given the state of the Gaunt family, it seemed unlikely that either Peverell or Slytherin would acknowledge such descendants. After his sardonic remark, Sirius returned to the matter at hand, and with Dumbledore's assistance, I began to grasp the situation more clearly. Dumbledore had been investigating these matters for quite some time, but the pivotal breakthroughs appeared to stem from his private discussions with Regulus, where I suspected they ultimately arrived at the conjecture of Horcruxes. Harry chuckled. However, an even more dreadful hypothesis lingered unspoken. Footsteps. Lily called from outside. Dinner is ready. Bring Harry out. Coming. Sirius responded, glancing at Harry. There's nothing substantial left to discuss for now. We can chat later when it's safe to do so, without prying ears, Harry. Harry grinned, displaying his small white teeth in agreement. After yet another modest but delightful dinner, Harry felt himself utterly enchanted by his mother's culinary skills. Well, Dad's little pastries aren't too shabby either, though they are a bit burnt. Following the meal, Harry squirmed in Lily's embrace. Come on, I'm a grown-up now. It's quite embarrassing to be held by my mother while eating, he thought, yet such sentiments remained unexpressed. Ultimately, after casting a knowing glance at Sirius, Harry successfully landed back on the ground. Lily, I see Harry is full and can't be held any longer, and you haven't eaten much either. Let him down to play, Sirius suggested, understandingly. Harry silently cheered. Godfather, you are my savior. After receiving Harry's gratitude, the savior Sirius Black continued. I believe Harry is over a year old now. It's about time we let him try eating on his own. Perhaps we should consider a high chair for him. Godfather, you are undoubtedly my savior. Harry thought. I just feel Harry is getting a bit heavy. After this meal, Lily, you must be quite exhausted. Sirius took a sip of watermelon juice. Footsteps. Lily agreed. He does seem a bit heavy. However, I worry that little Harry might not eat well on his own. She smiled gently at Harry, who was waddling towards the sofa. James held Lily's hand and kissed her forehead as they watched Harry clumsily climb onto the couch. This is the darkest hour before the dawn. Sirius stood at the crossroads, glancing back at the house aglow with warm lights. Yet, without enduring this dark period, dawn would never break. Harry lay on the sofa, his little belly protruding, saying farewell to his godfather while continuing to watch his mother knit a scarf and his father tidying up the table and utensils. No, it should be said that he was observing his father directing the table and utensils to tidy themselves. Life is truly beautiful and comforting. If only that day would never arrive. October 31st. A mist formed in Harry's emerald eyes as he quietly gazed at Lily and James. His gaze filled with longing and profound love. Dad, Mom. He remembered the moment he became aware of returning to being just over a year old. Watching the serene James and Lily, his heart brimming with trepidation that overshadowed his joy. The magical clock displayed the time, his beautiful mother, his handsome father. Not number 4. Privet Drive, but a home filled with magic. However, how long could all of this last? Lily gently poked James with her knitting needle, lowering her voice to say, Darling, don't you think Harry hardly cries at all? Didn't he just cry while hiccuping in his sleep last time? James replied, Besides, yes, my son. It's quite normal for him to be strong. Lily shot James a look that clearly said you fool, and silently resumed her knitting. How long could all of this last? Would everything return to how it was after that day? Or Harry gazed at the starry night sky outside, murmuring, Footsteps. In this changing world. October 31st, 1981. A night as ordinary as any other. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Augusta Longbottom placed the young Neville in Alice Longbottom's arms, and as the little one nestled against his mother, he ceased his cries. His dark eyes fixated on the crinkled candy wrapper in her hand. Augusta sighed, her neatly combed silver hair now streaked with gray. In just over a year, she felt as if she had aged several years. She glanced at her son, who was staring blankly at the ceiling, her lips pressed into a thin line, her back seemingly bent under an unseen weight. Then, she trudged outside to dispose of the trash. Perhaps she simply needed some fresh air. Augusta Longbottom. An ordinary witch among many. Perhaps, from the current perspective, her most distinctive trait was that both her son and daughter-in-law were warriors of the Order of the Phoenix, tormented by Death Eaters to the point of being sent to St. Mungo's for healing. Moreover, she had just become a grandmother to a newborn life. In such a period, the birth of each new life would bring forth a measure of strength and perseverance. The corridors of St. Mungo's were eerily quiet, even as they filled with individuals displaying various expressions, their attire either tidy or tattered and bloodied. A dark time. No one knew if the Dark Lord's hand would extend to this place in the days to come. Nor did anyone know that a figure cloaked in black was standing in the hall of St. Mungo's, observing a diagram depicting the various wards. The Curse Damage Department. 5th floor. Voldemort silently traversed the corridors of St. Mungo's, occasionally encountering anxious witches and wizards rushing past him. As he passed by some rooms, he would glance inside. But more often, his thoughts were elsewhere. He had never been to St. Mungo's before. Yet now, he felt that such places, even if they did not exist, would make little difference to wizards. He halted before a closed hospital room, glancing up at the door sign. The hood of his cloak slipped back slightly, revealing his sickly pale skin, pronounced nose, and an indescribably sinister visage. He contemplated for a moment before pushing the door open. Room 11. Roar. Just as Voldemort stepped into the room, Frank Longbottom, who had been lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, suddenly sprang up. Akin to a lion defending its territory from an intruder, he glared at Voldemort, his eyes bloodshot. Voldemort smiled faintly and turned to close the door. Alice Longbottom trembled, clutching her little Neville tightly. Voldemort's hand gripped his wand firmly, disregarding Frank Longbottom's furious outburst and Alice's trembling. His gaze was fixed solely on the child. A tiny, fragile, inconsequential life. What right did it have? What right did it have to look at him with such eyes? Innocent, pure, unafraid. As if he were no different from an ordinary wizard standing here. But it mattered not. Voldemort raised his hand, his wand aimed directly at young Neville. Yet the child continued to gaze at him with an unwavering stare. Avada Kedavra, Voldemort intoned with a chilling calmness. However, the strike he believed would ensure his victory did not extinguish the life of the fragile young boy, for in that fleeting moment, Frank Longbottom lunged at Voldemort, the green light from the wand striking his chest. His eyes widened in shock, blood bursting forth to stain his irises crimson. His body fell like an ancient tree, his hand reaching futilely toward Voldemort. Though his hand could no longer grasp, his eyes remained fixed on Voldemort, defiant even in death. Voldemort sensed the hatred in that gaze. Relishing it, he brushed non-existent dust from his robes, chuckling as he flicked his wand. His black pupils were tinged with red, and the whites of his eyes seemed perpetually filled with blood. "Next is you, little one," he said, his smile widening, distorting his already grotesque visage. He lowered his voice to a whisper, tinged with a nervous edge. "This time, your father won't be here to protect you." Yet, how could the child comprehend his words? He merely stared at the man lying on the ground, believing he merely wished to lie back and gaze at the ceiling. Voldemort's second Avada Kedavra did not strike Neville as he intended. It instead hit Alice Longbottom in the back. In that instant, Alice clutched Neville tightly, trembling as she turned to the side. The killing curse impacted her frail spine, and she collapsed onto the bed with a muted thud. Even in her unconscious fall, she did not crush the child in her embrace. "My child. Oh, little one." Voldemort appeared to revel in this torment, akin to a cat toying with its prey. The tip of his wand glowed ominously. "Who else do you have now?" To his surprise, the child did not cry. His dark eyes continued to look at him, seemingly oblivious to the calamity surrounding him. He was far too young, unaware of death, and did not know that the two people who loved him most had departed this world. "Love." Voldemort uttered the incantation with a smile that was both gleeful and grotesque. Avada Kedavra. A tremendous explosion accompanied by the sharp wail of St. Mungo's alarms erupted. In a moment of confusion, Augusta Longbottom stood at the corridor's edge, gazing at the distant ward, which emitted a blinding white light, as though petrified in place. The sound of the explosion and the alarm seemed to freeze time. She stumbled slightly, then began to run in small, frantic strides. The blast had affected nearby wizards, leaving a trail of crimson blood on the ground. Augusta pushed through the throngs of people, desperately trying to call out to them to make way, for that was where her son and daughter-in-law were, and her little grandson, just over a year old. Yet, despite her exertions, her voice was hoarse, as if a fire lodged in her throat. In her hand, she clutched a container filled with steaming food. "Oh, Merlin," she silently implored, "please do not torment me so." A faint cry from the destroyed ward reached her ears, and in that moment, it felt as though something warm filled her slowly stilling heart, rekindling its beat. The food container clattered to the ground, and simultaneously, Augusta surged into the ward. "Neville, it's all right, Grandma is here." Her aged, trembling hands gently lifted the child, cradling him to her chest. Outside, the cacophony grew increasingly frantic. Yet little Neville nestled in his grandmother's embrace, tranquil, as if no peril from the outside world could ever reach him. Godric's Hollow. The sun had risen to a height where it illuminated the entire room through the window, yet Harry remained blissfully asleep in his cradle. Lily quietly opened the door a crack to glance at Harry, then carefully closed it again. "Harry's still sleeping. Let us have our meal first," she said to James. "He rarely sleeps in this late. Let him rest a bit longer." "Very well," James replied after some thought. "We have a celebration to attend tonight, and it's best for Harry to be well rested, so he tired later. Such a momentous day deserves to be celebrated with energy." Lily refrained from voicing her concerns regarding the need for caution in their celebrations, whether due to the frenzied owls flying about or the magic employed to enhance the festivities. "Oh, Merlin, Muggles are not fools. Such actions would expose us." Yet, deep down, she truly believed they needed this celebration. It had been 11 long years without a single event to bring everyone joy, and finally, this moment had arrived. "James," Lily's expression suddenly hardened, the gentle curve of her lips turning rigid. "Well, now that Voldemort has vanished, she faltered, never having encountered such a moment of speechlessness before. "What I mean to say is, have the Longbottoms been approached by the mysterious figure? What will he do to them?" Lily asked, voicing her most pressing concern. "What about their child?" James found himself at a loss for words. Although he often struggled to respond to Lily's inquiries, this was different. He did not know how to articulate the unspoken truth they both understood. Now in Godric's Hollow, all they knew was that there was a celebration planned to commemorate the mysterious figure's disappearance. The news of the celebration had only just been relayed to them by Bathsheba. "Oh, Lily," James ran a hand through his disheveled black hair. "I believe we will learn the outcome of matters tonight. Trust in Dumbledore." Lily sighed. Worry etched across her face. "Footloose hasn't contacted us in days, and I fear he may be in trouble. After all, everyone knows Regulus is a Death Eater, along with Remus. I wonder if the potions I brewed will be sufficient for him during this time. Moony will be fine. With Footloose around, he will be safe." James wrapped his arms around Lily, reassuring her. "As for everything else, trust in Footloose and the others. They will handle it." Just as the parents embraced in a quiet moment, Harry awoke from his dreams. The reason for his late rising was clear. Last night, he had been counting stars on his ceiling, enchanted by the same magic James had cast over it as he had in Hogwarts. If everything were to conclude that night, Harry wished to awaken to see Voldemort's face, hoping he could resist. Yet, until he had unconsciously slipped into slumber, Voldemort had not appeared. Harry blinked his hazy green eyes, sitting in his cradle, having dreamt a weary dream. However, in the moment he awoke, it seemed he had forgotten all about it. In Surrey, England, a dreary, overcast Tuesday, Mr. Dursley, a supervisor at Grunnings, found his concentration shattered by the flurry of owls outside his window. Indeed, it was not just him. Everyone was bewildered by the multitude of owls fluttering about. Nevertheless, he persevered through the workday. At 5 o'clock, Mr. Dursley finished his day, still preoccupied with worry. He collided with a figure standing at the door. The man he bumped into was an elderly wizard, clad in his favorite violet robe, his face alight with joy, showing no hint of anger despite nearly losing his balance. He listened to Mr. Dursley mumbling apologies, yet a radiant smile blossomed upon his face. "You need not apologize, esteemed sir," he proclaimed, "for nothing today could possibly vex me. I am overwhelmed with joy, for the enigmatic figure has finally departed. Even someone as mundane as you should join in the celebration of this momentous occasion." With that, he disregarded the bewildered Mr. Dursley and the onlookers drawn by his exuberant voice, striding away. Mr. Dursley remained rooted to the spot, taking some time to regain his composure. He then hurried to his car, eager to return home. Regrettably, Mr. Dursley's peculiar and disquieting day came to an abrupt end here. Upon arriving home, everything was as it always was. After sharing a dinner with his wife and son, the family retired early. Thus, they were oblivious to the unusual evening news. Whether it was the flurry of owls or the meteor shower, it held no relevance for them. The Dursleys were indeed a conventional family, untouched by the uncanny and bizarre, for they harbored no belief in the supernatural. November 3rd, 1981. The weather was overcast and chilly, with the threat of snow looming. In the village of Hogsmeade, the Hogshead Inn, an elderly witch pushed open the wooden door of the pub and entered, her expression grave and solemn. She wore a long, intricately embroidered green dress, her meticulously coiffed hair adorned with a tall hat. Atop the hat rested an eagle specimen, and a massive crimson handbag swung from her arm, her vintage attire creating an aura of aloofness. "Good afternoon, Madam Longbottom," Dumbledore greeted her as he rose. "I arranged to meet here as you indicated that visiting your home would be inconvenient. Would you care for a drink?" "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore," Augusta Longbottom replied curtly. "But I would prefer to return home as soon as possible." "Very well, let us keep this brief." Dumbledore adjusted his slightly slipping glasses and led her to a private room. "Please, follow me, for our ensuing conversation must remain between us." In the somewhat shabby compartment, Augusta Longbottom silently observed as Dumbledore waved his wand, casting several silencing and protective charms. "I must first apologize for requesting your presence at such a time, but there are matters concerning Voldemort and your grandson, Neville Longbottom, that I must address." At the mere mention of that name, Augusta shuddered, interrupting Dumbledore once more. "Please, speak plainly. My time is limited, so let us dispense with unnecessary pleasantries." Dumbledore displayed no signs of displeasure at her somewhat impolite behavior. He understood the emotions coursing through the woman before him. Sitting upright in his chair, his hands clasped in his elegantly draped robes, a hint of sorrow tinged his steady voice. "I am deeply sorry about Frank and Alice." "Sorry?" Augusta's tone abruptly rose, akin to a record scratch. "No, you need not apologize, Professor Dumbledore. The Order of the Phoenix is their pride. Yet I am simply heartbroken that this all comes at the expense of my child." Her voice cracked with sorrow, as if the weight of grief was becoming unbearable. "Can you comprehend? The entire world celebrates the demise of the Dark Lord, while I alone, only I." She buried her face in her hands, overwhelmed by a deep wail. She was but an ordinary old witch, yet at this moment, she stood apart from all others. No joy illuminated her heart. Regardless of the magical world's bright skies, her own remained shrouded in darkness. She wept solely for her child. Dumbledore observed the grieving Augusta, silently offering her a handkerchief. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke softly. "I can somewhat understand your feelings." "I know," Augusta interjected, drying her tears. Her once vulnerable expression now hardened, with only the redness of her eyes betraying her earlier fragility. "All wizards know of your esteemed reputation, Professor Dumbledore. And Frank and Alice always spoke highly of you. They were brave warriors. They deserved my admiration far more than I theirs," Dumbledore replied. "You did not summon me merely to offer words of comfort, did you?" Augusta adjusted her demeanor, regarding Dumbledore with seriousness. "I can surmise it concerns young Neville." "Indeed," Dumbledore acknowledged with a nod. "I had a feeling," Augusta said, pressing the nearly soaked handkerchief between her palms, sitting upright. He is quite a handful at present. Her tone was laced with concern. Oh, yes, Dumbledore chuckled. Before I came here, Minerva mentioned to me that he would become renowned, a legendary figure. If one day a Neville Longbottom Day were to be established, I would not be the least bit surprised. Countless books would be penned about him. Every child in our world would come to know his name. Augusta dismissed such empty accolades, merely inquiring after an old friend. How is Minerva? Very well. The students adore her transfiguration classes, Dumbledore replied with a smile. However, when the topic shifted to Neville, his tone grew grave. Where is Neville currently residing? With his uncle Algy. Rest assured, the escaped Death Eaters shall not find him. I would like to hear your thoughts, Professor Dumbledore, on Neville's situation, Augusta pressed. Dumbledore straightened in his chair. This was the crux of his visit. Considering the reality of what Minerva had stated, he knew that such circumstances could easily overwhelm any child. Thus, I believe it is best for him to grow up away from the limelight, until he is ready to comprehend it all. This may very well be in his best interest. Augusta sat in stunned silence, absorbing Dumbledore's perspective. Whether he is with you or elsewhere, regardless of his talents, do not disclose any information regarding his vanquishing of Voldemort. Allow him to mature like an ordinary child. This is my request of you today. Augusta buried her face in her hands, offering no reply. Dumbledore regarded her kindly, his voice gentle. Furthermore, you need not worry excessively for his safety. Trust me. The escaped Death Eaters are far too preoccupied with their own troubles. It has been a privilege to meet with you today, Madame Longbottom. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I await your response. Goodbye, Augusta. Dumbledore opened the door. Best wishes to you and young Neville. Goodbye, Dumbledore, Augusta whispered, her voice trembling. And blessings upon you. November 5, 1981. Dumbledore received a letter delivered by a solemn, elderly owl. Inside the envelope lay a clean handkerchief and a note containing but 3 lines. We unanimously agree with your proposal, Professor Dumbledore. We have now vacated the previous residence. Yes. For Merlin's sake, at least he was blissful in ignorance. Yours sincerely, Augusta Longbottom. November 8, 1981. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. Sirius Black awoke from a nightmare, the culmination of which was a cacophony of explosions. As he struggled to open his eyes, he realized the sound was merely an incessant and growing series of knocks at the door. Come in, he called out, only to realize that his voice was severely hoarse. Supporting himself on the bed, he attempted to sit up, but despite straining his arms, he could not lift his body and instead slumped back onto the bed in utter exhaustion. Sirius let out a sigh, raising a hand to wipe the beads of sweat from his nose and forehead, his hair dampened by the moisture. It was the most terrifying nightmare he had ever experienced. His mind was consumed with distress, drenched in sweat, leaving him feeling as though he had been tortured to the brink of death, yet unable to confide in anyone. No. Suddenly, Sirius thought, perhaps he could write a letter to Harry? But how could he prevent James and Lily from seeing it? Sirius? The voice of Regulus, who had just entered the room, interrupted his thoughts. Upon seeing Sirius's pale complexion, he asked with concern, what's wrong? In Regulus's memory, even when punished by their mother and confined to the room adorned with the family tree for 2 days, Sirius had never appeared this feeble. He would emerge ruffling Regulus's hair and smiling at him. Perhaps it could be said that throughout his life, every memory he held of Sirius painted him as a robust wolf. I'm fine, just had a nightmare, Sirius replied as Regulus helped him sit up. Regulus placed a cushion behind him to make him more comfortable. Maybe it's due to the Ministry's bizarre scrutiny, causing me to dream about them. After some time, Sirius's complexion improved. By the way, isn't this morning the last hearing for the Malfoy family? What was the outcome? Sirius suddenly recalled the events he had missed during his nightmare and quickly inquired. Acquitted, Regulus replied. That scoundrel Lucius is far more eloquent than you, Sirius. He managed to convince the investigators that the Malfoys have always been pure-blooded, to the point that even the head of the Ministry began to speak on his behalf. Of course, their financial dealings remain a secret. I came to find you for this reason. Lucius and Narcissa are here, Regulus said. Sirius furrowed his brow. What do they want at a time like this? Don't they know to avoid suspicion? Just as Sirius finished speaking, he heard someone at the door respond. The tone of the escaped Malfoy laced with a sense of pretentiousness. You needn't worry about that. I can assure you this meeting will be one of the safest in the world. Lucius mimicked Sirius's earlier words in his home. I would never jest with the hard-won innocence of the Malfoy and Black families. Besides, what do you mean by at a time like this? Well done, Lucius, Sirius laughed. I feel as though I've received all the words I once told you back. What is that old saying? The wheel of fortune turns. Lucius raised an eyebrow. Narcissa and Regulus both chuckled at the exchange. On the bed, Sirius waved his hand dismissively at Lucius's remark and their laughter, his expression clearly indicating his desire to ignore them. By the way, hasn't the Ministry appointed you as the head of the Muggle department? How unpromising. Should I speak on your behalf to see if you can transfer to another department? Lucius inquired. Over this period of unity, he had come to regard Sirius as one of his own, especially considering that, from Narcissa's perspective, he already was. I heard you're still in the same department as that Weasley fellow. Really? TSK, Lucius continued. What Muggle department? Sirius rolled his eyes at Lucius. It's the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Please get it right next time. And what's wrong with the Weasleys? Stop disparaging their family. I think the Weasleys are quite decent, and they are pure blood too. From certain perspectives, they might even be better than us. At least they don't bear any marks that defy the aesthetics of pure-blooded wizards, nor have they been used as pawns by Voldemort. Before Lucius could respond, Narcissa redirected the conversation. Your department is quite peculiar, she remarked. Isn't this contradictory? Perhaps, Sirius, you should consider changing departments? No need. I rather enjoy it. I love this work, Sirius stretched lazily. At least in that department, when I study Muggle motorcycles, no one yells at me. It's quite pleasant. Now, no one is yelling at you. Are they serious? Narcissa's brow furrowed deeper. All right, Narcissa, tell me, besides Uncle Alfred, who hasn't yelled at me? Especially my mother. Oh, and Regulus. He hardly yelled at me, just said a few words. Narcissa glanced at the pictures of Muggle motorcycles plastered on the walls and wisely chose not to say anything further, understanding that no matter what she said, it would be futile. However, her gaze swept over the motorcycle posters and the large Gryffindor banner, landing on something that piqued her interest. That one. Narcissa pointed to a photograph, asking Lucius, isn't that little fellow someone we saw at the Ministry? He seems to have been escorted to Azkaban by Dementors. Lucius glanced at it and nodded. Indeed. Sirius fell silent. That was one of many photographs on the wall, depicting all the Gryffindors from years past, the magic everlasting. The lens capturing the youthful faces, eternally preserving their smiles. Staring at the picture, Sirius suddenly found himself lost in thought. This was the only formal photograph of the four of them together. Remus appeared to have just passed the full moon, his complexion still somewhat pale. James, with his perpetually tousled hair, was laughing handsomely. And he, at that time, was far from the mature and world-weary Sirius of today. He was a youthful and joyous version of himself. And Peter, by the way, Sirius, that Potter's child in the picture also over a year old. Born the same year as Draco? He seems a bit younger than Draco. Narcissa observed another photograph on the wall, which featured only 4 individuals, Sirius, Remus, Potter, and his girlfriend. Evans, how about you arrange for them to meet someday? I'd like to find Draco a playmate of a similar age. Oh, I'll ask Lily about it. Sirius replied wearily. If nothing else comes up, I'd like to sleep a bit more. I'm very tired. A Changing World. December 25th, 1981. Christmas. Harry yawned as he got out of bed. He was growing quickly, and the cradle was no longer sufficient for him, so James had arranged a big bed for him. It was indeed a large bed. Harry thought that even if he grew as big as Hagrid, this bed would still suffice. Of course, his notion of big was merely from a child's perspective. Rolling off the thickly padded bed and onto the soft carpet, he yawned again. Despite his rapid growth, he still found himself unaccustomed to his small body. Sitting on the carpet and rubbing his eyes, he heard James push open the door and call out, Harry, are you up yet? Mom and Dad, along with Bigfoot and the Moon Face, have prepared gifts for you. I'm up, Dad. Harry yawned once more. And James walked in and scooped him up. Come on, Dad will take you to unwrap the presents. Yay, Harry exclaimed excitedly. Mom's gift was a little sweater, which Lily promptly put on him as soon as he stepped outside. He looked down at the reindeer design on the sweater, then turned to see an even larger reindeer on James's new sweater. Mom, I love you, Harry said, using his father's height to plant a kiss on his mother's cheek. I think my reindeer is cooler than Dad's. I think yours is handsomer than your dad's too, Lily laughed. Dad's gift was a small box adorned with beautiful patterns and intricate protective spells. Just as Harry was about to open it, James stopped him. Harry, I assure you, this is the best gift, so we'll save the best for last. Harry pouted, indulging his father's shameless boasting. The remaining gifts lay beneath the Christmas tree, and Harry sat cross-legged on the floor, blissfully surrounded by Christmas presents. He randomly picked a gift from the pile beside him. This one is the biggest. I'll unwrap it. Lemus's gift was an extravagant box of homemade chocolates, each piece adorned in vibrant colors, suggesting an array of delightful flavors. The craftsmanship of Moonface had indeed reached new heights. After sampling a piece, James offered a thoughtful critique, while Harry, beaming with joy, presented the entire box to Lily as if it were a treasure, flashing his small white teeth in delight. Lily, with a smile, took one, bit off half, and then fed the other half to Harry, cautioning him, be careful of toothaches. I'll keep this entire box safe, and you may only indulge in 2 pieces per day. As Lily secured the chocolates away, Harry endured the playful mockery of his father. Just wait until your mother confiscates your silly toys. Let's see how you laugh then. He mused inwardly. When it came to amusing toys, Harry had to concede that James surpassed even George and Fred combined. He contemplated introducing the Hogwarts Destroyers graduating class to the Hogwarts Jokesters first-year group. He chuckled to himself. Sirius's present was a child-sized broomstick, perfect for someone of Harry's age. Upon unwrapping the outer layer of packaging, Harry was left utterly astonished. He recognized this broom. However, he had not anticipated receiving it at this moment. This was the very broom he had discovered during his escape to number 12, Grimmauld Place. Captured in a photograph from Lily's letter, he distinctly remembered the contents of that letter, and suddenly felt a surge of emotion, wiping away a tear when he thought no one was watching. Look, it's from Bigfoot, James remarked, glancing at the note before handing it to Harry. Can you read it? Son, would you like me to read it to you? Harry shot his father a glare, taking the letter and realizing something was amiss. The letter contained only a single line addressed to Harry, a Christmas gift. Yet the paper was thick, and when James and Lily were not looking, Harry discreetly folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket. Did Petunia not send a gift this year? James inquired of Lily, sounding somewhat disappointed. I was looking forward to it. Lily playfully punched him in the chest, replying, no one knows we are here besides Bigfoot and the others. Petunia wouldn't know where to send a gift. Indeed, my dear, you are correct, James said, kissing Lily on the cheek, adding, my son just kissed me. And I haven't kissed him yet. Lily shot a glance at Harry and playfully hit James again. The entire afternoon passed with Harry predominantly on the broom, repeatedly aiming for the hideous vase that was supposedly a gift from Aunt Petunia and colliding with it. Not that he genuinely wished to shatter it. He merely sought to validate his mother's earlier letter, but each time, his mother thwarted him with a spell. It was all the broom's fault for only being able to hover 2 feet off the ground. Otherwise, he could have flown better. Nevertheless, even his rudimentary flying elicited praise from his father, and his mother captured photographs of him. Ultimately, during one last flying attempt, Harry successfully knocked the vase off the table, though it remained unbroken, as his mother had magically shielded it. Ugh, Harry exclaimed in frustration, feeling powerless. Time always seemed to fly during joyful moments. And after relishing a sumptuous Christmas dinner, Harry waddled back to his room, slightly gassy and ready for bed. It was only while removing his trousers that he remembered the letter he had secretly hidden away. The letter, as Harry had surmised, was twofold. After folding it, he easily tore away the top layer, which served as a ruse. Dear Harry, I had a dream the other day, a nightmare, about many years ago with Peter. You know, recently, the Ministry of Magic conducted a thorough purge of all Voldemort's former followers, facing endless interrogations. Fortunately, both Rel and I emerged unscathed. I believe the dream was somewhat influenced by my exhaustion. As for the Malfoy family, I previously mentioned them to you, but you might not be well acquainted with their affairs. Here, your godfather solemnly informs you that, under my considerable influence, the entire Malfoy family, including Draco, who is of your age, has long since switched allegiances. This is of little consequence. By the way, since the ministry's reforms, I have been appointed as the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and your former friend Arthur Weasley is the deputy. I have heard a bit about him, and believe we will get along splendidly on matters concerning Muggle artifacts. I hope that upon returning to school, you can reconnect with your old friends. Ron and Hermione are both quite courageous. Do you still like your Christmas gift? I initially wanted to gift you an owl for our correspondence, but I thought it peculiar to write to you at just over a year old. I truly hope you grow up quickly. Your godfather, Bigfoot. If it is inconvenient, do not feel obliged to reply. After reading the letter, Harry pondered for a moment. Given that he was only a year old, if he were to compose a proper reply, James and Lily would undoubtedly be suspicious. So he reluctantly abandoned the idea of responding. Speaking of that letter, where was his cat? Just before drifting off to sleep, Harry suddenly recalled that the letter mentioned he nearly harmed a kitten. How could he inquire about the kitten with his mother? Later that night, Lily placed the photographs into the revealing potion and began composing a letter. This letter bore no distinction from the one Harry had previously discovered in Sirius's bedroom, as they were, in fact, the same letter. The only difference lay in Lily's brief greeting to Sirius at the beginning, followed by casual conversation before addressing a significant change in Harry's life. While I cannot dispute James's assertion that Harry possesses a talent for Quidditch, I genuinely envy Tom, who is fostered by the Bashida family. He escaped this disaster. By the way, you previously mentioned that Narcissa Malfoy wished to meet with us, hoping to find a companion for her son, Draco, I believe. Upon reflection, I find this agreeable. James also thinks Harry needs a little friend. There are hardly any wizard children of Harry's age in Godric's Hollow, and I fear he may feel lonely. It is truly too cold right now. Both Harry and James are quite bored indoors. James is saddened by the thought of Harry witnessing him unable to go outside. And while I believe Harry is too young to have such thoughts, it is evident that James is a good father. Although he has begun to involve Harry in his peculiar activities, as long as they do not blow up the house, the rest is inconsequential. However, soon James will no longer have as much time to spend with Harry. As he is about to take a position in the Auror office, his disguise test was also passed. We were only informed of this news recently. And I must say the ministry has been rather chaotic with the recent reforms. Thus, you will become colleagues. While I find the Auror profession somewhat perilous, there is no doubt that James is well suited for it. He can easily adapt to such dangers. I can tell he is quite bored at home aside from amusing Harry. Especially since the invisibility cloak is still with Dumbledore. Lastly, I sincerely hope that once you have resolved your family matters, you can come stay with us for a couple of days. We all miss you dearly, especially little Harry. Today he secretly hid the letter you affixed to the broom. Thinking we hadn't noticed, it was utterly adorable. Lily, sharp fork, Harry. Lily folded the letter and placed it in an envelope. Then retrieved the developed photographs from the potion, casting a quick drying charm before staring at them for several moments before inserting them into the envelope. She sighed, standing by the window watching the Sphinx soar into the night, listening to the distant laughter of Muggle children from the street, suddenly contemplating whether she should encourage wizards to procreate more. After enjoying a lavish Christmas dinner, Sirius returned to his room, and barely 2 minutes had passed in his chair when he heard a gentle tapping at the window. He turned absent-mindedly to find an owl elegantly perched in the window frame amidst the night. Sphinx. Sirius leapt from his chair with exhilaration, eagerly opening the window. Was it Lily who summoned you? The Sphinx sauntered in from outside, delicately dropping a letter into Sirius's hand before affectionately nudging its head against his palm and hastily flying back home. Oh. As Sirius unwrapped the letter, he was greeted first by a photograph of Harry soaring on his little broomstick, his pride for his godson unabashedly spilling forth. How dashing Harry looked. He reached out to close the window, then made his way to the bedside, unfolding the letter under the gentle glow of the lamp. Murmuring to himself, "It truly seems that I cannot buy Harry an owl now. Lily has observed far too closely." He reclined on the bed, reading the letter repeatedly, feeling an overwhelming swell of emotion within him, as if all his sacrifices had become worthwhile in light of the present circumstances, even though the passage of time had long proven that all efforts were indeed deserving. Eventually, feeling inexplicably comforted, Sirius smiled as he returned the letter to its envelope, tucking it beneath his pillow, seemingly intending to rest his head upon it as he drifted off to sleep. "Good night, Harry," he whispered. Morning arrived. Sirius rose early, and after sharing a nutritious breakfast prepared by Creature with Regulus, he donned his attire and stood at the door, grappling with indecision before ultimately resolving to ride his motorcycle to work. After a swift journey, he parked the motorcycle at a Muggle lot a fair distance from the Ministry of Magic, commencing his daily routine of walking. The Muggle world was truly wondrous, and automobiles appeared quite magical as well. Sirius felt a surge of excitement. The leisurely and pleasant morning culminated in the arduous necessity of flushing himself down the toilet to reach the ministry, and as he stepped out of the fireplace, he resolutely vowed never to endure such a morning commute again. Yet tomorrow morning, he knew he would succumb once more to that gleaming Muggle motorcycle, for it was one he had meticulously maintained according to the manual. As the elevator descended to the second basement floor, Sirius glanced at the door adorned with a metal plaque that read Department for the Study of Muggle Artifacts and the Prohibition of Their Misuse, his eyes widening in disbelief. He took a few steps back, measuring the door's size, then ambled over, casting a disdainful glance at the blindingly grand entrance of the Auror headquarters on the same floor, scoffing at its extravagance. "Isn't it a waste to have such a large door just because of the crowd?" He chuckled. Having arrived at his final conclusion with a sense of nonchalance, Sirius whistled a few notes and boldly opened the door to his own department, which was considerably smaller, and strode in with a sense of gravitas. The room was cluttered with scattered documents. Sirius quietly closed the door, finally acknowledging the pitiful reality of their department. Merely 3 individuals, including 2 heads, and the last being an elderly wizard teetering on the brink of retirement. He silently cursed Merlin's trousers in his mind. At the moment the door closed, the metal plaque trembled slightly, the silver lettering glimmering faintly. Department for the Study of Muggle Artifacts and the Prohibition of Their Misuse. Director, Sirius Black. Supervisor, Arthur Weasley. Staff, Hank Perkins. In the tender years of childhood. December 28, 1981. Harry awoke with unprecedented speed, hastily washing up before racing to the dining room to take his seat. "Good morning, son," James greeted him, clad in a smart, formal black robe, his plate nearly emptied of bread and eggs. "Good morning, Dad," Harry replied in a high-pitched voice, striving to climb onto his chair, and playfully punched his father's chest. "You look quite dapper today. Did Mum compliment you?" "Of course," James began, but was swiftly interrupted by Lily. "Why are you lying in front of the child? Aren't you ashamed? Lily brought Harry a warm glass of milk. Her beautiful green eyes fixed on James. Harry, drink your milk. It will help you grow tall. Let us not listen to your father's tall tales. His nose is about to grow. Harry, let me tell you, James interjected, even if your mother didn't praise me, she certainly kissed me. He finished the last bite of bread, emptied his glass of orange juice, and kissed both Lily and Harry on the cheeks with a smile. Blushing, Lily adjusted his tie and tenderly kissed his lips. Be careful at work. We'll be waiting for you at home. Don't worry, James replied gently, ruffling Lily's hair. Then blowing a kiss to Harry. Be good, Harry. Don't make your mother angry while I'm away, or I'll have to spank you when I return. Harry feigned sleepiness, rubbing the corners of his eyes. I would never. It's always Dad who makes Mum mad. I've never done that. Dear. Is what Harry said true? James feigned a pitiful expression. Lily laughed. Off you go to work now. On the first day of Dad's job, Harry dawdled over breakfast. Feeling unaccustomed to the absence of his father's usual promptness, while he sat beside him, waiting to tease him. The day passed in a monotonous cycle of building blocks. Tossing a hideous vase Aunt Petunia had given him, and listening to his mother narrate the tale of Pinocchio for his nap, though he longed for some wizarding fairy tales, which he had already read with Dudley. By the time Harry awoke, it was already late afternoon. He stifled a small yawn, contemplating how to pass the tedious time until his father returned home. Thus, he rolled around on the bed, gazing at the drifting clouds upon the ceiling. When would he grow up? Not too much, just enough to write letters openly. Harry mused, wishing it would be his 11th birthday soon. Longing for Hedwig and Ron and Hermione, and Hogwarts. At that moment, Harry inevitably recalled something he had long tried to shake from his mind, the prospect of returning to Hogwarts. Would he still be the same Harry who shook his head fervently, worried about Neville? He wondered if Neville would be as anxious as he once was when school resumed. Surely not. After all, Neville's family were formidable wizards, and he wouldn't be as foolish as Harry had once been. Turning over, Harry buried his face in the soft blankets, silently contemplating for a moment before realizing that a child's mind could hardly bear much, as he felt sleepy once more. After a long day, James returned home, his first inquiry being, "Where's Harry?" "He*s sleeping in his room," came Lily's voice from the kitchen, the air thick with delightful aromas. "James, please wake Harry. Dinner is almost ready." James carefully pushed open Harry's door, tiptoeing inside, concerned that he might inadvertently awaken Harry despite the carpeted floor. Just as James crouched by Harry's bedside, the boy stirred and awoke, rubbing his eyes. He propped himself up. "Dad, you're back?" "Yes," James replied gently. "Time to rise, my dear son. Mum has prepared a delicious dinner." "Oh, all right, I'm getting up," Harry exclaimed, his sleepiness overshadowed by a radiant smile. On the second day of Dad's work, it mirrored the first. On the third day, while eating breakfast, Harry began to lament. Life seems to be slipping into a dull routine. It's all eating and sleeping, and oh, not to forget the ongoing battle with Mum over that vase. Ever since his father commenced work at the Ministry of Magic, Harry's life had grown simultaneously rich and monotonous. Yes, rich yet monotonous, with each day mirroring the last. Without a father, without large feet, without a moonlit face. There was only Mother, but one could not be mischievous with her. Harry devoured the last of the broccoli on his plate, letting out a deep sigh. Wizards under the age of 11 possess unstable magic and cannot learn spells. "Oh, Merlin's legs, how I miss Hogwarts." "Has Harry finished all his vegetables?" Lily asked, her hands resting on the back of Harry's chair as she leaned down to plant a kiss on his forehead. "Wonderful," she exclaimed, for Harry had indeed cleaned his plate, prompting her to decide on a reward for him. Excitedly, Harry sprang up from his chair, eagerly inquiring, "What's the reward, Mum?" "It must be going out. How about a visit to Grandma Bashida? We can also see our cat, Tom." "I just remembered that Harry hasn't met Tom yet," she introduced. "Oh, Tom is an adorable cat, and Grandma Bashida has taken care of him because of Harry. I believe you will love him. What do you think about bringing Tom home?" "Oh," Harry cheered, "Kitty, kitty." Tom, a rather common name, made Harry wonder if Voldemort would be furious to learn that their cat shared the same name. Lily found a thick coat for Harry, adorned him with a hat and scarf, and while dressing him, she introduced, "Grandma Bashida is quite an extraordinary person. She is perhaps the world's foremost authority on wizarding history. When Harry goes to school, he will learn from her book, A History of Magic, which is a magnificent tome that I studied when I was in school." "Wow," Harry said, lifting his small head to allow his mother to tie his scarf. The name Bashida felt oddly familiar to him. As Harry grew older, he would discover that many remarkable individuals resided in Godric's Hollow. Lily adjusted her clothing, mentioning that even the golden snitch from Quidditch, which was Harry and his father's favorite, was invented by a wizard living there. "Wow," Harry exclaimed with genuine astonishment. However, recalling his father and the golden snitch, Harry suddenly remembered that he had forgotten the Christmas gift from his father back in his room and decided to open it upon their return. Bashida Basharat, a renowned historian of magic in the wizarding world and the author of the Hogwarts textbook History of Magic, was a friend of Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry's last recollection associated with her was the character Rita Skeeter's The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore and a stooped figure, though ultimately that was a snake. Although Harry learned from his mother's letter to Large Feet that this formidable witch was their neighbor, he had never imagined that they could visit her for tea and conversation. Indeed, Grandma Bashida warmly brewed fragrant herbal tea for them, her home resembling that of Mrs. Fig's, perhaps even housing more cats than hers. Seated on an enchanted chair that had been magically elevated, Harry sipped the aromatic tea in small gulps, listening to Grandma Bashida and his mother engage in casual chatter. The small cream and gold cat, purportedly named Tom, lounged beside him, and Harry could easily reach out to stroke its soft fur. Grandma Bashida's topics were eclectic, seamlessly transitioning from discussions about delectable snacks to bizarre rumors or tales of famous and obscure individuals. Each time the subject shifted, Lily transformed into a devoted listener. They spoke of the 14th century witch burnings, where actual witches employed various spells to feign death, while the ones who perished were generally muggles masquerading as witches or unfortunate souls caught in the crossfire. Many witches would magically cool themselves while desperately trying to manage their stress amidst the flames. Harry recalled that he had seemingly written a paper on that topic. He was tempted to ask what would happen if a wand accidentally caught fire, but the words failed to escape his lips. They also recounted tales of the 18th century fairy rebellion and amusing anecdotes about the creation of broomsticks, with Harry expressing his fondness for the latter. What astonished Harry the most was when she mentioned Gellert Grindelwald and Dumbledore. It seemed that in the presence of this elderly woman, the once taboo subjects surrounding Dumbledore became mere casual conversation. Harry couldn't help but recall the phrases from Rita Skeeter's book, intertwined with Grandma Bashida's narrative. As his small speculations began to crystallize, two boys, akin to Fire and Pot, the first Dark Lord in history and the future greatest white wizard, linked by the suspicion that Grindelwald would rather die than allow Voldemort to disturb Dumbledore's peace. This ignited an insatiable curiosity in Harry regarding the two figures. During his years living next to Bashida Basharat, much of his curiosity had been satisfied. Everything seemed to unfold in the snippets of conversation that Grandma Bashida casually dropped, allowing Harry's mind to weave stories year after year, contemplating how those two unfortunate children had truly missed so much. Today, as Harry savored the slightly sweet herbal tea, he formed a resolute hypothesis about the relationship between Grindelwald and Dumbledore, recalling the moment Dumbledore wiped his eyes through the white mist. Oh, Merlin's most rotund trousers, Harry mused, gazing at the petals stuck to the bottom of his cup, pondering what secrets he had uncovered about these two men. Despite having once believed, after reading Rita Skeeter's book, that Dumbledore and Grindelwald were merely kindred spirits, the two children who had tasted the world's sorrows too early were like flames and pots, instantly resonating with one another. As a tempest of thoughts surged within Harry's mind, Grandma Bashida paused her conversation with Lily, seemingly struck by a thought. Suddenly, she stood up and began rummaging through the house. "Ah, little Harry, Grandma has a gift for you. Let me see where I put it. Oh, here it is." When Harry looked up, he saw Grandma Bashida approaching with a thick, hardcover notebook adorned with a vine-like magical lock. "This was a gift from a friend many years ago, but I have no use for it, so I'm giving it to you as a diary. I'm sure you have much to write about." Bashida smiled at Harry and Lily. "You children always have a trove of secrets, especially during school. Already a mother." Lily nodded with a smile. Harry received the heavy diary with both hands, its weight momentarily pressing down on his small arms, grinning widely, revealing his small, yet incomplete set of teeth. "By the way, my little darling Harry," Lily said, cradling him as they walked home with the sleeping Tom in his arms. "Mum promised to take you to meet the little boy from the Malfoy family. Tomorrow won't be boring." "The Malfoy boy?" Harry feigned confusion. "What is that?" Yet internally, he was already screaming, "Draco Malfoy. He is the first wizard of my age I've ever encountered. Why is it him again?" Childhood, oh childhood. January 1st, 1982. Traveling from Godric's Hollow to Malfoy Manor via the night bus required no particular caution, save for the final 15-minute walk, as Malfoy South private estate forbade unauthorized entry. Harry was unaware of the ticket price for the two of them in 1982, as it was Lily who had paid. Enveloped snugly in his mother's embrace, Harry watched as she declined a chocolate and a tooth cup offered by another rather eccentric wizard. Standing firm as the driver pressed the accelerator, she brushed her hair back with a gentle motion but spoke with resolute clarity. "Could you please handle that 3-layered, vibrant purple loaf with more care? Otherwise, the mother and her little darling in the car might not only assume that you have not graduated from Hogwarts, but also inquire at the Ministry of Magic whether you are indeed authorized to be on duty." The vehicle came to an immediate halt. Lily, cradling Harry, smiled at the driver, who turned to glance at her before settling down. Furthermore, when we reach the Malfoy estate, there is no need to stop. Simply drive straight to their grand entrance. Harry sensed that the driver must have been startled, as his voice quivered. Well, we typically do not stop there unless someone is visiting. I instructed you to stop, so you shall, Lily replied firmly. If anything goes awry, I will take responsibility. Just focus on your driving. Harry asked, Dad, are you aware that Mom is like this? Ultimately, the night bus bravely halted before the imposing gates of Malfoy Manor. But in the very next second, as Lily stepped out with Harry in her arms, it seemed to vanish in a flash. As if a wizard behind them had raised his wand to ignite the bus's rear. In the slightly chilly January air, bathed in the sunlight of 9 o'clock, Malfoy Manor stood grand and dignified, seemingly shimmering. Harry blinked, pondering whether the dark and foreboding Malfoy Manor from his memories was merely a nightmare conjured on a restless night. Yet, he mused, am I not also in a dream now? Lily, holding Harry, surveyed Malfoy Manor and glanced down at her son with a gentle smile. Do you like this house, Harry? Not really, Harry replied honestly, tightening his small arms around his mother's neck. Mom, your hair smells nice. Lily pinched Harry's cheek lightly, marveling at how the skin of little children was as tender as freshly baked pastries. Come along, my son, Mother will take you to find some friends. Okay. As Lily regarded the tightly shut doors of the Malfoy residence, a smirk reminiscent of the youthful James appeared at the corners of her mouth, carrying a hint of disdain and a touch of pride, as if she were a queen surveying her castle. The snow before her crunched submissively beneath her feet. When your mother entered Hogwarts, Narcissa Black and Lucius Malfoy were nearly graduates, she remarked, looking down at Harry. Now their child is the same age as you. Harry's little head nestled into Lily's neck, completely oblivious to his mother's underlying sentiment. The iron gates adorned with the Malfoy family crest swung silently open as Lily approached, and she traversed the neatly paved path through the winter grass, where at the end stood the grand and stately entrance of Malfoy Manor, with Lucius Malfoy awaiting her arrival. Flanked on his right by Narcissa, who cradled a small child wrapped in a blanket. A beautiful little boy with golden hair, fair skin, and blue-gray eyes tilted his head, squinting as he scrutinized the two figures standing at his doorstep. Harry knew that as this boy grew, the blue in his eyes would gradually fade, eventually becoming a pale gray, just as he recalled. Lucius leaned on his serpent-headed cane, his golden locks cascading over his shoulders, his expression one of arrogance and disdain. I did not expect a guest from the Potter household to arrive in such a manner. He paused, seemingly contemplating something. Did the Potter family fortune get squandered by James Potter in his pursuit to become an Auror? Huh? Lucius Malfoy, Lily retorted, regarding him with a look of bemusement. If you intend to hold your son Draco hostage with your family's dark magic or use Portkeys and Floo powder, I dare say Narcissa would promptly hex you. Oh, by the way, Lily smiled at Narcissa, I have yet to greet you after all this time. Narcissa, you have grown even more beautiful, and Draco is quite adorable. Just call me Sissy, Narcissa replied, her smile radiant. Harry is also very charming, and you, Lily, remain as stunning as you were at Hogwarts, so beautiful it incites jealousy. Do come in, do not linger at the doorway, Narcissa urged, pulling Lily inside. In stark contrast to the two beaming mothers, Lucius's expression was far from pleasant. If I recall correctly, Lucius, Lily whispered as she brushed past him, the ministry's working hours have long since ended. Even if the Malfoy estate has afforded you a position as a preparatory counselor, you still have to adhere to your duties. After all, you are not yet a figure of immense influence within the ministry, should any unfavorable rumors arise. Even if those people were to offer you a plethora of galleons and treasures, it would be unlikely for you to retain your position. Lily observed the barely concealed fury on Lucius's face, returning his previous arrogance and disdain in kind. I nearly forgot to mention Lucius Malfoy in my lexicon. Aside from dear, there are only those who have surpassed me and those who have not, those who are superior to me and those who are not. Regrettably, you are aware that you fall into the latter category. You ought to be on your way to work, Lucius, Narcissa remarked over her shoulder as she walked ahead. While you are absent, I shall have a proper chat with Lily. Lucius cast a glance at Narcissa, who appeared entirely unfazed, his gaze flitting to Lily for a moment before he slammed his cane against the ground and, grasping his cloak, departed. Oh, he can be rather temperamental at times. Narcissa sighed helplessly. Lily placed Harry on the sofa and smiled at Narcissa. James only behaves like this when he is teasing Harry. Hey, Lily, Narcissa exclaimed as she observed Lily helping Harry remove his scarf, shedding his coat, and smoothing his hair, which had been tousled by his hat. Harry's eyes are just like yours. How wonderful. Little Draco bears no resemblance to me whatsoever. I believe he bears some resemblance to you, Lily noted, scrutinizing Draco in Narcissa's arms. His lips are strikingly similar to his father's. Just as Narcissa uttered a single word, Draco began to wriggle restlessly in her embrace, struggling to be set down. "Mom, I want to get down." Harry sat on the sofa, watching Draco squirm like Tom when he resisted being held, marveling at how genuine his babyish voice was, while he himself felt somewhat out of place. After all, this was his first invitation to the Malfoy residence, and he felt a twinge of anxiety about encountering anything related to dark magic or, oh dear, Harry suddenly recalled something crucial. Could Voldemort's diary possibly be hidden somewhere in the Malfoy household? Or perhaps, after Sirius's involvement, the Malfoys had become less favored by Voldemort? Narcissa gently set Draco down from the sofa, patting his little head as she said, "Little Draco, I left some biscuits and milk in your room for you earlier. Take Harry along to enjoy them. You have so many fun toys to play with. Won't you share them with Harry?" Draco blinked, casting a glance at Harry, who appeared rather subdued, and reluctantly acquiesced to his mother's suggestion. "Harry was born in July, so he is younger than you, Draco. Which means you are the big brother now, and you must look after him, understand?" Draco nodded begrudgingly, were it not for his mother's insistence. He certainly would not allow that green-eyed boy into his room. Brothers? He had no interest in that. Draco's room was on the second floor. Narcissa carried him while Lily held Harry, chatting as they ascended from the first to the second floor. Finally, the two mothers placed their precious ones on the soft bed, kissed them, and reminded Draco to share the biscuits and milk with Harry, which the house elf had quietly placed on the nightstand, before departing, carefully closing the door behind them. "I have always wanted Draco to have a playmate. You know, wizarding children can be quite lonely in their early years," Narcissa confided to Lily, who smiled in response, contributing to a smooth conversation. Women, especially those who have become mothers, often share a myriad of common experiences, do they not? Draco sat on his bed, contemplating whether to indulge in a biscuit or engage in play for a while. As he tilted his head, he noticed the green-eyed boy seated on his bed. Draco possessed a profound sense of territoriality, particularly regarding his bed. He was already displeased at having allowed this green-eyed intruder into his room, and now the audacity of him sitting on his bed was infuriating. While Harry was lost in thought, he was carried upstairs by his mother and plopped down onto the blanket, completely unaware of what was unfolding, until he was suddenly tackled. "Why are you sitting on my bed? Get up." His voice pitched higher. Harry felt a weight pressing down on him, a solid mass pinning him, hands gripping his clothing. His mother had knitted that sweater. With a determined shove, Harry flipped over, pinning Draco beneath him, and inquired, "What are you doing?" In truth, he wanted to exclaim, "You little brat. How rude. Do you even know how to behave? You're the one who is rude. What are you doing?" Draco's voice became even sharper. "Get off me right now. What is this? You tackled me first, and now you're blaming me? I won't budge. What are you going to do about it?" Harry, now atop Draco, played the rogue, but to his surprise, Draco nearly knocked him off balance with a sudden movement. Harry's temper flared. He was exhausted from pretending to be a child at home, unable to write to Sirius, his mind constantly wandering to past troubles. Every day felt draining, filled with anxiety over this and that. Finally, he had a chance to relax, yet it was at the home of his greatest rival. Seeing Draco's obliviousness only fueled his anger, and he yearned for an outlet. The two boys rolled about on the bed, grappling and flailing, tangling the sheets and blankets into a chaotic mess. "What are you doing?" Draco exclaimed, noticing the creases he had created in Harry's clothing, which pained him greatly. "I don't want to fight anymore. You apologize, and I'll forgive you." "Why should I apologize? What reason do I have?" Draco shouted. "You pushed me too. Look at the red marks on my arm." Upon seeing the marks on his own arm, Draco felt a wave of indignation and instinctively shoved Harry back. What had once been a reasonably large bed was now the scene of their tussle. As they rolled from one end to the other, and Draco's push sent Harry crashing against the bedside table. With a loud thud, darkness enveloped Harry, and he felt dizzy. Before he could comprehend what had happened, he sensed something sliding down his face. Could it be blood? Harry pondered. In truth, his tousled hair, drenched in milk, appeared rather comical. As his vision cleared, Harry saw Draco's face contorted in panic, staring at him in alarm. Just after Draco had pushed him, Harry had intended to speak, but tears began to flow uncontrollably. He felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Regardless of this toddler's form, he was still the 17-year-old Harry Potter. Crying in front of his nemesis was undeniably mortifying. Draco, witnessing Harry's furrowed brow and the tears streaming from his green eyes, felt a pang of concern. He was utterly bewildered, not realizing that his own expression was more contorted than Harry's, unsure of how to comfort him. He mimicked the soothing gestures of his mother when he had hurt himself, gently patting Harry's head and murmuring, "Don't cry, darling. It'll be all right." Before repeating the sentiment, Harry, caught off guard, slowly began to feel that Draco's touch was alleviating some of the pain. Was this a little wizardess magic? He wondered, reaching up to remove Draco's hand from his head. Draco's hand was grasped firmly by Harry, leaving him hesitant to withdraw it. He softly asked, "Are you all right?" "How could I not be all right?" Harry looked at Draco's round face and replied in a similarly childish tone, "I'm just a bit dizzy. It's nothing serious." "I'm sorry." Draco responded, "I'm sorry too." Harry was momentarily taken aback. "I'll share my biscuits with you. Please don't be mad at me, all right? And don't tell my mother." Harry gazed into Draco's wide, fish-like eyes and ultimately relented. "I want to tell your mother." Although he felt a twinge of embarrassment at being charmed by Malfoy's adorability, he earnestly admonished Draco. "But you mustn't do that again, it genuinely hurts." Upon hearing that Harry wouldn't inform on him, Draco's frown transformed into a smile, and he nodded in agreement. He even kindly used his little towel to wipe the milk from Harry's hair and summoned a house elf to clean up the mess. Harry recognized the innate talent within this child, the platinum-haired little rascal. After their minor dispute, they entered a phase of mutual friendliness, as children often do. Having never encountered other children, Draco straightforwardly broached what he deemed the most engaging topic. "Is your name Harry?" Draco tilted his head back to gaze at Harry, adopting an expression that suggested he was bestowing a privilege upon Harry by engaging in conversation. "Does that have any significance?" "Well, your name Draco, does that have meaning?" Harry retorted, genuinely perplexed by Draco's line of questioning. Draco's small face scrunched in confusion. "Of course it has meaning. Children of wizarding families have meaningful names," he declared proudly. Draco means dragon in Latin, and it also refers to the constellation Draco, which aligns with the tradition of naming children after constellations in wizarding families. For instance, my uncle Sirius Black and my cousin Regulus Black are both named after constellations. "I see. It seems to align with the beliefs of pure-blood wizarding families." Harry muttered, wanting to say dark wizards instead, but was taken aback when Draco cited his uncle as an example. "What did you say?" Draco leaned closer, having missed Harry's words. "Could you not get so close?" Harry gently pushed Draco's fluffy head away. "I mean, is it really polite to mention your uncle's name so casually?" Draco, taken aback by the boldness of this newcomer in his home, puffed up his cheeks indignantly. "What is it to you? Why do you care?" "Because it does concern me," Harry replied, feeling compelled to explain himself. "Sirius is my godfather, doesn't that matter?" "Really?" Draco exclaimed in surprise. "So, that makes me your brother. Just now, your mother told you to call me Big Brother. Why didn't you?" Harry shot him an incredulous glance. "What does that have to do with you? Why are you trying to forge some connection?" "Because your mother said so." Draco pressed closer, his gray eyes glimmering with a hint of blue as he stared intently at Harry. "Just call me Big Brother once. I've never had a little brother." Little Harry found himself unable to resist and managed to stammer out, "Okay, little Carrot Top." Draco's eager face fell, deflated like a punctured balloon. "What? It's just Big Brother. Why are you being so shy?" Harry sighed in exasperation. "I'm 17. I shouldn't be calling you Big Brother or anything of the sort. Have you considered my feelings? And you call me shy? You say it easily. Why don't you call me Big Brother?" In truth, Harry wanted to retort that he was a 17-year-old who had at least obtained a wizarding license and had even dated 2 girls. So why should he call Draco anything like Little Brother? He felt an urge to question whether Draco's head had been bashed by a troll's club. After Harry posed that question, Draco remained silent, puffing his cheeks out, appearing somewhat sulky. As Harry gazed at him, an inexplicable sensation washed over him, as if his heart had been gently nudged by something equally soft, causing a bittersweet liquid to gradually fill his eyes and the tip of his nose. This fellow was merely an irksome little brat, after all. Harry sniffed, awkwardly stating, "We're not that different in age, so you can call me Harry. And I'll call you Draco." After contemplating for a moment, he added, "Is that all right?" Draco lifted his head to meet Harry's bright green eyes and shook his head in refusal. "Not at all. It's not that we're not different. Look how short you are. You barely reach my shoulder. You should call me brother. You little brat. What is it to you if I say a few more words? How can you say I barely reach your shoulder? Open your eyes and take a good look. I'm clearly up to your neck." Harry found it difficult to articulate Draco's childish behavior. "Aren't you a child too?" Draco retorted, scrunching his lips. "What do you consider not being a child? Go on. Tell me." "Well, someone like me isn't a child," Harry declared, intending to use himself as a model to educate the little brat, Draco. "I read every day, and—" "Reading?" Draco scoffed. "You're younger than me. You can't possibly know how to read. You can't even articulate your words properly sometimes, so stop boasting. Big-footed brat. I need you." Harry silently screamed in frustration after being silenced by Draco. Perhaps in this world, there exists a person with whom you share an inexplicable bond, as seen in their first encounter at Diagon Alley. Alongside starkly differing beliefs and inevitable boundaries, the hands that would never clasp at Hogwarts. For a long time, they viewed each other with disdain, enemies at heart, yet ultimately, they found themselves subtly aligned in the same camp, achieving the same ends through their distinctly different means. In this world, some things are indeed profoundly intricate, much like the delicate creases on the trousers of the great wizard Merlin. Stretching his soft limbs, Draco patted his mouth with his tiny hand and yawned. After yawning, he sprawled across the bed, his golden hair cascading messily over his face. His lashes were long and thick, the same light golden hue as his hair, and his eyes bore neither arrogance nor disdain. Harry observed Draco's blue eyes, feeling an unprecedented sense of reality in someone previously unrelated. Draco Malfoy. Hey, Harry said, lying beside Draco. Do you know who the oldest wand-maker in the wizarding world is? Draco glanced at him with his pale eyes, but remained silent. Do you know the truth behind all the witch-burning incidents in wizarding history? Draco propped himself up on his small arms, staring intently at Harry. Harry met his gaze without a hint of retreat, even though he wasn't quite sure why he felt any fear facing a magicless child. Let us start with the simplest question. Do you know the 4 founders of your future school, Hogwarts? Harry folded his arms, his tone laced with incredulity. You can't possibly not know that. After uttering this, Harry eagerly awaited Draco's look of admiration, anticipating praise for his vast knowledge. Draco rolled over, shifted positions, and yawned again, his eyes shimmering with tears. All right, I believe you've read. He rubbed his eyes and continued, but now I'm going to take a nap. Aren't you going to sleep? Harry felt as if he had exerted all his energy trying to chop a jelly bean in potions class, only to discover it was a bad one, leaving him with pent-up frustration. The sensation of hitting a cotton pile with a punch was truly unpleasant. Pressing down on the soft bed, Harry responded, Of course, I'm going to sleep. Draco shot him a glance, but nonetheless covered Harry with his own little blanket. Harry accepted the blanket from Draco without hesitation, reflecting that this fellow had been rather nice as a child. As he inhaled the familiar scent of milk from the blanket, he pulled it up closer, yawned, smacked his lips, and soon fell asleep. Unbeknownst to him, once he had drifted off, Draco lay beside him, gazing deeply at him for quite some time, grappling internally with why this green-eyed boy, younger than he, seemed to possess greater understanding. After mulling over it for a while, Draco silently resolved that once this annoying green-eyed boy left, he would ask his mother to bring him some books to read, at least to understand the questions posed by the green-eyed one. If he could get away with a nap this time. What if the green-eyed boy came back to his home and asked more questions next time? Draco felt deeply ensnared in a crisis, vaguely sensing that his life might change because of this green-eyed boy. He watched Harry, who was fast asleep, his small head seemingly unable to ponder anything further, his eyelids growing heavier. Narcissa gently closed the door, careful not to make a sound, while Lily stood behind her, observing the slumbering Harry and Draco, her heart finally at ease. The children seemed to be getting along splendidly, Narcissa remarked to Lily. Indeed, Lily replied with a tender smile. Let us wait until they wake up to bring them something to eat. The warm afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass window, enveloping the room in warmth, keeping the snow and cold at bay. Draco stretched lazily, feeling the fuzzy texture of the blanket on his hands and feet. As he opened his eyes, he was unexpectedly engulfed by a shimmering sea of green. The owner of those green eyes had not yet awoken, and Draco suddenly recalled that a green-eyed little boy had been brought to his home by his mother that morning. It seemed that the green-eyed boy's mother was an alumnus of his mother's, and there was only one school in the wizarding world. Hi, good afternoon, Draco. Harry greeted, his eyes crinkling with delight. Draco responded, still processing, good afternoon, Harry. The 2 awakened children, resembling 2 hungry rabbits, clutched the little sweet biscuits, nibbling away at them, crumbs inevitably falling onto the bed. As the plate of biscuits gradually emptied, only a sprinkle of crumbs remained at the bottom. By the way, Harry, Draco, still getting accustomed to calling him that, inquired, do you like Quidditch? Quidditch? Harry swallowed the biscuit in his mouth. I love Quidditch. My godfather, your uncle, gave me a baby broom for my birthday. It's my favorite gift. Oh, I have one too. I can't remember if I have 2 or 3. We can play together later. Just as Harry was about to succumb to an irrational envy of wealth, feeling akin to when he had the Nimbus 2000 gifted by Professor McGonagall, while Draco's father had bought the whole Slytherin team Nimbus 2001. Draco's subsequent words successfully diverted Harry's attention entirely. Great. Harry, sweetheart, Lily entered with 2 cups of hot milk. Are you having fun with Draco? Mom. Draco just said he would play brooms with me later. We can find a ball to simulate Quidditch. Harry took the milk and gulped down a big mouthful, leaving a milky semicircle on his lips. Draco thanked her before accepting the milk handed to him by Lily. Mom, you arrived just in time. We just finished the sweet biscuits, and now the milk is here. Harry beamed at Lily. Mom knows you wanted milk. Harry, Lily kissed Harry's little cheek. Platinum brat. In a spirited game of Quidditch, hovering merely a meter above the ground, Harry found himself irresistibly drawn to the freshly baked cookies crafted by Narcissa. hastily descending from his broom. With a small loaf of bread clutched in his mouth, Harry offered an apologetic smile to the somewhat dissatisfied Draco, saying, "Well, flying indoors lacks excitement. When summer arrives, you can visit my home. There's a vast space behind my house perfect for a proper Quidditch match." Although Draco felt a tinge of disappointment, he dismounted his broom. "All right, I'll come find you in summer. Though, no matter what, your house could never be bigger than mine." Harry chuckled in response. "I wonder if you'll still remember who I am by then." Yet, secretly, he pondered this thought. Harry and Draco settled on the sofa, listening to their mothers discuss various happenings at Hogwarts. It was mostly mundane. Lily often recounted the mischievous exploits of James and his friends, while Narcissa occasionally shared tales from Slytherin, such as how Regulus faced bullying due to having a Gryffindor brother. Yet no one could gain the upper hand during duels with Sirius. As Harry swung his legs on the sofa, he contemplated how Sirius managed during those times at Hogwarts. Draco reached for a cream bun, glancing sideways at Harry, who was lost in thought while nibbling on his bread. "What a curious little green-eyed imp," Draco mused, taking a bite of his bun. Suddenly, Narcissa shifted the conversation. "You know, Sirius works at the Ministry of Magic, in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures." "The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Muggle Artifacts," Lily corrected. "Yes, that's the one. I can never remember the name," Narcissa admitted, sipping her coffee. "It has been quite hectic lately. Aside from the Aurors and the printing department, they are among the busiest. I sent a letter to Sirius this morning. He should be arriving shortly," Narcissa added, just as Harry retrieved a cookie from the plate. Narcissa's words caused his eyes to widen in surprise, and he inadvertently scattered crumbs all over himself. He swallowed hard, stifling the urge to blurt out when the big-footed one would arrive. Children can be such a hassle, Harry thought, wishing he could express himself freely without worrying about what his parents might discover. How he longed to grow up quickly. Draco, rolling his eyes, observed the unabated joy on Harry's face, utterly perplexed as to why the arrival of Sirius, his godfather, elicited such excitement. Humph, Draco thought, it's just a godfather. Why such exuberance? He simply could not comprehend it. From the window adorned with a misty haze, Harry gazed out at the Malfoy manor, envisioning how, come summer, it might be adorned with blooming red roses or perhaps peculiar herbs. Draco sat to Harry's left, and upon turning, Harry caught sight of his sunlit, golden hair, delicate lashes, and fair skin, a visage that, upon closer inspection, seemed far less acerbic and haughty than he recalled. Memories of their past mischiefs flooded Harry's mind, and he couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, what are you laughing at? You've got crumbs all over you," Draco remarked, standing up to brush off his pants, his brow furrowing slightly. Harry glanced at him, pouting as he leaned forward to pat Draco's trousers. "It wasn't intentional. Are you upset?" Draco looked at Harry's round face, then at their mothers, who pretended to be engaged in conversation while actually watching them. He shook his head. I'm not upset." Harry's eyes crinkled into crescents of delight. "It's good to know you're not upset. Friends don't get mad over trivial matters." Draco shot him a sidelong glance, awkwardly retorting. Hearing those words made Harry's smile widen, reminding him of the moment Draco had reached out to him on the Hogwarts Express. "If I were you, Potter, I would be exceptionally cautious," Draco had said back then, his words delivered with a deliberately slow cadence, often accompanied by a haughty demeanor that made Harry want to punch him squarely in the nose. "You should temper your politeness. Otherwise, you might end up like your parents, who are utterly oblivious." Harry took Draco's small hand in his chubby one, pulling him back onto the soft sofa, though his smile faded. Narcissa, observing the pair from across the room, turned to Lily with a smile. "Look at those two children. They seem to get along quite well." She glanced at Draco, her expression softening with relief. "We seldom associate with those families anymore. It's not what you might think." "It's complicated," Narcissa sighed. "I worry for Draco. His temperament is unlike that of other children I know. I fear he lacks friends. He can be quite spoiled and has a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Seeing him interact with Harry truly brings me joy. I just fear he may lack a childhood companion. As long as we disregard Lucius Malfoy's disdainful demeanor, interacting with your family is quite pleasant," Lily succinctly replied, her expression one of surprise as she noticed Narcissa suddenly chuckling. "Lucius," Narcissa managed to contain her laughter. "He is a good husband and a good father. Oh, certainly not on par with James Potter." She teased Lily before continuing. "However, be it as a husband or a father, he pales in comparison to his ambition as the head of a family." Lily opened her mouth, about to respond, when a brief, polite knock interrupted them. "Oh, it must be Sirius. I'll go answer the door." Narcissa stood, smoothing the creases from her dress, and approached the entrance. Lily watched her retreating figure, letting out a silent sigh. "Hey, Narcissa. Long time no see," Sirius exclaimed as he entered, promptly shutting the door against the chill of the outside air. Then greeted Narcissa and the others with a smile. "Hi, Lily. How have you been?" Quite well, Sirius. Both James and Harry have been missing you, Lily replied. Sirius removed his frost-laden coat and hung it on the rack. It has been utterly chaotic lately. Not only do we have to inspect potential Muggle items and those that might leak into the Muggle world, but we also face various emergencies. Just the other day, we dealt with a teapot that kept spewing hot water. Sigh. I snuck out today to take care of some business. Otherwise, I would have been overwhelmed. Uffed. Harry burst into laughter at Sirius, unabashedly exclaiming, Big-footed one, you look ridiculous. You've got a strand of hair frozen to your head. It's hilarious. Sirius strode over to Harry, swiftly pinching one side of his cheek with gloved hands. Little Harry, after such a long time apart, why do you greet me with insults? I'm not insulting you. I'm just stating the truth. Just ask Draco. Ask what? Sirius inquired, biting down on the other dragon skin glove and pinching Harry's other cheek. Sirius, you really do have a tuft of hair sticking up. It must have been sprayed by that teapot and then frozen outside, Draco remarked, witnessing Harry's face contorted in amusement and feeling a twinge of sympathy. As it was indeed quite comical. Sirius ruffled his hair with a laugh, then playfully patted Draco on the head. Little rascal, you've only just met Harry. And you're already defending him. Sirius, don't pat my head. It'll stunt my growth. Draco gently swatted Sirius's hand away from his head, speaking with earnestness. Sirius appraised Draco's small stature with a hint of derision, remarking, Tiske, you're growing, but I doubt you'll ever reach my height. This provoked a glare and an exaggerated eye roll from Draco. Harry contemplated his own eventual height, glanced at Draco's, and silently mused that true children often exhibit a certain immaturity. The playful hours slipped by swiftly. The sun now hung low in the western sky, and the flickering flames of the fireplace illuminated the room with a warm, inviting glow. After a day of merriment, the children, naturally prone to fatigue, began to yawn in succession, their heads drooping against Sirius. Meanwhile, Draco, who initially felt no weariness, found himself yawning uncontrollably as he watched Harry, whose eyes glimmered with sleepiness. I wonder if Mum and Dad are returning soon, Draco murmured. Narcissa glanced at the clock and nodded towards Draco. Indeed, little dragon, Father will be home shortly, and you'll see him in no time. Oh, Draco elongated the sound, yawning once more. It's already that time, Lily remarked, glancing at the clock and teasing herself. James must be finishing up soon. I should take Harry home. After all, I need to prepare dinner for the man who has toiled all day. Perfect timing. I can give you a lift, Sirius interjected. Narcissa, there's no need to keep us for dinner. Regulus is still at home, and besides, it's quite chilly outside. I can give them a ride. Is that the same rickety Muggle car of yours? I would wager your Muggle motorcycle is more dependable, Narcissa replied, her expression rife with skepticism. But it is winter now. Riding a motorcycle isn't practical. Besides, I have meticulously ensured that my car is entirely safe, Sirius retorted, donning his coat while waiting for Lily, who was helping Harry with his scarf. Narcissa cast a glance at Lily, who was diligently dressing Harry, and reluctantly nodded. Well, do take care. I won't hold you any longer. Come, Draco, say goodbye to Harry and his mother. Draco blinked. Goodbye, Mrs. Lily. Goodbye, Harry. Do come to play again sometime. I'll take you to my backyard for a game of Quidditch when summer arrives. Harry sweetly bid farewell to Narcissa. Goodbye, Mrs. Narcissa. Your cookies were delicious. Humph, is that just you being coy? I shall not yield to a mere child, Narcissa thought to herself, utterly oblivious to her own childishness. As the Potter household welcomed Lily and Harry back, the warm glow of lights greeted them, and James had prepared a simple dinner awaiting their arrival. I sensed you would return soon. Look how accurately I predicted it. Dinner is freshly made. Come and eat, James declared, taking pride in his culinary skills as he assisted Harry in removing his coat and lifted him onto a chair, gently ruffling his nose. Did you have fun today? Little Harry, how did you find your new friend? Harry, pulling off his scarf and grinning widely, replied, Draco is quite charming. We even played Quidditch together. Played Quidditch? You say? Did you win? James inquired. Harry bashfully lowered his gaze. We didn't keep score. Later, Draco's mother baked cookies and bread, so we stopped playing. James chuckled softly, such a little glutton. Despite James's dinner not being as delectable as Lily's, it was still quite satisfactory, and normally Harry would eat generously. Thus, when James noticed Harry only nibbling at his food, he grew concerned. What is wrong with Harry? Did he fill up at the Malfoys? Not at all. He must have consumed a mountain of cookies and bread this afternoon, along with plenty of milk. It's only natural he can't eat much now, Lily explained, wiping Harry's mouth and gently patting his round little belly before lifting him down from the chair. What's this? Today seems peculiar. Not only is he eating less, but he is not even sleepy at this hour. James finished off Harry's leftover meat from his plate. Bigfoot just dropped us off. Harry dozed a little in his car. Isn't that how kids are? A quick nap, and they're ready to play for hours, Lily noted. Bigfoot? James asked, tidying up the dishes. How's he been? I hardly ever see him at the ministry. I've heard they're quite busy. Lily recalled Sirius's appearance and chuckled. Indeed. He's so busy he doesn't even have time to maintain his appearance. He didn't even stop in to chat. Well, he brought that upon himself by avoiding helping Regulus with family matters, James remarked, placing the dishes in the sink and casting a spell with his wand, making the faucet flow while the dishcloth dutifully began washing the dishes. Harry, with little steps, yearned to return to his room and dive into his soft blankets, hoping to digest the cookies and bread, as well as the astonishing fact that he had spent a peaceful afternoon playing with Draco Malfoy, something his 17-year-old self could never have imagined. The new year had commenced on a joyous note, as changes in both the Malfoys and the world around him seemed to multiply. I wonder if Neville can still enjoy his childhood like I did, Harry mused to himself with a hint of self-deprecation. Harry, sweetheart, are you going to your room to sleep? Lily called from the kitchen, glancing at Harry, who was trudging with a droopy head towards his room. Not yet, Mom. Harry replied, I'm not tired. Perfect. Why don't you retrieve the box your father gifted you for Christmas? Didn't you mention to me earlier that you keep forgetting to open it? I just spoke with your father, and we both agreed we'd love to join you in opening it, Lily said with a smile. Haha. Your father can hardly wait to see the astonishment on your face, James added, emerging from the kitchen, turning off the lights and closing the door. Harry eagerly exclaimed, All right, I'll go get it. He dashed into his room, climbed onto a stool, and retrieved the exquisite little box from his bedside table, then scampered back out. The wooden box, only the size of 2 adult hands, bore a somewhat dull hue. Since acquiring it, Harry had felt it must have been preserved for many years. And initially, it must have been a beautifully polished box. Harry placed the box on the coffee table in the living room and climbed onto the sofa to sit between James and Lily. He found it curious that despite having had the box for several days, he had never found the opportunity to open it. Each time he thought about it, something would interrupt him, causing him to forget about the box altogether. As he pondered this, he found it rather peculiar. He scratched his head, wondering if a child's mind simply lacked the capacity to remember such things. James picked up the box, presenting it to Harry. See this pattern on the surface? It's the Potter family crest, Harry. Make sure you remember it well. Harry's eyes widened as he examined the intricate design on the box, scrutinizing every line until he had firmly etched the pattern into his memory. The crest filled him with a mixture of pride and melancholy, a reflection of his family and heritage. A golden snitch fluttered upon the box. James and Lily exchanged smiles, observing Harry's rapt attention as he gazed at the box with a focused expression. All right, Harry, pay close attention, James said, placing his finger over the lock of the box and adopting a deliberately mysterious tone. Focus now. Daddy is about to unlock the box. With a gentle click, he unlatched the clasp and slowly lifted the lid of the box. It was golden. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had forgotten how to blink. His gaze fixated on the 2 golden objects nestled within. After a moment, he finally blinked and turned to his father, asking in bewilderment, Dad, are these 2 golden snitches? Though they resemble the golden snitch from Quidditch, James replied, one of them is not, Harry. This is a magical creature known as a golden flyer. I've heard various tales about the Potter family's connection to the golden flyer, no fewer than 5 versions, all of which I've shared with you as bedtime stories. He pointed to one of the small objects in the box. I remember, Harry nodded, his gaze returning to the 2 familiar golden forms. Inside the box, 2 golden flyers lay upon the soft padding, so familiar, yet subtly distinct upon closer inspection. James, observing Harry's puzzled expression, could no longer contain his laughter. To recount the items within the box, one must journey back to a time long past. It is necessary to speak of the illustrious Potter family, renowned for their proud legacy and esteemed talents in flying and Quidditch. Naturally, their most significant connection lies with the most enchanting ball in Quidditch, the Golden Snitch. Without delving into the origins and evolution of Quidditch or the contributions of Bowman Wright in crafting the Golden Snitch, it suffices to mention the Potter family, who have resided in Godric's Hollow for generations, their innate talent for flight woven into their very bloodline. Merlin. The elder wizards of Charles Potter's lineage were well aware that the first golden snitch crafted by Bowman Wright was given to the Potter family as rent for the loan of the golden flyer, inspired by their family crest. Yet, when the Potter family first possessed this small object, it was not yet known by the name of golden snitch. Instead, it was a vibrant golden flyer adorned with silver wings, the most exquisite and meticulously preserved example of its kind, the very first golden flyer in existence. This treasure has been carefully passed down through generations, serving as a symbol of the family spirit, much like the family itself, ever renewing. While it is well known among wizards that the first golden snitch in wizarding history belonged to the Potter family, this is not the sole source of envy towards them. A more coveted aspect is that the Potter family does not merely possess the first golden snitch. Indeed, they own a golden flyer. Even in the present day, when golden flyers have become a rarity, the Potter family still boasts one with feathers as if crafted from gold and eyes as lively as rubies. Oh, magical creatures are known for their longevity. However, aside from James and Lily Potter, likely only Bathsheba Bahat was aware of this little creature's existence. Oh wait, now we must add Harry Potter to that list. Clutching the golden flyer, Harry was so exhilarated that words eluded him. He had just learned from his father that the ball in the box was the first golden snitch in the world, the very one he held. Harry felt as if he were a wizard, yearning for power, who had suddenly come into possession of the most ancient and formidable wand, his blood surging with warmth. On the brink of boiling over, I hold the oldest golden snitch. This ball belongs to our family's private property, he exclaimed, bouncing on the sofa. Our family's, yay? James shrugged helplessly at Lily, then watched Harry bounce on the sofa. When I first learned of it, I don't think I was quite this animated, he remarked to Lily. I imagine it was rather similar, Lily responded, scrutinizing the father-son duo, who bore an undeniable resemblance. After Harry had bounced for a while, his father, unable to bear it any longer, gently pressed his shoulders, urging him to sit back down on the sofa. Son, contain yourself a bit. I must tell you that the real highlight lies within that box. James nudged the box toward Harry, then withdrew his wand, adding, the next part, I believe, should be witnessed by your own eyes, unprepared as you are, but we need a drop of blood. As James spoke, his wand made a small incision on Harry's left index finger. Such matters are best done when you're not paying attention. Otherwise, it can be quite painful, he explained, guiding Harry's small hand to rest upon the remaining golden flyer in the box. Just as a few drops of blood were squeezed onto it, Lily quickly pulled Harry's hand away, clasping it in hers while applying ointment. Harry, still holding the ball in his right hand, stared blankly as his mother's hand halted the bleeding from his finger, still trying to comprehend the situation. Wizarding blood inherently possesses potent magic and carries a binding contract. And only the most serious magical contracts require blood, such as those made with magical creatures. The golden flyer in the box stirred imperceptibly, and the drops of blood seemed to evaporate into the air, vanishing instantaneously. Harry blinked, his gaze shifting from his hand to the box. He thought he heard a faint rustling sound, reminiscent of delicate wings fluttering, akin to a dragonfly. In his bright green eyes, a flash of gold, moving swiftly at low altitude, was vividly reflected. The golden flyer, James exclaimed proudly. Seeing it on the very first night of the new year is indeed a unique omen. He reached out to tousle Harry's fluffy hair, leaning down to kiss his forehead. My dear, the golden marvel of the Potter family is right before your eyes. What do you think? Harry's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the golden flyer until it came to a gentle halt before him. He could clearly see its shimmering wings, the radiant glimmer of its ruby-like eyes, and its entire petite form. When he extended his now uninjured left hand, the golden flyer effortlessly landed in his palm. It felt like a complete rebirth, a new life, and a profound connection to his family resonated through the bond formed with the golden flyer, reverberating through his very soul. From this moment onward, Harry Potter's life was infused with the deepest significance derived from his family's legacy. Time flows like a swift current. Whether in the ever-evolving Muggle world or within the magical realm occasionally revealed to Muggles, the passage of time remains consistent, slow yet meticulous. Bahat's History of Magic was reissued, incorporating significant recent events within the wizarding world, the most notable being the tale of the indomitable boy, Neville Longbottom, which was even emphasized in bold in the title prior to printing. A few days after the book's release, influential works such as Modern Magical History, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, and significant magical events of the 20th century underwent new edits, each adding detailed accounts of Neville Longbottom, his Auror parents, and his entire family. On October 31st, 1985, the memorial for the Longbottoms was unveiled at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, and throughout the day, wizards came in droves to this only partially restored ward, each presenting flowers in silence, bearing a myriad of emotions. The statue of the Longbottoms was sculpted based on their Hogwarts graduation photograph, the couple tightly embracing, cradling a swaddled child, their faces radiating joy. It is uncertain whether any of the wizards who have come to pay their respects can truly comprehend the emotions that Augusta Longbottom experiences while standing here. It has been precisely 4 years since that fateful Black Night, which irrevocably altered the destiny of the entire wizarding world. Over these past 4 years, Aurors have emerged in droves, with various relevant departments collaborating wholeheartedly, nearly incarcerating all remnants of the Death Eaters within Azkaban. Of course, individuals like Malfoy remain beyond the reach of even the Minister of Magic. Such people are not in short supply. in the Ministry of Magic, on the second basement level. Within the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Sirius Black removed his soiled gloves before wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. He took 2 steps back and gestured to Arthur Weasley, who was seated in the vehicle, indicating that it was all right to proceed. Arthur nodded and pressed a conspicuous red button on the car, which was clearly an addition. The entire vehicle suddenly appeared enveloped in mist, and then, in an instant, it vanished from the room. Sirius let out a whistle. Success. Once we perfect the invisibility feature, we can drive this car out next time to tackle the cacophony of clattering pots and the carpets that roll you up inside. Arthur, come on out. Let us further explore how to utilize magic in place of gasoline. Arthur Weasley opened the car door and gave Sirius a thumbs up. We owe a word of thanks to James. Without his assistance, we wouldn't have completed this vehicle so swiftly. Regardless, he missed the crucial moment. So the credit is ours, given how mysteriously busy the Auror office has been. Sirius produced his wand and cast a spell to shrink the car. Parker, summon the 3 of us for a little joyride. Not a chance, Parker replied from within the room. My old limbs cannot endure your antics. I'll be writing reports while you 2 take your excursion. Sirius glanced at Arthur, who shrugged in response, stowing the shrunk vehicle in his pocket. Ready to test it out. Throughout the long 4 years, amidst the precise passage of time and the collective efforts of wizards, everything has gradually returned to a semblance of peace. The forces of dark magic have finally begun to wane day by day. On a beautiful midday in May 1988, with a gentle breeze wafting through the air, James lounged in a rocking chair in the garden, a book resting upside down on his lap, its gray hardcover devoid of a title. He yawned beneath the sun, rubbing his eyes that struggled to stay open, preparing to indulge in a brief slumber. Perfectly content that Lily and Harry were not at home, James set the book aside on a nearby table, contemplating that by the time his wife and son returned from their outing, he would likely be awake, and he drifted into a peaceful sleep. This nap stretched on undisturbed until the afternoon. At 4 o'clock, feeling a bit bored, James wandered around the house, tidying up anything that caught his eye until both the sofa and carpet seemed impeccably arranged. Why does it feel so empty in here? He mused, experiencing for the first time the sentiments that Lily and Harry surely felt during his work hours. Just as James, growing weary, peeled his first orange in the kitchen to prepare some juice for Harry, the sound of a key turning in the lock finally reached his ears. However, before James could peek out from the kitchen to call, "My dears, you're back." Lily's voice pierced through the still-closed door. "James Potter, you scoundrel." With a forceful motion, Lily slammed the door shut behind her. Harry stood behind his furious mother, his vibrant hair reflecting his annoyance. Blinking his green eyes helplessly behind his round black glasses, James emerged from the kitchen, his hands stained with the orange juice, looking curiously at Lily, who hadn't even changed out of her slippers. "What is the matter, darling? Did you not know that nearsightedness above 500 degrees is hereditary? I took Harry shopping today, and he couldn't even read the signs a few meters away. I took him to the hospital, and the doctor informed me that the child is nearsighted and requires glasses." Lily, with her right arm around Harry's shoulders, glared at James. "Glasses?" James looked down at Harry, only then noticing the round black frames adorning his son's face. "Well, son, those glasses look quite dapper." "Indeed, I think so too. Father and son styles are quite fashionable," Harry chimed enthusiastically. Earlier, glancing at himself in the mirror, he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, as though he resembled both James and a previous version of himself. "Glasses are certainly better. Not only does the world appear clearer, but I also recognize myself more distinctly," Harry thought to himself. Lily shot James a disapproving glance before turning her gaze towards Harry. "You two, the glasses-wearing duo, can be stylish together. I shall not concern myself with you." "Darling," James gestured invitingly, "what do you think of the tidied-up house?" Lily glanced around, following his gesture. "Not bad. It looks just as tidy as when I left this morning. Harry, I've peeled an orange for you. I'll make you some juice shortly." Harry slipped on his slippers and looked up at his father, revealing his 8 little white teeth. "Thank you, Dad. Sweetheart. How would you like me to make you some fried jam donuts tonight?" "Delightful." Harry rushed to the sofa and plopped down beside Lily. "Mom, could you also add a syrup pancake?" Lily feigned deep thought, and under Harry's increasingly eager gaze, she finally nodded. "Fine. Seeing as you sat so patiently in the hospital today, I shall comfort you with a jam pudding as well." "Yay," Harry cheered. James, standing at the door, gazed at the yellow stains on his fingers and then at the mother and son seated on the sofa, silently breaking into a smile. It seemed that not only the home, but even his heart had been filled. Harry emerged sleepily from the room, tousling his unruly hair, and poured himself a glass of water. Harry, come here." Upon spotting Harry, James waved him over. "Come, another summer has passed. Let me see how much you've grown." Harry complied, standing obediently in the doorway as James measured his height. "Oh, quite impressive." James marked a line with a crayon at the top of Harry's head, then turned him to face the doorframe. You've grown about 5 centimeters. Does this mean I might grow as tall as Dad? Harry asked, glancing at the lines etched on the doorframe. James retreated to the bathroom. Growing to your father's height seems more plausible. At midnight, at 11:30, Harry sat at his desk, listening to his mother returning from the bathroom and closing the door. Only then did he pull out the diary he had hidden beneath him when he heard the noise. Exhaling a sigh of relief. April 27, 1989. Harry wrote the date at the beginning of a new page, as if all matters connected to the past had never occurred. I have never met Neville, nor have I heard much about him. His grandmother truly protects him well. In all my limited information, there is no sign of Voldemort's stirrings. Could it genuinely be because the time has not yet come? Harry bit the feather on his pen, suddenly unsure of what else to write, for nothing significant enough to record in this diary had transpired. He dipped the pen into the inkwell, paused for a moment, then closed the diary and locked it in the lowest drawer of his desk. He leaned back, relaxing his neck against the chair's backrest, allowing his gaze to wander across the bookshelf before him. The bookshelf was filled with various versions of history of magic, but it was predominantly adorned with gifts, those from his parents, from the moon-faced giant, and others from friends and colleagues of his parents. Harry tilted his head, staring at a charming unicorn figurine on the shelf, drifting into thought. Harry, happy birthday. Isn't it said that the Potter family is the unicorn among the pureblood families? Once, while wandering in Diagon Alley, I chanced upon a figurine that seemed perfectly suited for you, and I thought to gift it to you. When Harry heard Draco mention Diagon Alley, he instinctively knew that this trinket could not possibly originate from there. Nevertheless, he accepted it with a smile and promptly placed it in a prominent position upon his bookshelf. It is truly unfathomable to envision Harry standing up, stretching his neck, pushing his chair beneath the table, and extinguishing the light. He took one last glance at the unicorn, radiating a soft glow from the shelf, before stumbling into bed without a care. To think that I, alongside Draco Malfoy, had forged a friendship that had blossomed since childhood, exchanging gifts during Christmas and even spending nights at each other's homes on our birthdays. He pulled the duvet over his head, concealing himself entirely. Grow up quickly, and let us get to Hogwarts, he murmured, tightening the blanket around him. Time flies like a dart. On the morning of June 23, 1990, the weather was bright and cool. Harry, wielding a small spade typically used for tidying the yard, dug a tiny hole beside the flower bed, watching as Lily reluctantly placed Tom into it. Harry crouched down, tenderly stroking Tom's soft, cream-like fur for one final time. Goodbye, Tom, Lily said, adding the first handful of soil, her voice hoarse. We will always miss you. Suddenly, Golden Snitch appeared from the sky, hovering for a couple of seconds before landing atop Harry's head, its tiny beak gently pecking at him. All right, I know you're back, Harry soothed, patting it twice before lapsing into silence. After James added the second handful of earth, Harry could only glimpse Tom's beautiful fur through the gaps in the soil, and a wave of sadness washed over him, as if he had suddenly realized that he would never see his childhood companion again. Indeed, it was true. Throughout his life, all the unspoken words he could not articulate would be whispered to Tom during the stillness of the night. Sighing, Harry wiped away the tears that had streamed down his cheeks with the back of his clean hand, mustering a smile before covering the final layer of soil. Goodbye. Thank you for your companionship all these years. Time, much like the ever-increasing wrinkles on Merlin's trousers, seemingly inconspicuous at first glance, reveals its abundance upon retrospective examination. Harry found himself in a similar situation, suddenly turning back to realize how much time had passed, so much so that he was nearing 10 years old. Just over a year remained. Harry reminded himself that although he grasped nothing at present, he would surely grasp something in a year's time. His eyesight had deteriorated somewhat. Despite switching frames multiple times, he still wore the same thick lenses. His height increased daily, surpassing the lines he had previously measured. Under his mother's strict supervision, he was allowed only 2 pieces of chocolate a day, yet he was now capable of indulging in it freely in his room. Everything changed with time, except for the matters he held most dear. Harry lay in bed, cradling a cushion atop his head. The room was shrouded with 2 layers of curtains, dimming the warm midday sunlight outside to almost imperceptibility. He had just consumed the cold remedy his mother had painstakingly prepared, yet despite lying in bed for ages, sleep eluded him. Harry turned over, flattening the cushion. Did Mum put something stimulating in the medicine? After tossing and turning for a while, he finally sat upright, deciding to abandon sleep. He leapt from the bed, swiftly pulling aside the curtains, and then climbed back in, gazing at the ceiling, filled with nostalgia for the days when he could use magic, at least when feeling unwell with a cold. He wouldn't need to get out of bed to draw the curtains. Harry's bed was spacious, yet he occupied only a small portion of it, as the remaining space was neatly stacked with several piles of books. He casually pulled out a volume from the middle, examined its cover, contemplated for a moment, and then opened a page. Dull Theories of Magic. Harry yawned. Even though it was his second time perusing the book, it remained a challenge. One must admit that after years of indulgence and leisure, he had not forgotten the lessons he had learned in the past. Truly, he had to commend his own diligence while also expressing gratitude to Grandma Bida. Each year, birthday and Christmas gifts consisted of books, often several at a time, alongside various Muggle fairy tales and wizarding tales purchased by his mother. Harry felt it necessary to have his father craft a trunk enchanted with a space charm before school commenced. Moreover, there were countless gifts accumulated over the years. Harry tilted his body halfway off the bed to glance at the bookshelf, deciding that this plan could be altered to apply a space charm directly to the shelf instead. He cast one last look at the prominently displayed unicorn figurine. Today, the grand unicorn lay nestled upon the grass, with two little unicorns nuzzling against it. Harry blinked, realizing that compared to this ever-changing unicorn, the knitted scarf he had gifted to Draco this year seemed rather lackluster. However, at least it was the result of several failed attempts at knitting. His mother was nearly exasperated with his clumsiness. Harry's mind wandered as he pondered various thoughts, glancing back at the incomprehensible words on the pages, feeling a sudden dizziness. From where does magic originate? What force bestows wizards with powers beyond the ordinary? Why does this power manifest, and how do wizards harness it? In the magical realm, countless artifacts seek to trace the origins of magic, while Hogwarts adds names to its roster based on the first magical fluctuations occurring in newborns. The Ministry of Magic relies on tracking spells to catch underage magical offenses. Yet no one can elucidate the origins of magic. As Harry read about the first wizard in recorded history, his eyelids grew heavy, finally succumbing to sleep as he released the book, which thudded softly against the pillow. On July 7th, during the sweltering summer afternoon, even the strongest winds felt laden with warmth. The flora in Malfoy Manor thrived vibrantly. Harry sat on the carpet beneath Draco's bed, leaning against it, engrossed in a picture book titled The Care of Dragons. A breeze, fragrant with the scent of plants, wafted through the open window, stirring the sheer curtain hanging before it and tousling Harry's unruly hair. Dressed simply in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, his calves and bare feet rested upon the soft carpet. He shifted positions, bending his legs to reveal a hint of slender muscle, no longer appearing as frail as he once had. Draco reclined on the bed, arms stretched out, holding a rather thick volume titled Wild Dragons and Tamed Dragons, yet his gaze frequently drifted towards Harry. "Hey, Harry," Draco exclaimed, snapping the book shut. He sat up, massaging his sore arms before leaning over towards Harry. "What is so fascinating about that book?" He gestured dismissively, glancing at the exquisite illustrations of dragons accompanying Harry's text. "It makes me want to raise a dragon." However, Draco shrugged, exclaiming, "But that's not feasible." "Why not?" Harry pushed Draco's head off his shoulder, turning to present the book before him with a grin. "It's just that your dragon might be quite rare. I flipped through for ages and couldn't find any mention of you." Before he could finish his sentence, Draco tackled him to the carpet. "Hey, Draco, don't tickle me." Harry squirmed on the carpet, laughing uncontrollably, unable to escape. "Are you laughing at me?" Draco sat on Harry's thighs, pressing down on his shoulders to prevent him from rising. I'm not. Seizing the moment, Harry inhaled deeply, quickly clarifying, "Draco. That name is super cool and handsome." Draco lowered his gaze at Harry for an extended moment, finally letting out a hum before standing up and pulling Harry to his feet. "Have you lost weight?" Draco inquired hesitantly as he settled onto the bed, contemplating whether it was the sweltering summer heat that had dulled Harry's appetite, or something else entirely. "You're imagining things," Harry chuckled. "It's probably just this oversized shirt making me look slimmer. I eat so much every day, and you still say I'm thin. I polished off that massive box of chocolates Remus sent me in no time." Reflecting on the time when he wore Dudley's clothes, Harry felt this reasoning to be quite sound. Draco regarded him thoughtfully, wanting to retort that it was the way he pinched Harry's waist that made him appear thinner, and that it had nothing to do with clothing, but ultimately refrained from voicing it. Knock, knock. Two soft raps echoed at the door, and both Harry and Draco turned to see a young house elf standing there, holding a tray laden with a plate of cookies and 2 cups of juice. "Young master, the mistress has prepared some treats," the elf announced. "Just set it down," Draco said nonchalantly, gesturing towards the small table. Harry watched as the little elf vanished in a flash, and an electric thought suddenly struck him. Dobby. If he truly wished to uncover some tangible connection to the past, Dobby would be the most relevant link in his current predicament. Harry was frustrated with himself for not recalling such a vital clue earlier. Dobby was not only an important friend, but also a significant lead. If only he could find Dobby, perhaps he could glean information about Voldemort's diary. Even if the time wasn't ripe, any morsel of information would be advantageous. Knowing of the diary's existence and feeling a direct connection to the world he once knew would suffice. whether the boy who lived was Harry Potter or Neville Longbottom. As long as they inhabited the same world, there would always be an opportunity to vanquish Voldemort once more. Swallowing hard, Harry's gaze fixated on Draco, who was about to take a bite of a cookie. Draco, you. What? Draco paused, cookie in hand, turning to Harry with a quizzical brow. Never mind. I just wanted to ask. Harry hesitated, gathering his thoughts. Do you happen to have a house elf named Dobby? Chocolate, Draco replied after taking a bite. It's quite good. Yet he sensed that Harry's inquiry was not merely about the cookie's flavor. Harry moved closer and grabbed a cookie, biting into it with exasperation. Was it truly so difficult to inquire whether Draco's household possessed a house elf named Dobby? Although he could not explain why he needed to find Dobby, he felt suffocated by the secrecy, constantly worried about being discovered. He wondered how long he could endure this tension. Perhaps one day, he would simply confess. That evening, while his parents prepared dinner, Harry hurriedly penned a letter. Dear Bigfoot, today I finally stumbled upon some pertinent information, or perhaps it's more accurate to say a lead. Dobby, the house elf I mentioned who warned me in second year, is actually the Malfoy's elf. I recalled this while visiting Draco, though I didn't dare ask him about it. The last time Voldemort's diary was at the Malfoy residence, so I believe it might be there again. Please reply when my parents are asleep. Harry. After completing the letter, Harry stealthily ventured outside to find the Sphinx owl, leaving a handful of nuts in its nest. Deliver this to Sirius, please. And be careful on your way. The owl flapped its wings and took off, and Harry's anxious gaze followed its flight. He found solace in the fact that neither Lily nor James had gone out to feed the Sphinx that evening, nor had they mentioned it. Even if they had, he could have dismissed it as playing outside or something similar, yet he felt a twinge of guilt. After dinner, Harry washed up and retreated to his room, eagerly awaiting the return of the Sphinx. Sirius's letter arrived just before midnight, as Harry had anticipated. After thanking the Sphinx with a gentle pat on its head, he stood at the window and opened the letter. Dear Harry, let things unfold naturally. Do not force yourself. Everything will progress in its own time. Upon receiving your letter, I felt compelled to remind you, you are still a child. Many matters are best left to us adults, or at least until you commence your studies. Do not rush. Many events from the past transpired only after arriving at Hogwarts. Moreover, rather than me telling you everything, I believe it would be more beneficial for you to experience things firsthand. I hope you can appreciate this world, live joyfully, and not allow the quest to defeat Voldemort to consume your entire existence. Take care, Bigfoot. On the last night of 1990, as the hands of every clock in Hogwarts pointed steadily at 12, a roll of parchment on the headmaster's desk quietly unfurled. By the time the first minute of 1991 arrived, the names inscribed on the parchment had already been reordered in a new sequence. A new year. A fresh beginning filled with anticipation. A new tale awaited its unfolding. On June 5, 1991, Harry celebrated Draco's grandest birthday, yet at Malfoy Manor. The lavish party was held in honor of Draco's 11th birthday. After this celebration, less than 3 months remained before Harry would embark on his journey to Hogwarts. During the festivities, Harry sat at the table, propping his chin in his hands, observing Draco in his elaborate robe, hair meticulously styled with gel into that familiar neat coiffure. Pride radiating from his exquisitely cold visage. He watched as Draco conversed with the other boys, who he vaguely recognized as prospective Slytherins, while Lucius and Narcissa mingled with the attending witches and wizards. Harry, don't you want to meet them? Draco approached him, concern etched on his face. Come chat. We'll all be in the same house. No, I'm a bit tired, Harry replied, rubbing his eyes. I lack the energy. Oh, Draco exhaled softly, retreating back to the group, having sensed something amiss. Harry gazed at Draco's retreating figure, opening his mouth, but failing to voice anything. He felt a twinge of discomfort at Draco's mention of house instead of school. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to utter that he might not be sorted into Slytherin. Thus, they both remained silent, each harboring their own thoughts. Throughout the evening, from start to finish, Harry's mind drifted elsewhere, contemplating what he should do. Gryffindor or another house. That night, Harry did not spend the night at Malfoy Manor, fearing that being around Draco would only amplify his indecision. On June 6, 1991, with Summer's arrival, James and Lily noticed that Harry seemed somewhat lethargic, lost in thought. He began to spend copious amounts of time in the courtyard, reclining in a lounge chair while gazing at the sky. Occasionally, when called upon 2 or 3 times, he would respond as if jolted awake. At other times, he would remain sequestered in his room, either shuttering the curtains to sleep in utter darkness or poring over books or organizing the various items on the magically expanded bookshelf. Sensing Harry's disquiet, even Goldie, the golden snitch, reduced its time spent sleeping and disappearing, often fluttering around Harry's hair with a glimmer of gold. James and Lily observed Harry's evident listlessness with growing concern. Yet, whenever they inquired about his well-being, Harry would smile and assure them, I'm fine, Mum and Dad, Please don't worry. Consequently, James took the initiative to write a letter to Sirius, seeking clarity regarding Harry's peculiar behavior. Sirius's succinct reply alleviated James and Lily's apprehensions. Could it be a case of preschool jitters? Upon discovering that Harry was merely experiencing an anxiety that was entirely unwarranted, the couple resolved to let things unfold naturally, allowing their child the freedom to navigate his own turmoil, hoping that in a few days, all would be well. However, knowing that Harry's unease stemmed from his anticipation of receiving the Hogwarts letter only served to ensnare James and Lily in a strange anxiety of their own. Why were the Hogwarts owls so tardy? The book list changes each year. Truly, buying the books in advance is futile. Diagon Alley would undoubtedly be crowded. I really don't like that Quirrell fellow, especially since he teaches the defense against the dark arts class that Harry will undoubtedly excel in. James remarked before heading to work. I remember it used to arrive around July 7th. Harry mused while lying on the lounge chair, staring at the sky. Maybe around the 20th? I truly hope the Hogwarts owl arrives soon. The month that felt like an eternity gradually passed by, inch by inch. Yet, as the long-awaited day approached, Harry would often suddenly relax, shedding his earlier tension. On July 22nd, the morning sunlight had yet to penetrate the heavy curtains. After waking naturally, Harry succumbed to the irresistible pull of slumber once more. It was during this fleeting moment that he heard a persistent tapping at the window. Though the sound diminished from the living room, the incessant tap, tap, tap irked him. He threw the blanket over his head and, somewhat impatiently, called out, Hedwig, stop tapping. Go play outside for a while. I want to sleep a bit longer. Realizing something, Harry suddenly threw off the covers and sat up, only to remember that he no longer had Hedwig. In a flurry, he tumbled out of bed, mistakenly donning his slippers on the wrong feet. Mum, what is it? Harry? Lily, who had been tending to potions, emerged from the garden and immediately spotted the envelope Harry held aloft. Harry looked up, his youthful face radiating joy. The Hogwarts letter has arrived, he exclaimed. The letter from Hogwarts, maintaining its timeless design, was crafted from thick parchment and bore no postage stamp. Only an address penned in emerald green ink, number 8, Godric's Hollow. For Mr. Harry Potter. Harry turned the envelope over, meticulously tracing the Hogwarts crest with his gaze. Lily stepped out of the garden, a leaf from an unknown plant still caught in her hair. By the calendar, it was due, she said, removing her dirt-stained gloves. Come on, open the letter, you can write a reply, and I'll take a look at your book list. The owl that delivered the letter hooted softly in response. Harry carefully peeled away the wax seal emblazoned with Hogwarts' unique emblem, the letters H surrounded by a lion, a snake, an eagle, and a badger glistening in the sunlight. He unfolded the letter, quickly scanning the lengthy title following the name of Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, before diving into the body of the text. While Harry read, Lily changed into her clothes and prepared a notepad, envelope, and quill for him. Write your reply, Harry, she instructed, feeding the barn owl 2 nuts, allowing it to carry the response back. The owl hooted again. Harry spread the parchment on his left palm, took the quill, and earnestly inscribed, I am very happy to have received the letter, and I am eagerly looking forward to my time at Hogwarts. Harry Potter. He folded the letter neatly. After the owl bearing his response took flight, Lily had already set down the long list of required supplies. It looks just like before, she muttered, beginning to contemplate what other items they might need for their trip to Diagon Alley beyond the book list. That afternoon, Harry received a letter from Draco, which was straightforward, simply inquiring whether he had received the Hogwarts letter. Sitting on the living room sofa, Harry nibbled on the quill he had used to respond to Hogwarts and composed a letter back to Draco. However, aside from confirming that he had received it and expressing a modicum of excitement and apprehension, he struggled with whether to include the question about going to Diagon Alley together. In the evening, as James returned home from work and had not yet managed to utter, Hello, my dears, I'm back, he was suddenly enveloped by both a large and a small figure leaping onto him, accompanied by peals of laughter. Initially bewildered, James, upon pulling the 2 tighter into his embrace, noticed the envelope clutched in Harry's hand. Harry, James chuckled, playfully ruffling Harry's hair. Is that a letter from school? Uh-huh. Harry beamed, his smile so wide it was nearly toothless. Yet, unbeknownst to him, both James and Lily noticed the tears he had discreetly wiped away. Thanks to the arrival of the Hogwarts letter, Harry enjoyed an array of his favorite treats for dinner and even savored a sip of his father's wine. The dinner conversation between James and Lily revolved around a singular theme. Let us go to Diagon Alley tomorrow. It's the perfect opportunity for the whole family to gather all the supplies. Absolutely. I'll give the department a heads up. Moody inquired about this just a couple of days ago, James replied. Harry, having indulged a bit too much in the wine, felt his mind slow. Later that evening, feeling more alert, Harry sat at the table, bent down to unlock the lowest cabinet, and retrieved his journal. July 23, 1991. This morning, I received the Hogwarts letter. And at noon, I received a letter from Draco. However, during dinner, Mom and Dad didn't ask which house I'd like to be in. I don't know either. But just now, I suddenly figured it out. I'll leave this long-pondered question to the sorting hat. Let everything unfold naturally yet. Harry paused, his hand hesitating with the pen, leaving a streak of ink on the page. I need to make a few adjustments, Diagon Alley. On July 23rd, after breakfast, Harry, under the urging of both his parents, opened the second page of the letter he had not paid much attention to the day before. Carefully reviewing the first-year book list he had nearly memorized, and then he truly noticed something out of the ordinary. The Monster Book of Monsters? Harry folded the letter back into the envelope, his mind still grappling with the sudden appearance of the strange book title. Just as his mother pressed a small jar into his hand, time was of the essence, and the task was pressing. Lily was already dressed, busy arranging her hair in front of the mirror. Let us use flu powder to get to Diagon Alley. Then we'll go to Gringotts to withdraw some money. And then James stood behind Lily for quite some time before finally interrupting her. Shall we decide on our itinerary once we reach Diagon Alley? He remarked, recalling how they always meticulously planned their excursions, yet she invariably seemed to deviate from the plan. Lily shot James a glare and, brandishing her wand toward the fireplace behind him, commanded, flames ablaze. Harry, grab a handful of flu powder and prepare yourself. As they found themselves standing on the narrow, winding cobblestone street of Diagon Alley, Harry felt a wave of discontent wash over him. He had anticipated traversing the path to the leaky cauldron, but reflecting on the countless times he had to use flu powder throughout the year, only to have walked that route once, filled him with a sense of regret. He wondered if he might encounter Neville at the pub. Ruffling his hair, he gazed at the myriad of peculiar shops and the bustling wizards within Diagon Alley, a broad smile gradually spreading across his face. Oh well, Neville might be here with his grandmother. Harry. Lily turned to see him lingering at the entrance and called out, come over here, we're heading to Gringotts first. Oh right. Harry jogged over, only to be caught by James, who had Lily linked by one arm. Let us go? James said, there is something truly delightful about shopping as a family. As they passed a shop selling broomsticks, Lily exerted considerable effort to pull her broomstick-obsessed husband and son away from the window, where they were nearly glued to the glass. Dad, look, it's a Firebolt 2000. Harry exclaimed, gazing longingly at the illuminated display. Indeed, my son, it is the Firebolt 2000. I believe it's time we upgraded our broomstick, James replied. With determination, Lily summoned even greater strength to drag them both away. At the end of the street stood their first destination, Gringotts, which towered above the other shops in Diagon Alley, its white facade strikingly prominent. Although Harry couldn't quite understand why it leaned slightly to one side, suspecting it had something to do with the violent events that had transpired there, his attention was swiftly diverted to the gleaming bronze doors, where a figure clad in a scarlet and gold uniform stood. A goblin, James murmured, glancing down at Harry. As they walked past the engraved silver doors of Gringotts, two goblins bowed, ushering them into the marble hall. Harry grasped James's hand, trailing closely beside him as they observed the myriad of goblins diligently working behind the long counter, their slender fingers deftly handling various gems, inspecting coins, and recording assets, their shrewd eyes peering through monocles. The hall was filled with countless doors, each leading to different destinations, while many goblins facilitated the comings and goings through these portals. James and Lily led Harry toward the counter. Good morning, James greeted a nearby goblin. I would like to withdraw some funds from the vault of James and Lily Potter. The goblin scrutinized James and Lily intently. Do you have the key, sir? Indeed. James produced a small golden key from his pocket. The goblin inspected the key meticulously before returning it to James. All is in order. Ragnarok, take Mr. Potter's family to the underground vault. Oh, Ragnarok. Harry quietly glared at the goblin. The means of transport to the underground vault was still the memorable little railway and the wildly careening carts. However, unlike before, both James and Lily appeared completely unfazed, lacking the pallor that Hagrid had displayed. The vault was as Harry remembered it, piled high with gold coins, silver bars, and heaps of bronze nuts, perhaps even more than he recalled. All right, Harry, Lily instructed as she entered the vault to retrieve some money. While James stood at the entrance with Harry, he gestured toward the overflowing vault, saying, this is the Potter family vault, located underground in Gringotts. It belongs to your mother, father, and you. For a fleeting moment, James thought he saw a glimmer of moisture in Harry's green eyes after he uttered those words. How was it? Wasn't the wild ride in the Gringotts cart exhilarating? Harry, just emerging from the underground, found the sunlight somewhat blinding, yet he secretly relished the sensation of being airborne. The wind howling past his ears. Indeed, he rubbed his eyes and replied to James, Dad, I want ice cream. Chocolate with raspberries and crushed nuts. Want ice cream, do you? Well, you'll need to answer your father's next question correctly, James teased with a mischievous grin. Lily looked up, casting a sharp glance at James. Come on, darling. Your mother will take you for ice cream. However, neither father nor son paid her any heed. What is the most arduous yet rewarding job in the wizarding world? James inquired, facing Harry with Lily's piercing gaze. The goblins of Gringotts, counting gold coins, Harry replied, mimicking the reverence he had observed in the goblins. Only foolish wizards and utterly dim-witted muggles would taint gold with magic. Ha! James chuckled, giving Harry's shoulder a friendly pat. All right, Harry. You and your mother go enjoy your ice cream. I must procure some supplies before your mother's temper flares, or I'll be in trouble. Goodbye, Dad. Harry waved to James. I'll see you at the bookstore, and I'll help you finish your ice cream too. Little rascal, James chuckled affectionately. After indulging in a large serving of vanilla nut chocolate ice cream, Harry and Lily's next destination was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. However, Harry surmised that his mother had chosen to visit that shop first simply because it was nearest to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Lily pushed open the door, and the magical bell jingled as she entered, nudging Harry forward to greet Madame Malkin, who approached with a welcoming smile. Are you here to purchase your Hogwarts uniform, dear? Madame Malkin inquired warmly. The Madame Malkin of Harry's memory was just as he remembered, clad in a distinctive purple witch's robe. However, before Harry could respond, she continued, we have plenty in stock. In fact, there's a young gentleman trying on robes in the back right now. At the back of the shop stood a pale, slender young man on a stool, a witch pinning his black robe. As Harry glanced over, he locked eyes with Draco Malfoy. Good afternoon, Mrs. Potter, Draco greeted with a polite smile. Long time no see, Harry. Oh, good afternoon, handsome Draco. Lily replied with a grin. Here to buy school supplies? Where are Scorpius and Lucius? Lily measured Draco and Harry, noting with a hint of exasperation, Harry, you're still shorter than Draco. My father is down the street, and my mother went to find a cauldron and dragon hide gloves. Draco mimicked his father's language. Pompous speech. As for height, I think Harry might be a late bloomer. He is still quite young. Thank you, Draco, Harry replied, observing Madame Malkin busily attaching pins to his robe, his tone devoid of gratitude. I'll strive to grow taller than you. Madame Malkin's scissors and needles worked deftly as Lily browsed through the various sample robes hanging on the racks. All done, my dears, Madame Malkin said softly, holding two large bags undoubtedly containing Harry's and Draco's robes and cloaks. Draco took the bags but did not hand one to Harry. Instead, he carried both himself. Lily raised an eyebrow at Draco's full hands and asked, Draco, what will you be buying next? Would you like to join us? Certainly, Mrs. Potter. Draco replied with a smile. Come along, Harry, I'll help you carry your clothes. Harry stood momentarily stunned, gazing at Draco's hands, which were not much larger than his own, suddenly at a loss for words. He understood that even if he expressed his desire to Draco, the latter would not grant it. Thus, he resigned himself to silently walking alongside him. The clothes were already purchased, and it was likely that your father had completed his shopping for scales and other items by now. I suspect he would also take the opportunity to buy you some essential potions next door. So, our next stop will be Ollivander's to purchase wands, shall we, Draco? Lily turned to Draco, who had been standing steadily at her side. All right, Draco replied gently, then subtly sidestepped Harry's eager hand that was reaching for the bag. It's not heavy, I can carry it. Harry glanced at him, withdrew his hand, and said nothing. As they strolled through Diagon Alley, nearing midday, the number of witches and wizards increased, and those selling an array of peculiar items by the roadside also multiplied. When they passed by Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, which, in fact, Lily had deliberately approached, she bought an ice cream for both Harry and Draco. The only difference was that since Harry had just finished a large portion, Lily only purchased him the smallest size. Harry looked at the enormous ice cream in Draco's hand, which was easily twice the size of his own, and with a disgruntled bite, he took a chunk out of the fruit topping of his ice cream. After quickly finishing his treat, he resolutely declined Draco's offer to share. By this time, they were close to noon, and the bustling crowd in Diagon Alley had grown denser. Harry glanced at a toy shop with a window that burst with vibrant fireworks even in the bright daylight, crunched the wafer in his mouth, and disdainfully turned away. It pales in comparison to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, he thought. Ollivander's shop was small and dilapidated, with its gold-lettered sign peeling, reading, Ollivander, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. In the dusty window, a solitary wand rested on a faded purple cushion. As Lily ushered the two children inside, a series of tinkling bells rang from somewhere at the back of the shop. Harry gazed up at the thousands of narrow boxes stacked almost to the ceiling. Yet he no longer felt the sense of trepidation that had gripped him during his last visit. Within those boxes lay countless wands, each unaware of when it would encounter its destined wizard. The dust and silence in the shop seemed to harbor a mystique of hidden magic, a thought that had crossed his mind on both occasions. Lily took the 2 bags from Draco's hands and gestured for the children to approach the counter while she settled onto the shop's only long bench to wait for them. Hello? Draco glanced around the room filled with wand boxes and raised his voice slightly. Is anyone here? Good afternoon, came the gentle voice of Mr. Ollivander, accompanied by his pale, large eyes. A ladder bumped against the cabinet with a loud crash, causing Harry and Draco to jump. However, Draco regained his composure almost immediately, politely responding, Good afternoon, sir. Hello, Harry said shyly. He realized that his memories of many people had stagnated at their last encounter, much like his recollection of Mr. Ollivander. When he met the gaze of those eyes, the first image that sprang to his mind was that of a frail, elderly man with wild white hair. Oh, Mr. Ollivander studied Harry and Draco closely, noting the distinct family traits they bore. He nodded and remarked, a little Potter and a little Malfoy. He scrutinized Harry further, exclaiming, Your eyes are just like your mother's. It feels like only yesterday when she came here to purchase her first wand. 10¼ inches long. Made of willow, it swished beautifully when waved. A truly exceptional wand. Oh, I see she has accompanied you today. Lily, seated on the bench, greeted him with a radiant smile. Your father, however, is quite different, Mr. Ollivander said, blinking his silver-white eyes as he spoke in a reminiscent tone. He favored a mahogany wand, 11 inches long, flexible, and powerful, ideal for transfiguration. It seems he indeed wielded it adeptly. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 measuring tapes adorned with silver markings from his pocket. And you, young Malfoy, will have an elm wand, dragon heartstring, flexible yet strong, just like your father's. You both favor using your wands with your right hands, correct? Yes, Draco replied, gently nudging Harry, who appeared lost in thought. Oh, Harry looked at Draco, who shrugged, then turned back to Mr. Ollivander. Oh yes, I'm accustomed to using my right hand. The measuring tapes swiftly began measuring from his arm, shoulder to fingertip, wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, armpit to knee, and finally his head circumference and the distance between his nostrils. Harry had always been perplexed as to why the distance between his nostrils would affect a wizard's wand usage. Was the size of one's nostrils and breathing frequency part of the wand selection criteria? All done, Mr. Ollivander announced as the tapes fell to the floor in a tangle. Now, Mr. Potter, let us try this one, made of beechwood with a serpent's heartstring, 9 inches long. Quite flexible. Give it a wave. Mr. Malfoy, you should try this one. Maple, phoenix feather, 11 inches long. Excellent elasticity. Take a look. Just as Harry and Draco received their wands, Mr. Ollivander snatched them back. No, no, no. Try this one, Mr. Malfoy. Precisely 10 inches, hawthorn wood. Unicorn hair, decent flexibility. Oh no. Let us try this one, Mr. Potter. 11 inches, holly wood. Phoenix feather, beautiful, soft, and agile. After rummaging through the boxes, Mr. Ollivander handed Harry a wand that felt extraordinarily familiar, causing his heart to leap. He recognized every groove of the wand in his hand. The very wand that had sustained injuries in his grip, even broken once, only to be repaired by the elder wand. No, this one won't do either. Mr. Ollivander reclaimed the wand from Harry's hand, wiping the sweat from his brow, though his tone betrayed both interest and delight. What discerning customers we have here, Not to worry. I believe we can find the ideal wand for you. Something perfect, something suited to you. He mused aloud. Ah, of course, how could I forget? An extraordinary combination. Mr. Ollivander murmured as he wandered to the window. Draco glanced at Harry, shrugged his slightly sore shoulders, and quietly advised, just a moment longer. Don't rush. My mother said choosing a wand is a serious process. It's important to select one that will serve you for a lifetime. Didn't he, Mr. Ollivander, just say that the wand chooses the wizard? Harry feigned ignorance, asking as he accepted yet another wand from Mr. Ollivander. It's all the same. Draco's words trailed off as his eyes widened in astonishment. The entire shop seemed to be enveloped in a magical, warm ambience. The moment Harry grasped the wand, the cluttered shop transformed back into its previous tidy state. Oh, how marvelous. I never imagined this wand would find its rightful wizard, Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, a bit flustered. His hair now dusted and adorned with a spider's web. This wand has been in the window since my childhood. Only this one, made of ivy wood, is quite rare. Wands of ivy possess unique qualities, known for their powerful rejuvenation abilities. And of course, the core is the most significant. It's the only one in the entire wizarding world, one of a kind. Mr. Ollivander took a deep breath before revealing the wand's core material, the feather of a thestral. Harry gazed at the now empty purple cushion in the window, unable to process what he had just heard. The venerable ivy, paired with the wings of the golden snitch, measures 11 inches, showcasing extraordinary capabilities while embodying the swiftness of the golden snitch itself. Mr. Ollivander rummaged through his collection, exclaiming, This wand is undoubtedly crafted for you, belonging to the Potter lineage. For many years, we at Ollivanders have exclusively selected phoenix feathers, unicorn hairs, and select dragon parts as the core materials for our wands. Throughout my extensive years of selling wands, I have never encountered such a remarkable phenomenon. As he spoke, Mr. Ollivander retrieved a dusty box from a shadowy corner, brushed off the dust, and presented a wand to Draco, gesturing, "Here, Mr. Malfoy, give this a try." Draco grasped the wand, which bore a striking resemblance to the one held by Harry. The moment he clasped it, a gust of wind swept through the room, causing the stacks of boxes piled against the ceiling to sway momentarily before settling again. Harry tousled his hair. "Ah, I see now. I previously mentioned it was an extraordinary combination. This wand, like yours, is fashioned from the same ancient ivy, with a core of blood-stained unicorn hair. Mr. Ollivander mused once more. Yet again, we have a wand of unparalleled uniqueness. While every wand is indeed singular, yours are unquestionably more exceptional. The Potter family has long been regarded as the unicorns among wizards, am I right?" He glanced at Lily. "Indeed," Lily replied, explaining that the Potter lineage had always followed a tradition of single heirs, as recorded in their somewhat incomplete family tree, with each generation yielding only one child, and invariably a male. It is peculiar, however, the wizarding bloodline is as enigmatic as the wands themselves. Mr. Ollivander observed Harry and Draco engaged in hushed conversation, a smile gracing his lips, his pale eyes narrowing slightly, reminiscent of a cat's gaze. The two wands, their cores entwined, symbolized the revitalizing ivy, steadfast, loyal, enthralled by love, and brimming with the vigor of rebirth. "You two have indeed acquired wands of considerable age," Mr. Ollivander declared. Although Harry sensed that Mr. Ollivander implied the ancient wands might possess additional qualities. After all, every wand maker has unique practices, and Mr. Ollivander might not be fully versed in the traditions of his ancestors. When they exited the shop, Draco leaned closer to Harry and whispered, "Did we just purchase unsold stock?" Instinctively, Harry glanced back at Ollivander's shop door. Draco chuckled softly at his reaction, prompting Harry to shoot him a playful glare. In Diagon Alley, much like Ollivander's being the sole wand shop, Flourish and Blot stood as the only reputable establishment offering brand new Hogwarts textbooks. Standing before the brightly lit shop window, Harry peeked inside, observing rows of overflowing bookshelves and stacks of tomes. Displayed in the window were spellbooks, each the size of a floor tile, adorned with golden embossing. Harry had no doubt those books weighed as much as the tiles themselves. "Your father must have purchased all the books," Lily remarked to Harry, adding, "Then we can buy Draco's books and proceed to our next destination." Harry nodded and approached Flourish and Blots. As he opened the door, he caught a glimpse of a massive, curved black object swaying in another window. Startled, he recalled the extra book listed on his reading list. He wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead and entered, with Draco trailing behind, casting a puzzled glance his way. Upon entering Flourish and Blots, Harry was immediately captivated, not by the towering stacks of books reaching the ceiling, but by a large cage hanging near the entrance, which he had seen in the window. A thick iron chain descended from the ceiling, attaching to a large iron cage containing roughly 100 fluffy, toothy tomes. Harry's heart sank. It was indeed the monster book of monsters. Contrary to his expectations, however, the books were not restlessly wrestling. The cage contained no flurry of torn pages. It appeared the shopkeeper had mitigated significant losses, and all the books remained unnaturally still, as if paralyzed by fear. Yet, Harry's keen eyes noticed a few scraps of paper scattered on the cage's floor. "Dad?" Harry called, maneuvering around a stack of books still wrapped in brown paper, approaching James. James turned at the sound of Harry's voice and waved. He stood amidst a pile of books, holding a fluffy, toothy tome, engrossed, entirely oblivious to the shopkeeper's look of implicit admiration and gratitude directed at him. Reflecting on the previous chaos of the monster books and the shopkeeper's weary expression, along with his scarred hands, Harry could readily understand the shopkeeper's expression of relief at seeing James, as if he were a savior. "Ah, Draco," James greeted with a smile. "Long time no see. Let me grab you a copy of the monster book." Harry watched as James reached into the cage and pulled out a copy, his eyes wide with astonishment. While he knew James must have some means of subduing the books, it seemed exaggerated that all the books were quaking in fear of his hand. What kind of life had Gryffindor students led in the past? "Thank you," Draco replied politely to James, still unaware of the book's terrifying potential. "Dear, has Harry's collection been completed?" Lily inquired, counting the books at James's feet. "All set," James replied, gesturing to the books. "Please prepare another copy of each, following these. Oh, and add a copy of A History of Magic." "I'll choose that one," Harry interjected. James nodded. "All right, then you can take these I just bought." He communicated to the shopkeeper, who dutifully began climbing up and down, searching for various books. Seizing the opportunity to linger in the store a while longer, Harry began to explore. Regardless of the moment, He felt that every book within Flourish and Blots possessed a certain allure. Harry closed a volume that instructs wizards in the art of cursing others and casually flipped through a book displayed on a pedestal, which was as large as a stone slab, filled with bizarre, incomprehensible symbols. After some time, he finally reached the shelf neatly lined with copies of A History of Magic. He meticulously examined the spines, then selected one to hand to Draco. As for A History of Magic, I believe the new edition is preferable, considering it includes recent events. Recent? Draco perused the book with a casual glance, bemusedly remarking, about the boy who lived? Upon uttering this, Draco immediately glanced at Harry. Harry, meanwhile, was on his tiptoes reaching for an older edition of A History of Magic, seemingly oblivious to Draco's previous comment. Draco stepped over, extending a hand to assist Harry in retrieving the book. Oh, thank you, Harry replied, somewhat disheartened as he accepted the book and began to scrutinize the table of contents. Harry, haven't you read that book countless times already? Draco inquired, observing Harry's earnest profile, the back of his neck exposed, puzzled. If it were him, he wouldn't read any book more than 3 times, especially one as tedious as this. Harry seemed to have located a section of interest in the table of contents. I haven't read this version. He opened to a page and glanced briefly before closing it again, adding earnestly, I was hoping to see if this book contains any information on a person, summarily, someone favored by Merlin. Favored by Merlin? Draco found it rather amusing. But Harry shot him a glare. No, I do not mean to mock you, he explained to Harry. I merely recalled my mother's words, saying they have been favored by Merlin. He suppressed his smile and, with a serious demeanor, remarked, and we are the most favored generation. Harry blinked his green eyes, opened his mouth, and stammered for a while without articulating anything. Fortunately, a moment later, Lily called them outside. Otherwise, he truly would not have known how to explain to the earnest Draco what he meant by favor. Thanks to James's significant assistance to the bookstore, the manager offered them a considerable discount when it came time to settle the bill. Just as they spotted Lily at the bookstore entrance, Narcissa, who had come in to greet them, preemptively paid before James could. Lucius has some matters to attend to, so I will take Draco ahead, she said, gently patting Harry's shoulder, noting how much he had grown. I have only grown a little, Mrs. Malfoy, Harry replied, his smile somewhat strained. Narcissa chuckled. Harry is still as charming as he was in his youth. This made Harry's ears flush. Goodbye, Harry. Draco waved to Harry at the bookstore entrance, likely knowing he would be busy for the next month. Let us meet again at King's Cross. All right, see you on the train, Harry said, somewhat shyly. Thank you for helping me carry my things today. Draco smiled slightly, said nothing, and turned to leave with Narcissa. Draco glanced back from several steps away, watching the bookstore entrance where Harry's figure had vanished, his gray eyes darkening further. What are you looking at, little dragon? Narcissa inquired, puzzled. Isn't that the guard from Hogwarts? What is he doing here? Draco squinted. Perhaps his mother had not seen the boy standing in front of the disheveled giant due to the angle, but he certainly had. Because Lily had forgotten to order a limited circulation potion book from the bookstore, they returned once more. Harry navigated through the stacks of books, idly pondering whether to head home or continue exploring Diagon Alley. Unexpectedly, he spotted someone at the bookstore entrance who brought him joy. We need to. Hey, James. You truly are at the bookstore. Hagrid bent low as he barely squeezed through the door, followed by a small, round-faced boy who seemed diminutive in Hagrid's shadow. Both carried numerous items. That green-eyed one must be Harry, right? He looks just like you, save for the eyes. Lily, you are as beautiful as ever. Once inside, Hagrid had to be careful not to knock over any precariously stacked books. He turned to introduce the boy behind him. Neville, this is James and Lily Potter. That boy is Harry, and he will also be attending Hogwarts this year, just like you. Neville, Longbottom. The bookstore manager stumbled over a small pile of books, his glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. James noticed Lily frowning and told the manager to fetch another copy of the Hogwarts book list, sending the reluctant manager away. Harry observed Neville's bewildered expression and found it peculiar, as he imagined he must have looked similarly back in the day. I don't understand why these people want to shake my hand. I don't know why they are so excited to see me. Hey, Harry approached Neville. I'm Harry Potter. Nice to meet you. Hello. Neville hesitated but soon broke into a smile. I'm Neville Longbottom. He looked at Harry for a moment, then glanced back at the manager peering at him from between the bookshelves, finally exhaling as if he had found someone with whom to converse. Hagrid and I encountered so many strange people on our way here, though I guess I seemed the strangest of all, Neville said, forcing a peculiar smile. At first, I truly had no idea what they were talking about. Harry was slightly puzzled. Didn't your family tell you anything? No, I didn't even know who Voldemort was. Is it all right to say that name? Neville cautiously asked Harry, who guessed he must have been frightened by Hagrid's reaction earlier. Of course, it's fine, Harry replied, shaking his head. In any case, regardless of what everyone says, I not only do not know those things that made me famous, but I don't remember them at all. Neville sighed, a hint of sadness in his voice. I have no idea what happened that night. I only connected the hospital room at St. Mungo's with the boy who lived today. My grandmother took me there only once or twice. Harry patted Neville's shoulder, at a loss for comforting words. Hey, Hagrid. James turned to Lily and recounted the earlier encounter. I ran into Hagrid and Neville when I was buying cauldron scales. Hagrid mentioned that Dumbledore asked him to look after Neville. It was Neville's grandmother who asked Dumbledore to ask me to look after Neville, Hagrid clarified. Same thing, same thing. James interjected. Lily, observing Neville chatting happily with Harry, hesitated before asking Hagrid. Hagrid, it seems this child knows very little, doesn't he? Dumbledore mentioned that Augusta only revealed a few things to Neville. He didn't even know about his parents. Hush. Hagrid quickly interrupted, glancing back to see that Neville's attention was elsewhere. Then he sighed with relief. Lily understood Hagrid's implication and gently wiped her eyes. I have a toad that my uncle gave me because I first demonstrated my magical abilities. Before that, all my family thought I would never receive a letter from Hogwarts. Neville felt a bit shy. If you could see the expressions on their faces when I received my acceptance letter, Auntie Enid even cried tears of joy. We used to have a cat named Tom, but it passed away recently. As for what to bring to school, we might go to the pet shop to buy an owl. Harry sighed in relief internally, glad the topic had shifted without feeling forced. Actually, I was quite worried before the letter arrived, too. Which house do you want to enter? Neville asked. I heard from Hagrid that Hufflepuff has a, well, I think I will definitely end up in Hufflepuff. What about you? I don't know. Harry pursed his lips, still uncertain about how the sorting at Hogwarts worked. Right, Neville replied. It can't be a test, right? If it were, I would be doomed. We're still young. Harry reassured the despondent Neville. We need to learn first to discover how capable we are. Besides, I've heard every house is fantastic, honestly. As long as I can study at Hogwarts, I feel it would be wonderful in any house. Neville grinned foolishly. That's true, haha. By the way, you mentioned you want to buy an owl? Neville suddenly asked Harry, at which point the beleaguered manager had finally finished with Neville's mixed-up reading list, and the three adults were beckoning them, indicating it was time to leave. Yes, I do like owls, Harry said as he led Neville toward the door to join the adults, and just as they stepped outside, Harry collided with a rather astonishing surprise. Harry, happy early birthday. A large birdcage nearly crashed into his face, and Harry widened his eyes, seeing nothing but a fluffy white mass. Then, the fluffy white mass stirred, then stilled again. I heard your dad mention that you are about to turn 11. I couldn't think of anything to give you, so I bought an owl for you and Neville. Hagrid boomed with his deep voice. I thought kids love owls. They can deliver your letters and packages, and they are incredibly useful at Hogwarts. Harry took a few steps back, staring at the birdcage, feeling as if his brain had turned into a pot of pumpkin puree. Beside him, Neville exclaimed, I was just about to tell you that. In the cage rests a beautiful snowy owl, its head nestled beneath its wings in a deep slumber, the entirety of its body gently rising and falling with each breath. Thank you, he stammered to Hagrid, extending his hand to receive the birdcage, repeating his thanks several times, yet still feeling inadequate in expressing the thrill within. Hagrid, observing Harry clinging tightly to his thigh, smiled and ruffled his hair. No need for thanks, he said. Every wizard's 11th birthday is significant. One must have a splendid birthday gift. After purchasing books for Neville, all we lack is a wand, Hagrid declared. Then let us proceed to Ollivanders. Farewell, Harry. We shall meet again at Hogwarts. Goodbye, Neville. Harry waved vigorously at Hagrid, while carrying the large cage containing the owl. Goodbye, Hagrid. See you at school. Hagrid turned back, beaming with laughter. See you at school, Harry. I hope you enjoy the lessons I teach. As the trio ambled along the winding cobblestone path of Diagon Alley, laden with their belongings, James posed the final question of the day to Harry. Harry, is Mr. Ollivander most renowned for crafting wands? Clearly not, Harry replied, cradling the cage. His true expertise lies in restoration. The journey commenced at platform 9 3/4. On July 31st, Harry celebrated the happiest birthday of his life. Both Sirius and Remus were present, along with Regulus. Lily baked a magnificent two-tiered cake adorned with a bounty of fruit, and while indulging in it, Harry found himself smeared with cream by James and the others. Twice, the snowy owl, a birthday gift from Hagrid, had been the subject of Harry's mock study of a history of magic, after which he announced to everyone that the owl would henceforth be named Hedwig. At that moment, Sirius, seated on the sofa, raised an eyebrow upon hearing the name. Harry plopped down beside him and whispered, "What's wrong? A guardian in times of war, Hedwig." Sirius smiled, inquiring, "Am I right, Godfather?" Harry sighed, resting his head against Sirius's shoulder. "How do you seem to know everything?" "No, Harry, I know nothing. The one who knows is you." He glanced at the throng crowded in the kitchen, ensuring they were unnoticed before asking Harry, "So, have you decided which house you wish to join? Is it necessary to pose that question so mysteriously? Aren't you just worried the Slytherins will hear and claim I'm pressuring you? Do you think my days are easy? Either I'm busy tinkering with a teapot or modifying a motorcycle with my brothers and colleagues. Stop, Harry interjected, crossing his arms and lowering his head in surrender. I've made up my mind. I will leave it to the Sorting Hat once I arrive at Hogwarts. Sirius rolled his eyes, but then broke into a smile. Harry laughed heartily throughout his birthday. Yet, as Draco had remarked in Diagon Alley, he indeed found himself occupied for the entire following month, receiving gifts but having no time to celebrate. However, that gift remained unopened until he retired for the night. Following the joyous month of July, August marked Harry's final month at home. On the first day of August, he sent an exquisite iron box filled with delectable chocolates crafted by Remus to Draco, though he included no accompanying letter. In this last month, his bed was strewn with his new textbooks, and he often read late into the night, the lights aglow. Oh, not all books, though. Despite knowing how to keep the monster book of monsters quiet this time, Harry still bound it and tossed it aside. The reason for binding it was, of course, that one day it had gone wild again. Each night, Harry left the window ajar, as Hedwig frequently flew in to spend some time with him, sometimes even settling into her cage for a nap. When Hedwig returned one evening with a mouse in her beak, Harry had sternly warned her, and from that moment on, he no longer worried about finding remnants and bloodstains on the carpet before sleeping. Although the birdcage hung in Harry's room, Hedwig typically resided outside in a cozy owl house with Sphinx. Lily adored her, often providing her with treats, calling her a beautiful girl. Under the warm summer sun, Harry experienced the happiest and swiftest month of his life. It wasn't until the last day of August that he was taken aback by the impending departure from home. On this day, the household was anything but the serene comfort it had been. It could only be described as chaotic. I think this suitcase is far too large. Harry may not be able to lift it. James, hurry, shrink the suitcase. No, wait, let's first apply an expansion charm. All right, Lily, James exclaimed, snapping his fingers as he glanced at Harry, who was idly sitting on the sofa. We need to pack you extra clothes. Hogwarts winters are always quite cold. Lily chimed in. Yes, and we need to order an additional dress robe. Mom and Dad. Harry slumped helplessly onto the sofa. I won't need the dress robes just yet. True. Our little Harry is still growing. We can order the robes when needed. Lily agreed as she contemplated the packing. Not to mention the dress robes. Surely we don't need to pack so many clothes. Harry gazed in distress at the overflowing garments emerging from the suitcase, with Lily adamantly attempting to stuff more in. Mom. The suitcase says it will burst if you keep cramming. All right, just one last item. Lily found a summer shirt to squeeze into the gap, and after zipping up the suitcase, she swiftly turned to gather other items. Harry, go fetch your textbooks. Be diligent, and don't leave anything behind. James packed Harry's cauldron and potion ingredients separately into another box. I've already packed everything. Harry pointed to a small box standing against the wall, exasperated. On the final night spent in his own bed, Harry anticipated sleeplessness, yet gazing at the glowing, delightful unicorn resting on his nightstand, which he had placed there before climbing into bed, he inexplicably drifted off into slumber. The following morning, Harry awoke before 5 o'clock, rolled over in bed, peered at the clock, and then closed his eyes again. When he opened them next, it was 7 o'clock, and he was roused by a series of persistent knocks at the door. Who is it? Harry sat up, fumbling for his glasses, and groggily inquired. Harry, hurry up. Breakfast is ready, a familiar deep voice called. Bigfoot, didn't you and Regulus go home? Moonface, listen, the kid is still half asleep. Harry heard Sirius laughing heartily outside the door, while Remus's laughter was more subdued. We came this morning to take you to school. By the time Harry emerged, dressed, the others had nearly finished their breakfast. By the time he washed up, only his own bowl remained on the table. There was also a steaming, aromatic apple pie, just freshly baked by Lily. After hastily finishing breakfast, it was already past 8, and then Harry sat on the sofa, enjoying the delicious apple pie. Remus had secretly stuffed a huge box into his luggage while Lily wasn't looking, and then quietly placed a finger to his lips, signaling Harry to savor it slowly at school. Harry blinked and gave a victory sign. Sirius, who had been silently observing the scene, smiled. As James and Lily conducted a final check before departure, Harry watched them busily, the background alive with portraits flitting about. How about it, Harry? What are your feelings? Sirius perched upon the armrest of the sofa, lowering his head to whisper to him, his heart brimming with both anticipation and trepidation. Harry smiled, his emerald eyes shimmering behind his round spectacles, reflecting a blend of eagerness, nostalgia, and concern. It feels like another home there, and I am delighted to return. Yet I am reluctant to leave. Sirius patted his shoulder. Despite the years of wear on Sirius's vehicle, they did not arrive at King's Cross Station until 10:30. James and Sirius took turns retrieving Harry's assorted luggage from the car's trunk, while Remus assisted Harry in placing his suitcase onto a trolley to push into the station. Lily embraced Harry, followed closely by 3 dashing young men of various styles, causing many passers-by in the station to glance back at them after they had walked by. Harry looked up at Lily and chuckled behind his hand. I reckon these muggles are wondering why there is a white owl in a cage on that trolley. Lily glanced back at Remus, and Sirius clapped James on the shoulder, prompting all 3 to erupt into laughter. Mum, Harry remarked, casting a curious glance at the trio of handsome men behind him. I wonder if they were as eye-catching at Hogwarts, too. Dad, were they like this at school? Well, somewhat, Lily pondered, a beautiful smile blooming at her lips, but I dare say most girls were quite fond of them, especially Sirius. However, your father was not without his charm. Whenever he played Quidditch, the crowd was filled with the screams of girls. Remus had always assumed a caretaking role, likely due to the monthly troubles he faced. He seldom had the energy to concern himself with anyone beyond the 2 of them. But things improved when he became head boy. I always believed Dumbledore wanted Remus to keep a close eye on the 2 of them, Lily continued. Harry nodded in agreement. As they traversed the narrow passage between platforms 9 and 10, they encountered considerable difficulty. Lily complained to James about the throngs of onlookers. Son, James said to Harry, you know to be cautious. The station is bustling with people daily, and generally, no one pays particular attention to any individual in the crowd. However, should a muggle inadvertently witness someone colliding with a wall and vanishing, they would inevitably be compelled to investigate. If a muggle were to stumble upon a platform they had never heard of, witnessing a train they had never seen set off to an unknown destination, it would create a multitude of complications for the Ministry of Magic. Wizards were keen to avert any exposure to muggles, thus they conducted themselves with utmost care. James contemplated further, adding, of course, there will always be the occasional madman like Voldemort. That's simply unavoidable. Harry nodded in understanding. Eventually, they separated into 3 groups, with Remus going first, as the consensus deemed him the most conspicuous target. As the last of the unexpected travelers passed through the platform, all 5 of them vanished. Harry glanced back at the sign marking platform 9 3/4 and peered through the billowing steam at the deep crimson steam engine that stood beside the crowded platform. Its sign reading, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. We must be late. Draco must have boarded already, Harry mused. You should get on, Harry. Allow me to help you with your luggage. The steam from the locomotive swirled above the chattering crowd, while various colored cats wove through the feet of the throng. Amidst the buzzing conversations and the clattering of heavy bags, owls also screeched in response. The first few carriages were already packed with students. Some leaned out of the windows chatting with family, while others were engaged in playful antics in their seats. Harry pulled his trolley forward, intending to find an empty seat at the back. Indeed, the compartment near the rear was unoccupied. He first placed Hedwig inside, then arranged the rest of his belongings. Just as he finished organizing everything, the train's whistle blew. Harry plopped down in the window seat and, like the other children, leaned out to wave goodbye to his parents. Travel safely, darling. Lily wiped a tear from the corner of her eye and kissed Harry on the cheek before adding, if you need anything, have Hedwig bring us a message. Your father and I will write to you often. Harry glanced at James, who was holding Lily, saying, Dad, when I'm not home, please keep Mum company. She'll be all alone while you're at work, even if she is brewing potions in the basement. You need not remind me, son. After you leave, your mother and I will finally enjoy some long-awaited time alone together. We plan to spend Christmas in another country for our honeymoon. Harry feigned a wounded expression, clutching his chest. Fortunately, I have my moon-faced chocolates to fill the void in my heart. Though I'll need to save some for Draco and my classmates. Remus chuckled softly. Harry, I hope you have a splendid time at Hogwarts. He ruffled Harry's hair. Finally, Sirius gave Harry a thumbs up, to which Harry beamed back, reciprocating the gesture. The train began to move. Goodbye, darling. Harry saw Lily raise her hand to cover her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears, making them appear even greener. James embraced her, his smile radiating encouragement as he watched Harry. Harry waved fervently until the train accelerated, rounded a bend, and they were no longer in sight. Thus commenced the journey from platform 9 3/4. The Hogwarts Express gradually picked up speed, and the houses flashing by the window appeared almost ethereal. The blue sky, white clouds, and gentle breeze were just within reach outside the window, while sunlight streamed in through the open window, enveloping the entire compartment in warmth. Harry removed his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and then wiped the fog from his spectacles with his sleeve. At that moment, the compartment door was suddenly pushed open, and Harry blinked, gazing in confusion at a hazy figure adorned in red. Excuse me, may I ask? Harry hastily put his glasses back on. Ron Weasley, is this seat taken? Ron pointed to the seat opposite Harry, inquiring, as the other places were filled. Harry shook his head, stammering, No, go ahead. Hello, I'm Ron Weasley. Ron positioned his suitcase upright and sat down, Harry noticing a smudge on the tip of his nose. Ron looked at Harry, enthusiastically introducing himself. Hi, I'm Harry. It seemed a pleasant conversation was about to unfold with the exchange of names, but someone interrupted Harry just as he was about to speak. Hey, Ron. Fred and George suddenly appeared at the door, calling out their younger brother's name with enthusiasm. We're heading to the middle carriage to see what Lee Jordan has gotten. He caught a massive spider. Want to join? George and Fred leaned against the doorframe, their faces still bearing a hint of youthful exuberance, mirroring one another's expressions. Come on. A spider that big isn't something you see every day? I'm not going, Ron scoffed. You're missing out, brother, George lamented theatrically. But Fred's attention had already shifted to Harry. Hey, you must be Harry Potter, he said, pointing at himself and then at George. Our little brother Ron just introduced himself to you, right? Harry Potter, Harry replied with a smile. You two are really cool. Oh, Harry, thank you. The twins said in unison, bowing in gratitude. I imagine you don't fancy spiders either, so we'll be off now. See you later. Goodbye. Harry replied as George and Fred pulled the compartment door shut behind them. You're a Potter? Ron suddenly exclaimed. I saw your family on the platform. And your dad is my father's boss. Serious? Harry pondered. He and Mr. Weasley seemed more like kindred spirits than mere colleagues. I often hear him speak of the various modifications he undertakes at the ministry. Indeed. Ron nodded. I've even taken a ride in that car. It was utterly thrilling. I sense that having brothers must be quite splendid. Unfortunately, I am an only child. 5, Ron said, and for some reason, he appeared a tad disheartened. I am the 6th in my family to attend Hogwarts. One could say I ought to look up to them. Harry mentally counted. Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, and George. Finally, Ron delivered a summarizing remark. If you have 5 brothers, you'll never have anything new. I wear Bill's old robes, use Charlie's discarded wand, and even have Percy's unwanted rat. Yet, having siblings must be a positive experience most of the time, right? Indeed, Ron replied. He then reached into his jacket pocket and produced a plump yellow rat, which was soundly asleep. Harry's pupils dilated the moment Ron's hand slipped into his clothing, and he exhaled in relief only when the rat was revealed. Although he knew Peter Pettigrew was imprisoned in Azkaban, Harry couldn't shake off the anxiety of unforeseen circumstances, given that the fellow had always been rather cunning. As Ron began to introduce his rodent companion, Harry swiftly interrupted him, steering the conversation elsewhere. As they chatted about various topics, the train gradually departed from London. When Harry and Ron gazed out the window, the train sped along fields dotted with cattle and sheep, and they gazed, entranced, as the meadows and pastures whisked by. At 12:30, Harry purchased an array of treats from the trolley. Bertie bought every flavor beans, chewy chomping candy, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, and licorice wands. He bought a little of everything he laid his eyes upon, ultimately handing the vendor 12 silver sickles. Ron stared in astonishment as Harry tumbled the bounty into their compartment. Are you hungry? Not particularly, Harry replied, opening a bag of Bertie bought. I just missed the taste of these treats. You should join me. I think they're quite delightful. He thrust a pumpkin pasty into Ron's hand. Though Ron felt a bit embarrassed, he silently set aside his corned beef sandwich. Harry felt a surge of joy, as he had only shared such delights with Draco before. Oh, it seems you've got some pumpkin puree on your nose, Harry pointed out, chuckling at Ron's nose tip. Oh really? Ron quickly wiped at it. Is there more? Nope. After satisfying his hunger, Harry chewed on a chocolate frog, finding it decidedly inferior to the ones made by Remus. After a moment of silence, a knock echoed on the compartment door. Excuse me, came a voice as the door swung open. I was wondering if you've seen a toad. Hey, Harry. Harry recognized the voice, and upon looking up, he saw Neville's face. Hi, Neville. Long time no see. Harry noticed his somewhat downcast expression and asked, What's the matter? It's my toad, the one I mentioned before. I've lost it again. Neville shrugged, exasperated. It always tries to escape from me. Don't worry. Harry reassured him. As long as it's still on the train, it can surely be found. I hope so, Neville replied, bidding farewell as he headed off to search elsewhere. Just moments after Neville departed, Harry suddenly stood up, startling Ron, who sat across from him. Harry maneuvered around Ron's lap, where Ron's rat was dozing. I'll be right back. Okay, Ron replied, chewing on a piece of gum, his words muffled. Harry had been reminded of something by Neville's appearance. The last time Neville had shown up, Draco had come looking for trouble shortly thereafter. Although he was uncertain whether Neville had stirred any commotion this time, Harry felt too shy to ask. He certainly didn't want Neville to cross paths with Draco or for Draco to seek him out. Harry pondered, knowing that Draco was likely engrossed in conversation with other aspiring Slytherins, entirely forgetting about the boy who lived. However, to Harry's perplexity, he traversed the entire carriage without catching sight of Draco, not even a glimmer of his golden hair. Perhaps he simply missed him, Harry contemplated on his way back. He had been momentarily pulled into a compartment by the twins to witness something they termed a pocket spider. Yet, having been around spiders every day at the Dursleys and having encountered the most magnificent giant spider in the Forbidden Forest, he found the palm-sized pocket spider hardly remarkable. Harry could wager that the twins had hoped to see him squirm in fear, along with Lee Jordan. Thank goodness it wasn't Ron who had been ensnared. Harry mused silently. Harry. As soon as Harry re-entered the compartment, Ron gestured frantically for him to close the door. What is going on? Harry asked as he settled into the seat opposite Ron, utterly bewildered. The one who just came in. Neville, Ron stammered. Why didn't you mention he asked Neville Longbottom? Harry let out an "oh" before inquiring, What's the matter? That's Neville Longbottom. How can you be so calm? Ron exclaimed. A little witch just saw him and said he's in all sorts of books. How can you take it so lightly? Noticing Harry's perplexed expression, Ron seemed to relent. He's Neville Longbottom, the boy who lived, the savior, the one who vanquished that man. That man? Harry queried. You mean Voldemort? Ron gasped, momentarily breathless. Harry thought to himself, oh no, I'm sorry, that's just what my family calls him. Oh, it's fine, Ron replied, straightening up with a hint of trepidation. I should have realized. Your parents are formidable wizards, constantly battling that man. Naturally, you would dare to speak his name. I believe Neville would too. He certainly would. Harry regarded Ron with a hint of exasperation, but before he could voice anything, the compartment door was flung open once more, and rather forcefully at that. Harry silently mourned the unfortunate door. This time, it was Hermione who entered. Harry was a bit taken aback at seeing the same childlike Hermione, who seemed rather self-important and aloof at the start of the term. Oh, you'd best change into your robes post-haste, Hermione remarked, assessing Harry's jeans and shirt. I just spoke to the driver at the front, and he said we'll be arriving shortly. She fired off her words in rapid succession. Oh, hello, you must be Harry. I just heard Neville mention you. Hermione looked at Harry with her chin slightly elevated. I'm Hermione Granger. Hello, Harry replied, making an effort to reconcile this Hermione with the one he knew. Hermione, it's a pleasure to meet you. We need to change our clothes. Could you please step outside? Ron, seated in the corner, said grumpily. All right. I came here because those rascals outside were running around in the aisle. Hermione said with a shrug as she helped close the door behind her. Once Hermione exited, Ron glared at the door in frustration, muttering, I'm not at all pleased to meet her. Harry pulled out his robes, deciding not to engage with Ron's grievances. He thought to himself, you're not only pleased to meet her, but you may end up falling for her and spending a lifetime with her. As Harry gazed out the window, darkness had fallen, and the deep purple sky only allowed the silhouettes of hills and trees to be discerned. In 5 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts. Hogwarts, Slytherin. In 5 minutes, the train will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train, and we will ensure it is delivered to the school. The announcement echoed throughout the train. Uncertain of his previous state, perhaps feeling anxious, Harry's hands clenched tightly beneath his robe, regardless of how he felt last time. This instance undeniably stirred a tinge of nervousness within him. The train gradually slowed and finally came to a gentle halt. Harry, seated in the last carriage, followed the throng of other students as they disembarked, stepping onto the dimly lit platform of Hogsmeade Station, illuminated only by a solitary lamp. The chill of the night sent a shiver down his spine, and there he spotted Hagrid, holding a lantern aloft, his voice booming. First years, over here. Harry also caught the startled gasps of many first-year students as they laid eyes on Hagrid. Hagrid raised his lantern and, upon noticing Harry and Neville nearby, beckoned them to follow closely. Come on, stay with me. Any more first years? With that, he urged, all right. First years, keep close. As Harry lifted his foot to step forward, he felt someone grasp his hand, causing him to pause. Turning his head, he found Draco standing to his left. Even in the dim light of the night, Draco's golden hair shimmered, reflecting the glow of the lamp. Draco glanced at Harry, his light-colored eyes narrowing as he flashed a smile and remarked, if we don't hurry, we'll fall behind. With that, Harry found himself being pulled along by Draco's hand, navigating through the crowd toward the path leading to the Black Lake. The darkness enveloped them, and as they descended the steep, narrow path, the only illumination came from the faint glow of Hagrid's lantern ahead. Silence reigned throughout their journey, with Neville's occasional sniff being the most prominent sound. In this tranquil stillness, Harry could hear Draco's slightly accelerated breathing beside him. As he mentally calculated the distance they had traversed, just as he anticipated the final turn, Hagrid called out, turn this corner, and you'll catch your first glimpse of Hogwarts. Instantly, the crowd erupted with excitement, each individual quickening their pace in anticipation. Upon rounding the last bend, the narrow path opened up to reveal a vast, dark lake, across which loomed a magnificent castle perched upon a steep hill, its turrets piercing the night sky, and windows twinkling like stars. Harry's gaze was wholly consumed by the grandeur of the illuminated castle that brightened the dark night. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Draco was momentarily taken aback by the cacophony of awestruck exclamations enveloping them, causing him a slight headache. He rubbed his ears and turned to Harry. In the darkness, Harry's face was illuminated by the distant lights, appearing hazy like a figure behind frosted glass, yet the brilliance of his eyes, reflecting the castle's glow, was etched vividly in Draco's mind. Lowering his gaze, Draco smiled softly once more, taking Harry's hand as they boarded the boat. No more than 4 to a boat, Hagrid bellowed. However, once Draco and Harry boarded, no one else joined them. Crabbe and Goyle attempted to climb aboard, but Draco mockingly warned, "If you come on, Harry and I will surely drown in this lake," prompting the two to sulkily seek another empty boat. Yet Harry couldn't shake the concern that their shared boat might not be entirely safe. Still, considering that the boat could support Hagrid, surely they would be fine. Guided by Hagrid, the flotilla of first-year students glided across the mirror-like surface of the lake, and the castle grew increasingly distinct against the rippling waters. As they passed the cliffs and tunnel, docking at the underground dock, the castle seemed to tower above them. Harry stepped onto the uneven ground paved with gravel and pebbles, hearing Hagrid inquire if Neville's toad was with him, amidst the hushed excitement of the crowd. Yet, his attention remained fixated on the tunnel ahead. The ivy draped only over the cliffside, creating a stark contrast to the rocky terrain, which felt almost alien to him. He remembered crossing the Black Lake, but had no recollection of traversing this tunnel. "Hey Harry, let's go," Draco called back, jolting Harry from his reverie as he hurried to catch up with the advancing group. The first years, under Hagrid's guidance, ascended the tunnel, traversing a flat, damp patch of grass beneath the castle's shadow, arriving at the imposing stone steps before Hogwarts. Harry had passed through these doors countless times, and after today, he would once again enter them, embracing his Hogwarts life anew. In accordance with tradition, Hagrid knocked on the grand oak doors of Hogwarts, which swung open to reveal Professor McGonagall waiting for them. Harry noticed the flickering torches illuminating the stone walls behind her, leading directly to the grand marble staircase. "Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take it from here," Professor McGonagall declared, leading them into a small room on the other side of the entrance hall, while Hagrid disappeared into the Great Hall. As hundreds of 11-year-olds awaited their new journey, the tension in the small room escalated, but Harry felt none of it, as Draco stood uncomfortably close. Harry sensed the imposing figure behind him, rendering him almost immobile. "Hey," Harry attempted to suggest to Draco to create a bit of space, when Professor McGonagall cleared her throat, silencing the previously murmurous room. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, her gaze sweeping over the group with a blend of seriousness and warmth. "The feast is about to begin. But before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must first determine your respective houses. The sorting is a significant ceremony at Hogwarts, as your house will serve as your home during your 7 years here. You will attend classes, live, and spend your free time in your house common room with your fellow students. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, each possessing its own illustrious history." Harry felt a sense of discomfort as he listened to Professor McGonagall's lengthy explanation of the houses and the school's rules. However, noticing Draco's less than pleased expression, he attempted to create a meager gap between them, but found himself unable to voice his desire for Draco to step away. In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony would commence before the entire school. "I suggest you all take a moment to compose yourselves while you wait. Presenting your best selves as the beginning of your 7-year journey," Professor McGonagall advised before instructing them to remain quiet. Finally, after Professor McGonagall left the room, the students quickly crowded into the space she had just vacated, allowing Harry to breathe a little easier. "My grandmother says the sorting is very important, but she never told me how it works. However, I feel I'll end up in Hufflepuff," Neville confided to Ron. "I don't know how the sorting happens. Maybe it's through some sort of test," Ron mused. Fred, "Oh, he's my brother, said the test is quite taxing, but I think he was joking." Ron's remark caused a ripple of excitement. "Harry, which house do you think you'll be in?" Draco, now with a bit more space, finally loosened his grip on Harry, allowing him to exhale deeply. "I have no idea," Harry replied, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Sirius and my dad think I have a good chance of going to Gryffindor, while my mom says it's all up to fate. But they all believe I could fit into any of the houses. My grandfather's portrait said the Potters have a presence throughout Hogwarts. And you? Which house do you wish to join?" Draco did not attempt to conceal his concern regarding the matter. "I can't quite decide. Perhaps I should leave it to the sorting hat. It always knows where I ought to go," Harry jested. Upon hearing Harry's words, Draco understood that no definitive answer could be gleaned from him and thus suppressed his own discontent. In truth, Harry was genuinely uncertain about his destination, Gryffindor or Slytherin, or perhaps another house entirely. This dilemma had plagued him since the arrival of his acceptance letter. He had memories of a past that did not portray him as the golden boy or the indomitable savior. He was merely Harry Potter. Yet, he cherished past friendships and had made new acquaintances. Harry glanced at Draco, whose pale face was now furrowed with concern, and sighed inwardly. Ultimately, the Sorting Hat would be more resolute in its judgment than he could ever be. Now, they formed a single file line, and Professor McGonagall reappeared, instructing them to follow her. They trailed behind her, exiting the room and traversing the entrance hall, eventually pausing before a set of grand double doors, from behind which emanated a chorus of jubilant chatter. Standing at the forefront of the queue, Harry awaited just a brief moment when a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd behind him. Neville Longbottom? Is that you? Oh my, I can see your scar. A piercing scream marked the beginning of the uproar, and the crowd bubbled over like a cauldron of boiling potion, splattering outward. The boy who lived. Move aside. Let me see him. The din was overwhelming, and Harry, standing on tiptoe, turned to see Neville's face flushed with embarrassment, confusion, and a hint of fearful bewilderment. Harry found himself lost in contemplation. Here, his existence might be as inconsequential to Dumbledore as Neville's was, and no more significant to Voldemort. Merely an ordinary boy wizard navigating this era. However, Sirius, as the first butterfly to flap its wings, altered the course of his parents' demise, cast Peter Pettigrew into Azkaban, and even changed Regulus's fate, his status, and the entire splendor of the Black family. He had even shifted the Malfoy family's stance and the very distribution of power within the Ministry of Magic, a transformation that was ongoing. As long as Sirius existed, the butterfly's wings would continue to flutter until time took them to an unknown destination. But the entire landscape had shifted. He was acutely aware that if the world centered around Harry Potter underwent unwarranted changes, it could lead to Voldemort's resurgence. Harry? Stop thinking. Draco, what is it? Draco hesitated. It's about Neville Longbottom, the savior. Harry took Draco's hand, waving it dismissively. He's merely a confused, frightened child, Draco. Would you like to go over and shake his hand? Harry inquired with a playful smile. Shake hands. Why would I want to do that? Draco replied, bewildered. Oh, never mind, let us go. Harry turned back, raising his voice slightly. The door is opening. This simple statement proved to be a tremendous relief for the beleaguered Neville. After all, to this room full of children, the notion of a savior was temporarily overshadowed by the significance of Hogwarts. As the heavy double doors creaked open, a sliver of brightness gradually expanded into a magnificent vista. Finally, when the doors fully swung open, the entire hall revealed itself to all the first-year students, a place utterly enchanting. Wondrous and resplendent, students from the other years of the four houses sat in their robes, clustered around long tables representing each house. Above them floated thousands of candles illuminating the dining hall, while the ceiling, bewitched to mirror the outside sky, sparkled with faint stars against a velvety black backdrop. The tables were adorned with gleaming gold plates and goblets, and at the head of the hall stood a long table reserved for the faculty. Professor McGonagall led them before the teacher's table, positioning them in front of the upperclassmen lined up in rows. At that moment, all eyes in the hall were fixed upon the first years awaiting their sorting, while whispers of curiosity rippled among the older students seated at the long tables and the professors. Some with expressions of ease and others with solemnity occupied the faculty table. Harry cast a glance in their direction, but quickly diverted his gaze. He heard Hermione softly remark from the middle of the line, "The ceiling is enchanted. It looks just like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." However, as Professor McGonagall placed the tattered, patched, and grimy sorting hat upon the four-legged stool she had just set down, the first years fell silent, their attention riveted on the hat. Apprehensive about the impending sorting ceremony, Draco felt a twinge of anxiety. In contrast, Harry experienced a sense of tranquil acceptance regarding the whims of fate. The hall was enveloped in silence. Then, the hat stirred, its brim splitting wide like a mouth. Harry cleared his throat gently, listening attentively to the sorting hat's song. "You may think me unremarkable, but do not judge by appearances. Any thought concealed within your mind cannot evade the hat's keen scrutiny. For I am a thinking hat." Once the hat concluded its melody, the teachers were the first to applaud. Harry noticed that Dumbledore was the first to clap. And soon the entire hall erupted into applause. The showman hat bowed to each of the four tables in turn before becoming utterly still. "So we simply wear this hat?" Harry heard Ron whisper from behind him. "I'm going to kill Fred. He makes it sound like we're about to fight a giant." "Wearing a hat is certainly preferable to taking a test," Neville sighed, "though I'm not the best at conversation." "You are far more capable than most here, Neville." Ron quickly interjected, "There's no need to worry. You'll definitely be sorted into Gryffindor, I promise." Harry smiled faintly. Professor McGonagall, holding a scroll of parchment, approached them and announced, "When I call your name, you shall don the hat, take a seat, and await your sorting. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff, the hat proclaimed. The Hufflepuff table erupted into applause. Hermione Granger. Gryffindor, the hat declared. Ron and the others at the Gryffindor table applauded enthusiastically. The sorting continued in an orderly fashion, with cheers and applause rising and falling across the long tables. But soon, this delicate balance was shattered when the professor called out a name that resonated through the hall: Neville Longbottom. A wave of murmurs akin to a crackling flame swept through the hall. Harry could hear Neville take a deep breath, but he appeared remarkably composed as he approached the sorting hat. Longbottom? Is she calling for Longbottom? The Neville Longbottom? There can't be two Longbottoms. Harry recalled hearing someone exclaim outside, "I saw his scar." The hat took an unusually long time to decide on Neville, and when it finally shouted, "Gryffindor," the eruption of cheers from the Gryffindor table could have blown the hat clean off Neville's head. The applause and cheers from the other three houses, excluding Slytherin, were thunderous, nearly threatening to lift the hall's roof. George and Fred had been shouting, "We got Longbottom! We got Longbottom!" ever since the hat declared Gryffindor. Though Professor McGonagall could not suppress the corners of her mouth from lifting, she still cleared her throat forcefully to signal the crowd to calm down. The excited throng, however, remained oblivious to her cue until Dumbledore tapped his silver spoon against his goblet, gradually restoring silence to the hall. Professor McGonagall continued with the sorting. Draco Malfoy. Draco shot Harry a glance, mouthing "waiting for you," before swaggering over with confidence. Harry stood rooted to the spot, observing Draco sit upright on the high stool. Just as he had before, the sorting hat had scarcely touched his head when it exclaimed, "Slytherin." Amidst a cacophony of cheers, Draco took his place at the Slytherin table, engaging in conversation with Crabbe, Goyle, and several unfamiliar faces who offered their congratulations. It was only when Harry noticed Draco displaying a self-satisfied expression after exchanging pleasantries that he averted his gaze. By this time, only a handful of students remained. Among them were Pansy Parkinson, Millicent Bulstrode, and others. "Harry Potter," called Professor McGonagall. With a composed demeanor, Harry approached her and seated himself upon the stool. As the hat was about to descend, obscuring his vision, Harry caught sight of the whispers among the diners, followed by Draco's watchful gray eyes. And then he was enveloped in the darkness of the hat and the anticipation that accompanied it. Perched on the stool, the brim of the sorting hat not only shielded his eyes but pressed down upon his nose. He took a deep breath, ensuring he was in a good state, and exhaled. "Ah, an extremely purebred Potter," the sorting hat mused. "My dear child, it is a pleasure to see you, given the sparse lineage of your family. Where shall I place you? Or for which house do you aspire to earn those 150 points? Your mind is brimming with knowledge. You are brave and dauntless, yet quite enigmatic. How curious. You present me with a conundrum." Harry pressed his lips together, uttering not a word nor forming any thoughts. For it was indeed a challenge, a formidable one. You display remarkable courage, and your heart is not devoid of kindness. You possess talent. Oh my, indeed. There exists a fervent desire within you to prove yourself. How intriguing. Where shall I assign you? Harry's hands clenched into fists, his mind a blank slate. You will be immensely successful. You know, it is all nestled within your mind. Slytherin will undoubtedly aid you in achieving greatness, the hat whispered subtly. Do you have any inkling yet? You are destined for greatness, you know, and you will instigate change. Your thoughts alone can manifest wonders. And Slytherin can guide you toward brilliance, without a doubt. Very well, Slytherin. The proclamation resonated throughout the hall, echoing in Harry's mind, followed by a more composed round of applause from the Slytherins that drew him back to reality. Professor McGonagall lifted the hat from Harry's head, and in an instant, the bright world came into focus. The first sight to greet Harry was Draco's face, unable to suppress his laughter. Harry, seemingly infected by his mirth, broke into a wide smile. He leapt from the stool and, out of the corner of his eye, glanced at the staff table, where Snape remained impassive, revealing nothing. Harry made his way toward the Slytherin table, feeling an inexplicable wave of relief wash over him. Neville and Ron at the Gryffindor table wore expressions of disbelief, which Harry found somewhat endearing. Draco patted the empty space beside him, gesturing for Harry to sit. Harry sighed inwardly. His first experience of mental block was indeed against the sorting hat. However, he looked around at the unfamiliar faces at the table, then up at the silver and green banners hanging overhead, and at Draco, who was radiating smiles. Slytherin, a true new beginning. Seated at the Slytherin table, Harry gazed at the staff table, where Dumbledore occupied the grand golden chair at its center, still resembling the figure etched in Harry's memory. Adorned with his iconic half-moon spectacles, a prominent nose, and long silver hair and beard shimmering alongside the ghosts. He then stood, beaming at the students, extending his arms as if nothing pleased him more than the sight of a full hall of students. "Welcome," Dumbledore exclaimed. "Welcome back, old students, to continue your studies. And welcome new students to embark on a new life at Hogwarts. Before we begin the feast, I must share some rather unfortunate news. Professor Kettleburn, our Care of Magical Creatures instructor, has retired at the end of last year to spend more time with his remaining small mischief makers. However, I am pleased to announce that none other than Rubius Hagrid has agreed to fill his position alongside his duties as Keeper of Keys and Grounds. The applause that followed was tepid, though the Gryffindor table erupted in enthusiastic clapping. Sitting at the Slytherin table, where applause was nearly non-existent, Harry clapped while quietly whispering to Draco, "Hagrid is a friend of my parents. He is the one who gave me Hedwig." "Hedwig?" Draco asked, puzzled. "Isn't that the snowy owl that delivered chocolates to my house?" "Indeed," Harry replied. "Oh, I forgot that we only met Hagrid when you and your mother were leaving. It's not surprising you wouldn't know." Draco glanced at Harry, yet Harry's bright green eyes had already returned to the staff table. Unbeknownst to Draco, Harry was observing Quirrell, who pretended to converse with Snape, but was actually facing the Gryffindors with the back of his head. However, after a moment, Harry's gaze inadvertently locked onto Snape's, and he forced a smile before looking away. Dumbledore raised his hands, silencing the scattered applause, and solemnly stated, "While this has already been clearly communicated in the Daily Prophet and in letters to each of you, I must take a moment of your time to reiterate. After extensive review and careful consideration, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry will officially make care of magical creatures a compulsory subject starting from the 1991 academic year. We hope that students will learn to understand magical creatures and how to coexist with them peacefully, even to cherish and consciously respect and protect them." Harry pondered what had prompted this change. Sirius had not been particularly invested in magical creature protection. "Well, I believe I have covered the important points," Dumbledore continued. "So, once again, on behalf of Hogwarts, I welcome you all. Finally, before we commence the feast, I would like to say a few more words. Nincompoops, crybabies, rubbish, twaddle. Thank you all. Let us begin our meal," Dumbledore concluded before sitting back down. As his words faded, the plates before everyone filled with food: chicken legs, roast beef, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, a veritable mountain of deliciousness, accompanied by vegetables and sauces. Harry took a small portion of everything, though he wasn't particularly hungry. He couldn't resist the temptation of such a feast laid before him. The ghosts of each house began to wander among their respective tables, and the Slytherin ghost, the Bloody Baron, happened to sit beside Harry. Draco nudged Crabbe beside him to squeeze in tighter, then followed suit to ensure Harry could sit further away from the Bloody Baron. Having grown accustomed to ghosts, Harry felt only a slight chill, devoid of any discomfort. After everyone had feasted to their heart's content, the remaining food vanished from the plates, leaving them pristine once more. Soon after, desserts arrived, with an array of ice creams of every flavor. Harry took a fried jam donut, which, though not as delectable as Lily's, was still quite enjoyable. As Harry began to feel slightly drowsy, the desserts disappeared, and Professor Dumbledore stood once more, restoring silence to the hall. Now that everyone is well fed. As Harry had surmised, Professor Dumbledore began to address the final important matters, the rules. Harry mentally counted: the Forbidden Forest, no magic in the corridors during breaks, and the Quidditch player tryouts occurring in the second week. Upon hearing this, Harry glanced at the Gryffindor table, feeling a twinge of sadness, though he speculated about who would be Gryffindor's seeker this time. At last, Dumbledore proclaimed, "I must remind everyone that those who wish to avoid unforeseen accidents and a most painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor." During the singing of the school anthem, Harry found himself uncontrollably yawning several times, while the Weasley twins' rendition of the funeral march proceeded at a sluggish tempo, with Dumbledore conducting in perfect harmony, only exacerbating Harry's drowsiness. Music, Dumbledore mused. Let us bid each other good night with this splendid melody. Sweet dreams to all. Now, please return to your dormitories. Prefects, kindly escort the first-year students. In the throng of departing students, the first years followed their respective prefects out of the hall. Most of them remained exhilarated, their animated chatter gradually echoing through the grand chamber. They traversed lengthy corridors, ascending and descending staircases, as the portraits on the walls animatedly exchanged greetings with the first years, offering directions and encouragement. The first-year Slytherins trailed behind their robust prefect, descending the marble steps for what felt like an eternity until they arrived at a dimly lit corridor illuminated by torches. Harry blinked, wearily surveying the shadowy walls and the flickering lights that brightened the gloom, walking for the first time as a Slytherin along this essential path leading to their common room. At the end of the passage lay a few short steps, culminating in a platform before a damp, barren stone wall. "The password is Dragon's Head," the prefect's gravelly voice instructed, emphasizing that the first years must memorize this password until the next change. As the concealed stone door within the wall creaked open, the Slytherin common room revealed itself. It was a narrow, low-ceilinged chamber, an optical illusion caused by their elevated position on the steps. The walls and ceiling were constructed of rough stone, while rounded. Green glowing lamps dangled from chains overhead. The intricately carved fireplace crackled with flames, casting shadows of several older Slytherins seated in ornately designed chairs around it. The prefect led the first years through the common room, ascending a spiral staircase that appeared far more spacious than it truly was, eventually halting on a large landing. He gestured towards the smaller staircases on either side, stating, "The left leads to the boys' dormitory, while the right leads to the girls'. However, boys, do not entertain any thoughts of venturing up the girls' staircase. Should you disregard the rules, do not say, 'I did not warn you.' Now, everyone, proceed up the stairs. Your names are on the door plates of your respective rooms, and your belongings have already been delivered." Harry looked up at the crystal ceiling of the common room, gazing out at the dark lake beyond, pondering just how far beneath the surface Slytherin's quarters lay as he ascended the staircase. In the crowded space, it took Harry and Draco some time to locate their room, and they were relieved to discover that only their names, Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter, adorned the doorplate. "My father told me that during his time at school, when Slytherin was at its peak, a room would often accommodate 5 or 6 students. How different it is now. With only 2 per room," Draco remarked, turning the doorknob. Harry entered in silence, pondering if perhaps Gryffindor's arrangement of 5 occupants per room stemmed from sheer overcrowding. Upon reflection, Slytherin had its merits. The room was spacious, with 2 beds positioned at opposite ends, their canopies draped with green velvet curtains that shimmered under the light. There were 2 bedside tables, a large wardrobe, and a square table ample enough for 2 to place their books and still have space for assignments. All exuding Slytherin's distinctive style, akin to the furnishings in the common room below. The window was large, providing a view of the dark lake, its waters obscured from sight. Draco even spotted a small fireplace, likely intended for winter use. "Oh, we can light that if it gets cold," he said, considering that Slytherin, being situated beneath the Black Lake, was far chillier than the other houses. Harry responded with an "oh," surveying the room contentedly, save for one detail. Draco," Harry hesitantly called. As Draco busied himself unpacking, preparing to hang his clothes in the wardrobe and stow away various items in the bedside tables, he glanced back at Harry, arching an eyebrow as if to prompt him to continue. "I was thinking of pushing the 2 beds together, and perhaps rearranging some of the other furniture. Do you mind?" "Oh, not at all," Draco replied, examining the beds, and then Harry. "Do you need help?" he asked, a hint of concern in his voice. "No, I can manage." With a flick of his wand, Harry moved the low table to the empty corner, then adjusted the bedside tables, creating a sufficiently spacious area in between. Draco's pupils constricted in surprise as he watched the beds levitate effortlessly from their corners and merge seamlessly in the middle. The curtains remained drawn back, revealing the neatly arranged linens, the joining of the beds leaving not a single gap. Next, the bedside tables shifted into place, one on each side, while the table and chairs were positioned in the most suitable spot for warmth, leaving the wardrobe steadfast in its original corner. Harry pointed his wand at his trunk, contemplating before saying, "Blanket, come forth." A thick, large blanket struggled out of the trunk, inadvertently dragging along a pair of Harry's trousers. It floated gracefully onto the beds, perfectly covering the 2, followed by soft pillows and a comforter settling atop. Draco squinted his gray eyes. Harry dashed over to his pile of belongings, rummaging for what felt like an eternity before finally retrieving his pajamas. "Tomorrow we have classes, Draco. You should change into your pajamas too," he urged, though he had yet to put on his sleep pants. Finally, unable to contain himself, Draco pulled Harry out of their room and into the washroom not far from their door. The meticulous Draco brought his toiletries along, knowing that without his supervision, Harry would likely carelessly toss things aside and return quickly. With his mouth tasting of mint, Harry truly collapsed onto his bed upon returning, falling asleep instantly, oblivious to the occasional noises made by Draco as he continued to organize. Of course, he was unaware that by the time Draco finished tidying up, it was well past midnight. Out of habit, once everything was in order, Draco placed Harry's diary and a large box of chocolates into the drawer of his bedside table, then prepared 2 glasses of water, setting them atop the respective tables. He drew the curtains for Harry, ensuring the light wouldn't reach his face. Seated in a plush chair, Draco found no comfort in the softness, feeling far from relaxed. On the table lay the class schedule, which he picked up to glance over. Monday was filled with classes, but from history of magic to herbology, they all seemed dreadfully tedious. After setting the schedule aside, Draco checked the time. It was past midnight, but he felt no inclination to sleep. In truth, had he not seen Harry, he would have been asleep long ago. Draco had never anticipated that Harry could perform nonverbal magic. He had assumed Harry, like himself, was limited to basic spells. Yet, Draco bit his lip, clenching his fists, The levitation spell was among those he was unable to cast. The minute hand on the clock ticked to 12 once more. Draco stood, pushed back his chair, changed into his pajamas, and lay down on the bed adorned with soft blankets, pulling the covers over himself. Harry's warmth was tantalizingly close. He raised his wand to extinguish the light. Though Draco believed himself troubled and entirely devoid of sleepiness, he succumbed to slumber after a short while, even slipping into a dream that left him drenched in cold sweat and trembling. Yet, upon awakening from his dream, he could recall not a single detail of it. Walking through the familiar corridors of Slytherin and traversing the 142 staircases of Hogwarts, Harry felt a sense of relief that his previous experiences of being late due to lost classrooms and wrong staircases had equipped him to navigate this week alongside Draco without incident. After 4 days of torment, Friday finally heralded the arrival of his first class with Gryffindor. On Thursday evening, as Harry tidied his belongings while reading, he pondered the week gone by, realizing he had only encountered Neville once in the Great Hall. Perhaps it was due to their shared room. But Neville had become inseparable from Ron, which, while a positive development, meant that every time Neville attempted to greet Harry, Ron would hastily push him away. This left Harry feeling quite frustrated, though he returned Neville's apologetic smiles with his own. On Thursday night, Harry, clad in pajamas, slumped in a chair. His upper body nearly sprawled across the table. "Harry, what are you doing?" Draco peered over the edge of his bed. "You've been tidying and reading for nearly half an hour." "Oh, right." Harry shut his book on magical herbs and fungi and placed it into his bag. "You know I like to glance at things while I pack." He pulled the bag onto the table and stealthily climbed into bed. "Good night, Draco." "Good night, Harry." Draco reached for his wand on the bedside table, gestured towards the lamp, and with a flicker of light, the overhead lamp gradually dimmed. On Friday morning, "What classes do we have today?" Crabbe asked, as he piled food onto his plate with abandon. Goyle, his mouth stuffed with bread, mumbled incoherently before finally shaking his head. "2 potions classes with Gryffindor students," Draco said as he spread jam on a slice of bread. "But Snape is our head of house, so those Gryffindors are in for a rough time." "Thanks, Draco," Goyle replied, crumbs flying from his mouth. Draco shot him a glance, and then tossed his jam-covered slice onto Goyle's plate. "Sit further away from me when you eat." Oblivious to the warning, Goyle happily munched on the bread. Harry resignedly drank the milk from his cup. "We'll head to class. You two can take your time." With that, he pulled a reluctant Draco along. Before exiting, Harry glanced back at Neville's direction. Unlike before, Neville was now frequently receiving packages, but this morning, his owl had flown in carrying a piece of parchment. If he wasn't mistaken, potions class was held in the dungeon, making it colder and more foreboding, particularly with the various jars of preserved animal specimens lining the walls, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. After a brief stroll outside, Harry and Draco arrived at the classroom, which was nearly full. They promptly took seats in the front row. As Slytherins, they felt little fear, just as Harry set his bag down. Professor Snape swept into the classroom like a gust of wind, the door slamming against the wall with a resounding crash before creaking shut. "You are here to study the precise science and rigorous craft of potion making," Snape declared upon entering. Although his voice was barely above a whisper, every word was crystal clear. Like Professor McGonagall, he possessed an effortless magic that commanded order in the classroom, since potion making does not allow for the frivolous waving of wands. Some of you may be skeptical about the existence of magic. I do not expect you to grasp the exquisite nature of a simmering cauldron, wafting aromatic vapors, nor the enchanting power of the liquid that flows through one's veins, stirring the heart and clouding the mind. However, I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But one caveat, you must not be the kind of fools I frequently encounter." Snape's brief introduction left everyone in awe, as if silence could somehow prove their intelligence against his sharp wit. Harry raised an eyebrow and exchanged glances with Neville, who was seated with Ron, while Hermione maintained a poised posture, ready to answer questions. Harry stifled a laugh. Just like Flitwick, Snape picked up the register after his brief address, pausing at Neville's name, as most professors did. "Ah, yes," Snape said, a sardonic smile curling his lips. "Neville Longbottom, our illustrious new arrival." Neville's face turned crimson. "It seems some students have displayed a certain disdain for my words." Snape's cold, black eyes swept across the room. "Let us see just how talented and remarkable these students truly are." The room fell silent, each student wary of being called upon. And Harry couldn't help but glance at Neville once more, though he did so subtly, not wanting to attract Snape's attention. Regardless of whether he was 11 or 17, Harry Potter felt a familiar fear in the presence of the stern Professor Snape, who loomed in the misty potions classroom. This time, however, the 11-year-old Harry harbored a profound respect. "Potter." Snape had, of course, noticed Harry's slight movement. "If I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood, what would result?" Feeling secure, Harry was blissfully unaware that Snape had called his name. It was only when he caught sight of Hermione raising her hand high that Draco nudged him, startling him into action. He nearly stumbled as he stood. Water, daffodil root, and wormwood can be combined to create a potent sleeping draught, known as the Draught of Living Death, Harry murmured, his gaze fixed on the books and quills on the table. Raise your head, Snape barked. A textbook answer, Potter. Now, I ask you, where would you procure a piece of bezoar? Harry wagered his future Firebolt 2000 that Snape was momentarily taken aback at the intensity of his gaze. Lingering longer than a second. From a goat's stomach, Harry replied, meeting Snape's eyes with calm assurance. He had come to realize that Snape's antagonism toward him stemmed solely from his identity as Potter, wholly unrelated to the boy who lived or the chosen one. Snape smirked slightly. And the bezoar? It possesses potent antidotal properties. After safely sitting back down, Harry silently congratulated himself for having studied the night before, feeling quite prescient. However, Harry's foresight did not earn Slytherin a single point, nor did it bring Neville any good fortune in potions. Ultimately, Neville somehow managed to burn his entire cauldron of potion, causing a thick plume of purple smoke to rise, choking everyone into fits of coughing. With a wave of his wand, Snape cleared the air. 5 points from Gryffindor for Mr. Longbottom's blunder, he stated coolly. Whether in flying class or care of magical creatures, Harry was grateful for the prior experience in potions, which allowed him to face Snape with a greater sense of composure, even if he could not gain points. At least he avoided the humiliation of being mocked by the professor. He could still remember the troublesome clockwise and counterclockwise motions required to extract juices, hoping merely to avoid any explosive incidents. After a leisurely potions class, Harry and Draco returned to the Slytherin common room. On their way, Harry chanced to glimpse Neville and Ron traversing the fields, making their way towards Hagrid's hut through the window. The Slytherin common room was perpetually illuminated by a soft, greenish glow emanating from the lights, which were bright yet gentle on the eyes. Groups of students engaged in hushed conversations, seemingly oblivious to anyone outside their immediate circle. Nearly a week had passed since the start of term, yet Harry was still only acquainted with Goyle and Crabbe, and perhaps recognized a handful of others, though they had never exchanged greetings. This was largely because those individuals never acknowledged Harry either, and some regarded him with disdainful and hostile glances. At that moment, a particularly gaunt boy seated on a couch shot Harry a fierce glare as he settled beside him, then cast a wary look at Draco standing behind Harry before disdainfully curling his lip and vacating the seat. Draco promptly sank into the space the boy had vacated, draping his arm over the armrest, his body angled comfortably in a relaxed posture. Ollivander's Burrow, an insufferably pretentious little brat, as far as I know. His father was investigated by Uncle James. Draco scrutinized Harry's expression with a tinge of concern, having noticed in recent days that several individuals harbored unfriendly sentiments toward Harry. You needn't worry. With me around, no one dares to bully you. Just as Harry picked up a newspaper from the table and unfolded it across his lap, Draco's words prompted a chuckle, causing the paper to crinkle in his grip. Bully me? Harry stifled laughter, removing his glasses to wipe them clean. If anyone has a problem with me, let them come forward. We can discuss matters after they manage to get the better of me. Harry's voice, though not particularly loud, went unnoticed amidst the silence of the common room, as no one turned their attention toward them or uttered a word. Draco remained silent, captivated by the brilliance of Harry's green eyes, suddenly reminded of the little Carrot Top who had once lain on his bed, clutching his head, tears glistening in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, they had both grown up. Harry donned his glasses again and offered Draco a smile, before lowering his gaze to the newspaper. As he had anticipated, the Daily Prophet indeed reported on the events concerning the object in Gringotts Vault 713. Draco leaned in for a closer look at the paper. Gringotts was robbed? It seems not. Harry handed the newspaper to Draco, indicating that whatever had been inside had likely been taken before the intrusion occurred. That is unacceptable. What kind of security is this, to allow an intrusion so easily? Draco crumpled the paper in frustration. I must write a letter home. Meanwhile, Harry narrowed his eyes, mentally tracing out a timeline. Joyful or hurried moments always seemed to pass swiftly, akin to Harry's Tuesday evenings spent at the astronomy tower gazing at the stars, grappling with the complexities of the celestial charts, yet managing to submit his assignments on time, or the seemingly interminable essays that somehow always got completed, or the late nights that inevitably led to reluctant mornings. In his previous life, the most loathsome, or perhaps the most agonizing, aspect was discovering that the class schedule, or the announcements in the common room, clearly indicated which lessons Gryffindor would share with Slytherin. Yet now, he found himself wishing every lesson could be with Gryffindor. Unfortunately, Slytherin only shared potions and care of magical creatures with Gryffindor, while Harry lamented that Hagrid's overly theoretical approach had consumed much of their early lessons. Now he eagerly anticipated their upcoming flying lesson. Weeks into the term, the common room's notice board finally displayed the long-awaited announcement regarding flying lessons. All the first years erupted in cheers, though their jubilance was clearly for differing reasons than Harry's. Thursday, today, would be the day? Oh, with Gryffindor students? Draco smirked. I've longed to entertain those foolish lions. Accompanied by Goyle and Crabbe, Draco and Harry leisurely stood at the forefront of the onlooking crowd. Draco carefully read the parchment announcement, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Harry observed Draco's intrigued expression, a flicker of concern momentarily flashing in his green eyes. While Draco had not targeted Neville in recent weeks as he had previously directed his ire towards Harry, the entirety of Slytherin still faced ostracism from the other three houses. Primarily due to the notorious reputation of many Slytherins for stirring trouble, their sharp tongues, and pretentious airs. Harry was unconcerned about the other Slytherins. His worry lay in the possibility that Draco, who had previously refrained from confronting Neville, might once again find himself at odds with them over some issue, perhaps during flying lessons. Come on, Draco, let us head for dinner. All right. The atmosphere at all four long tables in the Great Hall was similarly animated, with the first years particularly exuberant. At the Gryffindor table, Ron and Neville animatedly discussed something at high volume, while Hermione, engrossed in a book, ate her meal with focused intensity. It seemed everyone was eagerly anticipating the approaching flying lessons. Harry found a spacious seat and had just settled in when an owl swooped in, flapping its wings, delivering mail. It seems a bit late today, Draco remarked. Remarkably, neither Harry nor Draco received any letters, not even Hedwig, who usually swooped in for a snack of bread. Harry absently nibbled on a treacle tart, his gaze drifting towards the Gryffindor table. Draco followed his line of sight. Neville was extracting a glass sphere, resembling a marble filled with white mist, from the small package left by the owl. What's that? Ron mumbled through a mouthful of chicken. Harry set his half-eaten treacle tart down on his plate, leaned over, and grabbed a copy of the Quibbler, sliding past the bench. Harry? Draco tossed the piece of bread he had just bitten into onto his plate and hurriedly grabbed the Quibbler, chasing after Harry. As he passed by Gryffindor, he heard Neville enthusiastically explain to Ron, "This is a memory ball." Harry caught a glimpse of Neville's sunny smile, quickening his pace. It's mainly used to remind wizards if they've forgotten something. If you hold it, and it turns red, then... Oh, Neville's voice was tinged with exasperation. I've forgotten something. But I don't know what, and this ball can't tell me. Hermione, reading nearby, couldn't suppress a laugh, causing Neville to chuckle as well. Harry, hey, why are you in such a hurry? It's not like we'll be late for flying lessons, Draco remarked, glancing back at Neville's perplexed expression as he recalled his forgotten matter. With an eager glint in his eye, he cast several looks at the glowing memory ball in Neville's hand before dashing out after Harry. As he burst through the Great Hall doors, he spotted Harry waiting for him, his bright green eyes sparkling. Although Draco was somewhat bewildered, he was full from dinner and thus followed Harry to the lakeside to enjoy the breeze while waiting for class. Fortunately, the weather was clear, the gentle winds rustling across the sprawling lawns, rippling the surface of the Black Lake. As 3:30 approached, the first-year students from Gryffindor and Slytherin exited the castle, crossing the grounds to reach the designated area for flying lessons. Harry stifled a small yawn towards the blue sky dotted with clouds and glanced down at the broomstick resting at his feet. The air buzzed with disdain and complaints about the antiquated school broomsticks, though Draco remained nonchalant, having previously commented that Hogwarts likely possessed only the clean sweep series of brooms. However, one cannot entirely blame them for their disdain. Harry cast a glance at his broomstick, noticing the trembling frequency of its bristly tail. The professor in charge of the flying lessons was Madame Hooch, who also oversaw the Quidditch affairs of the school. Well, what are you all waiting for? Madame Hooch commanded sharply, prompting the students nearby to hastily position themselves beside a broomstick. Quickly, make haste. Harry once more glanced down at his rather pitiful broom. Now, everyone extend your right hand and place it above the broom, Madame Hooch instructed from the front, then added, up, up. Harry's broom immediately leaped into his grasp, and he smiled, turning to Draco beside him. Draco held his broom, a knowing look exchanged between them as he winked at Harry. Harry chuckled softly. Some students were still struggling to summon their brooms, and once everyone had secured their hold, Madame Hooch demonstrated the correct riding posture before they began to practice. While she roamed among them, correcting their stances, Harry glanced at Neville, who appeared to be conversing with Ron, seemingly unperturbed. Harry couldn't help but wonder if Neville's grandmother had finally lifted the ban on him approaching broomsticks. If so, there shouldn't be any significant issues, right? All right. Let South practice hovering close to the ground, Madame Hooch announced. Now, grip your brooms properly. When I whistle, you will push off the ground with your legs. You must exert yourself. Steady your brooms. Rise a few feet, then lean slightly forward to descend vertically back to the ground. Ready? Listen for my whistle. 3, 2. However, an unexpected incident unfolded. In a rare moment of quick reflexes, Neville, not waiting for the whistle, pushed off the ground with all his might and soared into the sky, his broom seemingly spiraling out of control. As Neville's face transformed from surprise to terror, he ascended several feet into the air. Harry, observing Neville's upward trajectory, thought helplessly, it appears that Neville's grandmother has indeed not permitted him to approach a broomstick. As Neville climbed higher, the Gryffindors looked on anxiously, calling out, while Madame Hooch found herself at a loss for a solution. With the ground swiftly receding below him, Neville took several deep breaths, seemingly steeling himself before sliding off one side of the broom. Grabbing the broom handle with one hand, he realized that he had no intention of stopping. Bravely, he released his grip, and with a thud, he fell to the ground, fortunate enough to roll as he landed, thereby lessening the impact. Meanwhile, his broom continued its ascent, drifting slowly towards the forbidden forest before vanishing from sight. "Oh dear," Madame Hooch exclaimed, rushing towards Neville to assess his injuries. Thankfully, he appeared to be in decent condition, albeit with tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. "Your wrist is broken," she murmured. "All right, dear, it's nothing to worry about. Madame Pomfrey will mend your injury swiftly. I shall escort this child to the hospital wing, and you all." Madame Hooch helped Neville to his feet, turning to address the others. "Return your brooms to their places and enjoy some free time. You are forbidden to ride brooms or engage in any activities," she warned sternly. Neville waved with his uninjured hand towards Ron as he limped alongside Madame Hooch towards the castle. Ron let out a sigh of relief, his heart still racing. Although he had somewhat anticipated an incident involving Neville, Harry remained concerned that matters could have escalated further. Thankfully, they had not. Harry, blinking his green eyes in contemplation, was about to set down his broom when he noticed Draco approaching the spot where Neville had just fallen, grinning as he taunted, "Did you see that? Poor boy scared to tears by a broomstick." Draco's thin lips curled into a mocking smile, while the other Slytherins erupted in unabashed laughter, many echoing his sentiments. Especially when Harry turned to glimpse Pansy Parkinson nearby, the 11-year-old girl with freckles, whose sharp voice was unmistakably cruel, albeit her appearance was rather ordinary. "Shut it, Malfoy." Someone from the Gryffindor team reprimanded Draco. "Oh," Draco drawled, "it seems Gryffindor is keen to defend their precious Neville Longbottom, the boy who survived a broomstick scare. They likely enjoyed the sight of the chubby little tearful boy." Pansy chimed in, raising her voice to echo his sentiment. "You too, Pansy Parkinson, be quiet." Another voice from Hogwarts erupted in anger. Observing Pansy's smug expression in response to the outburst from Petil, Harry let out a silent sigh. However, the matter did not remain merely verbal. As Harry noticed something amiss, he realized that the memory ball, which he had thought safely tucked away in Neville's pocket, had indeed fallen out. "Look," Draco exclaimed, bending down to stylishly retrieve something from the grass, seemingly a remnant left behind by the broken-handed savior of Gryffindor. With a half-smirk, he cast a glance at the opposing Gryffindors. He lifted the memory ball, its foggy contents glimmering in the sunlight, and as he examined it, a mischievous idea took root in his mind. What if I hide it somewhere for Longbottom to find? Perhaps in a tree? The Slytherins, of course, relished the notion, reveling in any opportunity to see Gryffindor in distress, while Draco appeared to have inherited this penchant for mischief from his forebears. Harry, however, held little regard for Draco's cruel remarks, understanding that even good friends might exchange harsh words at times. Yet, to mock or tease with malice felt excessive, especially considering they were merely first years. Their relationship with Gryffindor, while not likely to improve overnight, shouldn't spiral into outright hostility. Besides, no one in Gryffindor could fly as adeptly as Draco if they were unable to retrieve the memory ball from him. The situation could devolve into chaos. He hadn't even considered that Neville might believe he had lost the memory ball and that his grandmother would send him another. Harry concluded that it would be best to let the matter rest. "Put it down, Draco," he said softly. Everyone fell silent. Gryffindor students exchanged glances, their astonishment surpassing even that of the Slytherins, yet they at least maintained a semblance of friendliness, unlike their counterparts. Harry felt several piercing glares directed at him, reminiscent of daggers. However, no one's surprise rivaled Draco's. He stared at Harry, incredulously asking, "What did you say, Harry?" "I said to leave the memory ball alone." Harry realized his tone had been somewhat forceful, so he softened his voice, adding, "Or perhaps give it to someone from Gryffindor to pass along to Neville." Draco paused for a lengthy moment, seemingly requiring time to process what Harry had said. "No way." Ultimately, Draco, his expression darkening, rejected Harry's suggestion, his voice laced with displeasure. Harry regarded him, his emerald eyes filled with emotions that Draco could not comprehend. Although he felt equally frustrated, he managed to control his emotions, asking, "Why waste time on this? Just give that thing to Ron or someone else, and it's over, isn't it?" I didn't realize you were so familiar with Gryffindors, Draco replied, scrutinizing Harry from head to toe. Ron, Neville, is it because they're the savior and his little sidekick? Ron's face flushed red, but no one noticed. All eyes were drawn to the bizarre turn of events. No, Harry replied, disinterested in elaborating further. We just happened to meet in Diagon Alley. He spoke in a straightforward manner, yet to Draco, it all sounded insincere. Draco shot him a glare, the gray in his eyes appearing deeper than usual, and then he leaped onto his broomstick, soaring into the sky. Caught completely off guard by this turn of events, Harry gripped the broom tightly, uncertain whether to be angry with Draco or himself. To be honest, Harry did not quite comprehend how the situation had escalated to this point in just a few exchanged words. By now, Draco had already flown several feet away. Having played with various models of flying brooms alongside Draco since childhood, they had soared over the Malfoy estate and the surrounding meadows and woodlands. Although they had never encountered Muggle airplanes or any large birds to validate their skills, Draco was undeniably an adept flyer. At this moment, he hovered at a height level with the treetops of an oak tree, shouting, "Come on, Harry, bring back your Gryffindor friend's belongings." Anyone could discern the anger in Draco's words, and Harry, of course, could sense it even more acutely. However, he felt trapped. Harry mounted his broom, the branches jutting from its tail brushing against his robes. "No," Hermione suddenly called out to him. "Madam Hooch told us not to move. You'll get us all in trouble." "Us, not you," Harry retorted, pushing off the ground, preparing to chase after Draco. If Madam Hooch truly blamed him and Draco, dragging everyone else into it, then that would be a matter for Slytherin. Surely, Gryffindor would not acknowledge that two Slytherins flying high above had anything to do with them, right? Hermione glanced around, seemingly at a loss for how to respond to Harry. Witnessing Hermione momentarily at a loss for words filled Harry with an unexpected sense of pride, albeit in such an unfortunate context. He looked up at Draco, framed against the vast blue sky, feeling a mix of frustration and resignation. Yet, the situation had reached this point. He kicked off from the ground with force, shooting into the air like an arrow. Within seconds, he ascended to a height nearly equal to Draco's. He lifted his broom even higher, feeling the gasps of astonishment from below. Yet, nothing compared to the tension brought on by Draco's unwavering gaze from above. Harry steadied his broom, fixing his eyes on Draco in the air. Draco's face was taut, his gray eyes intently fixed on Harry, as if trying to engrave him into his memory, and within the depths of those eyes, something complex began to stir, akin to Harry's own turmoil. "We need not quarrel over a memory ball, Draco," Harry managed to say, licking his dry lips and lowering his gaze to avoid Draco's piercing stare. "Am I the one seeking a quarrel? It is you who is fixated on that object." Draco glared at Harry, seemingly still unsure of the reasons for their aerial standoff, all due to that glass sphere belonging to the so-called savior, Longbottom. Harry found himself foolishly hovering in midair, with an audience of onlookers below. Draco glanced down, noticing a few Slytherin girls covering their mouths. Their faces flushed as they gazed up, causing him to feel somewhat embarrassed. If only he could return the memory ball to Gryffindor, this matter could be resolved. And they could even evade Madam Hooch's scrutiny. Neither Slytherin nor Gryffindor would face any trouble. Time ticked away, and Harry was unwilling to waste further moments in this pointless confrontation. "Draco, could you please refrain from seeking trouble?" The words escaped his lips like a rogue quaffle. And as he registered what he had said amidst the rushing wind, Draco's expression froze. "Oh, is that so? Let us see who dares to trouble me." Draco replied with a cold smirk. As he uttered those words, laced with mockery, Harry opened his mouth only to be met by a gust of wind. In the ensuing moments, they seemed to find themselves in a bizarre stalemate, neither willing to speak, perhaps unsure of how to begin. Draco noted the tension etched across Harry's face, yet he could not discern whether Harry was anxious due to the memory ball in his possession or because of him. Now, perched atop their broomsticks, Draco could hardly fathom what state they would return to on the ground. He studied Harry, contemplating the subtle shifts in Harry's demeanor since the start of term. Despite only a few weeks having passed and their classes with Gryffindor being limited, he could still discern Harry's peculiar affinity for Gryffindor, or rather, for certain individuals within it. A yearning for closeness, perhaps. Draco's thin lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Humph. Yet, only he understood the depth of his frustration. What was he truly upset about? Who decreed that a person could only have one friend throughout their life? Who dictated that Slytherin could not forge friendships with Gryffindor? The more he pondered, the more uncomfortable he felt, and in a fit of temper, he carelessly tossed the memory ball away. "I don't want it. Take it," he shouted at Harry before swiftly descending toward the ground. Harry seemed to anticipate Draco's actions and the trajectory of the memory ball. Employing his commendable Quidditch skills, he deftly caught the ball midair and then dove toward the ground. Ultimately, Harry and Draco landed almost simultaneously. "Harry Potter, Draco exclaimed upon landing, furiously kicking his broom away, turning to yell at him. Have you taken leave of your senses today? Draco's abrupt questioning left Harry momentarily stunned, and soon he was aflame with anger. To hell with rationality, Harry thought. Draco Malfoy. He hurled his broom to the ground and shouted back, Can you not be so childish? Is it amusing to bully others? Or do you believe that targeting Gryffindor is your duty as a Slytherin? Does harassing the so-called savior of Gryffindor make you feel powerful, make you feel different from others? You and them. He pointed at the Slytherin group. What do you do in class or out of it, besides putting on a facade? What do you do other than mock others when they slip up? Harry's hands trembled with fury, and he clenched them into fists against his thighs. As a torrent of memories surged forth in response to their brief exchange, as if years of interactions were suddenly unleashed in a moment of anger. He shot a glare at the nearly petrified Draco, noting the expressions of Goyle and Crabbe behind him, as if they were ready to charge at him. Boring to the core, Harry muttered, not sure if he was referring to Draco or himself, before turning to leave. In the Gryffindor ranks, every face mirrored the astonishment of having encountered a full-grown troll or dragon. Ron even kept his hands frozen in the applause position. As Harry turned, his vision was instantly filled with a billowing emerald robe. He slowly raised his gaze until it met Professor McGonagall's stern face. Professor McGonagall was so taken aback that she was rendered speechless, her glasses glinting with fury. She had just witnessed Harry on his broom in the tower, nearly colliding with the glass of her office. How dare you? You could have broken your neck. Harry lowered his head, dropping even lower than before, aware that he must at least feign contrition in such a moment. I have never. Professor, Potter has no sense of house allegiance, Hermione interjected first. Silence, Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall said, shaking her robes, turning her gaze back to Harry, poised to say more. It was because Malfoy stole Neville's memory ball. Ron chimed in, his words pouring out in a rapid-fire complaint. I said to be quiet, Mr. Weasley. Professor, I acknowledge my mistake, Harry said, his emerald eyes peering through somewhat foggy lenses as he regarded Professor McGonagall. The professor paused, realizing that Harry was likely the first Slytherin in her tenure to admit to his wrongdoing. She glanced at Harry, whose tousled black hair was ruffled by the wind. Though you are a student of Slytherin, I must impose a punishment upon you, Potter. McGonagall dismissed the image of James Potter from her mind and spoke with severity. I will explain the situation to Severus, but you, Mr. Potter, must understand that your actions were erroneous, and you must refrain from engaging in such perilous behavior in the future. I understand, Professor, Harry replied, demonstrating a commendable attitude of contrition. You are to clean the trophies in the display room, McGonagall instructed, and no use of magic is permitted. This tedious and monotonous task shall serve to discipline you. A boy so recklessly energetic. Is there still a Quidditch trophy engraved with my father's name? Potter. McGonagall lowered her gaze to meet Harry's green eyes behind the glasses. Do not assume that just because your father was an exceptional Quidditch player, you are entitled to the same prowess. I know, Professor, Harry chuckled, revealing a set of small white teeth. 10 points from Slytherin for Mr. Potter's recklessness and Mr. Malfoy's unfriendliness, McGonagall declared, noting that the points were deducted with some leniency, given that Potter acted in an attempt to assist a classmate. As for Mr. Malfoy, I shall inform Professor Snape of the incident that just transpired. Draco remained silent as the Slytherin team emitted a chorus of boos, only to be silenced by McGonagall's fierce glare. Additionally, Mr. Potter, I feel compelled to mention, McGonagall hesitated, scrutinizing Harry as if unsure whether to offer such potentially consequential encouragement. Your flying is indeed on par with your father's. It seems every Potter possesses an innate talent for flight. Had you been in Gryffindor, I would not have to worry about the Quidditch team lacking a suitable seeker. McGonagall concluded with a sigh, but for now, I merely hope you do not become as mischievous as your father and godfather. She ultimately chose a term that could hardly encapsulate the exploits of a seeker. Harry winked at McGonagall. I cannot guarantee that. Then do not get too close to the Weasley brothers in Gryffindor, McGonagall advised before departing. The punishment commences tonight, and I shall escort you to inform Filch. Harry politely acquiesced. McGonagall strode purposefully towards the castle, while Harry hurriedly handed the memory ball to Ron and trailed behind her, leaving the flying lesson grounds. Although he did not glance back, Draco's gaze followed him like a shadow. Harry let out a gentle sigh, only to become acutely aware of his throbbing throat. The ensuing 20 minutes felt akin to a descent into the depths of hell for Harry. McGonagall escorted him to Filch's office in less than 5 minutes, leaving Harry to stand by the door as Filch unleashed a tirade of threats regarding Hogwarts' grim historical punishments. Ultimately, Harry was grateful for Peeves. On his way back to the Slytherin dormitory, he found solace in the thought of Peeves' timely appearances. The common room was sparsely populated, with only a few upperclassmen present. Ascending the spiral staircase to the boys' dormitory, Harry entered the room he shared with Draco. With Draco's presence, the space appeared perpetually tidy. Even the previously disheveled desk had been organized. Harry glanced at their 2 beds and approached, sitting at the edge of his bed as he opened the drawer of his nightstand. Inside, he found his journal neatly placed, but after a long moment of contemplation, he closed the drawer. He sighed on the bed and placed the monster book of monsters into his bag, preparing to confront the daunting task of contending with at least 100 trophies in the display room until afternoon classes commenced, regardless of whether they were flying lessons or care of magical creatures. After lunch, the Gryffindor students exited the castle with buoyant steps, making their way towards the grounds. Surrounding the throngs of Gryffindors were the ever-familiar clusters of Slytherins. It was evident that for the subsequent weeks, Slytherin would also partake in the care of magical creatures class alongside Gryffindor. The sky was clear, a beautiful blue reminiscent of forget-me-nots. The sun beamed warmly, and the grass beneath their feet was soft, while the forbidden forest in the distance appeared lush and inviting in such splendid weather. Neville, Ron, and Hermione walked together towards Hagrid's hut. Neville's hand had nearly healed by the time they reached Madame Pomfrey, after which he returned to the Gryffindor common room. When the other students returned from class, they began to recount the thrilling duel between Potter and Malfoy regarding his memory ball after he and Madame Hooch had left. It was just because Neville overheard Ron saying that Slytherin's Potter flies remarkably well. I sat in the same compartment with him at the start of the term. He seems quite nice, though when he joined Slytherin. Neville, rather foolishly, interjected Harry. He was quite decent before. I knew him before. Throughout their journey from the tower to the hall and out into the open, Ron persistently questioned Neville about Harry. Come on, Ron, Neville finally snapped. I merely encountered Harry and his parents while shopping in Diagon Alley. I actually know nothing about him. Aren't you the one who sat in the same compartment with him? Ron pressed. The time I spent with him was nowhere near as long as yours. His parents? Ron seemed not to have heard Neville's last remark, and he continued. What kind of people are they? Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation, but her curiosity prevented her from interrupting their discussion. They're quite amiable, I suppose. His father is humorous, and his mother is exceptionally beautiful and appears very gentle. They are quite familiar with Hagrid. They are old friends. I later heard Hagrid mention that Harry's parents were the ones who fought against Voldemort. Horrors! Ron exclaimed loudly, then quickly covered his mouth, glancing around before lowering his voice to add, his dad is an Auror. I knew it. When I was on the train, I sensed this boy was something special. But how could he possibly end up in Slytherin, a house of bad lot? The Sorting Hat must have malfunctioned. The Sorting Hat does not categorize by good or bad. Hermione interjected, unable to restrain herself. Besides, have you read Hogwarts, a history? Many of the school's esteemed headmasters and heads of houses have emerged from Slytherin. One cannot judge all based on the actions of a single rogue. Ron dismissed her remarks. Look, he gestured ahead, jokingly stating, speaking of rogues, here come the little rascals. Hermione and Neville finally noticed the familiar trio ahead, their silhouettes unmistakable even from a distance. The amusing combination of 2 tall boys and 1 lanky one. It seems that with Potter absent, Malfoy is left to associate with the 2 oafs, Ron scoffed, clearly believing that the distance ensured his words would not reach their ears. Draco turned his head, his thin lips pressed into a taut line, his light eyes glaring fiercely at Ron and the others. Yet he said nothing, merely shooting them a look before turning away. Meanwhile, the anxious Hagrid stood at the door of the hut, accompanied by Fawne. Hurry up, students, he called out. After a few weeks of simple and tedious lessons, today's class will be unprecedentedly exciting. I have some marvelous creatures to introduce to you that few Hogwarts students have ever seen. Is everyone here? Potter hasn't arrived yet, Hermione noted. Harry? Hagrid peered through his towering frame. Oh, there he is, over there. The group, along with the dog, waited 2 minutes for Harry, who finally approached with heavy steps. His hair was damp in several strands, sticking to his face, and his robe was unfastened at several buttons, revealing the garments underneath. Draco, with his keen eyesight, noticed that both of his sleeves were thoroughly soaked, marked with traces of foam. All right, follow me, Hagrid declared enthusiastically, striding forward with Fawne trotting ahead of him. They continued walking until they reached the edge of the forbidden forest, yet Hagrid showed no signs of stopping. Some students' faces visibly paled. Indeed, the forbidden forest was daunting for everyone, largely due to Dumbledore's recurring warnings each semester and Filch's many tales. However, a few were drawn to adventure, notably Zabini, who displayed an eager expression, but regrettably, they halted only at a clearing by the forest's edge. Okay, everyone, find a spot and stand still, Hagrid's voice brimmed with excitement. Today, we finally need the aid of our textbooks. Now, please open your books. Open our books? Draco shot Hagrid a sidelong glance, his tone cool and drawn out. How do we open them? Huh? Hagrid looked puzzled. How do we open our books? Draco reiterated, fully aware of how to do so, but choosing to provoke others when in a foul mood. He pulled out his tightly bound book of magical creatures, while others also retrieved their tomes, some bound, others secured in various ways. No, no, no one can do that, Hagrid began to say in a flustered manner, but before he could finish, Harry unwrapped his book of magical creatures from the jumble of items, loosened the bindings, and ran his finger down the spine from top to bottom. The textbook, adorned with sharp teeth, quivered before it quietly opened in Harry's hands. Oh, Hagrid exclaimed in sheer delight. Yes, just like Potter did. Everyone, follow his lead and open your books to the first chapter. Humph, Draco snorted, casting a significant glance at Harry before laughing. Everyone, not just Slytherin but even Gryffindor, was astonished that he refrained from continuing his mockery. Be brave, girls, Hagrid encouraged. Now, all you need are the magical creatures, and I shall go fetch them. With that, he ventured into the woods, quickly disappearing from sight. If I told my father that Hogwarts had such fool's teaching, he would certainly have me expelled, a Slytherin girl muttered. Then why don't you leave? Hermione chuckled. I suspect your father would want you out, considering you learn nothing here at Hogwarts. That girl, named Betty, was clearly irked. Quiet down, Betty, Draco said unhurriedly, even though her words held some truth. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and Betty was evidently not one to easily quiet. Just as she was about to insult Hermione, a shriek from Lavender Brown interrupted her. Covering her mouth, Lavender trembled, pointing a shaking finger towards the opposite side of the enclosure. The sound of wings flapping announced the arrival of an owl, its size having increased manifold, followed by the enormous head of an eagle emerging above the bushes. 12 peculiar creatures emerged from the thicket, possessing the body of a horse, with hind legs and tails, yet adorned with the front legs, wings, and heads of eagles, their beaks glinting with a metallic sheen and bright orange eyes shining brightly. Thestrals, Hagrid joyfully proclaimed, holding 12 chains without a hint of fear of the potentially lethal creatures. He secured the chains to the fence and waved cheerfully at the students, who were now distanced from him, exclaiming, Aren't they beautiful? Silence ensued. Harry nodded silently. At this point, Harry had come to appreciate Hagrid's aesthetic, albeit perhaps limited to Thestrals. Narrowing his eyes, he admired Buckbeak's stunning coat and feathers. Upon hearing Hagrid say they could approach, he took the lead towards Hagrid, followed cautiously by Neville, Ron, and Hermione. Draco, however, remained fixated on Harry, engaging in conversation with Blaise. Good, Hagrid said, glancing appreciatively at them before introducing the Thestrals' principal characteristics. They are proud, exceedingly proud. And we certainly do not want to offend them. Therefore, we must wait for the Thestrals to make the first move. You approach, bow, and then wait. If it bows back, you may touch it. If it doesn't, step away quickly, for it could scratch you. Hagrid pointed to their sharp claws. All right. As long as we are polite, we can befriend the Thestrals. Now, who wishes to make friends first? Hagrid's encouraging gaze swept over the group, but only Harry responded. I do, Harry said. Very brave, Harry. Hagrid called out warmly. Well done. You're just as courageous as your father, willing to try what others fear. Harry smiled back at him. The atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. Apart from Hagrid and Harry, the others seemed to vanish, their murmurs overshadowed by the distressed sounds of the restrained Thestrals. Following Hagrid's guidance, Harry climbed over the fence of the enclosure, catching whispers behind him. Yet he resisted the urge to look back, though he was genuinely curious about Draco's expression. Good boy, this is Buckbeak, Hagrid introduced, loosening one of the chains. Harry's emerald eyes peered through his glasses at Buckbeak, just as he had anticipated. Even Hagrid's hand, reaching to unchain, followed a predictable path. His eyes narrowed with intent. Relax. Harry, Hagrid said softly, you must maintain eye contact with it, and try not to blink. If you blink excessively, it will not trust you. Harry understood this well and steadily began to gaze into Buckbeak's eyes, attentively observing the color changes within those bright yellow orbs. Buckbeak took several graceful steps towards Harry, its massive beak hovering just before him. It was indeed exhilarating to maintain eye contact with such a grand creature, especially as he was required to bow, exposing his vulnerable neck to its sharp claws. Harry's eyes remained fixed, gazing into Buckbeak's now larger eyes due to their proximity. All right, bow now, Harry, Hagrid murmured. Harry solemnly bent at the waist, then straightened up to meet Buckbeak's gaze again. Behind him, Draco continued to watch intently. For as long as Draco observed Buckbeak, he watched Harry's back. Harry? Hagrid's expression turned concerned as he readied himself to intervene should anything go awry. Yet no unfortunate incident occurred. Buckbeak, now more relaxed, nodded its scaled front knee and bowed to Harry. Well done, Harry, Hagrid exclaimed, visibly astonished after Buckbeak's bow, and then joyfully declared, a success. Fantastic. You may now touch it. Harry nodded, stepping closer to Buckbeak, gently patting its beak and then stroking its smooth, wonderfully textured round head. Buckbeak even nudged his hand affectionately. Harry chuckled, taking a few steps back to Hagrid, unwrapping a dead ferret from his belongings and tossing it to Buckbeak. "You are truly magnificent." Buckbeak leapt, catching the ferret midair, and after landing, it let out a muffled call towards Harry before happily devouring its treat. "Good job, Harry," Hagrid beamed with delight. "It seems it really likes you. Perhaps you could take a ride around the area." He spoke as he approached Buckbeak, gently patting its nape before gesturing to Harry. "Come over here, Harry." As Harry walked closer, Buckbeak had already crouched down once more. "Wow, that looks so cool," exclaimed a boy from Gryffindor, adding, "Had I known it wasn't as perilous as it appears, I would have given it a try." "Each of you will have a chance to try soon," Hagrid chuckled, observing the eager students. A sense of indescribable joy had made Harry momentarily forget his worries, such as the numerous medals and trophies awaiting him. The thrill of flight before him made him oblivious to those behind him, even if just for a moment. "You climb up here, right behind the joint of its wings," Hagrid encouraged, noting Harry's slight hesitation. "Come on, don't be shy. Just be careful not to pull out any feathers." Yet, Harry was not one to shy away. He attempted to place a foot on Buckbeak's wing, but given his height, it proved quite the challenge. Ultimately, it was Hagrid who noticed his predicament and hoisted him onto Buckbeak's back. Buckbeak immediately straightened its limbs and shook its neck. Even though it was not Harry's first encounter with a hippogriff, the sensation of flying remained novel, regardless of the years that had passed or the 11+ years of experience. His hands had grown accustomed to the feel of a broom. This habitual familiarity was so ingrained that holding Buckbeak's supple neck felt oddly misplaced. However, the hippogriff offered no time for preparation. Its 12-foot wings unfurled with a sudden whoosh beside Harry, the powerful thrust of air lifting him off the ground. Fortunately, Hagrid had chosen a location with few trees, which was the only comfort Harry felt as he took to the skies. But soon, that comfort faded. For Buckbeak soared above the towering trees of the Forbidden Forest, gliding over them. An endless expanse of green shades danced in the wind, and Buckbeak's speed quickened. They soon flew over Hogwarts Castle, its majestic silhouette unfolding beneath them like a painting. Harry noticed how much smaller the Quidditch pitch appeared from above than when he was in it. They then glided past the pinnacle of the tallest astronomy tower. Buckbeak stretching its wings to begin gliding, turning gracefully toward the direction of the Black Lake. It seemed Buckbeak intended to circle back from the lake. The waters of the Black Lake shimmered with golden ripples under the sun, and as they flew closer, Harry could even make out shadows darting beneath the surface. Buckbeak descended lower, until its claws skimmed the surface of the lake. What a beautiful sight, Harry mused, relishing the smoothest flight yet. He relaxed atop Buckbeak's back, arms outstretched. The damp, misty breeze tousled his hair and caressed his cheeks. He closed his eyes, his mind a blank canvas, as if all his troubles dissipated like the wind stirred by Buckbeak's wings. Alas, the tranquility was short-lived, for Buckbeak soon ceased its serene flight, and Harry sensed it might be growing weary. With a few powerful flaps, Buckbeak ascended again, causing Harry to lean against its fluffy neck due to inertia. Ultimately, Buckbeak took him on a lap above a group of spectators before returning to the ground. Hagrid whistled to guide Buckbeak. "Well done, Harry," he exclaimed, adding, "and Buckbeak, you both were marvelous." Buckbeak slowly folded its wings and trotted back to Hagrid after landing. "How did it feel, Harry? It really took you on quite a ride," Hagrid asked as he lifted Harry down from Buckbeak's back. "Awesome," Harry replied succinctly, tousling his wind-blown hair. Hagrid patted his shoulder, and the crowd erupted in cheers. "All right, who else wants to give it a try?" Hagrid called out after the crowd quieted slightly. "Can I go again?" Harry quickly asked. Hagrid chuckled and patted Harry's shoulder, then leaned down to whisper, "Was my lesson all right?" "It was fantastic, Professor Hagrid," Harry praised, "whether it's the flying lesson or the care of magical creatures." During practice, Draco had chosen Buckbeak, which did not surprise Harry in the least. He glanced at Crabbe and Goyle standing behind Draco, resembling two bodyguards, which was, in fact, quite accurate. Harry observed that Draco seemed reluctant to offer his neck to Buckbeak, yet he eventually stiffly bowed, conforming to the group's method. Harry thought Draco's posture was so rigid that bending any further might snap him in half. Buckbeak hesitated, displaying signs of distrust several times, but ultimately bowed to Draco. Harry couldn't help but exhale in relief at that moment. However, just as he turned to see whether Neville, Ron, and Hermione had succeeded, he heard Draco's voice say, "This is easy." Harry spun back around to see Draco tapping Buckbeak's beak, his expression a mix of disdain and condescension, perhaps laced with bravado. Draco elongated his tone, loud enough for everyone to hear. "Whatever Professor Hagrid allows you to do must be exceptionally simple. I wager you're not dangerous at all, are you?" He patted Buckbeak's beak again, adding, "You're not dangerous, are you, you ugly beast?" Crabbe and Goyle snickered. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. Perhaps he never imagined that the Draco he had known for over a decade would utter such words. Draco Malfoy, Hagrid, who had been standing beside a hippogriff, immediately rushed towards Draco, shouting, "You can't speak to it like that. I told you they're very proud." Buckbeak's leaping figure was reflected in Hagrid's eyes. Draco stood frozen in place, his arms still outstretched mid-sentence. Buckbeak's forelegs leaped, casting a shadow over the sunlight. Draco's gray eyes caught sight of Buckbeak's light gray underbelly and its damp, matted claws, flecked with bits of earth and grass. With a swift sweep of its steel-gray claws, Draco's pupils dilated, and he stumbled backward, falling to the ground. Someone shoved him, leaving him beneath Buckbeak's claws. Draco rolled over and sat up from the ground. Disregarding any concern for decorum, half of his body was covered in leaves and mud, yet his first instinct upon standing was not to brush himself off, but to stare in disbelief at the figure before him, utterly speechless. Harry blinked rapidly, eager to shake off the pain that throbbed in his arm. Hagrid leaped forward, straining to restrain Buckbeak, who was still struggling to lunge at Harry. Harry had been breathing deeply when Buckbeak's claws tore through his uniform and shirt, leaving a long gash on his arm, but fortunately, he had dodged in time, and the wound was not too deep. The high-quality fabric absorbed the surge of bright red blood flowing from the injury. Merlin. Everyone was startled by the sudden turn of events, and a flustered Hagrid hurried to subdue and calm Buckbeak, perhaps due to his immense strength or because Buckbeak realized it had harmed the wrong person. In summary, before the other students could comprehend the unfolding situation, chaos did not continue. Harry and Draco rose from the ground, though their appearance was slightly disheveled. The expressions on their faces, tinged with panic and hesitation, were surprisingly appealing. "Are you intending to reprimand me? You seem oblivious to the rules and devoid of respect." Harry, taken aback, lifted his furrowed brow, which had initially scrunched in pain. "I didn't say anything," he replied. Draco lowered his gaze, seemingly suppressing a smile. "Allow me to escort you to the hospital wing." "No need," Harry declined. "You all carry on with your lessons. I'm fine, thank you." He addressed Hermione. Then, disregarding her protests, he picked up the book with his uninjured hand. Hermione cautiously examined his injured arm for a moment before saying, "You should hurry to the hospital. It might get infected if you delay. I saw small stones embedded in your wound, Professor." She turned to Hagrid, who was busy tethering Buckbeak to a tree, and called out, "Infection may prove challenging. My hands have been soaking in soap for a whole afternoon," Harry retorted in a teasing tone. Hermione frowned and shot him a glare. Harry, looking resignedly at Hermione, replied, "All right," though that water was rather murky in the end. Draco stood merely a few paces from Harry, observing him being surrounded by Gryffindors, and ultimately returned to the silent realm of Slytherin with a hint of melancholy. Pansy patted the dust and leaves off his clothes and hesitantly remarked, "Draco, you." Draco glanced at her, prompting Pansy to close her mouth. He then looked at Harry, or more accurately, at the four individuals surrounding him, feeling a sense of exclusion as he remembered he had almost apologized. Hagrid approached with an extremely pale complexion, evident rope marks around his hands. "Oh, Harry." He gently lifted Harry's injured hand with more caution than Hermione had shown. "Oh, Merlin. That wound looks quite severe. I can't discern its depth. Come, I shall take you to Madame Pomfrey. We ought to hurry." "Oh, no." Harry was about to protest when he heard a strange noise from behind Hagrid's imposing figure. He shifted slightly to the side and peered over. Buckbeak was straining forward. The rope taut, producing odd sounds as it tugged on a not-so-thick tree with each arch of its neck. Sighing, Harry patted Hagrid's large hand, and then moved past him towards Buckbeak. The closer he got, the more plaintive the sounds from Buckbeak's throat became. Draco's gaze remained fixed on Harry. As Harry reached Buckbeak, he extended his uninjured hand and, as before, stroked its large head. Buckbeak cooed, its bright eyes fixed on Harry. "It's all right. I know you didn't mean it. I don't hold it against you." Harry rubbed the soft fur beneath his hand and stretched to pat its wings. "We'll fly together again someday," he declared. "Professor Hagrid, please continue your lesson. I can make my way to Madame Pomfrey on my own." However, Hagrid's beetle-black eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I worry about you going alone." "Please," Harry replied, exasperated. "It's my hand that's injured, not my legs. There's nothing to worry about. I'll accompany Harry." Neville, who had been quietly listening, suddenly interrupted. "I just went this morning. I know the way well. So you needn't fret." He said the last part while looking at Hagrid. "Oh, very well," Hagrid relented. Neville winked at Harry, who had no choice but to agree. Hagrid watched as Harry and Neville ascended the small slope until they disappeared from view before clapping his hands to call the other students back to their lesson. "All right. A few students have succeeded, but Mr. Malfoy provided us with a poor example. As I mentioned earlier, the hippogriff is a proud creature. Your words, actions, and demeanor must reflect utmost respect." "What's the matter, Mr. Weasley?" Hagrid's inquiring gaze fell upon the crowd. Ron lowered his hand and said, "I think Slytherin should lose points." "Well, ordinarily, That would be the case. However, considering Mr. Potter exhibited selflessness, I've decided to negate the deduction. Do you have anything else to add, Malfoy? Hagrid frowned at Draco. Draco tilted his head back, looking haughtily at Hagrid, taking a few steps closer. You say negate. But I never consented to that, he asserted. I will inform my father, I assure you. The Slytherin students chimed in loudly about Hagrid's words. You should be expelled immediately. Professor Hagrid. Pansy Parkinson chimed in as well. Be quiet for a moment, Malfoy. Hermione shot him a glare. If it weren't for you, Potter wouldn't he be injured? Would he? Potter hasn't he even mentioned telling his parents? Why must you act like a petulant child, rushing to cry to mommy and daddy? Draco turned to look at Hermione, observing her for a while, a faint smile gradually curling his lips. What qualifications do you have to speak to me like that, you? Silence, Malfoy. Hagrid shouted at him. Draco chuckled, made a gesture that everyone understood, and retreated back into the Slytherin ranks, though in a foul mood. He had no intention of stirring up unnecessary trouble. Hermione looked around in confusion, completely unaware of what Malfoy had intended to say to her. Draco felt as though a fire burned within his chest. He didn't understand why, upon arriving at school, a chasm seemed to have formed between him and Harry. Whether it was spells, classes, or anything else, Slytherin appeared to be a dividing line, marking a boundary between their past selves and their present. He had contemplated that perhaps Gryffindor suited Harry better than Slytherin. After all, there wouldn't be anyone there whose parents had been investigated by his father, would there? Yet, Harry had always been his best friend since childhood. Shouldn't good friends be together? Moreover, it was the Sorting Hat that assigned Harry to Slytherin. Why had everything become so abnormal since entering Slytherin? Whether it was his relationship with Harry or Harry's attitudes and behaviors. Draco clenched his fists in frustration as he watched others becoming increasingly enthusiastic about bowing to the Hippogriff. He didn't want it to be this way. Harry and Neville took quite a while to reach the hospital wing. As Neville pushed open the door, Madame Pomfrey gasped. Oh dear, it's you again? No. Neville quickly waved his hands, stepping aside to reveal Harry. Madame Pomfrey immediately noticed Harry's arm. Another injury to the hand, she remarked with a sigh, then addressed Harry. Come here, child, and tell me what happened. I was scratched by a hippogriff, Harry explained as he approached and raised his arm. Madame Pomfrey cradled his poor arm and said, Oh, it's quite a long wound. It's not bleeding much, so it doesn't seem deep. We'll prepare to clean it, considering those creatures' claws are always on the ground. As she spoke, she went to fetch some potions. Harry began chatting with Neville. Oh, right, Neville, how's your arm? I forgot to ask earlier. It's fine now, Neville replied, flexing his arm in a few circles. Madame Pomfrey had healed it in the blink of an eye. I owe you thanks. Ron told me all about it. Oh, it's nothing, Harry shrugged. And Madame Pomfrey began applying the ointment. Harry sat on the bed, his arm wrapped in a layer of freshly applied bandages. The wound no longer hurt, though it was a bit itchy, likely a sign of healing. Neville sat beside him, engaging in casual conversation. However, Neville sometimes stumbled over his words. And Harry had a good idea of what he wanted to ask. Fortunately, Neville did not voice his questions. Had he done so, he might have found himself at a loss for answers. Perhaps it was about 10 minutes after class when an owl swooped past the window of the hospital wing, flapping its wings vigorously while clutching a piece of parchment in its talons. It tapped insistently on the glass with its beak. Neville approached and opened the window to retrieve the note. Ah, it was from Hagrid. He held the note up for Harry to see the hasty, scrawled handwriting. Dear Harry, how is your hand? I am quite concerned about your condition. If Madame Pomfrey allows you out, do come for a cup of tea with me, and bring Neville along. You know his grandmother asked Dumbledore to ensure I look after him. Please have the owl send me a reply. Additionally, I spoke with Professor McGonagall regarding your injury. She said she would inform Filch to postpone your detention until after Halloween. Just wait for the notification. This is the only thing I can do for you. Hagrid, Harry, and Neville shared a laugh after reading Hagrid's note. Neville then borrowed a quill from Madame Pomfrey and hastily scribbled on the back of the note. All right. We'll go find Madame Pomfrey and see you soon. He then sent the note off with the owl. Come here, child. Let me take another look, Madame Pomfrey said, following Neville into the room. Ah, not too bad. Just a minor wound. It will heal in due time. May I leave now, madam? I have some matters to attend to, Harry inquired. Madame Pomfrey scrutinized Harry for a moment and shrugged. If you must, then go. Just be careful not to get the wound wet. Thank you, Harry and Neville chorused, exchanging glances. In truth, Harry felt a twinge of fear toward Madame Pomfrey. She was a woman capable of intimidating even Dumbledore with her potions and keeping the Weasley twins in check. Once again, Harry and Neville found themselves traversing the path from the castle to Hagrid's hut in a single day, perhaps buoyed by the prospect of cheerful company. Harry felt the journey was swifter than when he had come for class. A stone bow and a pair of rubber boots stood by Hagrid's front door. Harry knocked, and Fong began barking, followed by Hagrid's booming voice cutting through the noise. Step back, Fong, don't block the door. This was Harry's first time entering Hagrid's abode. Yet everything was as familiar as ever. He recalled every conversation they had shared within these walls and the unique dishes they had tasted. Harry, Neville, come in. Don't be shy, Hagrid said, pouring them tea and offering rock cakes. Harry, I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you. Today's lesson wouldn't have gone so splendidly. To be honest, I was quite anxious before class and felt terrible about your injury. I'm at a loss for words. Here, try a piece. Hagrid handed them each a couple of rock cakes, gesturing with his chin. Hagrid's rock cakes were as formidable as ever. A few bites nearly threatened their teeth. Harry ate slowly, focusing intently on the conversation between Neville and Hagrid. Professor Snape has always been rather harsh, perhaps because I frequently make mistakes, Neville sighed, recounting his recent blunders in potions class, which had cost him significant points, though fortunately, they had not affected anyone else. Oh, by the way, did I mention to you that my scar hurt on the day of the feast? It was the first time it has ever hurt, Neville said, his voice reflecting confusion. Your scar? Oh, did you eat something spicy? Hagrid seemed not to have been listening closely. Could it be because of Quirrell? Harry pondered, opting not to voice the painfully obvious question, but instead hinted. The scar left by the infamous Voldemort? Yes, Neville admitted, a bit sheepishly scratching his head, but it has truly never hurt before. Then it seems its pain is linked to Voldemort, Harry remarked jokingly. Hey, that actually makes sense, Neville replied, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Harry chuckled and lowered his gaze to find a small piece of paper pressed under the tea cozy. It was a cutout article from the Daily Prophet regarding the recent Gringotts incident, the very report he had seen in the Slytherin common room. Oh, Hagrid, Neville said, as he tore off a half of his rock cake and returned it to the plate, feeling his teeth could take no more. In the process, he inadvertently glanced at the now crumpled paper. You haven't thrown this away yet? He asked Hagrid. Oh, I forgot. I'll dispose of it right away. Hagrid replied, somewhat flustered. Latest report on the Gringotts break-in? Harry read aloud, then looked up at Hagrid. Isn't this old news? Why would you cut it out and keep it? Hagrid's eyes flickered momentarily before he turned away, avoiding Harry's gaze. Nothing really. I've just been busy preparing for class and forgot to throw it away. Harry observed Hagrid's unruly beard, wondering if it concealed a blush from the lie. Harry, did you know? Neville interjected. The day of the Gringotts break-in was also your birthday. It was the same day we ran into each other in Diagon Alley. Hagrid and I went to Gringotts, and your family must have gone too. It's quite possible we were all there when it happened. However, before Harry could respond, Hagrid barked, That's nonsense. We ran into James while shopping. Harry eyed Hagrid, who unambiguously avoided looking at them, only grunting in response after delivering his statement. Neville picked up the crumpled paper to glance at it again. Oh, you lot. Hagrid was becoming increasingly agitated. Oh, look at the time. Dinner is about to be served. You'd better hurry back to the castle, or you'll miss your meal. Hagrid, I'm already full, Neville protested. Go back now. Quick, back to the castle. Hagrid insisted, ignoring Neville's words. On their way back, Neville shared what he knew about Vault 713. The report mentioned that Vault was emptied earlier that day. Harry, did you notice that? Seeing Harry nod, Neville continued. Hagrid and I went to Vault 713, and there was only a small, filthy bag left. The report implies that taking that dirty little bag meant it was emptied. But, he added, suddenly glancing around nervously, I've only told you this. So don't tell anyone else. Harry solemnly nodded at Neville's request. But why would someone specifically break into Gringotts just for that one thing? What could it be? Hagrid took that little bag, so it should be there now, but is it safe? Neville's mind raced with questions, and Harry listened in silence. Before long, they found themselves back at the castle without realizing it. Goodbye, Neville, Harry said at the door. I'm far too full to join dinner. Actually, I'm not hungry either, Neville replied with a smile, but I need to find Ron in the hall. Goodbye. Harry waved as Neville departed. Dinner had already been underway for some time, and as Harry made his way back to the Slytherin dungeon, he encountered few people. The common room was eerily quiet. He ascended the stairs directly to his room, where the lights were on, and a thick book lay open on the table. Draco must have gone to dinner. Harry lacked the energy to wonder about the book Draco was reading. He let out a small burp, removed his cloak, draping it over the back of a chair, and made his way to bed. On this day, he was utterly fatigued, his exhaustion stemming primarily from both physical and emotional strains. However, upon returning from Hagrid's, he found that even the very core of his being had begun to ache. The multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind was overwhelming. Yet, amidst it all, there was a certain solace in knowing that no matter where he was or whom he argued with, it would not affect Neville's journey. And at least everything would continue as it once had. Nevertheless, Merlin, Harry lay in bed, extending his arm to shield his eyes from the intrusive light. Forgive me. But regardless of the circumstances, I still yearn to struggle and engage in some endeavor, anything that might hasten the end of this turmoil. as darkness enveloped his vision. His mind grew muddled, and he suddenly succumbed to a state of unconsciousness. When Harry awoke, he was in a state of confusion, entirely unaware of the time. It could have been just a matter of minutes, or perhaps several hours. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up in bed. The room remained as he had left it during his slumber, but he could not ascertain whether Draco had returned. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 10:30. After a moment's contemplation, he descended from the bed, slipped on his slippers, and ventured out. He intended to take a look at the common room, though he was uncertain of what exactly he sought to observe. Yet, as he reached the midpoint of the staircase, before he could even reach the landing, he heard boisterous laughter and lively conversation, suggesting the presence of numerous individuals. He paused to listen for a moment, then descended the remaining steps and stood on the landing, gripping the railing with both hands. It was indeed a splendid vantage point, allowing one to gaze down upon the entire common room, where it was common to see a few boys or girls standing there, peering down at others. Draco was seated in a magnificent chair, his back turned to Harry, rendering him visible only from the neck up. Surrounding him were Crabbe and Goyle, their deep voices mingling with those of several people seated on sofas or standing nearby. "Mark my words, tomorrow the Longbottoms will no longer be seen at Hogwarts," Crabbe declared. Harry heard Draco's languid response. "Let us not exaggerate. We're merely teaching them a small lesson. We're not aiming to expel them from the school." His tone dripped with disdain, yet he added, "But if they bring misfortune upon themselves, that's beyond my control." Laughter erupted, with Pansy's cackle ringing out particularly loud and shrill. "Oh, look at the time. It's nearly 11, Draco remarked, glancing at his watch. "You all should tidy up and head off to rest." He then casually inquired, "Goyle, has Filch been notified?" Goyle pounded his chest proudly. "Of course," he declared. "Two for one, as they say." Harry's gaze was complex as he observed the back of Draco's head. Leaning back in his chair, Draco held his head high, his hands resting on the arms of the chair. Just from imagination, Harry could envision Draco crossing his left leg over his right, exuding an air of confidence and charm. Frankly, Harry seldom witnessed Draco seated in such a manner, for much of their time together was spent in close quarters, lacking any semblance of decorum. To Harry, this posture seemed more fitting for a slightly older Draco, perhaps 16 or 18. By then, Draco's eyes would have concealed his arrogance, even if he still displayed an air of superiority with grace. As Harry's mind swirled with chaotic thoughts, Draco suddenly turned his head, as if responding to Harry's gaze, and looked at him. There was something deep and stagnant in his gray eyes, akin to a frozen swamp. Cold, like the ice that blankets a lake in winter, with mist swirling beneath the surface. He tilted his head, regarding Harry, and unexpectedly smiled. Under that smile, Harry instinctively averted his gaze, turning away and stumbling back up the stairs. Once inside his room, Harry leaned weakly against the door, his heart racing and his breath quickening. He could not articulate the nature of that smile. Was it malicious? No, it was not that. Rather, it seemed imbued with a magic capable of penetrating one's thoughts. That fleeting moment of locked gazes cascading through his entire being. An involuntary shiver coursed through Harry, and he squinted. It was a gaze that seemed to see right through him, a teasing scrutiny. In the common room, Draco turned back, resting his right elbow on the arm of the chair, his palms supporting his face. His once piercing eyes narrowed, as though playfully toying with a cat, and even his smile took on a languid quality. "You all continue your merriment," he chuckled lightly, rising from his chair to stretch. "I'm off to bed. Good night, Draco." Pansy chimed sweetly, "Wishing you sweet dreams." Without glancing back, Draco waved her off. "However," she added, "before you drift off, I must ask, what about you?" And all eyes discreetly turned toward him at her words. "No need for your concern. Mind your own business." Draco's voice was icy enough to freeze. The sound of his polished shoes echoed on the staircase, each step measured and steady, as if he were a king with everything under control. Yet, this composure faltered the moment he pushed open the door to his and Harry's room. The light remained dutifully on, illuminating the simple yet tidy space, where the book Seeing Through Your Enemies lay open on the table. Truth be told, when Goyle and Crabbe had borrowed it from the library, Draco had thought it a mere joke, yet it seemed somewhat more useful than a jest. A smile played at the corners of Draco's mouth as he surveyed the room. Harry's cloak and pants draped over the chair. He knew Harry had not fallen asleep. Not only because he had just come upstairs, but also because no one was more attuned to Harry's breathing than he. That rapid, stifled breath was unmistakably an act of pretending to sleep. Draco's gaze lazily drifted toward the bed, only to find the thick emerald curtains drawn tightly, never having been pulled back. The smile faded from his lips, and suddenly a thought struck him. He rushed to the side of his bed, just as he suspected. The space between the two beds was also covered with heavy drapes, leaving no gap whatsoever. Draco snorted softly, and at that moment, Harry's breath hitched. He reached for the curtain that hung at his side, the soft flannel tickling his palm, creating an uncomfortable sensation. Draco was uncertain of what precisely bothered him. All he knew was that he wanted to tear away this irritating barrier. His hand clenched the fabric tightly, his fist trembling with restraint as he fought against the urge to shout, to demand an answer. Yet, perhaps standing face to face rendered him speechless. "How is your injury?" "No, that sounded too much like a concession." Draco silently shook his head, dismissing the thought. But surely, they could not remain in this stalemate. Yet, as he grappled with the curtain, his grip slackened, and his hand fell limply to his side. He withdrew his wand, aimed it at the lamp, and in the enveloping darkness murmured silently, "Good night, Harry." Harry watched as the curtain ceased to allow light to seep through, blinking slowly as he sighed. In that vexing night, Harry at least discerned a fragment of the reason for his unease. The following day, a group of Slytherins entered the Great Hall, chatting and laughing, only to be met with a sight that left them incredulous. Neville Longbottom and Ron Weasley were seated comfortably at the Gryffindor table. The astonishment stemmed from the high hopes they held regarding the duo's expulsion. Draco, however, felt little reaction. He had never anticipated that a single infraction, which might go unnoticed, would yield significant consequences. Ignoring the others, Draco's attention was drawn to Harry, who sat alone in a corner of the Slytherin table, raising an eyebrow. Even if they had quarreled, there was no need to rise early to avoid everyone. Draco mused to himself, finding the situation rather amusing. He approached Pansy and took a seat beside her. However, this time, Draco had unjustly accused Harry, had it not been for his excessive slumber. Harry would not have risen so early. Yet, upon awakening, he realized that the staggered schedule spared him from the awkwardness of facing many people. Sitting at the table, Harry quietly consumed his breakfast, only to overhear Ron and Neville discussing something with animated expressions, which suddenly illuminated the events Draco and his companions had recounted the previous night, revealing that several individuals had undergone a thrilling adventure while he slept. At the Gryffindor table, Neville was subtly conversing with Ron, who was animatedly gesticulating and occasionally raising his voice. Hermione often cast disapproving glances their way during such moments. Nevertheless, Ron considered the sighting of a three-headed dog to be an exhilarating encounter, eagerly wishing for a repeat experience. Neville, though somewhat shaken, sensed the gravity of the situation and believed that further discussion and analysis would be prudent. Ultimately, he and Ron concluded that it was indeed a perilous yet invaluable discovery. Finished with his meal, Harry absent-mindedly poked at the pastry on his plate. Yesterday, during a lull while polishing trophies, he had penned a letter to James and Sirius and was now awaiting a response. "Dear Bigfoot, I am writing this letter during a lull in polishing trophies. Some matters continue as they always have, while others have altered significantly. Today, I discovered that I still detest certain aspects of Draco's behavior and character. Moreover, Bigfoot, I truly miss the Marauder's map. It is of utmost importance. I wonder if there will be an opportunity to acquire it this time. You previously inquired about my potential friendship with Neville and my thoughts on him. To be honest, Neville is quite decent. Although various reasons may prevent me from befriending him, he is certainly not one to cause trouble. Harry." As the owls flocked into the Great Hall as usual, Harry finally spotted the familiar white figure of Hedwig, whom he had eagerly awaited. However, he recalled that on this day, 6 long-eared owls had borne a slender package. Oh, speaking of the slender package, who is this year's seeker for Gryffindor? It seems I haven't heard anyone mention it. Harry pondered that it might be time to greet the team. Hedwig gracefully landed between the jam jar and the sugar bowl, delivering a beautifully scripted letter to Harry's plate. He offered her a small piece of bread before opening the letter. "To my dear Harry, there are some things that suddenly remind me of my time at Hogwarts. Specifically during my 3rd year. While home on break, I found myself discussing the Moony and his companions, and as you know, my mother had nothing pleasant to say. At that moment, I desperately wished to petrify her or perform some other spell. However, I could not use magic. So, I threw a cream pudding at her and spent the rest of the holiday with James. The reason I share this with you is to convey that certain intrinsic qualities in people are difficult, if not impossible, to change. Despite having learned the so-called etiquette of pureblood families in a half-asleep state during my childhood, it does not matter how many times such events occur or whether they happen when I am fully conscious. I will always react similarly. It might be even worse once I can use magic. Like me, I have tried to change many things, genuinely striving to alter my ways. Yet I remain who I am, with those patterns persisting. You will find that all efforts are akin to an iron without steam failing to smooth the creases in Merlin's trousers. Let things flow naturally, and endeavor to change what you can, though you will soon discover that there is little within your power to alter. Additionally, I am not surprised by your quarrel with Draco. However, do not worry. Bigfoot can assure you through personal experience that you will gain many insights from both arguments and calm reflections, ultimately leading to an elevation of your relationship. Forever on your side, Bigfoot. Upon finishing the letter, Harry let out a small laugh. Hedwig, having preened her feathers in his direction, flapped her wings and took flight. Harry, sensing her disdain, gathered his belongings and departed. As he passed Draco, he noticed him glancing at the elegant script on the envelope in Harry's hand. Draco let out a muffled sound, running his fingers through his neatly styled blonde hair. Days filled with activity always seemed to pass swiftly. In addition to the homework from various subjects, Harry was also preoccupied with the incessant annoyance posed by the bothersome Slytherins, who found numerous excuses to trouble him. Although these childish first years posed no significant threat, they often sabotaged his potions by carelessly tossing random ingredients into his cauldron, ruining what could have been a successful brew and causing him to endure Snape's icy reprimands for failing to submit his classwork on time. Of course, they were less brazen in other classes, as only Snape seemed reluctant to penalize Slytherin, suggesting they still possessed a sense of collective pride. All of this, however, paled in comparison to the stifling atmosphere Draco created when they shared a room, which left Harry feeling suffocated. The mere thought of the stagnant air in their quarters now caused him a headache. Yet, he was not averse to teaching those pesky little troublemakers a lesson. It was a perfect opportunity to release some pent-up frustration. What could be more enjoyable? Fortunately, due to previous events and the ongoing Cold War with Slytherin, his relationships with Neville and the others had significantly improved. Moreover, he had forged a basic friendship with the Gryffindor team after stepping in as a substitute seeker during times of dire need. Reflecting on Wood's expression upon learning from the Weasley twins that he was a Slytherin student still brought a smile to Harry's face. At that time, Ron had been fervently signaling to them not to divulge any information. Throughout this period, Harry had come to understand that while some individuals do not care about one's house when forming friendships, many others still harbor deep-seated stereotypes against Slytherins. Harry, however, was indifferent to their opinions. After all, he was undeniably a Slytherin now, and each member of Slytherin wore more than one face. Thus, the days passed in a tangled, yet joyful manner. Before long, it was the end of October, and the warm weather gradually faded with the approach of Halloween. As Harry gazed out the window at the flickering glow of the enchanted pumpkins, he was struck by the realization that he and Draco had maintained their Cold War for quite some time, particularly given that they had rarely quarreled throughout their lives. Harry found himself reflecting on his own actions, recognizing that he had indeed been quite inconsiderate towards Draco. The current situation had largely arisen from his own missteps. Regardless, Draco was undeniably a Malfoy, and Harry was well aware of the upbringing and ideology he had received. Yet, he had placed this 11-year-old boy on the same pedestal as himself, an adult who had experienced much, judging him through the lens of a Gryffindor's perspective. Although some of Draco's remarks were indeed excessive, Harry felt a sense of agitation as he raked his fingers through his hair, uncertain of how to offer a way out for both of them. On Halloween morning, as Harry emerged from the dungeon, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of roasted pumpkin wafting through the corridor. It seemed the diligent house elves were preparing the evening feast's ingredients after having completed breakfast. For the morning meal remained unchanged, and the great hall bore no signs of festive decorations. The first class of the morning was potions, and as Harry brewed his concoction, he mused that Gryffindor's initial lesson should have been charms. If all went as expected, they would have concluded their tedious theoretical studies and commenced learning the art of levitation. To be candid, one of the primary reasons Harry eagerly anticipated Halloween was his hope that Neville, Ron, and Hermione would reconcile. Regardless of whether their rift stemmed from the events involving Louis or some other cause, he would occasionally reflect on his own situation as well. Despite Ron's assertions that they had never truly been on good terms with Hermione Granger, Neville was oblivious to why she had ceased speaking to him and Ron. Lost in thought, Harry stirred his potion with increasing agitation, sensing something amiss. A glance revealed that his mixture had turned into a paste due to his overzealous stirring. And there stood Professor Snape beside his desk, wearing a thunderous expression. "Oh, Snape," observing the bewildered look on Harry's face, scoffed. "I had thought Mr. Potter would never discover this pot of failed paste." Harry managed a weak semblance of a smile. Snape's cold smirk twisted into a sneer, 0 points. With a flick of his wand, he emptied Harry's cauldron. Amidst a chorus of snickers, Harry closed his textbook, feeling quite accustomed to such occurrences. It would truly be unbearable if Snape ever treated him with kindness. Seated behind Harry, Draco cast a frigid glance at Pansy, who was giggling nearby, nearly causing her to choke. By a stroke of coincidence, Slytherin's next class was Charms, resulting in the students from both houses streaming in opposite directions during the break. Harry scanned the crowd for Neville and Ron. Ron appeared to be in a foul mood, and Neville wore a worried expression. Harry looked around, noting Hermione's absence. He couldn't help but reflect on the wheel of fate, which turns on a single phrase. Yet this spinning wheel advised Harry not to dwell on the troubles of others, for their burdens were eternally theirs alone. while one's own dilemmas were the most vexing. A group of familiar Slytherin students trailed Harry at a distance, and as they rounded a corner, one particularly oafish boy hastened a few steps closer, nearly reaching out to grab Harry's shoulder. In a moment of instinct, Harry pivoted, brandishing his wand, and shouted, "Petrificus totalis." It was peak dismissal time, and several students from all 4 houses witnessed this bizarre spectacle. "Slytherins brawling? I warn you," Harry said. His wand pointed at the boy who had collapsed to the floor, blinking in astonishment. His cold green eyes swept over the Slytherin students who had intended to gawk, adding a warning to all, "Do not provoke me, for even I do not know what my next spell may be." His wand trembled slightly, and the cheerleaders behind the petrified boy took a collective step back. The corridor fell into an eerie silence, as if devoid of life. Harry smirked, tilting his head as if to say more, but ultimately he merely adjusted his bag and turned to leave. "Hey, wait a moment." Finally, a fifth-year Hufflepuff broke the stillness. Pointing at the fallen boy, "Isn't that a first year?" he asked his companion, puzzled. "Did we learn the petrifying charm in first year?" "We did," replied his friend, "but certainly not this early in the term." The onlookers erupted into animated discussion. "That boy is a Slytherin? He looks just like my dad's colleague, a certain Auror named Potter. Good heavens, is the Auror family's magical education truly so advanced?" Amid the chatter, a kind-hearted soul cast a stopping charm on the poor, hefty boy sprawled on the ground. In charms class, Harry, still in a foul mood, shone brightly, prompting Professor Flitwick to award Slytherin 20 points. Though he soon noted that the Slytherins showed no signs of elation, Harry felt indifferent. After all, the material they had reviewed was hardly challenging, and even lengthy assignments could be completed swiftly with the aid of a few hefty tomes from the library. However, he noticed the Slytherins who had earlier tried to provoke him. Observing that the petrified oaf lowered his head sharply when Harry glanced his way, his sturdy frame trembling slightly. Harry was taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently instilled such a profound psychological impact on this seemingly robust individual. A twinge of guilt washed over Harry. He wondered how long the boy would remain petrified, and whether he had encountered a kind-hearted individual or a professor. Nonetheless, no one approached him, leading him to believe it was indeed a kind-hearted soul. What was his name again? Brian? Harry stole another glance, noticing the boy shrink back again, confirming that the experience of being petrified was undoubtedly unpleasant. It appeared he would enjoy a prolonged period of tranquility. As Harry surmised, this mass petrification was an assertive declaration, affirming that Harry Potter, regardless of his alliances or disputes, was not to be trifled with. However, being an Auror came with its share of adversaries. Indeed, some had refrained from targeting Harry in the past couple of months due to Draco's influence, yet Harry was unafraid of their ire. Within Slytherin, Draco's status was undoubtedly preeminent, largely due to his last name, Malfoy, which destined him as the heir to the Malfoy legacy, coupled with a father of considerable standing and intellect. Neither Black nor Potter knew the ultimate fate of Malfoy, but others remained oblivious. Among the Death Eaters, Malfoy was still regarded as the Dark Lord's most capable right-hand man. Even if not, the family's illustrious heritage dictated everything. To be frank, had it not been for Draco's nonchalant dominance in Slytherin, those seeking to trouble Harry might have already filled the dungeons. In the midst of their hurried studies, the Great Hall had been transformed for Halloween. Bats fluttered across the ceiling like a massive black cloud, and the flickering candle flames within the pumpkins cast dancing shadows throughout the hall. Long tables overflowed with an array of delectable dishes. The mingled aromas wafted towards Harry, causing his stomach to rumble. Concerned expressions adorned Neville and Ron as they entered the hall, immediately capturing the attention of all. The feast commenced joyously, and after savoring his meat, Harry bit into a large, red apple, casually sampling various desserts. Every few spaces along the table, platters filled with colorful candies appeared, each student pocketing a handful to savor later, though Harry refrained, for he had chocolate frogs. Notably, the seat Harry occupied, typically spaced apart from others, was today vacant for half a row, a fortunate outcome given the scarcity of Slytherins. Harry chuckled to himself. As anticipated, the main event unfolded punctually. The doors of the Great Hall swung open with a resounding bang, and Professor Quirrell rushed into the dining area. Harry jumped, choking slightly on the pudding he had yet to swallow. Quirrell's scarf was crookedly draped over his head, and his face bore a look of sheer terror, his gait awkward as he hurried forward. "Troll!" he screamed, pausing to catch his breath. All the students stared at him, most with eager anticipation, likely believing this to be a special Halloween act. A few, mouths full of food, gazed on in bewilderment. Harry quickly sipped his pumpkin juice, marveling at Quirrell's remarkable performance. Professor Quirrell staggered, each step a struggle, as he approached Dumbledore, gasping as he spoke. "The troll is in the underground classroom." Having delivered his final words, he regarded Dumbledore, as if expecting him to be aware of this fact. Snape suddenly rose to his feet. "Oh, do not fret, Severus. I believe the troll is unlikely to take an interest in your various potions," Dumbledore reassured Snape, then began to organize the panicking students. "Please, do not panic. Heads of houses and prefects, immediately escort your students back to the dormitories. Professors, follow me to the underground classroom." Harry noticed Snape cast a fierce glare at the unconscious Quirrell on the floor. The students at the long tables hastily set down their food, rising to push back their chairs, creating a chaotic scene in the hall. The Slytherin prefect finally stood, confidently leading the first years. "Everyone follow me," he proclaimed, head held high, nonchalantly declaring, "As long as you heed my instructions, there is no need to fear any troll." The crowd surged towards the doors, and Harry found himself helplessly jostled along. The first-year Gryffindors, led by Percy, formed a somewhat disorganized line and began moving towards the exit. Amidst the throng, Harry's eyes remained fixed on Neville and Ron. However, at the entrance, the initially congested crowd seemed to suddenly disperse like water flowing through a cleared pipe, and all those pressed against the door unexpectedly surged out, including Neville and Ron. In an instant, Harry found himself distanced from them. He tried to stand on tiptoe, striving to catch a glimpse of them as they meandered through the crowd, only to see them stealthily slip away down an empty side corridor, disappearing around a corner. The entire corridor was packed with people, and Harry contemplated whether he should sneak over to offer his assistance. In his memory, this had indeed been a rather thrilling experience. But he reasoned that Neville, Ron, and Hermione would likely emerge unscathed, having fallen behind. Harry deliberated for a long while before concluding that he ought not to intervene among them. Yet, perhaps he should remind them to be cautious about where to lock the door. Thus, he struggled to navigate through the crowd. But it took him quite a while to create a small gap. Just as he was preparing to push further, someone suddenly grasped his hand from within the throng and pulled him out. "All right, Slytherin, stay close," a familiar voice boomed from the front of the crowd. The hand was long and cool to the touch, exuding a sensation Harry recognized well. However, the grip on his wrist was firm, as if fueled by some hidden grudge. Harry stumbled a few steps to keep pace with the person leading him. Draco. Harry was uncertain whether to break free or to comply. Should he break free? He did not wish to create further discord with Draco over Ron and the others, yet he felt a twinge of concern for their well-being. He thought to himself that their fates were their own and had little to do with him. Lowering his gaze, Harry stared at the hem of his robe. His green eyes filled with confusion. Draco's hand was pale, yet it seemed to possess an unyielding strength. He held Harry's hand, moving at a pace quicker than usual. Harry's gaze gradually rose, following the swaying black robe until it reached Draco's neatly styled light blonde hair. Still immaculate, even in the evening. Perhaps this could be considered a sign of reconciliation? Harry mused. The group descended the stairs in a loose formation, finally arriving at the Slytherin common room. Tradition, the prefect uttered the password. The older students had already returned, the common room teeming with noise and activity. "Due to unforeseen circumstances, as you are all aware, we shall enjoy the Halloween feast within our own houses," the prefect announced, standing at the center of the hall. Everyone hurriedly rushed to their plates, devouring the food placed before them, trying to calm their racing hearts. However, Draco remained standing there, not releasing Harry's hand. For a moment, the majority of the first years discreetly observed this interaction from behind their plates, while the older students cast sidelong glances. Harry's fingers twitched in Draco's palm, and just as he was about to utter something, Draco turned to him, releasing his grip. His brow furrowed slightly, and his gray eyes bore into Harry's, as if attempting to look straight into his soul. Yet, just as Harry hesitated over whether to voice his thoughts, Draco unexpectedly spoke first, delivering a remark that caught Harry off guard. "I have no objection to you befriending Neville Longbottom," he said, "but if you continue associating with the likes of the Weasley family or Hagrid, you will be adversely affected." Draco frowned, concern etched on his face as he regarded Harry. And then Hermione, whom he deemed clever yet fundamentally flawed. As these words reached Harry's ears and processed within his mind, he felt his expression morph into one of bewilderment, akin to having swallowed a dead cockroach. Thus, he interrupted Draco, as he was not inclined to hear the unspoken word hanging in the air. "I believe I possess a basic sense of judgment," Harry retorted before turning on his heel and walking away. He felt the need for a quiet space to collect his thoughts. In contrast to the frigid atmosphere of Slytherin, Gryffindor's situation could be likened to a balmy spring day. Since Halloween, everyone in Gryffindor had marvelously observed that the previously discordant trio of Hermione, Neville, and Ron had inexplicably become friends. Each breakfast, they would sit together, joyfully exchanging words, and even in class, they remained united, much to the envy of others, for once one had secured Hermione's favor. Future homework endeavors seemed promising. In truth, there was nothing particularly strange about this development. After all, Childhood friendships are often uncomplicated. However, their envy stemmed from Hermione's assistance in reviewing Neville and Ron's homework. It was indeed puzzling for Neville and Ron, given that they had previously engaged in a constant back-and-forth banter. Yet, it seemed that ever since the troll had fallen, Hermione had seamlessly transitioned into their circle of friends. Everything unfolded as naturally as hair grows, and professors assign homework. As November approached, the temperature plummeted, leaving a thin layer of ice on the surface of the Black Lake. The fireplace in the Slytherin common room blazed brightly, providing warmth amidst the cold of the underground classroom, where students huddled against the rising heat of their potion brews. Nevertheless, at times, regardless of how fiercely the fire blazed, the dungeon remained as frigid as an ice cellar. Particularly in light of Potter's unexpected return and Draco's presence in the common room. They had all witnessed it. On that fateful Halloween night, after Potter had departed, Draco's countenance had turned notably sour, accompanied by a palpable drop in temperature. One fine morning, as the students were enjoying breakfast, a flock of owls soared through the window, led by a magnificent snowy owl. Who could be sending a letter? Harry's mind raced with thoughts of receiving correspondence from home or from the moon-faced Dursleys, filling him with immense joy that lasted but a fleeting moment. 4. As Hedwig released her grip, a note floated down as delicately as a feather, landing before Harry's eyes. Your detention begins tonight at 10 o'clock. Please report to the trophy room. Mr. Filch would take the time to check. Professor McGonagall, sighing helplessly. Harry folded the note several times and tucked it into his pocket. To be honest, he had completely forgotten about it. However, from another perspective, he felt grateful for the note, as he had nothing else to occupy his time that evening. That night, Harry, amidst whispers and curious gazes, exited the common room, ascended the staircase, and navigated several turns to arrive at the trophy room. The grand door was adorned with a tarnished metal plaque. Harry pushed the door open, once again marveling at Filch's remarkable cleaning prowess. Truth be told, Harry was perplexed as to why Filch, despite the numerous unfortunate souls sent to polish the trophies month after month, remained so ardent about this punishment. The trophy room boasted over 100 gleaming trophies, each significant in size. Yet, what saddened Harry most was that he could not discern which of these were the trophies he had polished to a shine last time. On the floor in front of the display case sat a bucket of soapy water and a bucket of clean water, each accompanied by a pristine cloth. Harry pricked up his ears, listening intently to the sounds outside, then extracted his wand and pointed it at one cloth, which promptly immersed itself in the soapy bucket, soaking and wringing itself out before diligently commencing to clean the trophies in an orderly manner. The other cloth emerged from the clean water, trailing behind the cleaning cloth to wipe away the soap bubbles it left behind. Satisfied with the orderly task before him, Harry reached into his pocket, retrieved a few sheets of letter paper and a quill, leaned against the side of the display case, placed the paper on his bent legs, and began to write a letter. To my dear Mum and Dad. During flying lessons, Professor McGonagall remarked that my flying skills would surely surpass Dad's, and I wholeheartedly concur. During lunch, I observed this year's Slytherin Quidditch team, and they were truly dreadful, especially that beater, who is as tall and robust as a chaser. However, the Gryffindor beaters, the Weasley twins, are simply marvelous, and I've already made friends with them. The Gryffindor seeker is rather unimpressive as well. It's a pity I cannot participate in the Quidditch matches this time. Otherwise, I would be the youngest player in history. Suddenly halting his writing, Harry listened intently, and indeed, there were heavy, somewhat dragging footsteps outside. Upon confirming it was Filch's footsteps, he swiftly tossed the letter paper and quill into a trophy, stood up, seized the two cloths that had been diligently working for him, and without even rolling up his sleeves, plunged them into the water. Without wringing them out, he pulled them out and pretended to wipe a trophy. Just as Harry had barely begun to clean, Filch opened the door, poking only his head inside, his expression dark as he scrutinized the entire trophy room. Observing Harry's almost abysmal state, he cracked a thin-lipped smile. Do your best, child, Harry grimaced, the two cloths waging a struggle in his hands. After Filch had been gone for a minute, Harry cautiously released the cloths. Thank Merlin, Mrs. Norris did not accompany Filch this time. Harry silently rejoiced. The two cloths, upon being freed, angrily leaped into the water bucket, splashing droplets onto Harry's robes. With a wry smile, Harry rolled up his damp sleeves, wiped his hands on his robes, and resumed writing. Dad, do you know? I really wish I could come home and play Quidditch with you. Also, I miss Mum's apple pie so much. Truthfully, I miss all the food she makes. The main reason I am writing is to ask whether you and Mum are planning to go away on another honeymoon this Christmas. Harry. He pressed this letter beneath a blank sheet, beginning another letter to Remus. To my dear Moony. Moony, how about coming to Hogwarts next year as a professor? Defense against the dark arts. I find our current defense against the dark arts professor quite peculiar. He always has a strange garlic-scented gas about him. The worst part is he constantly talks about lizards and chameleons, stuttering as he speaks, and I often worry he might faint during class. Harry. Perhaps due to the myriad of unhappy events, Harry felt an overwhelming urge to confide in his family. Yet he hesitated to write to his parents about the quarrel with Draco, fearing it would only escalate. It had been a long time since they had been at odds. But the issues had compounded day by day, leaving him deeply troubled, even though he felt he had done nothing wrong. Maybe Draco hadn't either, but the silence lingered. He had even petrified a fellow Slytherin who had sought to provoke him. Harry leaned back against the cabinet, lost in thought about what would transpire if he were to send such a letter home. Lily would likely pen an extensive letter to both him and Draco, only to realize it would do little to resolve the matter, subsequently seeking out Narcissa, leading both mothers to confront their husbands and arrive at Hogwarts to demand answers. Oh, Harry, such complaints might indeed land you in considerable trouble, and as events unfold, it could escalate into a grand spectacle. Harry glanced out the window, estimating he had been there for over an hour. Thank Merlin, the cloths were diligently polishing the last few trophies. Ultimately, when Harry exited the trophy room, it was nearing midnight. The corridor was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. He tucked away the letters, silently praying not to encounter Peeves, and commenced his journey of punishment. In truth, this endeavor had been planned long before Harry arrived at Hogwarts, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he had yet to find the opportunity. From the day he fully embraced his new life, Harry had been contemplating what he could do, no matter how trivial. If it could pose even the slightest threat to Voldemort and enhance his chances, he would pursue it. However, back home, there had been no opportunities to engage. Yet at school, he felt a tangible sense of it. Perhaps it was indeed due to his change in identity, aside from approaching Neville. He found it difficult to connect with the events that had once transpired in his life. The corridors of Hogwarts exuded a solemnity at night, each torch flickering, illuminating its designated area. Harry silently contemplated his route, carefully sticking close to the wall as he rounded a corner. Draco lay on his bed, once again tossing and turning uncomfortably. He had been restless for several hours. The room remained lit, the glow filtering through the curtains barely illuminating the space. After another restless turn, Draco abruptly sat up in bed, pulling the curtains aside. The sudden brightness made him instinctively squint. Today, he had written a letter to Narcissa, feeling it was long overdue, yet now he found himself regretting it increasingly. Perhaps Draco, donning slippers, would wander over to Harry's side. His gaze complex as he eyed Harry's bedside table, seemingly drawn closer, as if enchanted. Harry's diary. Just as his hand was about to pull open the bedside drawer, a noise emanated from the direction of the door. Draco jolted, his body recoiling as if he had touched a flobberworm. He even contemplated that if it truly was Harry who had returned, perhaps he should just let go of all his thoughts and express them without reservation. However, Draco was left uncertain whether to feel relieved or regretful when the door merely produced a single sound, likely caused by a group of people outside playfully making noise. On a rather ordinary, silent midnight, most inhabitants of Hogwarts Castle were ensconced in sweet slumber. Even Madame Pomfrey had yawned while perched on the first step, lifting her front paw to lick it twice before wiping her face. The common rooms of each house were deserted, the solitary fireplaces quietly crackling. Everything was resting in the embrace of the night, gathering strength and awaiting the dawn of a new day, except for one solitary soul. At 12:50, Harry found himself laboriously ascending to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. After hastily exiting the trophy room, he had cautiously traversed the corridors, not anticipating that just as he stepped onto the staircase, Merlin would tick the second hand to midnight, causing the castle stairs to shift beneath him, leaving Harry with a grimace. Yet, thanks to this, he had managed to send off the letter. Harry bent down, massaging his aching legs, gazing at the enormous troll tapestry before him, silently grinning in delight. Turning his head, he observed the wall opposite the tapestry, already sensing a thrill of triumph. The room of requirement. Truth be told, despite the myriad of troubles that might befall him daily, leading Harry to feel disheartened for a time each day, his mind had never ceased its relentless pondering. If there was one matter of utmost significance, one that could potentially pose a direct threat to Voldemort, it was undoubtedly related to the Horcruxes. However, executing this plan could not cause a commotion, could not bear any risk of leaving behind traces, nor could it arouse suspicion in others upon discovery. Harry wrestled with this dilemma for quite some time, despite conjuring countless ideas. He could not devise a plausible explanation for why he was wandering the corridors while everyone else was asleep, should he be caught by Filch or any professor. That was until Professor McGonagall's note was tossed before him by Hedwig. Perhaps such a simple punishment would not clarify why he was present in a location merely 8 floors away from the trophy room. But Harry could no longer afford to dwell on such matters. There had to be an opportunity, he thought. The room of requirement was his first attempt. Previously, He had only thought of the Ravenclaw diadem at the last moment, and the process of destruction had been nothing short of harrowing. Standing beneath the wall that represented the room of requirement, Harry resolutely affirmed to himself, "This time, I shall not repeat the mistakes of the past." He had to walk past this wall 3 times, concentrating on what he needed, and then the room of requirement would reveal what he sought. Harry walked to the window at one end of the white wall, turned back at the other end near a towering vase, and during the first pass, he squinted his eyes to concentrate. "I need a place to hide something." On the second pass, he murmured softly to himself, pondering whether the room of requirement might contain numerous hiding places, each different from the last. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. On the third pass, Harry clenched his fists and stared ahead, feeling an inevitable tension. "I need a place to hide something," he implored in his mind. As he ran past for the third time, the door materialized. Harry could hardly contain his excitement, even his hand trembling slightly on the brass doorknob. Taking a deep breath, he twisted the handle and opened the door. A stream of light poured through the crack, but in the instant the door swung open, Harry was utterly stunned. It was a spacious room, brightly lit yet empty. No, this wasn't he right. A wave of foreboding washed over him. Something must have gone awry. "Let me try again," he reassured himself, closing the door and stepping back to watch as it slowly faded away, reverting to a blank wall. "I need a place to hide something. A place filled with many items." Harry repeated these phrases obsessively, then, with a pounding heart, opened the door that reappeared before him. No, still not right. Harry felt a surge of frustration, gripping his hair, his eyes reddening with suppressed emotion. He stumbled back a few paces, and before the door could fully vanish, he began to circle the wall once more. His voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of emotional turmoil. "I need a place to hide something. Give me a place to hide something. Give me that room with the Ravenclaw diadem. I beg you." Harry slammed his fists against the wall that represented the room of requirement, his outstretched hands now clenched into fists, pounding against the surface with fervor. "Please," he implored, his voice cracking as though he might weep. Yet, regardless of his fervent entreaties, the white wall did not exhibit the miraculous transformation he had hoped for. Dragging his weary feet back to the Slytherin dungeons, the sky outside had already begun to brighten with the first light of dawn. Yet, there was no glimmer of hope in his eyes. Harry hoarsely recited the password, grateful it was not in Gryffindor, for even if the fat lady allowed him entry, she would surely chastise him. Once inside the common room, he staggered over to the nearest sofa by the fireplace and collapsed onto it. Lying there, his head tilted, he watched the flickering flames and suddenly found himself understanding some of the words Sirius had often shared with him. Harry squinted against the fatigue, contemplating, no matter what, he must find another opportunity to visit Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. In the morning, Draco stretched languidly from his cozy, soft bed, suddenly realizing something. His previously drowsy expression shifting to one of clarity. He threw off the covers and, forgoing slippers, dashed to the other side of the bed. As he suspected, Harry had not returned all night. The bed remained just as it had been the night before. Draco snorted derisively, a bitter smile curving his lips. "Ah, Draco." On the way to the dining hall, Goyle cautiously called to him, as if plotting something nefarious, while Crabbe glanced around as if on lookout. "What is up?" Draco asked, his mood sour, uninterested in their antics. This morning, Tony Brown woke up early to finish his history of magic assignment in the common room. "Guess what he saw?" Goyle whispered conspiratorially. Draco shot them a glance. "Saw what?" "I couldn't care less what you saw." He saw Harry. Saw Harry sleeping on a sofa, his robe stained with soap and wrinkled, and his hands all red and swollen. Goyle exclaimed indignantly. Quite the observant one, was Draco's first thought. That old codger Filch was his second. "Even though Harry had a spat with you, you know we still can't let outsiders bully our own." Draco waved his hand dismissively, coldly retorting, "Do I need you to teach me that?" Although Draco confidently asserted that he was perfectly fine, the reality was that upon seeing Harry sitting at the Slytherin table in such a disheveled state, he lacked the courage to approach him. Clenching his fists, Draco took a deep breath to ready himself to walk toward Harry, only to witness a sight that ignited his temper. "Harry," as Hermione turned slightly. Engaging in conversation with Harry across the Gryffindor table, Neville and Ron sat opposite her, their faces reflecting a familiar concern that Harry recognized all too well. Noticing Harry glance their way, Hermione boldly voiced her inquiry. "What happened to you? Are you being bullied by any Slytherins?" The news of Harry's confrontation with a tall Slytherin in the corridor had spread throughout Hogwarts almost instantaneously. Yet, despite Harry's prowess, he could hardly contend with the muscular Slytherins, especially given their notorious vindictiveness. Hermione cast a scornful glare at the Slytherin table, her thoughts racing. "I'm fine," Harry waved off Hermione's concern, explaining that he had encountered a minor mishap the previous night and had not had the opportunity to change his clothes. "There's no need to worry about me," he concluded with a reassuring smile. Before Hermione could respond further, a flurry of owls burst into the great hall, causing a delightful chaos. Resigned, Hermione turned back to her meal. Harry received a letter along with a parcel bound in brown paper and twine, accompanied by a note pinned by Remus. Inside the box were the new chocolates he had crafted. Indeed, the Hogsmeade Sweet Shop had purchased all the chocolates he had on hand. A perfect snack for those dreary class moments, though he was reminded to pay attention in class. As for his potential teaching position at Hogwarts, he expressed a sincere desire for the opportunity. Harry initially ignored the box brimming with chocolate, opting instead to open another letter on the table. He had assumed it was correspondence from his parents, yet he was taken aback to discover he was mistaken. The letter was elegantly inscribed in crimson ink. He had not anticipated receiving a letter from this particular individual. Dear little Harry, have you had a quarrel with Draco? Harry turned to meet Draco's gaze, though Draco swiftly averted his eyes. Observing the back of Draco's head, Harry glanced down at Narcissa's letter and suddenly chuckled, feeling a slight lift in his somber mood. Although he recognized the childishness of arguing and sulking with an 11-year-old, especially knowing that it would inevitably reach the ears of their parents, or perhaps just his mother, he understood that soon everyone would be aware of the situation. Covering his face with his hands, Harry wished to reconcile with Draco. But the current state of affairs made it challenging to find a graceful exit for both parties, particularly with the entire Slytherin house ostracizing him. Rolling his eyes, he dodged a third student feigning a collision in the corridor, casting a glare behind him. Oh, it's just a familiar face, he muttered, addressing Brian. The tall Slytherin boy he had once petrified. Brian visibly shrank under Harry's gaze, prompting a companion to reassure him. Harry watched as Brian attempted to puff out his chest. Though the expression on his face was bewildering, Harry could have sworn he detected a hint of admiration, leading him to suspect his glasses might be smudged. A bunch of insipid little brats, he muttered under his breath. Harry felt as though he had merely encountered a minor setback the previous night, which paled in comparison to his past tribulations. This incident was trivial by comparison. Nevertheless, it had stirred some unsettling thoughts within him. However, today he had heard good news regarding the Halloween troll incident and Snape's involvement. Neville, for reasons unknown, had discovered Snape attempting to bypass Hagrid's three-headed dog, unaware that Snape had been bitten in his effort to secure the Philosopher's Stone from Quirrell. Thus, they were likely to arrive at the same conclusions he had previously drawn. All matters concerning the Philosopher's Stone continued to unfold in an orderly fashion, providing Harry with a sense of reassurance. As for Professor Snape, he persisted in his role as the suspected villain, and Harry could only silently cultivate his growing respect for him. Moreover, another piece of good news was that the Quidditch season had begun. Although he could not participate, Harry eagerly anticipated the upcoming match between Slytherin and Gryffindor the following day. Reflecting on recent events, he realized he had not played with George and Fred in quite some time, though Harry endeavored to focus on positive thoughts and joyful moments. A sense of unease lingered within him, akin to the anxiousness one feels before an important exam. One might claim indifference, yet the anxiety persists. He appeared to shrug off the matter of the room of requirement with a casual demeanor, but only he understood the depth of his concern and the desire to take action. All negative emotions were bottled within him, accumulating day by day until he felt on the verge of eruption. This turmoil culminated explosively when confronted with Draco. Alone in his room, Harry quietly penned a letter while straining to hear even the slightest sound. He could not deny that when Draco entered, a sense of relief washed over him. After all, some matters required an individual to take the first step, and feeling awkward, he seized the opportunity to descend the makeshift ladder he had built. Silence enveloped Harry and Draco for some time until Draco finally spoke, making his way toward the desk and standing behind Harry. I think we should talk. About what? Harry inhaled deeply, soothing his racing heart while pretentiously jotting notes on the paper. Could you put your letter aside? Draco's discontent was evident in his tone, which shifted noticeably as he raised his voice, questioning Harry. Do you think writing a letter is preferable to speaking with me? A surge of frustration simmered within Harry, igniting at the moment Draco uttered what was intended as an offhand remark. What do you want to talk about? Harry tilted his head, retorting, that I've become friends with Hermione, Ron, Neville, George, and Fred from Gryffindor? You probably wouldn't want to hear that. Then say something I would like to hear, Draco replied, his tone imbued with an air of entitlement, suggesting that Harry's world should revolve solely around him. Unbeknownst to Draco, insecurity gnawed at him at that moment. Yet Harry remained oblivious. But everything I can say now is something you wouldn't want to hear, Draco. Harry sighed, feeling as though his mouth had betrayed him, spilling forth everything that should remain unsaid. I initially thought you were different from the other Slytherins, but I discovered that some things are not a matter of perspective, but rather of nature. Draco's expression froze, as if he had been struck by a Petrificus Totalis spell. As Harry beheld Draco, a wave of self-loathing washed over him. Yet, Having already spoken impulsively, he found no grounds for an apology in the current situation. He could not muster any words to mend the rift. Wrapping his scarf around him, he exited the room. Draco sat in the chair where Harry had previously occupied, appearing utterly defeated. The parchment lay on the desk. Only a hasty beginning inscribed upon it. To dear Draco, I do not wish to argue with you. However, these 2 lines were hastily crossed out with several strokes of ink. Draco leaned back in his chair, gazing at the shimmering lights above for some time before raising a hand to shield his eyes. I seem to have messed something up, he murmured. As for the Christmas festivities, the weather on Saturday was clear and cold, with a gentle breeze, a perfect day for a Quidditch match. Although it was Saturday, the restaurant was as crowded as during class, with everyone eagerly anticipating the first Quidditch match, gathered around the 4 long tables. They animatedly chatted amidst the enticing aroma of roasting sausages. At 11 o'clock, the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch were elevated into the air, with 3 houses proudly displaying banners and colors in support of Gryffindor, while the solitary green of Slytherin appeared pitifully isolated. Unperturbed by their isolation, Draco sat in the front row of the Slytherin stands, flanked by the trembling forms of Goyle and Crabbe, who seemed to suffer from a fear of heights. At this moment, the Quidditch players had emerged from the locker room, yet Draco's gaze remained unfocused as he scanned the crowd in search of someone. It seemed Harry had not arrived. Unbeknownst to Draco, Harry was preoccupied with his own affairs, having just ascended to the 2nd floor. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Quidditch match, the deafening cheers and roars from outside filtered through the massive windows, and Harry caught sight of a dark, spherical shape soaring into the sky. Everyone was outside, joyously watching the Quidditch match, except for him. He shook his head, teasing himself. Only you would take this chance to sneak into the girls' restroom. The restroom was impeccably clean and quiet, a comforting solace for Harry, for, after all, the absence of Myrtle was a welcome start. He settled his mind, contemplating both the best and worst outcomes, and then set about locating that peculiar tap from memory. As Harry immersed himself in his thoughts, the Quidditch match raged on outside. The Slytherin team, comprised of burly players, was scoring relentlessly through sheer brute force. While Gryffindor had just managed to claw back a point, their spirits lifted. However, before the excitement could dissipate, a bludger hurtled menacingly towards the Gryffindor stands. Damn! One of the Weasley twins, Fred or George, raced forward and delivered a powerful blow to the bludger, sending it careening away. Yet, in no time, the ball changed direction and barreled back towards the Gryffindor stance. Oh, Neville ducked just in time to evade a fierce strike. This was not right. Hagrid helped Neville back into his seat, for bludgers do not typically target the stance. Upon hearing this, Hermione seized Hagrid's binoculars and began anxiously scanning the crowd. What are you doing? Ron asked, his face ashen, having narrowly missed the bludger that had just whizzed past his head. I suspected it all along, Hermione panted. It's Snape. Ron grabbed the binoculars and spotted Snape standing in the middle of the opposite stands, his gaze fixed on Neville, silently muttering incantations. I bet he's cursing the bludger, Hermione stated. We need to come up with a plan. Before Ron could finish his thought, Hermione had vanished. Harry lowered his head to stroke the side of the tap, feeling the cold, serpentine contours beneath his fingertips, a chill that pierced his skin like needles. Closing his eyes, he found it remarkably difficult to suppress the tumultuous emotions swelling within him. This sensation was unprecedented, even surpassing that fateful night that determined life and death. Harry licked his lips, striving to recall how to speak Parseltongue. Open. The temperature in the restroom seemed to plummet at the sound of his hissing command. George and Fred had noticed the bludger's peculiar behavior. They positioned themselves in front of the Gryffindor stands, bats at the ready. Hey, George! Fred exclaimed as he struck the bludger far into the distance, then turned to his brother with a grin. Was that worth an extra 10 points? The bludger executed a swift turn in midair and zoomed back towards them. George stuck his tongue out at Fred and charged forward, delivering a solid hit to the ball. Now that should earn me 10 points. He winked, and Fred gave him a thumbs up. However, unbeknownst to them, the bludger had shifted to an even more treacherous angle, hurtling towards the stands, causing several Gryffindor students to stumble in their attempts to dodge it. Oh no! The Weasley twins shut their eyes. Yet, calamity did not ensue. Hagrid rose from the stands and swung his massive fist, delivering a powerful blow to the bludger aimed at Neville. Oh mate! George and Fred exclaimed in unison. That was awesome. Hagrid's beetle-like eyes gleamed with fury, and Ron, uncertain of what else to do, placed his hopes on Hermione. Clasping his hands together and repeatedly calling her name, Harry, resigned, turned on the nearby tap to splash water on his face. Having tried at least 3 different tones to command it to open. Yet, clearly, the situation here was far more dire than the room of requirement. Despite the chaos caused by a rogue bludger in Wood's line of sight, Merlin had ensured that the remaining bludger showed no mercy either. Lee Jordan provided the final commentary. And Gryffindor's seeker, Oliver, seized the golden snitch, declaring, "He caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor wins." Slytherin's Captain Flint continued to shout in frustration. But it was all in vain. The entire Slytherin section was rife with discontent, and although Draco did not rage like the others, his expression was grim. However, his glum demeanor was not solely due to Slytherin's defeat. He could not fathom why Harry had not come to witness the Quidditch match. Setting aside Harry's well-known passion for Quidditch, hadn't he been on good terms with the Gryffindor team? Draco stood, having grown significantly taller over the past 3 months. Though he appeared somewhat gaunt at first glance, his gray eyes held a coldness reminiscent of the frozen depths of the Black Lake, concealing any emotions beneath an icy surface. He was livid, but what could he do about it? After the Quidditch match, Harry resigned himself to fate. Echoing the words Sirius had once imparted, the matters they could alter were primarily those concerning themselves, as if some unseen force constrained Harry's every utterance and action. The moment he sought to find a Horcrux or speak of Voldemort, the doors and windows of the world would close upon him. Harry found a secluded corner and spoke to himself for quite some time, ultimately realizing that nearly anything that could trigger significant consequences was beyond his ability to articulate, especially those words that might alter or prematurely conclude a situation. What could Harry do, burdened by such a reality? He could only accept his fate, perhaps venting his frustrations in letters to Sirius. James finally replied to Harry's letter just before Christmas, candidly writing, "I heard from Narcissa that you had a spat with Draco. Ah, son, it's nothing to worry about. From my own painful experiences, I can tell you, arguments in school are trivial, but arguments after marriage are the real concern. There's a large ink blot here. You should have seen your mother. She just came out, but now she's in the shower, so we want to discuss Quidditch. As a fellow survivor, I advise you to embrace the festive atmosphere of your first year at school. Your mother and I plan to travel during Christmas. You poor thing, only having Christmas break available to your father." Harry gazed at the signature at the end of James's letter, yearning to send it back home for his mother to read. Christmas was fast approaching. The first snow of the season fell that night, and by the following morning, Hogwarts awoke to find itself blanketed in several inches of snow. The surface of the Black Lake frozen solid, and the temperature in the dungeons had plummeted once again. As Harry ventured to the Ollery to send a letter, he fortuitously witnessed George and Fred casting spells on a few snowballs, causing them to chase Quirrell around. Ultimately, several of the snowballs struck him on the back of his turban. With a sense of delight, Harry extended his hand from the window to give the twins a thumbs up. Although the two below were oblivious to his gesture, Harry was well aware that the infamous Voldemort was concealed beneath that very turban. After the snowfall, the atmosphere seemed to grow increasingly festive, with everyone eagerly anticipating the holiday. The recent drop in temperature had rendered the corridors quite frigid, despite the roaring fires in each house's common room and the Great Hall. This was particularly evident in the herbology and care of magical creatures classes, where the Slytherin students' resilience, honed by the cold, became apparent. The underground classrooms were only marginally warmer than the dungeons, so while other students huddled close to their cauldrons, the Slytherins maintained a straight posture. "I truly feel pity for those individuals," Draco remarked leisurely as he stirred his potion with grace. Beside him, Crabbe cautiously inquired about Harry's Christmas plans. "Harry, are you not going home for Christmas this year?" I'm staying at school because my parents have to travel," Harry replied before Crabbe could finish his question. Upon realizing his interruption, he offered an apologetic smile before returning to his potion. They had to remain at Hogwarts for Christmas because their families did not want them. Draco slowly continued, his gaze fixed on his potion. But anyone listening could discern whom he was referencing, even before Harry spoke. Blaise nudged him with his elbow, whispering, "Draco." He found the coincidence of Draco's statement rather uncanny, as if Merlin were conspiring to tease him. At that moment, they were engaged in potion making, and since Snape had stormed out in a fury, both Draco and Harry spoke quite freely. Harry was measuring out ground lionfish spine, ignoring the commotion. "I don't know," Draco said, a hint of confusion and hesitation in his voice. "Harry didn't tell me he was staying at school." He glanced at Blaise, his voice tinged with an unexpected sense of helplessness. That day, Professor Snape was registering the students who would remain for the holidays in the common room. "And we all saw Harry sign the list," Pansy whispered, her voice growing softer under Draco's scrutiny. "Well, you were upstairs getting something," Harry interjected, sprinkling the precisely measured powder in a spiral into his potion. "My parents said they wanted to experience a romantic getaway in a different city. I couldn't do anything about it." Once the powder fully dissolved, it immediately formed shallow, crystal-like purple bubbles. "You can come to my house," Draco blurted out without a second thought. "I would love to," Harry replied evasively, using a dropper to extract some potion. Just as Goyle and Crabbe were speculating whether the two had reconciled, Professor Snape entered the room, causing the temperature to drop a few degrees. "Today, I will teach you a very basic potion," Snape intoned in a hoarse voice, surveying each student with a piercing gaze. Basic, yet straightforward. Thus, during my absence, you should have ample time to perfect this potion. Now, who has completed it? Bring your samples to the front. Harry and Hermione stood up simultaneously and approached Snape to present their droppers. Translucent crystal purple. Identical and utterly pure. Snape scrutinized the samples under the light for a considerable time. This demonstrates that both your heat and powder proportions are well mastered. Although I am reluctant to admit it. Both vials are perfect, he concluded. Gryffindor and Slytherin each earned 10 points. You may return to your seats. Hermione flashed Harry a sweet smile, offering a reassuring gesture. For Draco's words had been heard by the entire classroom. Now, Mr. Potter and Miss Granger may choose to remain in the classroom or leave early, Snape said. His expression darkly amused as he scrutinized everyone. To the rest, if you cannot complete this potion before class ends, you shall remain until it is finished. The exhilaration of completing a task before others and gaining certain privileges was truly indescribable. Harry felt as though he had a lively rabbit fluttering within him. Since neither of you plans to leave early, refrain from whispering with your classmates, Snape directed, pacing between the desks. Harry observed Neville and Ron glancing back at Snape while stirring their potions, whispering amongst themselves. Harry waited until the potion class concluded before exiting the underground classroom, with Goyle and Crabbe emerging unscathed thanks to Harry and Draco. As for Neville and Ron, they were undoubtedly relying on Hermione. Harry had always believed that without Hermione's presence, the two would surely cause an explosion while gossiping and stirring their cauldrons. They were among the earliest to leave, and as they ascended the stairs, they encountered Hagrid transporting a fir tree meant for decorating as a Christmas tree. Hagrid's disheveled hair peeked through the branches, and his voice remained as booming as ever. How are you little ones doing? Don't mention it. I just survived Professor Snape's scowl and the potion's toxins, Neville replied, feeling rather deflated. Come now, cheer up. Christmas is nearly upon us, Hagrid encouraged, his spirits high. Professor Flitwick is decorating the Great Hall. Would you like to join me? Neville, Ron, and Hermione eagerly agreed, and Hagrid turned to look at Harry. Harry? Oh, sure, Harry replied decisively. Draco shot Harry a glance as he brushed past him with Goyle and Crabbe. Upon reaching a corner partly obscured by the fir tree branches, Draco deliberately sidestepped. But Goyle and Crabbe behind him inevitably knocked off several needles. Harry, Neville, Ron, and Hermione followed Hagrid and his fir tree into the Great Hall. The decorations were evidently nearing completion, with 12 towering Christmas trees placed throughout the hall, each adorned with unique ornaments, while holly and mistletoe garlands adorned the walls, primarily mistletoe. As Harry contemplated, the trio engaged Hagrid in a discussion about Nicholas Flamel. Ever diligent, Hermione intended to read several books before the holiday. Eager to uncover the identity of Flamel, Hagrid appeared utterly terrified. Harry feigned interest in the hall's decorations while carefully eavesdropping on their conversation, mentally organizing the timeline. We just want to know who Nicholas Flamel is, nothing more, Hermione stated casually. Hagrid covered his mouth in dismay, glancing at Neville, Ron, and Hermione as they exited the hall. He then turned to Harry, perhaps feeling that speaking with him was certainly safe. Harry, do you have plans for tomorrow? Hagrid extended a sincere invitation. Isn't tomorrow the first day of the holiday? I thought if you were alone in the common room, you might be bored. So come find me. He chuckled, though he was only tending to the owls or checking on the thestrals in the Forbidden Forest. If you find it dull, then. Sure, I would love to, Harry replied enthusiastically. I wouldn't feel bored at all. I'll come find you tomorrow morning. Then it's settled. Hagrid waved goodbye as he departed. I still have a few things to tidy up. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Harry happily waved back. Due to the early train departure from school, the common room was unusually noisy and chaotic. As Harry entered the lounge from the staircase, he sensed a momentary, inexplicable tension in the atmosphere, although he dismissed it as merely a figment of his imagination. Without casting another glance at the clusters of students, he ascended the stairs directly. This is a splendid opportunity, Harry mused to himself on the stairs. Draco would likely take a while to join him, so he should hasten back to document the recent events. Blaise observed Harry's hurried ascent and cautiously inquired of Draco, "Are you truly certain about this?" "Of course." Draco replied with a confident smile. "Very well, I wish you luck," Blaise said, exchanging a skeptical glance with Pansy, clearly unimpressed by Draco's melodramatic tactics. Harry's secret diary had been a gift he received during his childhood visit to his grandmother's home in Godric's Hollow, where it had remained hidden beneath a pile of belongings at the bottom of a drawer. After arriving at school, he had brazenly placed it on his bedside table. Yet he had discreetly cast several protective spells and charms to prevent prying eyes. With the onset of the Christmas holidays the following day, he felt an exhilarating anticipation for the events that would unfold during this break. Neville and the others should discover the identity of Niccolo May after the holiday. And then the countdown to resolution would commence, though he wondered if it might be due to a chocolate frog, a mystery he might never unravel. Furthermore, he silently prayed that Norbert would not cause them too much trouble. Oh, and the invisibility cloak. Would Neville have to endure numerous potential dangers of being seen before finding the Mirror of Erist? Additionally, Harry reminded himself, regardless of the circumstances, to remain aware that he was the last line of defense, needing to devise a means of communication should any unforeseen events arise. On a snowy Hogwarts morning, a thick fog enveloped the frost-laden lawn as Harry, bundled warmly, stepped out of the school gates to release Hedwig. He had written a letter to Lily and James regarding the holiday, a task that would prove burdensome for Hedwig, as he estimated they should have left Godric's Hollow by now. Walking upon the layers of snow, he inhaled deeply the frigid yet invigorating air, embracing the sunlight. The sole disadvantage of the Slytherin dungeon compared to Gryffindor Tower was its eternal absence of sunlight. Not even the summer sun could penetrate the waters of the lake situated above them. Thankfully, Merlin smiled upon them at times, for the outside would shimmer delightfully, indicating that something luminous had passed by their window. The rest was owed to magic and the house elves who ensured the hearth always had charcoal to burn. Otherwise, Harry could hardly fathom how damp and chilly the dungeon would be. This morning, having risen early due to an unsettling night of insomnia, the icy water during his wash did little to invigorate him. A vivid dream of crumbling stones and death lingered in his mind. However, Harry felt considerably better now, perhaps due to the expansive view and the striking contrast of Hogwarts Castle to his dream. As he trudged through the snow towards Hagrid's hut, he encountered Hagrid just as he emerged from the building, Fong, resembling a sticky piece of chewing gum, glued to his side. "Hey, Harry, happy holidays," Hagrid exclaimed, shaking his boat-like boots in an attempt to dislodge Fong. "Come on in and warm up, have a cup of hot tea. What are we up to later?" After downing a cup of steaming tea, Harry felt enveloped in warmth. Upon noticing his empty cup, Hagrid promptly refilled it. "We'll check the Ollery for any owls that need tending, then bring them back here. After that, we'll take a stroll in the Forbidden Forest to check on the wintering animals and help repair their nests." Harry felt an odd sensation. Whenever he was in the Forbidden Forest, it always seemed colder than outside, often requiring him to retreat to the hut to warm up before long. Thus, a trio of footprints, one large, one small, and one pawed, marked the untouched snow of the Forbidden Forest from the cold dawn to the chilly dusk. As Harry, cradling a plethora of cookies and a large rock cake gifted by Hagrid, ambled back towards Hogwarts Castle, twilight had descended, casting a bewildering deep blue-purple hue around him, while the castle and Hagrid's hut glowed with a warm light. Contemplating the unicorn he had seen in the Forbidden Forest and the gradual, yet relentless events that would follow, he realized that he was utterly powerless to intervene. Lost in thought, he reached the castle's entrance. As he stepped onto the stairs, Harry slipped slightly on the icy snow, losing his balance, causing a small bag of almonds to tumble from his grasp. He glanced down at the heap of items he was carrying, then at the fallen bag of almonds, sighing in resignation as he cautiously bent to retrieve it in a rather awkward position. However, the greatest challenge arose when he discovered that, even with his belongings braced against his knees, he could not free a hand without risking the loss of everything. "Oh, Hagrid," Harry mused, lamenting the overwhelming hospitality he had received, contemplating how he might pick up the items without undue effort. It would be fortuitous if someone were to appear at this moment. Yet, he was acutely aware of how unlikely it was for anyone to emerge during the holiday. Perhaps he truly was a favored child of Merlin. For just as he wished for assistance, the door creaked open, a warm yellow glow gradually expanding to illuminate him entirely. While still fixated on the small bag of nuts, he noticed a relatively slender hand, glowing warmly in the light, enter his line of sight, grasping the string of the nut bag and lifting it effortlessly. "Oh, thank you. Though I must inquire, what filth is contained in that bag? Your action suggested you were picking up something entirely undesirable," he jested. "Thank you for your reluctant assistance. Had that troublesome individual not gone home for the holiday, I would have introduced you." A fierce smile curled at the corners of Harry's lips, yet as he looked up, it transformed into a grateful expression. "Thank you." Harry's smile froze on his face, his eyes widening beneath his glasses, shimmering in the light. An inexplicable emotion welled up within him, tinged with a bittersweet sensation. Draco's slender figure stood illuminated against the light, his soft, golden hair brushing against his forehead, the glow softening his features, rendering him as tender as a freshly baked cake. "Aren't you tired squatting there?" Draco inquired, prompting Harry to ponder before laboriously rising to his feet. A hand remained at his side, unsure of how to assist him. "Didn't you go home?" Harry gazed at the awkward boy before him, reflecting on his own recent awkwardness, and unexpectedly burst into laughter. The smile blossomed on his face like snowflakes falling upon his hair. Draco stood illuminated in the light, his typically cold golden hue now radiating warmth. Harry observed him, suddenly realizing the flush in his cheeks. I didn't want to return alone, Draco admitted, his cheeks flushing an even deeper shade of red. And I didn't want you to spend Christmas here all by yourself. Harry was momentarily taken aback. This was a response he had not anticipated. You weren't waiting for me here, were you? Your face is positively frozen. Draco remarked somewhat awkwardly, turning his head away. I think it's getting dark. You should head back. I only came up to wait for a bit, and unexpectedly, you returned just as I went inside to warm up. Here, let me help you carry some of that. At this moment, he seemed to have set aside any disdain for Hagrid's bags. Harry watched as Draco took more than half of the items from his arms, opening his mouth as if to say something but finding himself at a loss for words. Come on, the common room has plenty of delicious treats, Draco said, taking a couple of steps forward. Noticing Harry hadn't followed, he turned back and flashed him a smile. Oh, all right, Harry replied, quickening his pace to catch up. It felt as though everything had transformed, akin to a corridor illuminated by brighter torches along the way. Or perhaps it was merely the atmosphere of their interaction that had shifted. It seemed to yearn to return to its former state, existing now in a hazy twilight. Harry comfortably cradled the lighter load in his arms, resolutely directing his gaze towards the Slytherin dormitory, yet he couldn't resist sneaking a glance at Draco. He observed him embracing the linen bags Hagrid had brought, looking as natural as if the person who had previously eyed that small pouch of nuts with disdain was someone entirely different. How peculiar, Harry mused inwardly. Yet undeniably, there was a flicker of elation and joy within him, akin to a cauldron bubbling with potion, erupting with a scent of magic upon bursting. Suddenly, Harry found his lips stretching into a broad smile, revealing two small canine-like teeth, his eyes sparkling like a cat that had just stolen a fish. He felt compelled to express something. After all, this was precisely the scene he had envisioned for reconciliation. Harry, he heard Draco call his name, and as he turned, his expression still alight with joy, his somewhat chubby face bore the remnants of his smile. Draco felt as though a soft paw of a kitten had pressed against his heart, the kitten retracting its claws while letting out a gentle mew. His mind was filled with strange echoes, and amidst them, he heard his own resolute voice. It seemed that once the words, which had been so difficult to utter, were spoken, a long-forgotten sense of relief washed over him. All the hesitations and anxieties dissipated with that single phrase, like sunlight bursting through layers of clouds, finally illuminating the earth. Let us make amends, he declared. I need to apologize to you, Draco, Harry almost simultaneously confessed. They both paused, gazing at each other before bursting into laughter, nearly dropping the items they were holding. My answer is yes, Harry added after a moment's thought. Actually, I've always wanted to tell you this, but as an 18-year-old man having a spat with an 11-year-old, I felt quite embarrassed to broach the subject of reconciliation. Nonetheless, I still owe you an apology. I admit that many of my actions were impulsive and poorly considered. Harry looked earnestly into Draco's shimmering gray eyes as he spoke. Although we both have our issues, he chuckled sheepishly, I believe mine were more significant. I'm truly sorry, Draco. With no hands available. Harry leaned in and gently nudged Draco's shoulder with his head. I won't behave like that again. Draco wanted to rub his sore nose, but found his hands occupied. And please don't be angry with me for my harsh words towards Weasley and Hagrid. I will also strive to amend my attitude towards them. Draco's ears flushed crimson. I won't be upset about your anger towards me affecting your relationships with the rest of Slytherin or improving your rapport with Gryffindor. Though Draco's words were factual, the revelation of his hidden thoughts left Harry Potter feeling somewhat embarrassed. He felt an urge to scratch his head, but both hands were occupied. Observing Draco's earnest expression, he managed to croak out, all right. Draco glanced at Harry's equally flushed ears and felt a sense of reluctant satisfaction. As they descended the final few steps to the Slytherin dormitory, Harry suddenly had a realization and boldly inquired, Draco, you're staying at school for Christmas. Isn't it because? Indeed, Draco replied, feeling no need to conceal this from Harry. If I hadn't reconciled with you, spending Christmas at home would have been unbearable, so I thought it would be better to spend it here with you. After uttering the password, the stone wall slowly parted. Once I decided, I wrote to my mother, and she agreed. Oh, perhaps Mrs. Malfoy thinks it's better to stay at school too? Harry said dryly. The remaining Slytherins were fewer than Harry had anticipated. There was only one person in the entire common room. However, Harry was not interested in the warm armchairs by the fire. He longed instead for a hot bath and a good night's sleep. Draco, Harry said as they returned to their room and placed their belongings on the table. I'm going to take a bath. Want to join me? Sure. Draco contemplated before adding. Actually, you go ahead. I have a little something to take care of. All right, see you in a bit. After Harry left, Draco dashed to the beds and swiftly drew aside the curtain separating their two beds. This was what he meant by a little something. Good. With the curtain drawn, Draco felt a wave of relief wash over him as he whistled, readying his clothes to join Harry for a bath. The following morning, Harry awoke feeling as though his eyelids were weighted down, his head foggy, and his entire body devoid of strength. He glanced at the clock. It was already 12:30. The only drawback of the dungeon was that one could never judge the time by the scenery outside. Yawning, he stretched and sat up in bed. Meanwhile, footsteps approached steadily on the marble floor outside the door, and moments later, the door creaked open. "Oh, you're up," Draco said, his hair damp and tousled. Wearing a robe, ready to tidy himself up for lunch. "You took a shower," Harry noted. "Why didn't you use a drying charm? It must be uncomfortable even if it's not cold." Still groggy, Harry hadn't yet fully engaged with the contents of the spellbook he often kept at hand, or rather, he was typically unguarded around Draco. Draco rolled his eyes, a hint of mischief glimmering in his gaze. He discreetly assessed Harry and remarked, "Oh, I didn't bring my wand. Could you help me out?" Harry, not overthinking it, grabbed his wand from the bedside table, pointed it at the back of Draco's head, and before uttering the spell, found the moment amusing. Drying charm. Draco suddenly turned around, the wand's tip reflecting in his gray eyes, precisely where his black pupils were located. Harry was startled, his throat dry, but the spell was already forming in his mind. A pale beam of light shot from his wand, and a humorous cloud of steam erupted from Draco's head. "Oh, great, thanks." Draco shrugged off his hair with indifference, removing his robe. "Were you startled? I just thought the spell would have a wider radius." "No, just a bit unexpected," Harry replied, getting out of bed to change. Draco turned his back, silently contemplating. It certainly was a silent spell. Moreover, Harry's control over spells was impressively high. After neatly folding his blankets, Harry suddenly felt as though all the buzzing distractions in his mind had vanished. He recalled all the spells he had learned in class since the start of the term. "The drying charm is quite practical. My mum taught me that," he said dryly, belatedly realizing its usefulness. "Very practical," Draco confirmed. Draco was knitting a sweater, his voice somewhat muffled. Despite Harry's reluctance to admit it, he had to concede, under Draco's reproachful gaze, that he had squandered a perfectly lovely day by sleeping in. Thus, the remainder of their day was spent indulging on the sofa by the fireplace and in bed, reading and snacking, reminiscent of their carefree days before school. The only notable difference was that Harry observed the books Draco was perusing growing thicker, their covers exuding an increasingly antiquated aura. Time slipped away silently, and as he prepared for bed, Harry found himself pondering what the morrow would bring, what developments awaited him. He couldn't deny his excitement for Christmas and the gifts it would bestow. At 18, he was barely considered an adult under Muggle law, and besides, he hadn't even celebrated his birthday yet. Harry comforted himself with this thought. On Christmas morning, Harry awoke bleary-eyed, instinctively glancing towards the foot of his bed, where a large pile of presents awaited him. Unable to contain his eagerness, he wrapped himself in his slightly softer than the drapes flannel pajamas and jumped out of bed. "Hey, Harry. Merry Christmas," Draco said, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. "You're up quite early." "Merry Christmas," Harry replied with a smile. "Come on, let us open the presents." "What's the rush? They want to run away from the foot of your bed," Draco retorted, his bare feet touching the cold floor, prompting him to shiver. "I think we need to get a large rug, like the ones in your room or mine." "All right," Harry agreed, "but you'd better wear slippers first, my little lord." He glanced back at Draco before resuming his gift unwrapping. Draco watched Harry crouched on the floor, resembling a little squirrel clutching its food, and he couldn't help but chuckle helplessly as he donned his slippers and approached his own pile of gifts. Harry picked up the topmost wrapped package, encased in thick brown paper, adorned with the flourish of Hagrid's handwriting. To Harry, inside lay a crudely crafted flute, evidently made by Hagrid himself. Harry blew into it, producing a sound reminiscent of an owl's hoot. "Oh, Harry," Draco exclaimed. "I was just testing it," Harry replied, setting the flute aside to grab a large cardboard box. "Oh, sweets from Remus," he said as he unwrapped the paper. "This is a massive box. I think with these and the others, we'll have enough to last us until the holidays are over." Draco merely nodded in response. Next came a large box of horseshoe-shaped chocolates from Hermione. Somehow, Harry found himself unwrapping gifts from friends. Neville had sent an entire box of chocolate frogs, likely because he was quite fond of them. Ron's gift was a sizable box of homemade fudge. Seizing a piece while Draco was distracted, Harry found it bore the familiar taste of Mrs. Weasley's cooking. Ron must have written home in advance to request this. "Hey, Harry," Draco called, showcasing a silver-gray hand-knit sweater adorned with a small dragon emblem on the chest. "This is my Christmas gift from Mum. What about yours?" Harry rummaged through the remaining gifts. "Oh, here it is." He unwrapped it to reveal a letter. "Dear Harry," he read aloud, "and Draco, Merry Christmas. We are currently in a little town called Hay, and your mother has been knitting these 2 sweaters all the way. Worried she wouldn't finish them in time for your Christmas gifts. It turns out her worries were unfounded. I hope you have a wonderful Christmas and don't worry about us, as we are surely having more fun than you. Additionally, there is a gift I wanted to send you. I initially wished to mail you a Firebolt 2000. But your mother has been watching me closely ever since she discovered my intention. Love, your dad and mom. Harry glanced at the closing signature, sweetly folding the letter and tucking it away. Draco shot him a puzzled look, but did not probe further. Oh, my sweater is gray too, Harry remarked, pulling his sweater from the bag. Aside from a small golden snitch emblem on the chest, it was nearly identical to Draco's. Did Mum really send two identical sweaters to avoid us mistakenly wearing the wrong one? No, the sizes are different, Draco replied bluntly. Harry pouted, refraining from humiliating himself further. Grandma Banshee sent books as Christmas gifts again. Harry lamented. After all these years, I should be used to it. But why did Sirius send me a book too? He held the book cover up to Draco's view, pointing at it. Swish and flick, the art of wand movement. He previously gifted me words of power, spelling faster than your opponent. What is wrong with adults these days? You needn't feel that way, Draco said matter-of-factly, startling Harry into stillness. My dad sent me a book as well, one that is even more obscure than the one I'm currently reading. Frankly, I suspect he extracted it from his personal collection to send to me. Hearing Draco's complaint, Harry secretly let out a sigh of relief. Truth be told, he felt awkward around Draco at times, especially when he was hiding something from him. If not for this situation, he would never have written to Sirius asking for such a peculiar book for Christmas. He could have received something truly splendid instead. Harry silently grumbled to himself. Aunt Petunia sent her signature sweet biscuits and various baked treats. Honestly, it's been ages since I've had anything made by Aunt Petunia, Harry mused, adding to himself. Ever since the argument. Harry, Draco suddenly called, prompting Harry to turn, but Draco awkwardly averted his gaze, saying nothing. Harry recognized this demeanor meant something was amiss. What's wrong? Harry leaned in, nudging Draco's back with his arm. It's nothing, Draco's complexion remained pale as usual, but his ears gradually reddened. I just wanted to ask if my mum had written to you before. Harry chuckled inwardly, but maintained an air of nonchalance. Oh yes. What did she say in her letter? Draco's panic was palpable. Nothing much, Harry stifled a laugh. Just the usual inquiries about my height and weight. Draco fell silent, though Harry imagined he was thinking, to hell with you, liar. There remained one final package. Harry picked it up, feeling its lightness. He had awoken early for this. As he unwrapped the paper, a liquid-like, silver-gray substance cascaded to the floor, gathering into a shimmering heap. Oh, Harry, Draco exclaimed upon seeing it fall. Your father sent you an invisibility cloak. He helped Harry gather the cloak, which retained its silvery sheen even on the ground, feeling its fluid texture. Draco displayed a hint of astonishment and remarked, I believe this cloak must be incredibly valuable. Oh, Harry feigned ignorance. All the invisibility cloaks I've seen and used before were made from the fur of disillusionment beasts, rather coarse, and regardless of the craftsmanship or potent magic. They lose their effectiveness after some time. Draco patiently explained his knowledge to Harry. But this one is different, it is quite unique. Harry feigned interest, leaning in. Yet I cannot discern precisely how it differs, he thought, his expression contorting as Draco monotonously concluded his statement with, but I cannot ascertain how it differs. However, he soon ceased to be troubled by this dilemma. The commotion caused by the invisibility cloak was far less significant than Harry had anticipated. Indeed, Draco's demeanor was the more typical one. He certainly could not react with the same startled exuberance as Ron. After delivering a rather lackluster explanation, Draco extended his hand to return the cloak to Harry, simultaneously tilting his head in a subtle gesture, his eyes gleaming with a flicker of eager anticipation. Harry regarded him, then glanced at the cloak, and an inexplicable sensation akin to the delight of showing off to a friend surged within him. He quickly shook his head, then, with a swift flick of his arm and a twirl, draped the invisibility cloak over his shoulders. Draco emitted a faint click of his tongue. Harry looked down at his feet, noting that half of his body had vanished, and then he pulled the cloak over his head, making it appear as though Draco were separated from him by a shimmering veil of water. That odd sense of pride lingered in Harry's heart. Yet as Draco gazed into what seemed an empty room, a flash of stark panic flickered in his silver-gray eyes, only to be swiftly obscured by deeper contemplation. Perhaps, having grown up under the adoration of James and Lily, Harry was unaware of the true value of the invisibility cloak. However, how could he not recognize its worth? Having often seen Lucius donning a cloak as dark as the night while slipping out into the shadows, Draco was acutely aware of the myriad treasures cluttering Harry's bookshelf. Treasures neither found in Diagon Alley nor Nocturne Alley, including the rare magical artifact he had gifted Harry, a unicorn that transformed every July 31st, imbued with sleep and protection properties. A heavy grayness began to cloud Draco's gaze as he leaned forward, abruptly yanking the cloak from Harry's shoulders. Harry laughed carefreely beneath the cloak. Even if I'm invisible, you'll still find me. Before Harry could finish his sentence, it was abruptly stifled within his chest. After seizing the cloak from Harry, Draco's next action was to draw him into an embrace, fueled by a reckless fervor. The warmth of the boy's body enveloped him, as Draco's arms entirely constrained Harry's, holding him tightly, yet trembling. "Hey, what's wrong?" Harry wished to ask, but the words Draco whispered into his ear sent his previously buoyant heart plummeting into a thick, inky abyss. "This world is not as peaceful as you imagine, you know?" Draco's voice dropped to a low murmur, his chin resting on Harry's shoulder. "This world remains the same as it was in my father's generation, even here at Hogwarts. Moreover, we will inevitably grow into their likeness." At this point, he slumped against Harry, seemingly attempting to convey the weight of the burden he carried. Harry sighed inwardly, returning the embrace of the boy leaning upon him. The last words he heard Draco utter in this position were, "Promise me, regardless of my stance." In a tone that bordered on pleading, Draco implored, "Promise me that you will exercise caution with this cloak. No matter how dire the situation, consider the consequences of being discovered before you don it. And aside from me, do not reveal to anyone else that you possess such a thing." By the time Draco finished his final word, he had straightened his posture, his gaze fixed intently upon Harry. Harry's hands remained wrapped around his back. Being notably taller than Harry, Draco could perceive even the faintest expression on Harry's face, which meant he noticed the evident diminishment of the baby fat that had once graced Harry's cheeks, making his green eyes appear even larger. They resembled the emerald-eyed serpents entwined around the door of the Malfoy family estate. Yet this pair of eyes, Draco silently compared, shimmered with the vitality of life and the innocence of youth. "I refuse to let anything within those eyes fade away, regardless of the identity I assume. Not tell anyone." Harry blinked, "Including my parents, Sirius, Regulus, and the others?" "Don't dismiss me, Harry," Draco said sternly. Harry pouted, swallowing the names he had been on the verge of uttering. Even without hearing the names that were beginning to annoy him, Draco's mood soured. It was as though he harbored a naive child who remained blissfully unaware of danger and significance, a thought that troubled him immensely. Yet, he never considered that his concern might be misguided, nor that the child in his heart was a master of deception from the very moment of his birth. He regarded Harry with an expression that eluded precise description, leaving Harry to sense the worry emanating from him. "All right, I understand," he replied earnestly to Draco. "I grasp the intent behind your words. After all, my father is an Auror. I am well aware of many things." Harry used James as a shield. Draco, embarrassed, averted his gaze. "Many say he is dead, vanished. The white wizards have triumphed, and the boy who lived has saved us." Harry had initially intended to express some simple acknowledgement of his understanding, but as he spoke, he became increasingly affected. Feeling the weight of responsibility press more heavily upon his shoulders, his expression gradually transformed into one of grave seriousness. "However, I would rather believe the second narrative," Harry continued, "that he lurks in some obscure corner of this world, like a snake buried in the mire, waiting to strike down the unsuspecting prey." Draco's gaze, which had shifted away, suddenly snapped back, glaring at Harry with an intensity that bordered on ferocity. "Do you even realize what you're saying?" he challenged Harry. "I do. Every word I speak is sincere," Harry replied, unwaveringly meeting Draco's gaze, calling out his name. "Draco, I trust you know as well." He smiled, speaking with utmost conviction. At this moment, Draco had entirely overturned his previous thoughts of Harry as a foolish child. His mood had darkened considerably, akin to discovering that the little bird he wished to protect had taken flight with remarkable grace, devoid of clumsiness. "But, I only say this to you." Harry stretched out his legs, which had begun to feel numb, and stood up, intending to tidy the cloak and put it away. "There's a note," Draco suddenly remarked. Harry draped the invisibility cloak over one arm, while taking the note Draco proffered with the other, written in a familiar, elongated script filled with loops and swirls. The note conveyed several lines. As Harry read, a smile crept onto his lips. "What does it say?" Draco also stood, leaning closer to Harry, their heads nearly touching as he peered at the letter, reading aloud. "Your father lent me this item a few years ago. It should now be returned to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas." There was no signature. "Is it someone your father entrusted?" Draco took the note from Harry's hand, pondering the handwriting, recognizing that anyone capable of such distinctive penmanship would not be hard to find. Harry glanced at Draco, who was already deep in thought regarding the note. Harry mused, placing the invisibility cloak into the box, deciding to leave Draco to his ruminations for the moment. The floor was strewn with crumpled brown paper used for packaging, while their beds were piled high with gifts. Once they had disposed of the trash and organized the presents, the Christmas party would soon commence. The mere thought of the impending celebration filled Harry with joy. If asked what he cherished most about Hogwarts, He would undoubtedly cite the multitude of gatherings and the sumptuous meals served daily. The Christmas party remained etched in his memory as a grand affair. 100 plump roasted turkeys, mounds of succulent meats and boiled potatoes, grand platters of delectable sausages, bowls of peas generously adorned with butter, and dishes brimming with rich gravies and cranberry sauce. As one ambles along the dining table, one encounters heaps of colorful wizarding crackers awaiting discovery. Upon entering the hall, Harry first seized a cracker from Draco. The cracker erupted with a thunderous bang akin to cannon fire, engulfing them in a cloud of blue smoke. From within, a wizard's hat and several lively little white mice burst forth. Draco, filled with disdain, distanced himself. At the head table, Dumbledore, adorned with a flower-crowned hat, wished everyone a Merry Christmas, while Harry, gnawing on a turkey leg, observed Hagrid planting a kiss on Professor McGonagall's cheek. Draco retrieved 2 Christmas puddings, one for himself and one for Harry. As the feast concluded and they prepared to depart the hall, Draco ordered Harry to leave behind the multitude of items that had erupted from the cracker. Leave them here. Naturally, someone in need will take them, Draco declared, dragging a reluctant Harry away from the sparkling, explosive balloons without a backward glance. Much like those little white mice from the crackers that would surely serve as someone's festive dinner. Are you implying Mrs. Norris? Harry asked, glancing back several times. Draco's expression conveyed his certainty. Christmas matters. Hey, Harry. As they passed the Gryffindor table, George, or was it Fred, called out to him, asking if he was full and suggesting a snowball fight. Ron and Neville, though silent, were nonetheless bright-eyed with excitement. Harry suddenly realized that the Weasley twins had an unquenchable enthusiasm for all manner of games, always outplaying others. A snowball fight? Harry echoed with excitement, then turned to Draco, who merely shrugged and blinked at him. All right, Harry readily agreed. Draco, feeling as though he might have misheard something, hesitated. The Hogwarts castle grounds were blanketed in thick snow, every tree crowned with a heavy layer. Particularly on the grounds, aside from the wide paths cleared by Hagrid to connect the various castle buildings, only a few narrow shortcuts had been trampled by students' footsteps. Harry and his friends stood in the snow, while Draco remained a short distance away on the well-trodden path, observing them with an expression of calm detachment. Hey, Draco, Harry called, bending down to ask, want to join us? Snow remnants clung to his hair. His gloves dampened from packing snowballs, and his robes were a disheveled mess, especially around the rear, where he had fallen while dodging an incoming snowball. Draco shook his head, his face slightly flushed from the cold. Yet, despite the chill, he regarded such roughhousing with a degree of disdain. Fred glanced at Harry and Draco, then at Ron and Neville, who appeared quite at ease, and exchanged a knowing wink with George. I think that Malfoy isn't so bad. He seems quite agreeable when with Harry, much more so than those Slytherins like Warrington and Pusey, who are far too reserved. George smiled back, but said nothing. If we manage to pull this off, we could ask Harry to help us expand our merchandise into Slytherin. After all, who could resist skipping class for sweets? Fred mused dreamily, but George doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. Brother, we lack the funds, let alone expanding into Slytherin. We can barely muster enough stock for Gryffindor. He hurled a snowball in Draco's direction, but it missed, accompanied by a sharp glare. Come on, little brat, George called, unconcerned with Draco's glare. Since you are Harry's friend, you are our friend too, regardless of what you may have said behind our backs. He scratched his ear, considering the situation. After all, it was Christmas, and the school was mostly empty. Even if he worried about being overheard, it was unlikely any Slytherin would catch him in the act. Umph, Draco scoffed. Why would I fear what Harry does not? Despite his dismissive tone and apparent indifference to George's invitation, Draco hesitated for a moment before stepping into the snow, officially joining the fray. Almost simultaneously, a snowball from Harry soared toward the back of his head. Fortunately, the snowball was loosely packed, and by the time Draco reacted, the snow that had landed on his neck had already begun to melt. He turned to find Harry sprinting away, cheekily sticking out his tongue, enraged and embarrassed. Draco scooped up a handful of snow and dashed after Harry. The Weasley twins cheered from the sidelines, while Ron and Neville struggled to contain their laughter. Harry's snowball marked a delightful breach between Gryffindor and Slytherin, albeit limited to just their group, as Draco frolicked with them for the entire afternoon, their joyous laughter echoing across the grounds. Eventually, they were so chilled to the bone, with their clothes soaked and hair frozen into disarray, that they decided to return to the castle. Harry and Draco bid farewell to the others in the entrance hall, breathlessly descending the stairs back to the Slytherin dungeon. The common room was deserted, perhaps due to Christmas. The green and silver decorations appeared more vibrant than usual, with a Christmas tree adorned with an array of peculiar trinkets standing proudly in the center of the room. Harry plopped down into the armchair nearest the fire. Just as he reached for a roasted potato on the table, Draco yanked him up by his collar. Go change and take a shower, he admonished, eyeing the collar he held disdainfully. There's hardly a clean spot on you. If there's no clean spot, why are you gripping my collar? Harry rolled his eyes. Standing up. Remember when you played Quidditch with me as a kid and just lay on the grass after getting off your broom? You never complained then. Draco was momentarily speechless, yet he maintained his grip on Harry as they headed for the showers. After their invigorating baths, they felt warm and refreshed, even finding their food more appetizing. Due to their earlier exertions, Harry and Draco indulged in sandwiches, pastries, and fruits. After finishing an apple, Harry felt overly full and a tad drowsy. Nevertheless, he persevered and consumed another pudding, though he hardly savored the taste. Draco, seated across from him in the other armchair, observed him thoughtfully, reflecting on the day's events and realizing that spending Christmas at school could be quite enjoyable. Particularly, Harry's friends were not as he had imagined. While they were certainly different from the well-bred young wizards he had envisioned, they were by no means uncouth. Time for bed, Harry, Draco suggested as he noticed Harry, pudding in hand, dozing off in his chair. Tomorrow's pudding is mine, Harry mumbled as he stood, tossing the pudding into his mouth. But I can share half of all my sweets and chocolates with you. Draco shot him a glance and suddenly burst into laughter. All right, I do love your chocolate. Harry shot him a glare. This Christmas marked the most joyous occasion in Neville's life. There were no stern grandmothers or sparsely decorated homes. Only an abundance of delicious food and cheerful laughter. However, since dinner, Neville had been tossing and turning in bed, estimating that he must have been writhing for about 2 hours. His mind incessantly replayed the events that had transpired since the beginning of term, particularly the bludger that seemed intent on his demise during the Quidditch match. Each time Hagrid was questioned, his stammering yet grave demeanor only heightened Neville's anxiety. He felt as though he was on the verge of madness due to this enigma, yet he was the crucial point of breakthrough, for they truly had no other information. He realized that if he did not devise a way to discover who this Nicolaim was tonight, he would not be able to sleep soundly. He turned his head to glance at Ron, who, having stuffed himself with turkey and cake, did not perceive Nicolaim as an urgent concern and had almost immediately succumbed to slumber, his rhythmic snoring further agitating Neville. Leaning over the edge of his bed, he gazed out the window, where a tranquil night enveloped the landscape, a full moon casting its gentle glow across the scene. It was Christmas, he mused, a time when everyone was filled with joy, and the professors had indulged in copious amounts of alcohol. Thus, Neville quietly slipped out of bed, donned his shoes, and ventured out of the Gryffindor Tower. Surely, this night would be relatively safe. Harry suddenly opened his eyes and turned to glance at the peacefully sleeping Draco. His usually meticulously groomed hair lay tousled and soft, obscuring half of his face. His eyes, often betraying sharp emotions, were shut, rendering him a quintessentially adorable, ordinary boy. And what of himself? Harry sighed, reached for his glasses on the bedside table, and sat up. He got out of bed, put on his shoes, and retrieved the invisibility cloak from beneath the bed, preparations he had made before sleeping. With utmost caution, Harry exited the room, carefully closing the door behind him without a sound. The corridor was still brightly lit, yet utterly silent, and Harry felt as though he could hear the faint sound of his footsteps echoing against the floor, heightening his anxiety. Relax, Harry, he admonished himself. After all, this was not his first escapade, and there was no need for such apprehension. Regrettably, this self-reassurance had little effect. Descending the staircase and passing through the common room, he uttered the password to traverse the stone wall. The sudden drop in temperature jolted Harry awake. He pondered his next move. Without the invisibility cloak, Neville would likely not risk venturing out after curfew. Should he proceed to the library to uncover the page regarding Nicolaim in the tome chronicling significant wizards from 6 centuries past? Clad in soft slippers, Harry ascended the stairs step by step, a vague notion forming in his mind. He wrapped the invisibility cloak tightly around himself and set forth in the direction of the library. Inside, the library lay cloaked in darkness, foreboding and eerie. Harry stood at the entrance, tiptoeing to peer through the gaps between the shelves. A solitary light flickered like a distant star, illuminating a shadowy figure, Neville, holding it as he navigated between the rows of books. The light gradually moved toward the back of the library. Harry observed as the light and Neville's form briefly jumped, the latter having crossed the rope demarcating the restricted section and raising the light to inspect the books within. Drawing a deep breath, Harry turned and, concealed by the invisibility cloak, quickened his pace along the familiar path, nearly breaking into a run. Neville felt somewhat at a loss, as none of the books bore the name Nicolaim or any similar words. Despite some faded, peeling gilded letters, the words formed were incomprehensible to him. Some tomes lacked titles altogether. Thus, even within the restricted section, he found no clues. Grabbing several books at random, he scrutinized their contents, yet to no avail. Despite the overwhelming sense of futility, he knew he had to start somewhere. Carefully, He placed the lamp on the floor and peered along the bottom of the shelves. Seeking a book that might correlate with Nicolaim, he pulled out a thick volume adorned in black and silver. As Harry anticipated, just as he had barely moved away, a piercing, deafening scream echoed through the corridor, sending chills down his spine. Neville's heart raced uncontrollably. He quickly closed the book and returned it to the shelf. But it continued to wail within the confines of the library. Realizing he had unwittingly placed himself in a precarious situation, he stood and, without the lamp, dashed out from behind the shelves and into the illuminated corridor beyond. The entire sequence transpired in an instant. As Neville sprinted into the shadowy corridor directly opposite the library, Harry had just passed through. Meanwhile, Filch had already arrived at the library. Neville's heart leapt into his throat. Though fear coursed through him, he knew he could not stop, or he would be quickly discovered. He treaded lightly, delving deeper into the darker recesses of the corridor, his heart pounding in his ears, covering his mouth. He desperately controlled his breathing. He was uncertain of his whereabouts, but soon the voices of Filch and Professor Snape reached his ears, intensifying his terror. Yet amid this extreme situation, he found a semblance of calm. Straining to remain silent, he discerned by the faint light from outside that he was surrounded by numerous rooms, one of which had its door ajar. Cautiously, Neville entered the room, straining to hear the approaching footsteps. The footsteps continued without pause, gradually receding. In that moment of panic, Neville surveyed the room that had provided him refuge. He surmised it must be one of the many abandoned classrooms of Hogwarts. Tables and chairs lay haphazardly piled in a corner, yet on the opposite wall stood an incongruous sight, a magnificent mirror, extending to the ceiling, framed in ornate gold. Supported by two clawed feet, with an inscription at the top, Eris stra eru oit ube kafir oidon woes. Neville, of course, did not comprehend the meaning of the words inscribed above the mirror. Perhaps Hermione would know? As he considered this, he lowered his gaze from the top of the mirror and was struck with terror as he beheld three figures clearly reflected in the glass. Previously, only his own blurred image had been visible. Yes, Neville covered his mouth, staring in bewilderment at the man and woman beside him in the mirror. Their visages etched in his memory as vividly as the photographs by his bedside. Mum? Neville's voice trembled. Dad. Harry, concealed beneath the invisibility cloak, huddled in a dusty corner. Careful not to make too much noise, though he knew that even the slightest sound would likely go unnoticed by Neville. Still, he wished not to disturb him. Harry watched as Neville stood before the mirror of Eris, observing his trembling form and listening to his choked voice. The long-abandoned room was thick with a musty odor, and the chill seeped through the window, creeping up his spine. For the first time, he felt the profound, melancholic helplessness surrounding him, concerning himself, Neville, and the so-called fate that bound them. Harry gazed at Neville, entranced by the mirror of Eris, noting how he pressed his hands against the glass, yearning to enter and be with them. Yet Harry remained silently ensconced in the corner, seemingly shackled by the weight of fate, wishing to act, but tragically unaware of how to do so. It could be said that he felt a profound sense of sorrow from the knowledge that he was utterly powerless. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and at last, Neville, compelled to depart, reluctantly left the room. The door creaked softly as it opened and closed, and simultaneously, a heavy sigh echoed through the seemingly deserted, dilapidated house. Cloaked in invisibility, Harry lingered for several minutes after Neville's departure before finally dragging his weary body from the room. As he passed by the mirror of Eris, he was once again confronted with the haunting image. Voldemort sprawled before the majestic Hogwarts castle. Harry averted his gaze and began his journey back to the Slytherin dungeon. He was somewhat perplexed as to why he had ventured out on this night. Even as he descended the staircase and returned to the dungeon, his mind remained a blank slate. The warmth had long dissipated from his slippers, which made a soft, muffled sound against the floor. Harry stepped into the Slytherin common room, accompanied by the cold air from the corridor. Once the stone door closed behind him, the chill clung to his nightclothes, slippers, and invisibility cloak. He pulled the cloak away from his body, its cool fabric slowly becoming visible in the air. After warming himself by the fireplace for a considerable time, he finally mustered the courage to ascend the stairs. Cautiously, much like when he had exited, he pushed the door open, his eyes darting around the room to ascertain that everything remained unchanged from when he had left. Satisfied with this confirmation, he stealthily entered, closing the door with barely a sound. Standing in the room, he exhaled deeply, finally allowing the tension in his chest to ease. However, it felt as if something was still lodged within him, a tightness beating in the confined space of his chest. Rubbing his eyes, he was perplexed by the overwhelming sensation of sadness. They felt as if they had been crying for an eternity, and he was on the verge of tears once more. He lay on his bed, his arm draped over his eyes, as a single tear seeped into the soft fabric of his nightclothes. Soon, his tears flowed forth like gentle rain on a misty early spring day, unstoppable and relentless. Yet, Harry was bewildered by the reasons for his weeping. Why was he crying? Though he wept, he dared not sob aloud, nor allow himself to succumb to the vulnerability of his anguish. He had always believed that after 11 years, or perhaps 29, he had grown strong enough to confront danger, adversaries, and death itself, whether in the previous world or this transformed one. Yet, a small whimper escaped his throat, reminiscent of a lost, shivering kitten. Conflicting thoughts swirled in his mind. But he could not bear to confront a boy who resembled the Harry Potter of old. He could not face a boy burdened with unchosen responsibilities, who had been inexplicably labeled a survivor or a savior, weeping before a mirror that reflected only illusions and delusions. It would feel as if Harry Potter himself had slain his parents and robbed him of a peaceful life. Harry sniffed, suddenly unable to suppress his self-loathing. He recalled the images reflected in the mirror of Ariste, yet he was uncertain if they truly represented his innermost desires. If they did, then why was he absent from that vision? If they did not, then everything appeared as he had hoped, Hogwarts unscathed, devoid of casualties, with Voldemort still dead. As these thoughts swirled, his head began to grow heavy with fatigue. Though he remained uncertain of what his heart truly desired, he grappled with the chaotic thoughts, recognizing that he could not wholly trust the reflections of a mirror to reveal his genuine yearnings. Gradually, the room filled with the rhythmic, soothing sounds of breathing, and Harry, utterly exhausted, succumbed to sleep. However, at that very moment, Draco, who had initially believed himself to be in a deep slumber, opened his eyes, his brow furrowed in concern. Since arriving at Hogwarts, Draco had been plagued by restless sleep, easily stirred by the slightest noise, especially one so close to his bedside. He gazed at the now sleeping Harry, grappling with a tumult of emotions and thoughts he could not quite articulate. All he knew was that since the day he had met Harry, he had never witnessed him cry, and he had no desire to see him do so, for any reason. Draco was bewildered by this sentiment, and it frightened him. Yet he was fortunate enough not to dwell on it. Earlier that evening, when Harry had donned the invisibility cloak and ventured out, Draco had thought little of it, attributing it to a child's fascination with a novel gift or a possessiveness over something special, which was entirely normal. Yet, he had not anticipated that Harry would linger outside for nearly 2 hours before returning, only to begin quietly sobbing upon lying down. When Draco heard Harry's muffled cries, he was struck with panic, unsure whether to feign sleep and offer comfort or take some other action. Ultimately, after a moment's hesitation, he decided it would be better to continue pretending to sleep. He thought Harry would undoubtedly prefer to hide his tears from others. Draco observed Harry's dark lashes, turning over in his bed with a heavy heart. After that night, he suddenly felt he did not truly understand Harry. He realized he only knew trivial things, what Harry liked and what he enjoyed eating, along with a few simple secrets, none of which could account for Harry's current sorrow. This feeling had lingered since the first day of school, but never with such intensity, compelling him to shake Harry awake and demand to know what was wrong. What burden was he shouldering alone? Draco now felt that no pain could compare to the anguish he was experiencing. It was as if his childhood friend had transformed into a stranger overnight. Everything about him felt foreign, as if he were an enigma he could no longer comprehend. Initially, he had merely been puzzled by Harry's ability to perform nonverbal spells, but he had refrained from asking, instead immersing himself in books and tirelessly practicing spells in secret. What troubled Draco further was that while it was understandable for others to be unaware of these matters, how could he, who spent nearly every waking moment with Harry, remain oblivious? They were supposed to be best friends. Suddenly, Draco found himself empathizing with Harry's earlier secret tears, as he too felt a sense of injustice rising within him, though he merely rubbed his nose vigorously. At that moment, Draco could not fathom what thoughts occupied Harry's mind. Their earlier quarrel seemed to have been foreseen, as if Harry had planned it all along. Their argument, Draco's subsequent divergence from Slytherin, and his alliance with Gryffindor, all of it felt orchestrated by Harry. Despite the Gryffindor lot being tolerable, he begrudgingly recalled their snowball fight. In summation, it felt as though Harry had abruptly transitioned from a mere 11-year-old to an age he could not quite grasp, a more mature and unfamiliar phase of life. The 11-year-old Harry seemed to have vanished, replaced by a figure cloaked in an array of bewildering thoughts while bearing Harry's visage. This new Harry had opened a door for Draco, a door through which sunlight poured, gradually dismantling his previously held beliefs. Harry, alongside others, had demonstrated to him that reality was far more complex than what he had been taught and had always assumed. The notions passed down through generations in the wizarding world over the past few centuries were, in fact, subjective and simplistic. As Draco pondered all these things, his thoughts tumbled together chaotically, and slowly, he began to feel as though his mind were a cauldron filled with flour, brewing a chaotic potion. The next day, as expected, Harry awoke just around noon. The clock hanging on the wall, under Harry's scrutinizing gaze, continued its leisurely passage of time, slowly ticking from 9 to 12. The incessant ticking of the second hand echoed in his ears, compelling Harry to abandon his cocoon of warmth. Grateful for the holiday, he donned a simple coat and proceeded to wash his face and brush his teeth, pondering over a dark, indistinct shape he had glimpsed from the window in a half-dream state, uncertain if it had been a mere figment of his imagination. The most gratifying aspect of Christmas was the ever-present aroma of steaming food in the common room, a luxury usually acquired through stealth. As Harry wrapped himself in his oversized coat and descended the staircase, his gaze inadvertently drifted downwards, and he was unsurprised to spot a meticulously styled, light blonde head. Upon reaching the bottom, Harry made a beeline for Draco, leaning over to tap on his book with curiosity. "What are you reading, Draco?" he inquired. Draco began reciting a string of words that Harry found utterly incomprehensible, their rhythm peculiar. "What did you say?" Draco, reclining elegantly in his armchair, casually turned a page. "It's Latin," he replied. "The title translates to A Brief History of Magic." "Ah, I see." Harry plopped down on the sofa opposite him, kicked off his slippers, and propped his legs up on the couch, draping his coat over them. "Could you pass that plate of bacon a little closer?" Draco obliged, lifting the plate toward Harry, but feigned reluctance before asking, "Harry, do you know what this book is about?" Harry looked up, initially intending to answer, but he was momentarily taken aback by Draco's striking appearance in a loose sweater and well-fitted trousers. "Hey, Draco, you're wearing my mom's heart sweater. That color looks great on you. It's a lovely gray, isn't it? Do you know anything about the book I just mentioned?" Draco pressed, unwilling to let the topic shift so easily. "Oh, the book." Harry speared a piece of bacon with his fork, deducing from the title that it must be about the history of magic. "I've read countless volumes on that subject throughout my life," he added, though most of them contained similar content. Listening to Harry's bacon-infused musings, Draco was convinced he had never read that book. As Harry couldn't even differentiate between A Brief History of Magic and A History of Magic. "You should take the time to read it. I recommend it," Draco suggested. Harry, with his mouth full, nodded in agreement. Cocooned in his pajamas and coat on the sofa, with the warmth of the crackling fireplace to his right, Harry appeared disheveled compared to Draco, whose trousers showed not a single wrinkle. Harry speared a roasted potato and glanced up at Draco, who was nearly buried in his book, silently chuckling at the notion that reading is always beneficial. It was certainly good for Draco to immerse himself in literature. Meanwhile, Draco, during a brief pause in his reading, noticed that the plate of bacon was significantly diminished. "Harry truly is insatiable when it comes to food," he mused. On the fourth morning of the holiday, Harry finally arose early enough to partake in a proper breakfast, thanks in no small part to Draco's strict wake-up policy. The snow that had fallen on Christmas Day had mostly melted, leaving the grounds damp and still bearing patches of lingering ice and snow. Glancing out the window, Harry resolved against venturing outside. The great hall was busier than he had anticipated, and as he surveyed the table for delectable offerings, he suddenly heard someone call his name. It was Neville. "Oh, Harry," Neville exclaimed, seated at a table with Ron, both of their plates piled high with food. "Thank you for the Magical Aquatic Plants Encyclopedia. I absolutely love it." "You're welcome," Harry replied, initially just passing by the Gryffindor table, but halting upon noticing Neville's weary appearance. "Neville, you don't look too well. Have you been overloaded with homework? We're still on Christmas break, after all." Harry glanced between Neville and Ron, the latter shrugging and about to speak when Neville interrupted him. Ron took a frustrated bite of his bread. "It's nothing," Neville laughed, though Harry noticed the dark circles under his eyes. "Some wonderful things have happened recently, and I've been too excited to sleep." "Oh, I see." Harry nodded, his mind swirling with thoughts, yet he refrained from chastising Neville for indulging in fantasies. "Just take care of yourself," he advised before adding. "Draco's been watching you from the Slytherin side for quite a while. I'm off to have breakfast now. Don't hesitate to ask if you need my help." Neville and Ron nodded in agreement. That night, Harry went to bed early, intending to recharge during the Christmas holiday in preparation for what lay ahead. He dozed off for a spell, tugging at his blanket as he rolled over. It was then that Neville emerged from the portrait hole, making his way to the room containing the mirror of Ariste, perhaps benefiting from the laxity of Filch during the holiday season. Otherwise, Neville would have been scrubbing the gleaming trophies for breaking curfew long ago. Harry licked his parched lips and kicked off his covers to let in a bit of the cool air. He mused, Neville must be encountering Dumbledore right about now. But that thought was quickly cast aside as he rolled over once more. The next morning, as soon as Harry sat up in bed, he was met with Draco's complaint that he had encroached upon his side during the night. Draco dismissed it as trivial but remarked that not only had Harry stolen the blankets, but he had also kicked him in his sleep. Harry, of course, vehemently denied such accusations, arguing his innocence and claiming he had been quite still, especially the previous night, having not even dreamt. Draco regarded him with disdain for his unreasonable obstinacy, and, after giving Harry a pointed glare, abandoned the discussion. Time, at times, felt interminably excruciating, akin to the most difficult potion to brew, while at other times, it slipped by like a refreshing sip of chilled pumpkin juice on a languid summer's day. On the final day of Christmas break, Harry encountered Hermione during dinner, having not seen her throughout the entire short holiday. She, however, appeared far more exhilarated than he was. Harry, Hermione beamed, her face alight with joy. Thank you for the book. I read it over 3 days. It was simply marvelous. I'm glad you liked it. Harry replied with a smile. Ron glanced between Neville and Hermione, incredulously asking, Did Harry give you both books? Hermione regarded him with a look of incredulity. Don't give me that look, Ron retorted. But honestly, I'd prefer a model of Charlie's Dragon Team over a book. I'm not a bookworm like you two. Hermione shot him a disapproving look, but before she could respond, Neville interjected, Hermione and I are not bookworms. We simply have a keen interest in certain knowledge. Neville's tone was somewhat fervent. That's not just interest, that's talent, Hermione added, equally animated. Harry stood at the Gryffindor table, observing their spirited debate with a sudden surge of envy, feeling like an outsider to the Gryffindor trio. Recognizing this as an opportune moment, he retrieved 3 boxes of chocolate frogs he had prepared the day before from his pocket, slightly damp from sweat. Here, he said, a little welcome back gift. Please don't turn your noses up at it. It's all I have left, courtesy of Neville. Oh, chocolate frogs. Thank you, Harry. Hermione accepted the 3 small boxes that Harry handed her, subsequently distributing them to Neville and Ron. As Neville unwrapped his, revealing a box adorned with golden stripes, a feeble smile graced his lips. Thank you, Harry. I've been collecting wizard cards. He promptly seized the chocolate frog that leapt from the box and popped it into his mouth, then extracted the remaining card, fervently hoping it would be Agrippa. Oh, it's Dumbledore again, he remarked, just like the first time. Harry observed Neville intently as he flipped the wizard card over, the back facing up, and Neville's eyes seemed to be glued to it. He gasped, staring at the card's reverse, before looking up at Ron and Hermione. I found him. Harry heard him whisper. Nicholas Flamel. That name, it was on the wizard card. I've almost completed my collection. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Just as Neville finished speaking, Hermione grasped his arm. Sorry, Harry. We'll talk later. She then seized Ron's arm. Harry offered them an amiable smile, finding their interaction amusing. Goodbye then. In truth, he was more than pleased to witness such a delightful exchange. As Harry made his way to the Slytherin table, Draco finally diverted his gaze from Gryffindor. What's up? He queried as Harry took a seat beside him. Harry pondered before replying. I don't know. Maybe they just remembered some assignment that's several hundred feet long. Draco smirked as he observed Harry pick up an egg sandwich, unable to restrain his curiosity any longer. An assignment that long must be due at graduation. Which professor would assign such a task? Who knows? Harry mumbled, taking a bite of his sandwich. Gryffindor doesn't share all their classes with us. He speared another roasted potato. Even if they weren't in the same classes, they were still studying the same subjects, Draco thought, though he wisely refrained from voicing it. This was the final evening before the holiday ended, and all those who had returned to school had gathered for dinner in the Great Hall, including Slytherin. Thus, when they watched Harry engage in cheerful conversation at the Gryffindor table for an extended period before returning to Slytherin to sit beside Draco, they anticipated a spectacle. However, they were taken aback as events unfolded in a manner they could not comprehend. Pansy suddenly found herself perplexed by the phrases "what is wrong?" and "who knows?" Merlin, could someone please enlighten them about what transpired during the Christmas holiday? This was the collective sentiment of all Slytherin students who had returned home. It seemed that everything became somewhat clearer once Neville and the others discovered who Nicholas Flamel was and the secrets behind the name that had puzzled them for so long, as well as what lay beneath the trapdoor. However, they also learned from Ron that shortly thereafter, during the Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff Quidditch match, Snape would be the referee. Following their previous harrowing experience during a Quidditch match, which Neville had found rather entertaining, Ron and Hermione unanimously suspected that Snape harbored ill intentions, speculating that it was related to the Philosopher's Stone, even though they hadn't yet connected the dots between Neville and the stone. After a moment of hesitation, Neville candidly shared with them how he had felt pain in his scar after merely catching a glimpse of Snape during the feast. That's not normal. I mean, despite our suspicions about him, your scar was left by that person. It surely wouldn't ache for no reason. Hermione articulated their shared concern. Harry had mentioned the same. However, before long, the conversation shifted back to the match, as they realized they were getting nowhere with their inquiries. Why don't we just skip the match? Hermione suggested nonchalantly. No, we can watch the match from Hagrid's hut, Ron insisted, unwilling to concede. Remember, he said we could see it from inside last time. We just need to bring binoculars. All right, Neville chimed in, equally unwilling to forego the privilege of watching the Quidditch match. On the day of the match, Neville and the others executed their plan as discussed. Hagrid's hut was aglow with a roaring fire, steam rising from cups of tea, and a plate of slightly overcooked biscuits available for snacking. The weather outside seemed rather dreary. As Neville peered through the binoculars, the gray sky weighed heavily on his spirits. Hermione and Ron did not share his prolonged gaze out the window. Ron was engaged in a battle with the tough biscuits, glancing outside only every few minutes, while Hermione spent most of her time conversing with Hagrid, striving to glean more information. Yet, Hagrid appeared unusually tight-lipped this time. "Oh, it's impossible to see anything from here," Ron grumbled, taking a sip of hot tea. Hermione, hearing his complaint, lifted the binoculars for a look. "It's normal not to see clearly. The players are flying high, and this isn't a raised stand," she replied. Harry, seated in the stands, stifled a yawn, finding the match dreadfully dull. He had just witnessed the golden snitch hover near Snape's ear for nearly half a minute, while the Gryffindor Seeker zipped past, oblivious. "Merlin," Harry lamented, "that was barely a diving distance. This match could end in 5 minutes." After enduring another 5 minutes, he could no longer tolerate the monotony and stood up from the stands, prompting Draco, who had been attentively watching him, to rise as well. "Harry, off to the loo? I'll come with you." Harry winked at Draco and said, "Let us go." As the match concluded, the sky had grown even darker. Although Gryffindor emerged victorious, the other players, aside from Wood, showed no signs of celebration. They were utterly exhausted. Neville and the others lingered in Hagrid's hut for a considerable time before departing. Nearly an hour after the match had ended, as they traversed the damp grass, passing the broom shed, they suddenly spotted a figure, someone cloaked in a hooded garment hastily descending the castle's front steps, clearly attempting to remain unseen, and making a beeline for the Forbidden Forest. Neville, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances and quietly followed. They exerted considerable effort to track the figure, ultimately discovering that it was indeed Professor Snape, who had been conversing with another hooded figure for quite some time. The trio listened attentively to the muffled voices from a distance. Grasping the gist of the conversation, Snape was threatening Quirrell. Huddled behind a tree, Neville, Ron, and Hermione exchanged a knowing look. Poor Quirrell. Utterly ensnared by Snape's manipulation, this was the shared thought among the three. They overheard discussions about Hagrid's giant dog, Fluffy, and the Philosopher's Stone, but Quirrell, sounding fearful, appeared reluctant to be used by Snape. Snape, seemingly unperturbed, issued one final threat before departing. Once Snape had walked far enough away, the trio exchanged glances, cautiously emerging from the Forbidden Forest. However, Quirrell remained standing there. Throughout their journey back to the castle, they spoke in hushed tones about the incident. "I told you Snape was suspicious, see?" Ron huffed, and Hagrid was always defending him. "No, Ron," Neville replied softly. "The issue isn't whether Snape is good or bad. It's what he intends to do." As Hermione listened intently, her brow arched in skepticism. It was evident that he coveted the Philosopher's Stone, yet it appeared to be safeguarded by some clandestine tricks. "I surmised that if Dumbledore intended to protect the stone, he would not rely solely on Quirrell's meager stratagems, nor on Hagrid's rudimentary methods." Ron recalled the 3 ferocious-headed dogs, pondering whether other professors might be involved. Hermione remarked, "Yet it seems Snape is merely a step away from Quirrell." A heavy sigh escaped the trio. Quirrell was hardly a match for Snape. Christmas had long passed, and Easter loomed closer, which signified the impending examination period. Each student was beleaguered by the weight of their assignments, while first years faced the additional anxiety of their inaugural final exams at Hogwarts. Compounding their woes, aside from the Easter break and weekends, no further respite awaited them. Yet, in moments of idle complaint, they remained blissfully unaware that soon even weekends would no longer belong entirely to them. Perhaps it was the sheer busyness following the holiday that rendered Slytherin indifferent to the reconciliation between Harry and Draco. The minor upheaval seemed paltry compared to Harry's swift transformation of a mouse into a goblet in Transfiguration class, outpacing even the brightest Ravenclaw student. Strangely, Harry sensed an inexplicable warmth from certain Slytherins, though he could not discern if it was merely his imagination. Harry found himself increasingly troubled, more so than by the looming essays that awaited him. Over the past week, Hermione had repeatedly cornered him in class, the Great Hall, and the library to inquire about his revision progress, showcasing her meticulously color-coded notes in hopes of receiving better advice. Positioned between tables, Harry wore a grimace. Utterly devoid of suggestions, even if he had any, he could not share. In those moments, he was grateful that he was not sorted into the same house as Hermione. Draco had secured a vacant table, setting down his belongings, and approached Harry with a barely suppressed smile. Hermione's nearly frantic behavior had persisted for some time, and while Neville and Ron had initially been indifferent, her incessant nagging had drawn them into the depths of their studies. Despite their efforts, Ron remained perplexed. Taking advantage of Harry's shared suffering, he could no longer restrain himself from complaining to Hermione. "Hermione, We have ages until the exams. 10 weeks, Hermione retorted sharply. Is no different from next week. Ron appeared to disagree vehemently with Hermione's assertion, but just as he was about to voice his thoughts, she interrupted. You must be aware of your grades, Ron. The first to commence studying and achieve excellent marks, Hermione earnestly advised him, if you fail your finals. You won't advance to second year. Just think of how Fred and George would laugh at you. Ron's mouth fell open, seemingly unable to fathom such a humiliating scenario. Neville, wisely refraining from interjecting, lifted his head from the magical plants and fungi and exchanged a knowing wink with Harry. After returning a quick smile, Harry lowered his gaze and feigned disinterest in Hermione's notes to evade the barrage of study pressure. Draco leaned in closer to peruse the pages, resting his chin on Harry's shoulder. Upon finishing Hermione's notes, Draco's expression appeared a mix of disdain and irritation. A curious sight indeed. Harry pondered the meaning behind Draco's demeanor, but ultimately chose to focus on his book, preparing to write his essay. From the onset of Hermione's rigorous study regimen, Harry had grimly anticipated the arduous days ahead. For the unfortunate truth was that the professor's expectations mirrored those of the most diligent and high-achieving students. It seemed that all Hogwarts professors had reached a tacit agreement to assign an abundance of work across every subject. Perhaps it had become customary, rendering the Easter holiday a dreary affair, far less enjoyable than Christmas. Moreover, the library was particularly disheartening. Every table brimmed with students. And Harry had even witnessed 2 girls sharing a chair to read, a pitiful sight. During a chance encounter with Ron and Neville, the 2 lamented to Harry, expressing their dismay over Hermione's incessant recitation of the 12 uses of dragon blood or other distractions that infringed upon their study time, ultimately forcing the trio to remain in the library together. Ron yawned as he spoke. Although Harry felt fortunate to have Hermione as a friend, he couldn't help but offer them a few words of comfort, noting that their pallor had noticeably worsened. He mused that without Hermione, they might never complete their assignments and risk failing their exams. He patted Ron on the shoulder, reassuring him, to seek happiness, one must always pay a price. In contrast to the Gryffindor trio, who remained ensconced in the library, Harry found himself in a far more fortunate position. Unlike the wooden chairs that caused discomfort after prolonged sitting, the armchairs in the Slytherin common room were as comfortable as one's own home. Harry, Draco, and occasionally Crabbe and Goyle claimed a long sofa, a table, and 2 chairs in the common room. It hardly felt like monopolizing. For after a day or 2 of guilt, Harry discovered that even when they were absent, no one else occupied those seats, except, of course, for the Dragoness territory. He suspected the scarcity of Slytherins was also a significant factor. However, Harry could not deny that as his first year approached its conclusion, he began to grasp some of Slytherin's unwritten rules. Unlike Gryffindor, where upperclassmen could reign supreme, age in Slytherin bore little significance. Seniority did not confer any special privileges unless one possessed a distinguished surname, such as Malfoy. Many would regard you with trepidation due to the family legacy behind the name. Harry often felt that even their usually stoic head boy showed Draco a measure of respect. Another vital aspect was the possession of various talents, the kind that could yield advantages or surpass those of peers. After Harry had bested a few adversaries, he had not encountered any further trouble. While Slytherin members often concealed their ambitions beneath a veneer of practiced hypocrisy learned from their elders, Harry sensed a fundamental practicality in their nature. "Oh, Draco," Pansy exclaimed as she approached from across the common room, her tone laced with surprise. "Your cufflinks are exquisite." Harry could not help but sit up straight and glance over. They appeared to be opals or moonstones. When had Draco begun wearing such accessories? They were indeed striking, though perhaps not to the extent of adorning someone like Draco. Harry reflected on Pansy's earlier tone and involuntarily shuddered, quickly lowering his head to resume his work. "Thank you," Draco replied, lifting his gaze and adjusting the parchment in his hands. Pansy smiled. "Then would you let me take a look at your potions essay? I've flipped through numerous books and can't seem to find any direction. Thank you so much." Draco retrieved the scroll from a pile of books and handed it to Pansy, a gentlemanly smile lingering on his lips. "No need for thanks." Harry heard this and suddenly had a brilliant idea. He adopted a nonchalant demeanor, resting one elbow on the table, his palm cradling his left cheek as he tilted his head towards Draco. "Oh, Draco," he mimicked Pansy's earlier tone, "your hair looks truly splendid. Might I borrow your history of magic notes? You know, I've missed far too many classes." "Harry, are you unaware that a gentleman wizard ought not to adopt a lady's manner of speaking?" Pansy teased with a smile. Their relationship had reached a point where light-hearted banter was welcomed. "I'm merely 11, Pansy," Harry replied, slowly blinking his green eyes behind his glasses. "Thus, I still consider myself unworthy of being a gentleman wizard like Sirius Black." He referenced his godfather in response to Pansy's jest. Yet, It was undeniable that Sirius was indeed a captivating wizard, a truth no one could dispute. If we're speaking of Sirius Black, Pansy remarked, eyeing Harry for a moment. Well, that is unlikely to happen in this lifetime. However, I don't mean to dishearten you. You must persevere in your efforts. Just as Harry was about to respond, Draco lightly tapped him on the head with his hefty History of Magic notebook, then placed it before Harry. Hurry and complete your homework, he complained. I certainly don't wish to spend half the night here with you. At Draco's words, Harry fell silent, murmuring, oh. Still, he endeavored to defend his reputation. As long as Professor Binns doesn't assign any unconventional questions, I shall have no trouble with the History of Magic exam. Draco offered a non-committal ahm. Harry cast a sidelong glance at Draco and began perusing his notes. I'm simply preoccupied with too many matters as the holidays approach. It's not that I'm slow with my homework. How can I convey that to you? Internally, Harry's calm facade belied the tempestuous thoughts raging within. However, no matter how comfortable the common room was, it could not rival the convenience of the library. Harry sighed, tossing his quill aside, stretching his stiff fingers as he relaxed his gaze towards the library window. Outside, the sky resembled a cerulean curtain stained with forget-me-not juice. Wisps of white clouds drifting in the pristine expanse, seemingly heralding the arrival of a splendid season. Harry found himself lost in this sky for a considerable time. Meanwhile, Draco rummaged through the weighty tome beside him, searching for relevant information to support his arguments. Time trickled slowly, until a familiar voice abruptly shattered the tranquility. Hagrid, what brings you to the library? Ron, seated at the table behind Harry, queried with a puzzled expression. Harry abruptly turned around, and Draco felt he might have twisted his neck as he observed Hagrid, still clad in his moleskin coat, emerging from between the shelves, concealing something behind his back. Oh, hello, Norbert, Harry whispered. Though Draco was worried about Harry's neck, Harry adeptly turned back, demonstrating that his neck was indeed fine. Draco shook his head, deciding to ignore Harry's sudden antics and focus on completing his essay. Harry listened intently to the hushed conversation behind him regarding classified matters. Hagrid had reached an impasse with Neville and the others, having to call them over for a discussion. However, children's curiosity is not easily quelled, and Neville and his companions soon sought out the very books Hagrid had been secretive about, continuing their whispered debate. Harry leaned over his desk, deftly flipping through pages as if searching for a useful theory, while his eyes remained intently fixed on the patterns of the wooden table beneath his hands. Draco sat beside him, quill in hand, incessantly scribbling away, nearing the conclusion of a long and dense paper. Raising dragons is illegal, Ron whispered to Neville and Hermione, recounting what he had heard from Charlie about dragons. The three speculated on Hagrid's true intentions, which were inherently difficult to fathom, prompting them to decide to seek him out immediately. Harry seemed to have discovered something applicable to his paper on a new page. He dipped his quill into the ink pot twice and inscribed the first word on the parchment he had laid out, then began to write fervently. Yet, as Harry commenced his writing, Draco paused, elegantly finishing the final letter of his lengthy paper with a flourish. He turned to observe Harry, noting how the sunlight illuminated him, causing his tousled black hair to take on a hint of brown. From this angle, Draco could clearly see the youthful fuzz on Harry's cheeks and his drooping lashes, thick and slightly curled, casting a small shadow beneath his eyes. Suddenly, Draco tightened his grip on the quill, but in the next moment, he shook his head and smiled softly. The slight curve at the corners of his mouth resembled the gentlest spring breeze grazing the newly thawed surface of the Black Lake. I've grown up alongside you, Harry, he mused sadly within. I know every little gesture of yours. Why must you feign indifference to your attentiveness in my presence? After 10 minutes, Harry set down his quill, blowing gently on the last few wet lines of ink before rolling up the parchment. Finished? Draco tilted his head to regard Harry. I was nearly done anyway. You're the one who writes swiftly, Harry replied, glancing at him with a smile. At that moment, as he turned his head, sunlight cascaded over his face like water bursting forth from a punctured balloon. Draco swallowed, opening his mouth as if to speak. But words eluded him. Thoughts of the familiar book titles and discussions about dragons surged within him, and an idea, one that felt like a dead end, arose uncontrollably in his mind. Shall we depart? Draco heard himself say. It seemed Neville and his friends had gleaned a great deal of information from Hagrid. At that moment, the three of them found themselves seated in Hagrid's small wooden hut, which resembled a steamer or an oven, perhaps its owner having forgotten its true nature as a cabin. Though they suspected Hagrid didn't intend to divulge much, if anything, at all. It was possible that Hermione's sweetly flattering tone had worked its magic, or perhaps Hagrid, as they had surmised, had opened up due to some immensely joyful news. Regardless, everything seemed to be progressing in their favor, except for the revelation that Snape was also involved in the protection of the Philosopher's Stone. The trio speculated that under these circumstances, Snape would likely have little difficulty discerning the traps set by the other professors. And he probably knew everything, except for Quirrell's magic and how to pass Fluffy. However, Hagrid steadfastly assured them that only he knew how to get past Fluffy, bringing them a measure of relief. Yet that relief was short-lived, for they soon discovered a large, blackened egg nestled within the roaring flames of Hagrid's hearth. It appeared that Hagrid had not only overlooked the legality of this act, but also failed to consider that no matter its size, a dragon would eventually outgrow his wooden hut, regardless of Dumbledore's stance. Both the Ministry of Magic and the students' parents would never consent to keeping a dragon in the Forbidden Forest. But who truly knew whether there were dragons within the Forbidden Forest? Nevertheless, Neville and his friends found themselves unable to dissuade Hagrid. He seemed utterly enamored with the unhatched Norwegian Ridgeback egg, akin to a dragon mother baring its teeth and breathing fire while carefully encircling the egg with its tail. The overflowing maternal affection rendering him oblivious to their concerns and the unreasonable aspects of the situation. However, the dragon's growth surpassed their expectations. This dragon did not wait for the summer to be born during breakfast as Hermione had anticipated. Instead, they received a note from Hagrid, which simply stated, "Hatching soon." Hermione fervently restrained the exuberant boys, who were reluctant to attend herbology class, while a notably more excited Ron countered with a slightly raised voice, prompting a rational Neville to caution him. He glanced at Draco not far away, who wore a smirk, his expression one of keen interest. What was his agenda? Neville could not help but muse. It was not that he suspected a friend of a friend, but he did not believe that Malfoy and Harry were particularly compatible, whether in temperament or in any other regard. Besides, no normal wizard could resist the allure of a baby dragon, especially one that belonged to a wealthy wizarding family, named after the creature itself. Yet, he might merely be passing by. Throughout herbology class, Ron and Hermione engaged in a heated debate, with Ron fixating on the notion of seeing the dragon, which had become paramount in his mind. Neville refrained from mentioning that he had seen Malfoy eavesdropping on their conversation, instead observing Harry diligently filling a pot with soil. Just then, Ron managed to persuade Hermione, and she consented to visit Hagrid's hut during their midday break. With this shared anticipation, time seemed to fly. The moment the class ended, the three of them dashed out of the greenhouse, while Draco nonchalantly gathered his belongings with Harry. Upon reaching the classroom door, he remarked to Harry, "I need to visit the restroom." He succumbed to his restless impulses. "All right," Harry replied, taking his copy of Magical Theory and entering the classroom ahead of Draco, leaning against Hagrid's sturdy wooden door. Draco peered through a gap in the curtains and beheld the newly hatched dragon, which he deemed rather unsightly. He wondered where Hagrid had procured the dragon egg, as it was unlikely he could have accessed the black market, where dragon eggs were a rare and sought-after commodity. Draco scrutinized the creature's features more closely and muttered a soft curse as he swiftly departed. Inside the hut, Hagrid sprang to the window, exclaiming in distress. Someone was peeking in from outside. "It's a boy. I saw his eyes, and he's running towards the castle." "It must be Malfoy," Neville chimed in, glancing outside. Hagrid turned to Neville, finally recalling that his beard had just caught fire, which he was now carefully patting out. "Why would he come here? What about Harry?" "He must have overheard us," Hermione replied. "As for Harry, he is probably waiting for class to start. Malfoy knowing about the dragon shouldn't lead to any trouble, right? After all, he and Harry are good friends," Neville said uncertainly. "They're not good friends, nor is he Hagrid's friend," Ron huffed. "I can't trust him. Perhaps he is merely curious? After all, who wouldn't he be intrigued by a dragon? Curious about why he didn't come with Harry?" Ron's expression grew grave. "Regardless, he is still a Slytherin. Besides, raising a dragon is against wizarding law. He has his motives. Should we inform Harry?" Ron suggested. "Since he is the only one we can talk to. Are you out of your mind?" Hermione glared at him. "Harry and he just reconciled. If we tell Harry, the two of them will likely argue again." She then turned to Hagrid, saying, "We need to return to class now. We'll handle Malfoy. If anything arises, we'll let you know." Unfortunately, Gryffindor and Slytherin had no classes together for the remainder of the day, and they found no opportunity to speak with Harry. Some matters, when not addressed in the moment, become increasingly difficult to broach, as Neville and his friends would soon demonstrate. Over the following week, whether by chance encounters in the corridors or during shared classes with Slytherin, they felt that Malfoy's expressions were shrouded in malice. It was an ominous forewarning, an indication that they were doomed, but he neither acted nor spoke, leading Neville and the others to suspect that perhaps their worries were merely preconceived notions. Thus, no one summoned the courage to discuss the matter with Harry. Since they could not voice their concerns to Harry, they poured all their efforts into Hagrid. During that week, Neville, Ron, and Hermione spent the majority of their free time in Hagrid's dimly lit hut, presenting logical arguments and imploring him to part with the dragon. Undoubtedly, they failed. They truly could not comprehend Hagrid's passion or obsession for these dangerous creatures. Perhaps that was why Dumbledore had appointed him to teach the care of magical creatures course. However, as Norbert, the Norwegian Ridgeback, continued to grow, Hagrid finally acknowledged that he could not care for the dragon any longer. Yet, the notion of abandoning Norbert was absolutely out of the question, until Neville thought of Ron's brother Charlie. Surely he was the best and most qualified option. Hagrid agreed to send Norbert to Charlie, but with reluctance, he insisted on writing a letter to inquire first. However, during the waiting period, Ron was bitten. That evening, no one paid much attention to it, just as Hagrid often disregarded his own bites without concern. Perhaps the only good news was that Charlie's reply arrived. He expressed a willingness to take on the Norwegian Ridgeback, stating that his friends would come to collect the dragon, specifying a time and place for the arrangement. The situation concerning Norbert seemed to be resolved, as long as they were cautious in sending Norbert away, even if they were discovered upon returning. It would not pose a significant problem. However, reality proved that they had underestimated the complexities of the situation, as by breakfast the following day, Ron's hand had swollen to the size of a bun. Harry noticed Ron's predicament during breakfast. "Did a fish from the Black Lake bite you?" he inquired, feigning concern while inspecting Ron's hand. "I suggest you visit Madame Pomfrey. Many fish can be venomous." "Harry," Ron hesitated, then quietly confessed. "I was actually bitten by a dragon. Hagrid got a baby dragon." Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. "A dragon?" he echoed incredulously, examining Ron's hand more closely and gravely advising. "You should definitely get that checked. Dragon teeth are usually venomous." Ron turned pale, and Neville and Hermione hurriedly pulled the still-dazed Ron out, forgetting to bid farewell to Harry. Harry shrugged and returned to the Slytherin table, recounting Ron's hand incident to Draco. After a full day of classes, Neville and Hermione rushed to the hospital wing to visit Ron, who appeared to be in decent condition, though the wound exhibited an unsightly green hue. "Madame Pomfrey said I got here in time. It's nothing serious," Ron murmured. "Besides, Norbert might be fine too. Before you came, Harry and Malfoy were here." During a brief moment, when Harry stepped out to use the restroom, it was just me and Malfoy. Although the atmosphere was awkward, nothing happened. He said our panicked expressions were quite amusing, Ron added weakly, as if he had lost the energy to be angry. Neville and Hermione both sighed in relief. Regardless of whether Malfoy truly only wished to see them humiliated, they planned to remove Norbert at midnight on Saturday, which would leave him without leverage against them. Hermione remarked with ease, but Ron suddenly bolted upright in bed, as if startled. "Midnight on Saturday," he exclaimed, his voice even hoarser than before. "Oh no, I just remembered." Malfoy flipped through my book, which I left on the table, and Charlie's letter was tucked inside that book. He must have seen it. He knows we're getting rid of Norbert on Saturday. Hermione's first instinct was to grab the book Ron had left on the bed. "The letter is still here," she declared. However, did he truly foresee what he would do? Neville and Ron had no opportunity to respond, for Madame Pomfrey hastily ushered Neville and Hermione out, as Ron was unable to partake in this undertaking. Thus, Neville and Hermione conspired. It was imperative that they ensure Norbert's departure. Hermione even went so far as to enlist Hagrid's assistance in procuring an invisibility cloak, which, it is said, he had borrowed from the proprietor of the Hogshead Inn. Consequently, on Saturday evening, after dining, Hermione and Neville made their way to Hagrid's quaint abode, where he had prepared a large wooden crate for Norbert, filled with his toys and provisions. As Hagrid reluctantly fed Norbert some meat for the last time, Neville urged him to give the dragon a bit more alcohol to ensure he would sleep soundly. A slumbering Norbert would alleviate many of their troubles. At least no one would hear any strange noises. Cloaked in the heavy scent of liquor, Hermione and Neville ascended the tower with relative ease, successfully sending Norbert away on time, despite feeling slightly dizzy from the smoke and the fatigue in their arms and legs. Their hearts were filled with an immense sense of relief. They watched the figures of the wizards disappear into the inky blackness of the night before departing the tower. Quietly, they descended the spiral staircase, intending to don the invisibility cloak once more at the staircase's exit. Although Hermione complained about having to do laundry, her expression radiated with exhilaration. They had finally rid themselves of the burdensome Norbert. Their spirits soared, as light as their hands. What could possibly tarnish their joy? The answer awaited them just below the staircase. As they crossed into the corridor, Professor McGonagall's face abruptly emerged from the shadows. "Good evening," she said. This was hardly a dreadful encounter, Neville mused, though it felt akin to a nightmare. Especially after Professor McGonagall uttered her goodnight, Draco Malfoy, adorned with a malicious grin, sauntered out from behind her. The composed Professor McGonagall, visibly perturbed, led them to her office on the second floor. Throughout the journey, Neville could only imagine the tempest that awaited them, simply by observing her billowing robes. He concocted various excuses to justify their clandestine ascent to the astronomy tower, pondering how he would explain it to his grandmother if Professor McGonagall decided to write to her. Meanwhile, Draco strolled alongside them, seemingly unaffected, chuckling at the expressions on Neville and Hermione's faces. Oh, Malfoy is always unaffected, Neville thought. Do you think Harry knows about this? He inquired of Hermione. But she offered no reply. In truth, the moment Professor McGonagall called them to a halt, Hermione began to tremble incessantly. It was her first time being caught by a professor for breaking school rules. 5 minutes later, standing before Professor McGonagall's desk, Neville and Hermione bowed their heads low, appearing deeply contrite, while Draco stood a few paces away, arms crossed, unable to suppress the grin that adorned his face. Perhaps the thrill of mischief exhilarated him. Or perhaps it was simply the fact that he was in high spirits, regardless of the reason. He listened as the irate Professor McGonagall chastised Neville and Hermione, feeling rather magnanimous for not revealing that they had stealthily ventured out to deliver a dragon. Otherwise, they would have been home by now. I do not wish to hear any explanations, Professor McGonagall declared. You have violated curfew and ascended the astronomy tower, knowingly committing an offense. I must penalize your actions with a deduction of 50 points. Draco's face displayed unabashed amusement. Everyone, Professor McGonagall added. Hermione let out a soft sob. Everyone. Draco took a few steps toward the desk, smiling. I beg your pardon, Professor, perhaps I misheard you. Did you say everyone? You heard correctly, Mr. Malfoy. Since you had the audacity to sneak out of bed after lights out, you should also possess the courage to face the consequences. Apologies, but you cannot escape this. Do not presume to tell me what I may or may not do, Professor McGonagall replied coldly. Moreover, I must express to Mr. Longbottom and Miss Granger that I have never felt more embarrassed for a Gryffindor student than I do at this moment. However, before Neville and Hermione could fully absorb the shame of her words, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the room, accompanied by a familiar, breathless voice. Pardon the intrusion. Professor McGonagall, I, Norbert, Harry, Neville, Hermione, and Draco simultaneously exclaimed, only to turn and see the astonished, wide-eyed stare of Professor McGonagall, which prompted an immediate silence from them. Another one, and another, she bellowed in exasperation. Harry Potter, may I inquire what brings you out at this hour? I'm sorry, Professor, Harry began, opening his mouth to deliver the excuse he had concocted, but Professor McGonagall interrupted with a wave of her hand. You need not say anything. No explanations required. She shot a glare at Draco, her gaze sharp as a knife. 2 Slytherins, 2 Gryffindors. For students out of bed this evening. This is a most unprecedented occurrence. As for the self-invited Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall glared at Harry, who was exchanging glances with Draco. Regardless, since you are here at this hour, you may join them. Harry steadied his breath and cautiously asked, join them in what, Professor? Detention, all 4 of you. Professor McGonagall's eyes glinted with icy resolve. Now, return to where you belong. Immediately, the 4 of them scurried away like frightened mice. Although the instant deduction of 100 points would surely plunge Gryffindor to the bottom of the standings and obliterate any hopes of winning the House Cup, Neville was not preoccupied with the score. Rather, the moment the door closed, he turned to Harry and asked, Harry, how did you? Oh. Harry glanced at Draco, licking his lips. Goyle came to knock before I fell asleep, informing me that Draco had not been in the common room completing his so-called homework, but had slipped out to cause trouble for you. I thought, why not join him? Harry concluded with relief. Thank goodness I didn't run into Professor Snape. Neville and Hermione remained silent, while Harry turned to Draco, only to find him averting his gaze. Childish, Harry silently critiqued Draco's behavior. But what were you doing sneaking out in the middle of the night? I didn't hear Professor McGonagall mention any significant reason. The corridor fell silent after Harry posed the question. No one spoke. Only the sound of their disheveled footsteps echoed as they moved towards the staircase. Gryffindor ascending, Slytherin descending. Neville and Hermione exchanged glances, finally deciding to explain the earlier situation before saying goodbye. Harry. Harry looked at them, questioning the need for such formality in their farewell. What just occurred was, Malfoy only wanted to help us, which is why he was caught with us by Professor McGonagall. Hermione spoke rapidly, her speech akin to an agitated Professor McGonagall. Good night, Harry. Harry's expression grew increasingly complex. Good night. He managed to smile, though it was strained. What exactly does Malfoy wish to help us with? Neville queried as they climbed the stairs. He the one who got us caught, didn't you realize? He informed Professor McGonagall. Help us accumulate points, perhaps? Hermione replied impatiently. Let us resolve our issues with him ourselves. Let us not meddle in whatever he has with Harry. If you understand, I'm going up to sleep. Before Neville could nod in agreement, Hermione hurried up the stairs. In contrast, the silence between Harry and Draco was more subdued. The corridor felt even colder at night, and Harry could feel the chill creeping up his ankles through his slippers. The atmosphere grew heavy, as if the air they exhaled had solidified at the tip of their noses. Feeling uncomfortable, Harry licked his dry lips, ready to speak. But Draco opened his mouth at the same moment. Things are not as Granger has described. Draco lowered his head, his once meticulously styled hair now slightly disheveled, with a few strands cascading down to obscure his forehead, rendering him irresistibly handsome. I am here to report them. I am aware of their clandestine escapades and sneaking out from the dormitory to the astronomy tower. They have spirited away a dragon. Though I refrained from mentioning the dragon to Professor McGonagall, for otherwise, they would surely have been expelled. They what? Harry appropriately displayed a profound sense of shock. A dragon, Draco replied, a small Norwegian ridgeback, which had been residing in Hagrid's hut until this evening, and they have sent it to one of the Weasley brothers. Oh, the one that bit Ron, Harry said dryly. So there really is a dragon? I thought that was a joke. At that moment, they happened upon the entrance to the Great Hall, and Harry glanced at the grand doors. Did you lose points too? He inquired of Draco. Huh. Draco observed as Harry cautiously pushed the doors open a crack. Tragic, Harry lamented. We are in second to last place. Draco leaned in for a look. It seems we only lost 50 points? That is due to my impeccable timing upon entering, Harry boasted. The two closed the doors to the hall, traversed the corridor, and descended the stairs. As Draco continued the confession that Harry had interrupted earlier, I do not know why I chose to inform Professor McGonagall about this. Perhaps I merely wished to cause them some trouble? Draco continued, not lifting his gaze, while Harry had to hasten ahead to open the stone door. Of course. It is not merely about the points and the house cup. I am not that childish. Please, you are quite childish, Harry thought as he slipped into the common room. Regardless, what has transpired has occurred, and I am unafraid of facing the consequences. Draco finally raised his gaze to meet Harry's. In the distinct green light of Slytherin, Harry felt that those gray eyes seemed to reflect the scenery, as beautiful as a sky cleared of clouds. Regardless of whether you choose to be angry with me or not, I do not regret this action, Draco stated calmly. Perhaps I simply enjoy deriving amusement at the expense of others? What do you think? Harry's green eyes behind his glasses narrowed. Perhaps I too enjoy deriving amusement at the expense of others, Harry mused internally, his emerald eyes akin to a cat fixating on a small mouse. If Draco were aware that for the majority of the time he had been the source of my amusement, would he find greater joy in saying this? However, Harry needed to respond earnestly, so he cleared his throat. Draco. Harry watched as his gaze faltered momentarily, seemingly unsure how to articulate his next words. My mother always inquires about the reasons behind my mischief. May I also ask you the reason for your actions? You are not my mother. Draco replied with a stern expression, as if Harry had uttered something utterly nonsensical. Harry, your premise is already flawed. I wish to know. Harry directly interrupted Draco, who was about to embark on a lengthy discourse about articulation. Cannot you say? Draco's ears flushed crimson. No, it is not that I cannot say. He stammered for a while, ultimately collapsing onto the nearest sofa as if utterly drained, his voice muffled, stating that it was inconsequential to say. It would be better if. Harry also approached the sofa, nudging Draco with his knee, prompting him to sit up and make space for him. I do not wish to argue with you any longer. Harry settled beside Draco. I find it quite childish. We have never quarreled throughout our childhood. It was because you were hiding things from me. Draco retorted indignantly. You conceal so much from me, yet you befriend those Gryffindor rascals, never considering my feelings. You have never thought to apologize to me, despite my having done nothing wrong. You have done nothing wrong, Harry began to counter, but was taken aback by the expression on Draco's face. Yes, I previously admitted that I was at fault more often. Harry swallowed hard, mumbling, I am truly sorry. Draco, I do sometimes overlook your feelings. I promise I will change. So, was this also because of them? Harry cautiously speculated. Draco sat there, dejected. Harry. He called Harry's name in a sorrowful tone, and in that moment, Harry felt as though his heart had been dusted with sour berry powder. I do not know. Every time you encounter them in the library, your eyes and ears are focused on them. Yet I am the one who has grown up alongside you. I cannot bear it. I merely wish to make you aware of how it feels to be overlooked. This time I only intended to cause them some trouble. Draco raised a hand to wipe at the corner of his eye. Perhaps you spend less than a day with them in total. Yet at times I truly feel that you are closer to them than to me, despite our daily companionship. Harry felt his eyes grow unbearably moist, and his throat seemed to constrict as if something were lodged within it. Even the rhythm of his heartbeat felt heavy. You must have secrets you cannot share with me. I can understand that. Draco contemplated for a moment. I know that James and my father are entirely different individuals. You and I are also distinct, Harry. You know I am not speaking of bloodline. And if it were not for Sirius, our family might all be in Azkaban, but the Dark Lord. And that is unrelated. Harry felt compelled to prevent Draco from continuing. I do indeed harbor some small secrets, merely trivial ones. I promise I will tell you everything. But you must grant me time. Revealing secrets always requires a suitable opportunity. It is likely that I will only be able to share those matters when everything has concluded. Harry thought, Draco lifted his gaze to meet Harry's, his eyes rimmed with red, glistening with moisture. Yes, I understand. He said, it is late. Let us retire for the night. Harry nodded. Outside the window, the surface of the black lake rippled peacefully, and Harry lay in bed, extending his wand to extinguish the light. In the gentle darkness, Harry finally heard Draco pose the question that had been lodged in his heart. Harry, are you angry with me? Of course not. Good night, Draco. Good night, Harry. The room returned to tranquility, save for the gentle intertwining of their breaths. All was restored to calm, whether it be the initially fierce, fire-breathing Norbert or the forbidden forest they must traverse. Harry contemplated, devising countless strategies and plans, fervently hoping for everything to unfold without deviation. However, should the Philosopher's Stone harbor any danger, he would make himself the final line of defense. I am sorry, Draco. Harry resolutely vowed within his heart. One day, I will reveal everything to you. The following morning, Harry groggily made his way to the dining hall, immediately feeling the chilling air that enveloped him, as though 100 cold spells had been cast upon the Gryffindor table. Harry glanced up at the scoreboard on the wall, shaking his head in exasperation. It mattered little that Gryffindor had suddenly lost 100 points. Why had Slytherin lost a full 50 points compared to yesterday? Pansy shouted from the Slytherin table. I took a stroll last night, lost a few points, Draco said as he led Harry to their table. Is there a problem? None. The perceptive Pansy lowered her head and began spreading peanut butter on her bread. Harry turned his head to glance at the hourglasses of both houses several times, and Draco tilted his head towards Harry, shooting him a glare. Eat properly. No sooner had he spoken than Harry quickly turned back. 50 points traded for our happiness, Draco. It is truly a bargain. Draco shot him another glare, and Harry immediately bowed his head obediently to gnaw on his roasted potatoes. Harry, Draco said, watching Harry intently as he focused on his potatoes, finally could not suppress a smile. What? Draco wore a gentle smile at the corner of his lips as he uttered words that made Harry wish he could smash the roasted potato in his hand upon Draco's hair, which was nearly the same hue as the potato itself. He remarked, why are you so foolish? Hermione sat silently at the table, listening to the girls nearby speak with scornful tones. Well, she is quite impressive, isn't she? Answering a few more questions should earn her back some points. Look at her turning her bread into crumbs while feeling nothing but self-disgust when a hand patted her shoulder. Harry? Hermione exclaimed in surprise, never expecting to turn around and find a silver-green striped tie and the emblem of Slytherin. She asked, somewhat glumly, what brings you here at this hour? Coming over now is no trouble at all. Everyone will think we, at least I, have come to mock you, Draco retorted with sarcasm. And what else? Ron countered. In an unusual display of hesitance, Draco stammered before them. I came to express my gratitude. However, I have already explained that matter to Harry quite clearly. He swallowed hard before continuing. And I apologize for disclosing your affairs to Professor McGonagall. Although, truth be told, I have no fondness for my classmates. Draco added silently in his mind. Ron and Neville were left in shock by his apology, while Hermione, perhaps too saddened, had little reaction. Well, we're grateful you didn't mention the dragon incident. You needn't dwell too much on it. A poorly conceived plan relying on luck is better than being caught by Professor McGonagall before being caught by Filch. Harry raised an eyebrow. Oh well then. We shall take our leave. Enjoy your meal, Draco said, casting a pointed glance at Hermione's plate of breadcrumbs. Goodbye, Hermione replied, still feeling lethargic. In the Forbidden Forest. As the examination week approached, workloads became increasingly burdensome, and the amount of material to memorize grew ever larger. During this period, Slytherin and Gryffindor managed to recover the points that had been deducted, one after the other. Harry busied himself with various assignments and revising numerous subjects, leaving no room in his mind to ponder the Philosopher's Stone. After all, when one's head is filled with an array of spells, the habits of magical plants, and the care of fantastic beasts, it becomes exceedingly difficult to accomplish anything beyond sleeping. Meanwhile, Draco, perhaps spurred by Hermione's meticulous notes, transcribed the essential knowledge of all subjects into thick notebooks. Harry was uncertain whether this method was beneficial for revision. Yet he could not deny that Draco's handwriting improved day by day, particularly the ornate titles and subtitles. Neville and Ron also found that time spent on intensive revision flew by rapidly. Amidst Hermione's incessant chatter, they blinked and realized only a week remained until the examinations. A clear sign that the upcoming week would be exceedingly hectic in every conceivable way. Engrossed in his studies, Harry had little time to attend to Neville and the others. But it seemed Merlin was sympathetic to his plight. One morning, while Harry was muddling through his revision material, Draco dragged him to the Slytherin table. After downing half a cup of pumpkin juice, he heard a rustling sound above him. Instinctively, Harry raised his cup and looked up. only to find the glaringly white Hedwig mingling among a flock of drab owls. Have you written to my parents, your parents, Sirius, and Remus recently? Harry queried Draco, puzzled. To my knowledge, no, Draco replied, placing a sandwich on both their plates and tearing off a bit of bread for Hedwig. However, Draco was taken aback when another owl landed in front of him, clutching a simple note. Draco glanced at Harry, who looked at the bobbing owl before returning his gaze to him, nodding heavily. Harry stuffed the remaining piece of biscuit into his mouth, wiped the crumbs from his fingers, and picked up the note that Hedwig had dropped on the table. Your detention begins tonight at 11 o'clock. Meet Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. Professor McGonagall. Harry turned back to the Gryffindor table and, as expected, saw Hermione and Neville waving their identical notes at him. I'm oddly pleased to have an evening free from studying. Draco crumpled the note and tossed it casually onto the table, grinning at Harry. Likewise. Harry returned a smile that lacked enthusiasm, only to be lightly flicked on the forehead by Draco, prompting him to cover his head and glare at Draco, who met his gaze with a grin, showing no sign of guilt. Irritated, Harry reached for a piece of bread, unaware that it was the one Hedwig had been eating, until he bit into it, and was met with a gentle peck from her, causing him to realize and promptly set it down. Oh, sorry, Hedwig. You really are a bit dim, Draco laughed heartily. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Harry scratched his nose. That night at 11, Hermione and Neville bid farewell to Ron in the Gryffindor common room, while Harry and Draco stepped out amidst the jeers of their Slytherin peers. Filch awaited them in the entrance hall. Follow me. Filch regarded them with an unsettling gaze, one that had never been particularly friendly, and began to admonish them against further violations of school rules. His words laced with a peculiar admiration for archaic punitive methods. Work and hardship are the best teachers. As they traversed the dark grounds under Filch's incessant ramblings, a gust of wind swept aside the clouds shrouding the moon, illuminating the world with silvery light. They soon spotted Hagrid's towering figure standing at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Filch clearly sensed that the four miscreants were somewhat relieved, and he sneered, mockingly wishing them, "Have fun in the Forbidden Forest, kids." Harry could not suppress a chuckle at this, earning him a simultaneous glare from Draco and Filch. The Forbidden Forest? Hermione echoed, her voice sharp like that of a cat whose tail had been stepped on. So late. We can't go in now. Hogwarts. A history clearly states that it houses various highly dangerous magical creatures, and Neville, upon hearing this, clutched Hermione's sleeve tightly. If you'd known this beforehand, you wouldn't have misbehaved, Filch retorted. So think twice before causing trouble next time, considering the creatures waiting for you in the Forbidden Forest. Enough of this, Filch, Hagrid bellowed, emerging from the shadows, Fong trailing behind him. You're already half an hour late. I have no more time to waste on you. See you in the morning. Hagrid adjusted the quiver that had slid off his shoulder. Filch shot Hagrid a venomous glare and muttered a threat. Hagrid looked impatiently at the fading light and finally wore the familiar smile that Harry recognized. Hello, kids. He was about to say something when Draco interrupted him. Harry caught a glimpse of Draco from the corner of his eye, already guessing what he would say. I'm not going into that Forbidden Forest, Draco declared. As expected, Harry sighed, a smile resembling that of a bitter chuckle gracing his lips. He detected a note of fear in Draco's voice. This was entirely normal, as they had merely speculated about writing a lengthy essay of several feet or, at worst, cleaning up a significant portion of Hogwarts. Comparatively, wandering through the Forbidden Forest seemed rather easy, albeit with the potential to encounter terrifying creatures. Oh, particularly for Neville. I and Harry. Draco emphatically pointed toward the direction of the Forbidden Forest, adamantly asserting, we absolutely will not enter. Harry was taken aback, and Hagrid appeared even more astonished, though that astonishment quickly morphed into anger. Children, when you err, there will undoubtedly be consequences. Just as Buckbeak had previously injured Harry, it was undoubtedly due to your actions. You are aware of this, and I spent several hours assuring Dumbledore, Hagrid reminisced with a tinge of sorrow. After a brief pause, he patted his large hands together and said, all right, let us not dwell on this. Our time is limited. He turned his gaze to Draco and stated unflinchingly, Mr. Malfoy, if you wish to remain at Hogwarts, you must go. However, the punishment need not involve a location typically off-limits to students, right? Hermione and Neville exchanged approving glances with Draco as he spoke. Otherwise, shall I confine you to an empty classroom for the night and require a written reflection? Hagrid's impatience was evident. What good would that do? He looked at Harry and inquired, Harry, what do you think? What should I say? Harry responded, faced with Hagrid's orange-lit visage and anxious gaze, glancing at the other three. Well, I would quite like to go, he said excitedly. My father spent nearly an entire dinner introducing me to the Forbidden Forest, with its myriad magical creatures and plants. You cannot even fathom what lies within. George and Fred were equally curious about the Forbidden Forest, though they had been caught by Hagrid on several occasions. Oh, I have spent much of my life trying to keep those individuals you mention at bay from the edges of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid lamented, but alas, I have not been particularly successful. Draco remained silent, his eyes filled with resignation as he gazed at Harry, quickly diverting his gaze. Harry leaned closer to Draco, taking his hand in an attempt to sound cheerful. Well, since we have no choice but to go in, we might as well consider this my 50 points. Draco appeared swayed. For what other choice did he have? All right. Hagrid nodded approvingly, though his expression soon turned grave. I must inform you of the dangers inherent in this endeavor before we enter the Forbidden Forest. As he spoke, he led them to the forest's edge, raising the lantern high to illuminate a narrow path that gradually vanished into the dark thicket, where something glimmered under the moonlight. That is the blood of a unicorn, Hagrid said somberly. Harry's heart tightened, an overwhelming sense of helplessness threatening to engulf him. This was not the first time unicorn blood had been found in the Forbidden Forest. However, the one I discovered last Wednesday had already perished, Hagrid mournfully stated. Thus, our task this evening is to locate this injured unicorn and aid it in escaping its suffering. You must remain with me or Fong, as the creatures of the forest will not harm you. Therefore, we shall split into two groups. Hermione and Neville shall accompany me, Mr. Malfoy and Harry. You will take Fong and follow another path. If anyone finds the unicorn, signal with green sparks. If trouble arises, use red sparks. Hagrid had them practice briefly before declaring, let us proceed, and everyone must exercise caution. The Forbidden Forest was enveloped in darkness, a profound silence punctuated by the lingering green and red sparks casting an eerie ambience. After walking for a while, they arrived at a fork in the path. Neville, Hermione, and Hagrid took the left, and soon Harry could no longer hear their footsteps. Harry continued onward silently, his gaze fixed on the ground, while Draco held the lantern, striving to create some noise. If my father finds out about this, I will certainly be reprimanded, he remarked to Harry. You know, especially since I am currently acting as a servant, holding the lantern while patrolling the forest. Moonlight cascaded through the leaves, illuminating a silver bloodstain on the fallen leaves, which extended into a thin silver line. Harry reached out to push aside a small branch obstructing his path. Let us consider this an adventure, Draco, he suggested, turning to scrutinize Draco closely, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. If I am not mistaken, are you afraid? I am not afraid at all, Harry. Draco quickly raised his voice in protest. Harry shrugged. I can see it. Strange and eerie sounds occasionally echoed through the Forbidden Forest, spreading along the contours of the darkened woods. Fong would whimper softly at every peculiar noise, his sturdy form trembling. Is he timid? Draco observed Fong's unusual behavior, ultimately concluding in disbelief. A creature this large is a coward? Harry shrugged again, clearly. After approximately 10 minutes, they encountered fewer obstructive branches. The ground was instead covered in gnarled tree roots, each root nearly as thick as a sapling, rising like small mounds. Draco noticed Harry's evident anxiety as his eyes darted around, not resting in one place for more than 2 seconds, as if searching for something. Unicorns are quite conspicuous, Harry. They emit a glow in the darkness, Draco described, envisioning a gentle luminescence. Harry paused, knowing he could not confess to Draco that he was not searching for a unicorn. I know, Harry explained. At home, I see it every night. The birthday gift you gave me. It has remained on my desk. It will soon change poses again, just as it did on your birthday. He then asked, have you noticed that we haven't seen any bloodstains for quite some time? As Draco switched the lantern to his other hand, he was about to continue when suddenly, a green spark erupted in the sky to their left. Draco looked up incredulously. Did they find it? So soon? They rushed in that direction. Harry took Fong's leash, straining to sprint toward the spark. Eventually, they arrived breathlessly at a moss-covered tree stump. Nearby, the gentle sound of a stream could be heard, and along the winding path, a line of silver blood glowed softly, resembling a small stream. Hagrid's expression grew grave as he spoke. This has never happened before. I have never heard of a unicorn being harmed. They possess formidable magic, but this one. Hagrid's voice faltered. Oh, let us think positively. Since it is so gravely injured, it cannot have traveled far. We shall find it soon. They continued to navigate through the dense, dark woods. Neville was increasingly anxious, his head swiveling as he perceived the oppressive darkness as if eyes were watching them. The only solace for him was having Hagrid and his crossbow within sight. Time dragged on excruciatingly. Neville felt as though his ears were more attuned than usual, capturing every sigh of the wind and the sound of branches snapping. Throughout their journey, Harry remained vigilant, increasingly concerned for Neville, his brow furrowing deeper. Yet his worry extended beyond Neville to the silvery bloodstains on the ground. Despite knowing the outcome, he still held onto a sliver of hope. Minutes passed since they had parted ways, and their group ventured deeper into the forest. Surrounding them were sturdy trees, their lush branches intertwined, nearly forming an alternate sky. But through the tangled branches ahead, an open area became visible. A pure white figure lay beneath the moonlight, emanating a glow akin to that of the moon. Hagrid stifled a sob, cautiously leading them forward. Harry stood still, peering through the gaps in the branches as the others approached the figure. Time seemed to stretch interminably, as though it had come to a standstill. However, upon taking his first step, he realized the others had only advanced a few paces. Once the obstruction of branches was removed, everything became clear. Aside from Hagrid and Harry, the others stood frozen in shock. Indeed, lying there was the unicorn. But it was already deceased. Death did not diminish its beauty. Rather, that beauty had simply lost its vitality. Hermione raised her hand to cover her mouth. Seemingly unable to bear the sight before her, Hagrid led them onward at a leisurely pace, but an unsettlingly familiar rustling sound caused him to halt abruptly. He discerned the anomaly at once, murmuring softly as he raised his arm to block Hermione and Draco, who were intent on proceeding, and then tugged on Neville, who was ahead of them. A hooded figure emerged from the underbrush, slithering across the ground like a massive serpent, though they all recognized it as a human. They watched as the figure approached the unicorn, bowed its head, and began to drink its blood. In the depths of the silent forest, the sound of swallowing echoed as if it were right beside them. The figure lifted its head, silver blood trickling from the corners of its mouth back onto the unicorn's body. No one could discern the face hidden beneath the hood. Harry's pupils began to uncontrollably constrict, and he tightened his grip on his wand, yet his hand felt paralyzed. "Ah!" Hermione screamed. The hooded figure was crawling swiftly toward them. It was almost upon Neville, who stood at the front. Thank Merlin, Hermione's scream at least alerted Hagrid to their perilous situation. Fong trembled against Hagrid's sturdy leg, while Hagrid readied his heavy crossbow. Almost simultaneously, Neville staggered backward, clutching his forehead, only to fall to the ground. An arrow whizzed through the air, and a shadow leapt over Neville's head. Lunging at the figure, Hermione quickly rushed a few steps to help the dazed Neville to his feet, inquiring with concern, "Neville, are you all right?" "My scar feels like it's on fire," Neville gasped, "and my head feels split in two." Can you imagine that kind of pain? He couldn't think of a better way to articulate it, so he simply exclaimed, "It hurts." "What was that just now?" Hagrid roared, spinning around to survey their surroundings, ensuring their safety. "Thank you, Firenze. Truly, I appreciate it. Without you, your arrow would have done the same to drive him away." Firenze regarded the disheveled Neville, who was being supported by Hermione, with his astonishingly blue eyes, asking, "Are you the boy from the Longbottom family?" His gaze lingered on Neville's forehead, where sweat-soaked hair revealed the scar. "The forest is not safe at this time, especially for you. Hagrid should not have brought you here." Hagrid chuckled awkwardly. After Firenze spoke, he glanced at Harry, his eyes resembling pale blue sapphires. "Oh," he suddenly remarked, scrutinizing Harry intently, "you truly are a remarkable child, akin to the wondrous starry sky above." Harry's eyes widened. Suddenly, the sound of more hooves echoed from the other side of the clearing. Ronan and Bane burst forth from the thicket, their sides heaving with exertion, glistening with sweat. Thank goodness. Harry felt relieved that the topic had shifted. He feared he might never dare to face the centaurs again. "Firenze," Bane demanded, "what are you doing? What has transpired?" "We encountered something that should not be in the forest," Firenze replied coolly. "You didn't say anything, did you?" Bane's demeanor shifted to one of fury. "You know we cannot disclose the prophecies of the stars to humans." "Do not fret, Bane." The wind tousled the tips of Firenze's platinum hair. "I hadn't the chance to say anything. I was merely concerned for you." Bane pawed at the ground, stating, "We have sworn an oath. We cannot defy fate." "No need for me to say it, Bane." Firenze flicked his silver tail. "The headmaster of Hogwarts will undoubtedly know who killed the unicorn, who drank its blood in pursuit of immortality, and who lurks in the mire awaiting." "Firenze." Bane's roar interrupted him. Yet, Firenze disregarded Bane's ire, turning his gaze to Hagrid, whose face was as dark as the night itself. "I never imagined," his voice filled with disbelief. "Convey to your students the gravity of this matter." Despite Bane's unwavering glare at Firenze, he completed his thought. "The stars have been misinterpreted before. Even centaurs are not infallible. I hope this is one of those instances." "Enough, Firenze, you've said enough," Ronan gently interjected. "The forest conceals many secrets, and wizards harbor numerous mysteries. They will understand." Harry looked sharply at Ronan, his eyes wide with astonishment, yet Ronan blinked his gentle, large eyes and added, "Mars is particularly bright tonight." "I've heard that too many times today," Hagrid muttered. "Do you think he means there's much knowledge in our heads?" Hermione whispered to Neville, evidently only catching the first half of Ronan's statement. The return journey was long and tedious, with Hagrid remaining silent, and the others following suit, traversing the woods in silence for quite some time. Harry initially thought Hagrid was reluctant to discuss the matter of unicorn blood. However, as they passed through an especially dense thicket, and a warm glow appeared in the distance, Hagrid suddenly spoke up, Do you know what unicorn blood can be used for? His inquiry seemed less aimed at eliciting a response from them, as he answered himself. How could you know? In class, you only learn about its horn and tail hair. Draco blinked his gray eyes, his lips pressed tightly together. Killing a unicorn is an unspeakably horrific act, Hagrid articulated, for they possess immense magic yet remain pure and helpless. Every part of a unicorn possesses powerful magical properties, but only the blood has the ability to sustain life, even if but a breath remains. His beard trembled, disbelief saturating his tone. Yet I have never heard of anyone extending their life through unicorn blood. That is a forbidden art, one no wizard has dared to attempt. To drink unicorn blood renders one akin to a living corpse. But now there exists such a deranged individual? Harry remarked, recalling Firenze's assertion that this person would obtain another potion for life prolongation without side effects. Is there truly such a thing? Hermione covered her mouth, casting a glance at Neville. Neville's complexion was pale, yet he nodded resolutely. Well, this is not a matter for you children to concern yourselves with, Hagrid said gruffly. Regardless of whether Voldemort is real. You mean Voldemort? Hermione gasped, but he is dead, isn't? Neville. Clearly Hagrid appeared as though he wished to seal his lips. Yet he managed to utter this to Hermione. Everyone claims he is dead, but I believe Voldemort has little humanity left, thus it is improbable he could truly die. Nevertheless, it is best for you to believe he is dead. Draco clenched his fists tightly. The forest suddenly seemed to grow tumultuous. A gust of wind rustled every leaf, and the sound of large birds taking flight reverberated through the night. Having finished speaking, Hagrid nodded his heavy head. Do not speak of what occurred tonight, he cautioned repeatedly. When you return to Hogwarts, do not discuss what happened tonight with anyone. Remember, all of this is merely conjecture. I will convey this matter to Dumbledore. You all need to focus on your exam preparations. There is no need for you to worry about anything else. Once he ensured that everyone nodded in agreement, Hagrid took large strides, leading them back toward Hogwarts. Slytherin and Gryffindor exchanged farewells and goodnights in the Great Hall. The twilight hour, when midnight meets dawn, cast the corridor leading to Slytherin's dungeons into a cold and elongated shadow. Harry blinked his weary eyes, reflecting that the best part of the night was that the weekend had finally arrived, allowing him the luxury of a long, restful sleep. However, before slumber, there was one matter that required prompt attention. Harry contemplated Draco's peculiar demeanor since he had heard Voldemort's name, and he could no longer afford the luxury of carefully crafting his words to render them a tad more reasonable. Stealing a sidelong glance at Draco, he realized the situation might be even graver than he had anticipated. Draco's head was slightly bowed, and his spine no longer maintained the uprightness it had before he descended the stairs. Hagrid's words were not necessarily the truth. They were merely conjecture, weren't they? Harry struggled to articulate. The entire wizarding world was aware that the Dark Lord was dead, hence, no. Draco remained with his head down, coldly asserting, he is not dead, or rather, he cannot be said to have died completely. No Death Eater family, whether loyal or opportunistic, dared to simply accept that Voldemort was dead, for none could bear the consequences of being wrong. Harry began to ponder the significance Draco's term opportunistic carried, but when he heard Voldemort uttered from Draco's lips, he felt that all prior concerns paled in comparison. The implications hidden between the Dark Lord, the Dark Mark, and Voldemort were not merely fear, they represented a stance. Harry had always believed this. You have no idea how many dark artifacts could condemn my family to rot in Azkaban, he thought. Indeed, I only know that your father sold less than half at Borgin and Burke's. You also do not know what secrets my father hides, nor do I. Draco's voice remained as composed as ever, even as his body trembled slightly. Harry, you have no idea what kind of terror my parents endured, even after Sirius persuaded them to change sides. Pureblood advocates do not equate to murderers. Harry fell silent. The darkness that 11-year-old Draco had encountered and comprehended far surpassed what any child should bear. Perhaps that was the Malfoy family upbringing? Despite feeling that something within him had crumbled beyond recognition, Harry instinctively embraced Draco with the reflexes of a seeker. Your body is rigid. You are trembling, Harry whispered, tilting his head to press against Draco's ear. Draco, you seem as cold as this air. As the embrace lingered into the 5th second, Draco finally opened his arms to encircle Harry, holding him tightly, as if he were a man on the brink of freezing to death, seeking solace in the only warmth amidst the long, dark night, as if to dissipate all unease and fear within him. Harry, Draco murmured softly, resting his chin on Harry's left shoulder, you cannot fathom what it feels like to bear the dark mark upon your father's arm. It does not vanish. And after that year, it never faded. Harry chuckled lightly. I think I can understand that. Regulus has one on his arm. And I have always felt that Sirius has one too, you know. Draco nodded slightly, and Harry sensed a tickle on his shoulder. I feel better now, he said, releasing Harry. Harry's keen eyes caught a suspicious flush on Draco's face. and he subtly smirked. All right, now we shall finally speak the password to enter. Harry patted the wall. If Crabbe and Goyle inquire when we return tomorrow, we shall tell them the current time, so they grasp just how terrifying labor punishment can be. The unique, eerie green light of Slytherin spilled forth from the stone door. Final exams signal the promise of a bright future. Perhaps only those who have diligently engaged in thorough revision can face the daunting 8 rigorous exams with equanimity. The astronomy essay was a lengthy treatise on celestial bodies. Of course, one also requires the spirit of a 7th year. The midday sun was warm like syrup on a cake, and the sky was as blue as a vast sea of forget-me-nots. Harry and Draco lazily reclined on the lawn, awaiting the unified retake of the Gryffindor students' flying examination. Oh, of course, it was not the two of them who were retaking, after all. The flying examination merely required a simple orbit around Hogwarts at 3 different altitudes within a stipulated time, and they had essentially passed by simply mounting their brooms and moving their limbs. Yet, there were always those whose considerable size and clumsy movements, coupled with a heart so nervous it forgot to turn upon seeing a wall, resulted in their only awaiting the furious glares of Madame Hooch and a retake that would yield only an no matter how well they fared. Draco blinked his gray eyes, noticing that most of the Gryffindor students had completed their exams. Harry, don't you think one of the main reasons Crabbe and Goyle, well, is that the poor old comet simply cannot bear their weight? Draco, ever the gentleman, refrained from voicing the dire plight of Crabbe and Goyle. Oh, perhaps. Harry finally opened his eyes. Where have the Gryffindors flown to? Draco sat up, retrieving Harry's glasses from the grass and assisting him in putting them on, while simultaneously answering his previous question. If that unscathed Longbottom can safely dismount from his broom, then Gryffindor's ordeal would be over. Harry also sat up and rubbed his temples, saying, he has certainly developed some aversion to flying. I believe Madame Hooch would understand. Clearly, Harry's remark reminded Draco of some unpleasant memories tied to their Cold War concerning the memory orb incident. The smile on Draco's face vanished in an instant, a change so stark that Harry could not help but notice. I do not wish to discuss this matter any further. Oh, let us change the subject. How about the upcoming exams? Draco and Harry spoke simultaneously, then exchanged smiles. All right, Draco said. Though I would prefer to discuss purchasing a broom together in Diagon Alley during the holidays, for we can bring brooms to school in our 2nd year. The Nimbus 2000? Harry mused. I saw it in Diagon Alley last year. It looked quite decent. Not necessarily. The Nimbus series is set to release new models, and we might consider other brands. Suddenly, Draco had a burning question for Harry regarding brooms. Did James ever consider secretly procuring a broom for you? After all, he would love for you to fly on the Quidditch pitch every day. Of course he did. Especially after I wrote to him telling him that Dumbledore had given me his invisibility cloak, he promptly replied, offering to send me a Nimbus 2000 and instructed me to go to the astronomy tower at night to retrieve my owl while wearing the cloak. And then, Draco had already guessed the outcome. Harry had never mentioned this incident, nor had he ever seen the broom, and the instances of him going out in the invisibility cloak could be counted on one hand. Then, shortly thereafter, my mother wrote to inform me that the new broom was safely stored in the broom shed, awaiting my return home for the holidays to unpack it. Harry gazed at the distant scenery, shrugged. Sometimes, I truly feel happy for my parents, for they love each other and understand one another. They love you very much too. Harry, Draco said, and I love you. Harry's eyes crinkled with a smile. I love you too, Draco. It seemed as though he wanted to express something deeply buried within him, but ultimately, he refrained. I am fortunate to know you and to have grown up alongside you. A gentle breeze swept across the green grass and then toward the horizon, causing delicate ripples upon the surface of the Black Lake, while the leaves in the forbidden forest rustled softly. The sunlight was gentle, the air refreshing, and the youthful years felt as timeless as the landscapes hanging within Hogwarts. The loud shouts from Harry, Draco, and Goyle abruptly interrupted this serene moment. Draco glared at the approaching figures, his ears flushed. When Madame Hooch wrote in Nabicide both our names. I checked your scores, Goyle exclaimed excitedly. Oh, you both received O. Isn't that to be expected? Draco scoffed at their exaggerated surprise. Of course. Is there any score higher than O? Harry and Draco chimed in unison, eliciting begrudging glares from Crabbe and Goyle, who felt trampled by their camaraderie. All right. Harry rose to his feet, helping Draco up from the grass. What exams do we have this afternoon? He inquired. Charms. No, the written test is scheduled before the practical, Draco replied. We have astronomy this afternoon. He adjusted his clothes and suggested, shall we head to dinner? The astronomy exam was manageable, aside from the heat in the classroom, and the practical exam posed no challenges either. Harry and Draco deftly made a pineapple dance a jig across the desk, transforming a mouse into a courtly snuff box. Save for Harry's unfortunate sneeze during the potions exam, which earned him an E from Snape. Harry felt the exams were significantly less stressful than regular classes. With 2 or 3 subjects a day, once finished, there was nothing more to worry about. However, the day of the herbology and magical creatures exam was somewhat grim. That morning they had just wrestled with a particularly obstinate potion in the greenhouse, leaving them covered in dirt. And in the afternoon, they had to regurgitate all they knew about Hagrid's ink-spewing creatures while facing his unpredictable questions. Finally, in History of Magic, Professor Binns predictably focused on the lengthy narratives of the past, and Harry answered with ease. As Professor Binns glanced at the clock and instructed them to set down their quills and roll up their parchment, the entire first-year class erupted into cheers. Harry, Draco, and their classmates strolled out of the castle, meandering beside the Black Lake, contemplating how to spend their joyous week. Draco mentioned that if he achieved all OS, he would be rewarded handsomely. Isn't that just all OS, then? Harry queried. No, it's 100 galleons per subject, Draco clarified. He then asked Harry if his mother, Lily, had promised him a reward. My reward will probably be that broom in the broom cupboard, Harry mused, calculating in his mind how much Draco could earn over 7 years. Before he leaned against a tree, watching Draco bounce around like a gleeful galleon. Not far away, a giant squid basked in the warm shallows of the lake, while George, Fred, and Lee Jordan crouched by the water's edge, and Neville, Hermione, and Ron lounged beneath a tree. Harry leaned against a tree by the Black Lake, observing as Neville suddenly sprang up and dashed down the lawn, with Ron and Hermione in pursuit, the three gradually fading towards Hagrid's hut, a smile tugging at his lips. Now, all he needed to do was patiently wait and devise a plan to join in. It was evident that Hagrid was completely unaware that he had divulged the secret of the Philosopher's Stone to the hooded figure. Did everyone not know that if they got Hagrid drunk, it was rather easy to coax information from him? Neville, far from Hagrid's hut, could no longer contain himself and shouted that hooded figure was likely Snape. Or perhaps it was Voldemort, and Hagrid had carelessly let slip the secret of the stone. Oh, Neville, Ron whispered, I suspect that hooded figure must indeed be Snape. Remember his previous foot injury? He must have deceived Hagrid at the pub because he couldn't get past the stone. The Dark Lord is his superior, waiting for him to deliver the Philosopher's Stone into his hands. Ron's conjecture was met with agreement from Neville and Hermione. This is serious, Neville asserted. We learned this information too late. We must find a suitable solution. They hurried back to the castle, resolved to inform Dumbledore, which seemed the best course of action. However, the only issue was that they did not know where Dumbledore's office was located. A turn of fortune soon presented itself when Professor McGonagall appeared in the entrance hall, clutching a large stack of books. She seemed intent on heading upstairs, but upon seeing the three of them, inquired, Why aren't you three outside? Glancing at the lovely weather outside, she added, We wish to see Professor Dumbledore. Hermione bravely replied before McGonagall ascended the staircase. Want to see Professor Dumbledore? McGonagall repeated, seemingly in good spirits after the end of exam week. But unfortunately, Dumbledore had left 10 minutes prior on an urgent matter. She said, observing their disappointed faces. Do you have something important to discuss? A family issue? No, Professor, Neville hesitated, unsure of whether to speak up, but Hermione gave him a resolute look. They fully trusted Professor McGonagall. It's about the Philosopher's Stone. Someone is attempting to steal it. Upon hearing the latter half of the statement, McGonagall's expression shifted from shock to seriousness. Well, I don't know how you learned about the Philosopher's Stone, but it is under strict protection. Trust me, no one can steal it. Neville wanted to say more, but McGonagall clearly had no intention of allowing him to speak further. Now, you three go outside and enjoy the sunshine, and don't fret about the Philosopher's Stone. Think instead about the exams you just finished. With that, she ascended the stairs. Neville, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, dejected as they headed outside, yet they had no intention of simply basking in the sun. Their minds were restless. So they were oblivious to Harry making his way toward the door until they collided with him, as if awakening from a stupor. Hey, Harry, Hermione greeted, masking her concern. What are you up to? I'm on my way. Harry pointed to the upstairs, just as he noticed the clearly troubled expressions on their faces. He asked in surprise, What's wrong? Have you received your scores? Did you do poorly? No, it's not about the grades, Neville said weakly, then suddenly looked up at Harry as if struck by a thought. No, Harry, could you help us with something? Oh, of course, Harry shrugged casually. In the next moment, Neville pulled him away, explaining the situation as they walked, while Hermione and Ron filled in the gaps he missed. Tonight, Neville urged Harry as they walked a considerable distance, with Hermione and Ron closely trailing behind. They finally stopped in a deserted corridor. Snape is going to traverse the trapdoor tonight. He has everything he needs, and has now tricked Dumbledore away from the school. Harry nudged Neville, and then called out boldly, Good afternoon, Professor. Neville looked up, bewildered, and upon seeing Snape at the end of the corridor, his chubby face turned pale with fear. Good afternoon, Snape replied, casting a glance at the three Gryffindors behind Harry. In this weather, you shouldn't be cooped up indoors, he remarked with a smirk. And 3 Gryffindors with a Slytherin? I do think you were bullying our house students. We were just, Neville began, but he wasn't quite sure how to articulate it. Professor, Harry interjected. Looking up at Snape, we're just taking a stroll down the corridor, discussing the exams we just finished. His green eyes sparkled with mischief. There's no rule against Slytherins and Gryffindors conversing, is there? None at all, Neville noted, surprised to find Snape so amiable. However, I must advise you Gryffindors, Snape said. Fixing his gaze on Neville, you can't afford to lose any more points. Unless, of course, you intend to deliver the House Cup directly to Slytherin, in which case, disregard my previous statement. Additionally, Mr. Potter, Snape's icy gaze locked onto Harry, if I catch you wandering about at all hours again, I will personally see to your expulsion. Thanks for the warning, Professor. I'll be sure to inform Draco, Harry replied with a smile. Snape scoffed, seemingly unimpressed by Harry's bravado, and strode past them, heading toward the staff room. As the 4 of them ventured farther, they finally halted in a secluded corner. Now, Neville was not only certain that no professor could overhear them, but also felt confident that no one could hear their conversation. To be honest, it's not that I'm biased or anything, Harry said earnestly, looking at the 3 of them. Professor Snape is unlikely to be the one plotting to steal the Philosopher's Stone, even though your analysis is indeed quite logical and supported by substantial evidence. Of course, this is merely my personal opinion. Neville looked at Harry, understanding his perspective. Considering that Snape was the head of Slytherin House, if we believe Snape is the one planning to steal the stone, would you still assist us? He inquired. Harry nodded. I will help you. I too wish to uncover who is truly after the Philosopher's Stone. However, he chuckled, I have absolutely no idea what you intend to do. Are you planning to head to the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor? The last hurrah before the holidays? Something like that, Hermione replied, her face adorned with a fearless expression. They then briefly explained their intentions to Harry, detailing their reasoning behind it. Harry displayed remarkable composure, even when the names of Voldemort and the mysterious figure, Ron, were mentioned multiple times. Neville felt it necessary to express gratitude to Harry for confronting Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest, believing that Harry's experience enabled him to trust their words so readily. Oh, certainly not. If Neville had known that Harry had waited outside the door for them for quite some time, timing their encounter, he would never have thought so. Harry listened as the trio recounted events he had personally experienced and subtly influenced throughout the year, striving to exhibit surprise, shock, disbelief, and other emotions at appropriate moments. Eventually, after they finished, Harry posed a crucial question. All right, I think I understand. But how do you plan to proceed? Are you intending to traverse the trapdoor at a specific time? Neville fell silent, as did Ron and Hermione. They currently lacked a concrete plan, their actions being driven by circumstance. But ultimately, that's how it is, Neville said. Perhaps after curfew? We should avoid being discovered. Harry expressed his astonishment. Tonight? Yes, Neville reasoned. Whoever intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone will find tonight an opportune moment. Moreover, Professor Dumbledore is likely the one who has drawn attention away, so the sooner we act, the better chance we have of securing the stone. Indeed, Ron and Hermione concurred. Harry was perplexed as to when they had reached such a dangerous consensus. Ordinarily, Hermione would have advised Neville against engaging in such perilous activities. Now I see how I can assist you, Harry said, striving to steady his emotions and feigning sudden realization. Interrupting their conversation. I can ensure you remain undetected, though it might prove a bit challenging for the 4 of us. He added, I possess an invisibility cloak. Upon uttering these words, he noticed the eyes of the 3 before him brighten momentarily, making him feel akin to a sumptuous fruitcake. We, the 4 of us? Neville was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe his ears. The twist in events came too swiftly. I could handle this adventure alone. You actually intend to act alone? Ron exclaimed, incredulity etched upon his face. No way, that's out of the question. Hermione blinked. If we're participating, we must see it through, right? After all my efforts this semester, should I not take the exam? Not to mention, it was you who invited me initially, Harry said. Given that I am aware of your plans, it is essential that you include me. What if I impulsively seek out a professor for a chat? Even if I don't, I must accompany you to safeguard my family heirloom, the invisibility cloak. After this speech, Harry couldn't help but chuckle. However, Neville stammered, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Yet aware it was not the right moment to express such feelings, being caught would lead to expulsion. Neville, Ron lamented, if you could refrain from jinxing yourself, our endeavor tonight might go considerably smoother. Fear not, with the cloak in hand. As long as we are cautious, we shall remain unseen, Harry assured them confidently. As they walked, they casually outlined a rudimentary action plan. It was indisputable that all would commence after curfew, yet the distance between Gryffindor and Slytherin posed a significant challenge. After Hermione's suggestion of convening at a specific location was entirely dismissed, They struggled to propose any viable alternatives. Meeting at a designated spot was unfeasible, as they could not guarantee that those without the protection of the invisibility cloak would remain undiscovered. Nevertheless, Harry's participation in this venture was non-negotiable, despite being in Slytherin. It did not diminish their trust in him. Harry remained silent for a considerable time. There is but one solution, he finally stated. Let us agree on a time. I will don the invisibility cloak and come to Gryffindor to retrieve you. Right here, as he stood on the staircase. He had to rise on his toes to glimpse the portrait of the fat lady, which marked the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. Very well, until tonight. I believe you can achieve what you set out to do, Harry declared, adjusting his glasses. Now, I must leave before anyone notices a Slytherin conversing with 3 Gryffindors atop the Gryffindor Tower. Good luck to us. Very good luck. All will be well. No disturbances arose, nor did any professors take notice of them. During dinner, Neville exchanged a furtive glance with Harry, a look laden with meaning known only to a select few. Moments later, they returned to their respective common rooms. Neville, Ron, and Hermione needed to linger long enough in the common room. This proved challenging, as exams had concluded, and they no longer required late-night study sessions to memorize potion brewing sequences or lengthy historical accounts. However, a comfort tinged with melancholy settled upon them. As long as they remained quiet and did not disturb others, they would go unnoticed. Hermione busied herself poring over her notes, hoping to stumble upon a spell they might need to counteract later. Neville and Ron spoke little, each lost in thoughts about their impending endeavor. Time marched on, precise and unwavering. In the Slytherin common room, Harry found his copy of 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi on the table and approached Draco, waving him over. Draco observed Harry's retreating figure as he ascended the stairs and turned to Crabbe and Goyle, both of whom shook their heads in confusion, indicating they did not comprehend Harry's intentions. Of course, Draco did not expect them to understand. Very well, Draco shrugged, rising from the sofa. Though he did not fully grasp Harry's meaning, it seemed wise to follow him. The corridor was serene, warm yellow light illuminating each door, the sound of their footsteps echoing rhythmically against the marble floor. Draco trailed behind Harry, who held the book, contemplating how to broach the subject. After all, the holidays were approaching, and he wished to avoid another quarrel with Draco over the events of that evening. Harry pushed open the door and stepped inside, Draco following suit and shutting the door behind him. Is there something you wish to discuss? Draco inquired, gazing into Harry's bright green eyes framed by glasses, his own gray eyes gradually filling with a sense of delight. Though I understand that this matter you're bringing to me is one you've kept hidden, Draco paused, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The secret you've been concealing. I don't wish to keep it from you any longer, Harry replied hastily. Draco, you must believe me. Upon hearing Harry's words, Draco chuckled again. Although this smile was somewhat warmer than the previous one, Harry still felt a twinge of unease. I know, Draco remarked. You do not wish to conceal things from me, yet you find yourself compelled to do so. However, are you not supposed to reveal something to me? Harry wished to articulate his thoughts, yet he refrained from uttering any evasive or diverting remarks, so he remained silent. Observing your current expression, Draco's smile faded, and his voice took on a chill reminiscent of the wind in the night sky. So, I was mistaken, was I? You do not intend to divulge anything to me. Rather, you merely wish to convey that there are things you cannot reveal? Perhaps it is because you still cannot fully trust me, despite the fact that we have essentially grown up together. Draco's gaze was frigid. Is it because my family hails from a lineage steeped in dark magic, given that my father was once a Death Eater and my mother wholeheartedly supported him? He suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly and shook his head. I know it isn't for that reason. I am merely attempting to justify myself, though I truly have no right to cast blame upon you here. Harry, do you recall the month preceding the start of term? I did not seek you out, nor did I pin you any letters. Harry squinted, clearly recalling the matter. You did not come to celebrate my 11th birthday, nor did you include a note with your gift, and when I sent you chocolate, you did not write back. Indeed, Draco appeared somewhat taken aback, evidently surprised that Harry remembered so vividly, and it seemed he might even be complaining. During that month, my father and I were occupied with sorting through all of the Malfoy family's unsavory possessions, as he had received word that the Ministry of Magic was planning a significant inspection. A splendid excuse. But I fail to see how that correlates with your month of silence towards me. In that moment, Harry was struck by a thought, a question, which he voiced directly. Did you, come across a diary while you were sorting? Upon uttering those words, Harry experienced an instant of regret. However, the fervent anticipation of a satisfactory answer eclipsed all his trepidation. A diary? Draco repeated, then nodded. Yes, there are numerous books in the Malfoy residence. I did not pay much attention. The flicker of hope that had ignited within Harry was abruptly extinguished, leaving only the faintest wisp of smoke. Yet, Draco did not afford him much time to mourn or ponder. for he then posed a question that rendered Harry speechless. Is this diary also one of your secrets that you cannot share with me? Once more, Harry fell silent. However, internally, he responded, not merely one of them, but rather a part of the secrets encompassing them. Draco observed the uncertainty in his eyes and decided to grant him a reprieve. Very well, do not strain yourself to find an answer. I am always reluctant to press you too hard. Just as Harry was about to express his gratitude, Draco confidently proclaimed something that left him somewhat exasperated. I believe I shall eventually discover it. I will inform you, as I have promised. Harry hastily affirmed his stance. Who knows, perhaps I might learn it even sooner than you anticipate. Draco smirked playfully, then continued. So, shall we discuss what you plan to do tonight? Harry's mouth fell agape as he realized that since entering the room, he had been led by Draco's whims. And now Draco was guiding him back to the starting point. I plan to venture out cloaked in invisibility, possibly returning soon, or perhaps not until morning. What are you going out for? Does that also belong to the realm of the unspeakable? Draco inquired, though this question was merely a jest at Harry's expense. Despite feeling stifled, Draco chose to respect Harry's choice and believed that one day he would reveal everything to him. Harry fell silent once more, finding himself at a loss for words. Well, the invisibility cloak is at the very bottom of the trunk. Do take care. Draco cautioned carefully. I can surmise some of what you are up to, considering I have overheard the Gryffindor trio during our library visits. Oh, why does it feel as though Draco's intelligence has suddenly surged? Could it be that the Draco who once expressed concern over my proximity to Gryffindor, exhibiting an intense childish possessiveness, has been reborn? Harry's inner thoughts remained hidden from his countenance, which revealed a hint of surprise and a greater sense of inevitability. Draco observed Harry, playfully winking. I will not breathe a word of what I know to anyone, so do not fret. I am not worried that you would disclose it. Harry thought. Furthermore, I hope you enjoy yourself tonight, Harry, though I would prefer that you think of me alone in this empty room while you revel. Forgive me for being unable to deduce what about this room makes you feel so desolate. 2 beds pushed together cannot possibly be larger than yours alone. Lastly, let us make a wager, Draco said in a teasing tone, though Harry understood that he spoke the truth. I wager that although you cannot tell me what you will experience tonight, I will learn it soon enough. I do not wager, Harry quickly replied, then dashed to the trunk to retrieve the invisibility cloak. Grasping the cloak, he glanced at the clock and, as he approached the door, said to Draco, Sweet dreams, Draco. How could I have sweet dreams without you here? Draco replied behind him in a voice feigning sorrow. And Harry would wager 1,000 galleons that once he closed the door, Draco would undoubtedly burst into laughter within the room. Draco wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes and gently posed a question to the closed door. And what about your magic, Harry? At this moment, his voice was imbued with genuine sorrow. If you do not wish to share your secrets with me, then why do you not conceal them from me? Or is it that you are unable to hide them from me? As time progressed and the night deepened, the darkness outside thickened. A crescent moon hung in the starry sky, casting a gentle glow. The Gryffindor common room, too, grew quieter with the passage of time. As students retired to their beds one by one, and the number of people in the common room dwindled. What time is it? Ron inquired. At that moment, the last student finally stretched and yawned before departing. 10:55. Hermione glanced at the clock, closed her notebook, and placed it on the table. Neville stood up. Well, we should head out. He steadied his breathing. Neville could feel his heart racing in his chest. He was aware that tonight he was about to undertake a perilous endeavor. He was frightened and anxious, yet he also understood that this was something that must be done, though he knew he might confront Voldemort. The thought that this was the very person who had slain his parents filled him with an inexhaustible sense of strength. He believed he could accomplish this task. He and his companions, Neville, Ron, and Hermione, stood together before the portrait hole, stepping out, then quickly descended the staircase. But the staircase was empty, devoid of anything. They traversed through the trapdoor. At that moment, all the clocks within Hogwarts struck 11, their deep, resonant chimes echoing throughout the castle. As the first toll rang out, Neville and the others witnessed an astonishing sight. Harry's head slowly emerged into view, first his hair, then his forehead. Glasses, but Harry merely revealed his head from beneath the invisibility cloak. The scene was quite unnerving. Just imagine, at midnight, on the staircase of an ancient school, a student's head floating in midair, gently swaying. What are you all standing there for? Harry urged anxiously. Unaware of the fright his current appearance instilled in the 3 before him, his mind was wholly preoccupied with the impending events. Hurry over. I do not wish to be discovered before we even embark, Harry reiterated. We should probably don the invisibility cloak here and see if it can conceal all 4 of us. I think we might need to bend down, just in case. If Filch sees a pair of feet walking on the ground, Harry paused. Oh, well, we won't be discovered if we don't bend down. Once the 4 of them were cloaked in the invisibility cloak, Harry realized that he had not only underestimated the cloak's capacity, but also overestimated their current height. They descended the final staircase, departing from Gryffindor Tower. The night at Hogwarts was imbued with an eerie and mysterious hue, although torches flickered in nearly every corridor. Their yellow flames illuminated only small patches of darkness. Harry sensed Neville and the others were tense, as the surrounding silence and their close proximity amplified their hurried breaths, quickening Harry's own heartbeat. Alongside his anxiety, excitement coursed through him. In this heightened emotional state, every statue lurking in the shadows appeared to be Filch's silhouette, while every whisper of wind seemed to carry the ghostly rush of Peeves towards them. Yet, they encountered neither Filch nor Peeves, merely spotting the fat lady at the staircase entrance. The other three declined Ron's perilous suggestion, cautiously circumventing her. They traversed the corridors without encountering a soul, successfully arriving at the stairway leading to the 4th floor. To Harry's astonishment, Peeves was absent from this location, which he deemed fortunate. Mere seconds later, they stood before the door outside the corridor of the 4th floor, which was ajar. Neville glanced at them, took several deep breaths, and then, as if summoning his courage, addressed the trio. "If you wish to retreat now, I shan't hold it against you," he added. "And Harry, thank you for the invisibility cloak and your trust. If you decide to leave, you may take the cloak. I no longer require it." Hermione quickly interjected, "Don't say such foolishness," but her words faltered. For Harry disregarded the three of them and boldly pushed open the door. With a creaking sound, they were greeted by a melodious symphony and the deep, rhythmic sound of snoring. The four entered, closing the door behind them, and discovered a harp that played continuously at the feet of the sleeping Fluffy. Neville stared in astonishment at the scene before him, momentarily bewildered by its absurdity. They watched, none of them pulling down the invisibility cloak, and soon realized it was unnecessary, as not only was the cloak ineffective, but their hair was also being tousled by Fluffy's immense breaths. "Well, it's asleep, which confirms that Snape has already been here," Harry mused, stowing the invisibility cloak away. He had nearly countered Ron's assertions about Snape, but refrained. After all, correcting biases depends solely on one's own realizations. What others say holds little value. The remaining three approached Fluffy cautiously. Yet the simultaneous exhalations from the three massive heads made it difficult for them to muster the courage to advance. The closer they drew to Fluffy, the more potent the warm, foul breath of the three heads became. "Its breath is rancid," Hermione exclaimed in disgust. Their previously unimpeded adventure had finally encountered its first obstacle. Fluffy's large paw rested squarely upon the trapdoor, necessitating its removal. Harry exchanged glances with Neville, who nodded, asserting, "We'd best hurry." Fluffy's fur was both resilient and silky. When Harry touched its massive paw, he felt as if the paw was broader than his entire body. With a firm push, they managed to shift the trapdoor. Peering down, they observed what appeared to be an unfathomable black abyss. "I'll go first," Neville declared. Though somewhat timidly, he felt a sense of responsibility for leading Ron and the others into this peril and deemed it necessary to be the first to descend. "Wait for my signal. If anything goes awry, make haste to find Professor McGonagall or send for Dumbledore." Neville abruptly paused. "Don't you think it's eerily quiet?" he inquired. "Jump," Harry urged, giving Neville a gentle shove, and then grasping Hermione and Ron's hands, they leapt together. The cold, damp air rushed past their ears, and after what felt like several minutes of falling, they landed upon something soft. Neville looked up. The hole above appeared merely as a speck of light. While Fluffy's three massive heads resembled patterns upon a postage stamp, their loud barking echoing as if it were still right beside them. "Do you think the last person did that on purpose? Why else would the harp stop so conveniently?" Ron muttered. "What is this? Just waiting to catch people?" Harry, of course, recognized it immediately. He almost leaped down from the devil's snare after landing. "Hey," he called into the darkness, unsure what awaited them. "I suggest you all hurry down." "Thanks for the heads up, mate," Ron replied, "but I might not be able to make it down." Harry wasn't overly concerned. He called out to Hermione and Neville. Perhaps due to her heightened sensitivity, Hermione immediately felt something wrapping around her ankle as she descended, yet she managed to struggle free. Neville seemed to fare better than Ron. "It's the devil's snare," he stated, the herbology expert in him shining through. "Ron, stop struggling." "Harry or Hermione, could one of you conjure some fire? This plant is averse to heat." Harry raised his wand. Half a minute later, Neville and Ron landed safely. "There's only one path," Harry declared, wishing for them to move quickly. Once Neville and Ron touched down, he pointed towards the dimly lit stone corridor, saying, "Let us go." The corridor sloped downward, seemingly leading straight to the depths of the earth. Water droplets from the black lake trickled down the walls, dripping as if the very air was saturated. The four walked quietly, their successful passage through the first challenge instilling a newfound confidence in them. While still cautious, they bore a sense of ease. Undoubtedly, the devil's snare had been set by Professor Sprout, Neville analyzed, his voice echoing slightly against the walls. With Fluffy, we've passed 2 challenges. Who knows what awaits us next? It seems we shall find out soon, Harry replied. As the light at the end of the corridor expanded, they were about to exit the narrow passage, the faint rustling and ringing sounds growing clearer. Harry squinted, as if he could discern tiny, bright specks in the distance. And his heartbeat quickened. He had joined this endeavor primarily to assist them here. It seemed to be the sound of small wings flapping. Harry listened intently before saying, "Metallic little things." Ron pondered, like winged kettle lids. His lack of imagination prompted such a response. "Perhaps," Harry replied, unsure how to respond to Ron. He quickened his pace, stepping out of the corridor, and the air instantly felt much drier. Hermione gasped, her mouth agape in surprise. She had not anticipated that the narrow corridor would lead to such an expansive chamber. Dozens of robust marble columns connected the floor to the towering arched ceiling, giving her the impression that these pillars supported Hogwarts itself. Yet, what astonished her even more were the dazzling little birds flitting about. They were breathtaking. Drawn to the beauty of these creatures, Hermione gazed at the jewel-like birds, only to suddenly realize that something about their appearance seemed off. No, this door won't open. Neville despondently released the doorknob. Hermione quickly comprehended the situation. Of course it wouldn't open. Pointing to the sky, she remarked, "The key is up there. It's so high." Clearly, the professors had recognized this issue as well. Harry pointed to a nearby area. "The brooms are ready for us." "Oh right," Ron exclaimed. "Now the only question is how to find the right key among these thousands flying around. We don't even know what it looks like." "An old-fashioned large key," Hermione observed, having crept closer to the door to examine it. Judging by the appearance of the door, the key was likely silver and perhaps shaped somewhat like a doorknob. Yet even knowing what the key resembled, catching it would be quite a challenge, primarily due to the overwhelming number of keys present. With a sigh, Neville lamented his low-flying scores, but suddenly, an odd expression crossed his face, his gaze fixed on Harry in an unsettling manner. "Thank goodness I sought your assistance, Harry," Neville exclaimed excitedly. "Do you recall when you caught my remembrall during your first flying lesson? Ron has recounted that moment to me numerous times." His tone was imbued with admiration and envy. "You fly so brilliantly. You surely can catch that key now." "I'll give it a try," Harry replied, without further ado. Seizing a broomstick, with a powerful push of his legs, he soared into the cluster of shimmering lights, prepared for the onslaught. Harry remained calm as the keys accelerated around him, although Neville and the others below nearly broke into a cold sweat. Navigating through the ocean of lights, Harry weaved among the keys, which zipped past him with a swiftness that paled in comparison to the golden snitch. Observing closely, he recalled that he had once been the youngest seeker in Hogwarts history, possessing a remarkable achievement of catching the snitch in just 5 minutes. Even if he did not join the Quidditch team as a first year, his exceptional flying skills were deeply rooted in the bloodline of the Potter family. "I found it," he shouted to the 3 on the ground. "Let me see if I can catch it." With that, Harry began to accelerate. Although this old broomstick could not rival the Nimbus 2000, let alone the Firebolt, the injured key appeared to move at a snail's pace in Harry's eyes. Seizing the moment, he surged forward, the broom humming gently beneath him, and grasped the weary key. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry descended beside the door, swiftly unlocking it before releasing the pitiful key. As it wobbled back towards the shimmering lights, it was evident that it was significantly duller than the others. Crossing through the door, they entered a world shrouded in darkness. From the threshold, they could make out the vague shapes of towering, oddly shaped objects within. Neville swallowed nervously, a sudden tension gripping him. However, the darkness of the room was not eternal. As they took their first step, magic ignited the lights, flooding the chamber with brightness. In this illumination, the glossy black and white chess pieces gleamed with a chilling radiance, reflecting their astonished visages from various angles. Although these pieces were colossal, they were exquisitely crafted. While Harry was not particularly fond of wizard's chess, he could discern that the pieces were carved with remarkable lifelikeness, especially the knights. As all the human-like pieces lacked facial features, Ron, well-versed in wizard's chess, first glanced down at the enormous board beneath his feet before moving closer to inspect the pieces. The sudden illumination had startled him. Yet, the opposing white pieces granted him no reprieve, as Ron approached within a few steps. The front rank of soldiers unsheathed their swords in unison. Though made of stone, the swords gleamed with a deadly edge, capable of inflicting harm. "It's clear," Ron declared, pointing at the White Queen, behind whom stood a door. "We must win this game of chess to proceed." He turned back to the black pieces, contemplating. "I fear we must replace the pieces and battle alongside them." After a brief pause, he added, "It's best if I replace 3 pieces, me, Neville, and Hermione." Harry, uncertain of what it meant to take the place of 3 pieces on the board, recognized Ron's reasoning for choosing Neville and Hermione. just as he would have chosen Draco in a similar predicament. They were the allies he could rely on in battle. Please don't be upset, Harry. This truly is the best strategy one could devise, Ron hurriedly explained after naming his choices. In his view, without Harry, they would not have navigated the keys so effortlessly. And he felt grateful, genuinely believing Harry to be a trustworthy friend, despite his Slytherin affiliation. But there are 3 Gryffindors here, Ron thought. Of course not. I know nothing of wizard's chess, Harry replied, calming himself. All right then, Ron took several deep breaths. Feeling the weight of trust from Neville and Hermione bolster his confidence, while simultaneously pressing a heavy burden upon his shoulders. Neville, you take the position of the bishop, Hermione. You take the castle. Harry stepped back from the board. As for me, Ron said, looking up at the pieces beside him, I will be the knight. As Harry silently stepped down from the board, a knight, a bishop, and a castle from the black side turned to follow him, leaving 3 vacant positions that Ron, Neville, and Hermione occupied with palpable tension. The rules dictate that the white pieces move first, Ron stated, gazing across the board as a white pawn advanced 2 squares. Now, it's our turn. Harry and the 3 pieces stood at the edge, watching the game unfold. Although this was not akin to some wizard's chess games where pieces launched various attacks at one another, witnessing the towering figures wielding weapons and knocking their opponents off the board was undeniably thrilling. As Harry observed the unfolding battle from below, he felt a strange thrill, perhaps due to not being directly involved, except for the moment when he attempted to sneak around the edge of the board towards the door, only to be menaced by the White Queen brandishing her sword. In that instant, he felt her piercing gaze, despite her lack of eyes. Though not particularly skilled at wizard's chess, Harry could glean some understanding from watching Ron play. Despite the white pieces capturing many black pieces, Neville and Hermione remained unscathed, proving Ron's prowess. As the situation grew increasingly perilous, it also drew closer to conclusion. Harry silently observed Ron, noting that the combined total of pieces on the board had dwindled to fewer than 10. Ron had lingered on this move for quite some time, leading Harry to suspect that the game might soon require a sacrifice from him. Yes, Ron murmured. This is the only way. I must be taken. Harry watched from below, feeling like an outsider aware of the truth. Ignoring Neville and Hermione's protests, Ron recognized this as their sole opportunity, and as both a player and a knight. He was determined to do everything in his power to secure victory. The knight moves to h3, Ron declared, uttering the most resolute words of the evening. Harry watched in silence as Knight Ron advanced several squares, standing before the White Queen, who then struck him down with a fierce blow. Amid Hermione's sobs, a trembling Neville moved left 3 squares, the king's crown falling at his feet. But he had no time to concern himself with the crown as he and Hermione hurried to Ron's side, while Harry was already beside him. He just fainted. We must end this quickly and take Ron to Madame Pomfrey, Harry urged, rising to his feet. Together with the silent Neville and Hermione, he stepped over the remnants of countless fallen pieces, traversing the dust-laden marble board towards the door. Behind that door lies either Quirrell or Snape, Hermione said. Neville grasped the doorknob, glancing back at the chessboard, which had reverted to its original state, with Ron's figure obscured by layers of white pieces. Harry rubbed his nose. Let us go, Neville said as he opened the door. A nauseating stench surged from the ajar door, prompting Harry to immediately cover his nose with his clothing. Followed suit by Neville and Hermione. It's Quirrell, Hermione said, tears streaming down her face. A colossal troll, grievously battered, lay motionless on the floor, its fate uncertain. We must hurry, Harry exclaimed, suppressing a retch as the foul stench of the troll invaded his senses. The 3 of them dashed through the next door as if fleeing for their lives. Just as they crossed the threshold, purple flames sealed their escape route, while simultaneously, black flames barred their advance. Regrettably, they lacked the energy to ponder their predicament. Each of them gasped for the tasteless air, wiping tears from their faces with their sleeves. Harry endeavored to disregard the peculiar taste lingering in his throat and gazed at the table before him, adorned with 7 uniquely shaped bottles. It was Professor Snape's magic. Harry picked up the parchment inscribed with clues. What do you think we should do? He asked. Danger lies ahead, safety behind. 2 among us can assist you. Drink them. 1 will lead you forward, the other will return you to your original place. 2 contain the potion of nettles. 3 are poison, lying in wait. Choose wisely. Unless you wish to remain here indefinitely. We also provide 4 hints to aid your selection. First, no matter how cunningly the poisons conceal themselves, they all stand to the left of the potion of nettles. Second, the contents of the bottles at either end differ. If you wish to advance, they will not serve you. Third, you will notice the bottles vary in size. There is no death among the giants and dwarfs. Fourth, the second from the left and the second from the right, though differing in appearance, share the same taste. Hermione meticulously read the parchment aloud, then turned to Harry with a smile. Harry, This is truly an intriguing exercise in logic. Professor Snape is remarkably clever. You know, many wizards throughout history lacked any logical reasoning, and they are doomed to remain trapped here forever. Neville wore a look of confusion. Harry pondered. He could not recall any mention in history of magic of wizards devoid of logical reasoning, but Hermione was already lost in thought, pointing at the bottles and muttering to herself. You see it too, don't you, Harry? A minute later, Hermione's face lit up with understanding. This is utterly fascinating. Yes. Harry nodded, finally grasping the situation. The smallest bottle could pass through the black flames before them, while the rightmost bottle would return them home. Hermione echoed him. Neville had already picked up the smallest bottle, shaking it before declaring, "Very little. I'll watch you go back first." He smiled at Harry and Hermione. Hermione, however, could not share in the mirth. She was deeply concerned for Neville. What if Voldemort is in there? Well, I doubt Voldemort has returned, but even if he is, I'm not afraid, Neville replied boldly, pointing to his scar. Since he couldn't kill me 11 years ago, he can't do it now. Hermione understood Neville's resolve. She merely wiped her tears and embraced him. You will be fine, she said with conviction, her voice thick with emotion. Following Hermione, Harry also embraced Neville tightly, silently apologizing, for he could not find the words. Neville, you know, you are an extraordinary wizard, Harry said, while Hermione vigorously nodded in agreement. Although I wish I could accompany you inside, I believe the one who ultimately must confront Voldemort is neither Hermione nor me, but you, only you. In his heart, Harry felt a sense of melancholy, realizing that this time, Neville was the boy who lived and the savior, while he would merely be one among many. Aiding him in the battle against Voldemort, though presently, he could do nothing. I'm not as remarkable as you, Neville said, feeling quite embarrassed. Nor as clever as you and Hermione. Me? Hermione chuckled. I merely study diligently, leaning on a bit of cleverness. When it comes to courage, I can't compare to you and Harry, and I rely solely on courage and a modicum of talent, Harry replied with a smile, patting Neville on the shoulder. Good luck, brother. Neville vigorously wiped his eyes, turning them red. Seeing this, Harry couldn't help but smile, feeling as if he were witnessing the tearful Neville of old. You drink first, Neville said. Once you're out, hurry to find Ron and take him to Madame Pomfrey, then find an owl to write to Professor Dumbledore. That person inside still needs to be handled. Right. Hermione nodded earnestly. She took a sip from the round bottle on the far right, shivering as she passed it to Harry, who followed suit, experiencing a similar chill. Goodbye, Neville said calmly, waving his hand. Be careful, Neville, Hermione said tearfully. After speaking, she resolutely stepped through the purple flames, seemingly battling the urge to stay. Harry followed closely, but as he entered the flames, he glanced back, seeing Neville down the smallest bottle in one gulp before plunging into the black flames. Taking a deep breath, Harry whispered, "Good luck to us," as the flames enveloped him. The other potion would return them home. Beyond the frigid air, there was one drawback. They would have to traverse the room reeking of troll once more. As Harry tightly covered his mouth and nose, he silently mused. Thank goodness every time Lily scolded him and James, she merely said they acted like brainless trolls. In hindsight, that was a compliment compared to the odor. Finally escaping the room where the troll lay, slamming the door behind them to isolate the stench, Harry nearly collapsed. Gasping for air that still tasted faintly of smoke and ash, feeling as though he were reborn, stripped of the troll's odor's lethality. The events of the night had depleted his mental and emotional strength. Harry felt as if his head were filled with lead, wishing to simply drift into slumber. Yet, amid these thoughts, he was acutely aware that this was far from over, at least not for him and Hermione. They lay on the ground, catching their breath before helping each other up. Time was of the essence. Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance, understanding the unspoken message in each other's eyes. They trudged heavily toward Ron, supporting him on either side, making their way toward the door. In the room with the keys, Harry and Hermione seized 2 brooms, with Harry guiding Ron as they flew, while Hermione employed light to dispel the devil's snare, creating sufficient space for them to pass through, preparing for what would be the most daunting challenge they had yet to face. Despite both Harry and Hermione claiming they had lost the spirit to sing to soothe the devil's snare, they nonetheless had to begin singing long before reaching the trapdoor. Alas, all for the sake of precaution. Harry, have you decided what to sing? Hermione asked, illuminating the dark passage with her wand. Given its narrowness, they flew slowly, one behind the other. What to sing? Harry licked his dry lips, pondering. He could only think of the Hogwarts school song, as he had no inclination to sing anything else. As they conversed, the opening had shrunk to the size of 2 fists. Harry coughed twice and cleared his throat. Hermione glanced at him, stowing away her wand, adopting a resigned attitude. Hogwarts, 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 Hogwarts. The two sang with increasing fervor. As if to expel every negative emotion through the spirited school song, and their readiness to soar. Now our minds are empty, filled with air, dead flies, and trifles. Impart upon us some invaluable knowledge, and restore to us what we have forgotten. Harry believed that he might never forget this experience for the entirety of his life. Convinced that such an encounter would be singular, for he would never again foolishly emerge from below while singing the school song. He first dismounted from his broom, steadying Ron, and then retrieved the invisibility cloak from between his robes and trousers. As Hermione leapt from her broom, she continued to sing, "We shall strive to learn, until we turn to dust." Harry supported Ron at the doorway, grasping the door handle, while Hermione jogged over to assist Harry in draping the invisibility cloak over the three of them. The three heads of the creature, named Fluffy, were soundly asleep. "Oh, until we turn to dust." The trio ambled out, the final note drifting from beneath the cloak, forever enshrined within the confines of the room at the far end of the right corridor on the 4th floor. "Where shall we go now?" Hermione whispered beneath the cloak. Addressing Harry, he glanced at the unconscious Ron beside him and replied, "I shall first escort you and Ron to Madame Pomfrey, and then you can stay with him while I don the invisibility cloak and send a letter to Dumbledore from the Ollery." Hermione nodded, lowering her gaze, not wishing Harry to behold the tears brimming in her eyes. "Thank you, Harry," she suddenly said. "Thank you for what?" Harry, keenly attuned to the quivering and sob in Hermione's voice, feigned indifference as he responded, "We are all friends." "Truly, Harry," Hermione interjected, her voice still tinged with emotion yet resolute, "I am genuinely grateful for your presence. Without you, I wouldn't have known how to bring Ron out from below. I simply wouldn't." Oh, Harry interrupted her this time, for he could no longer bear to hear this girl, whom he cared for deeply, express such vulnerability. "Yes, Ron is quite heavy. I hope you can keep an eye on him during the end-of-term feast and ensure he doesn't devour 2 chicken legs." After uttering this jest, Harry was pleased to hear Hermione's laughter. They traversed the corridor on the 4th floor and descended the stairs to the 2nd floor, where Harry finally mustered the words he had been preparing. "Hermione." Harry pressed his lips together. "I will leave you and Ron at the secluded spot in front of the hospital wing. Then you can take him to Madame Pomfrey while I send a letter to Dumbledore. I hope you can devise a suitable explanation for Ron's condition. You both appear rather disheveled." Harry paused momentarily, then, with a nonchalant smile, looked earnestly at Hermione and added, "Furthermore, I hope you do not mention me to Madame Pomfrey. If Dumbledore inquires about this matter tomorrow, please do not disclose that I was involved in this grand endeavor alongside you Gryffindors. I wouldn't want anyone to know that a Slytherin was engaged in such noble acts in the dead of night with 3 Gryffindors." Harry concluded with a joyful laugh. Hermione gently called his name, gazing at his smile in silence for a moment. "I understand." Hermione gave a nearly imperceptible nod, saying, "Thank you for understanding." Harry surveyed their surroundings, handed Ron over to Hermione, and lifted the invisibility cloak, allowing them to step out from beneath it. Hermione smiled. "I believe Neville and Ron will understand as well, even if we may anticipate other, grander scenes. That day will surely come," Harry remarked, gesturing toward the hospital wing just a few steps away, waving farewell to them. "Goodbye, goodbye." Hermione supported Ron as they made their way to the hospital wing. "And good morning, Harry."